Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 824 to Chapter 897. At this moment, the phantom of the Qian Empire's Baron was very upset, very upset. The mental maze was a test he used to test the geniuses and reduce their mental strength. No matter who it was, if they wanted to pass through the maze to reach the end, they would lose a lot of mental strength. Only then could they achieve their true goal. However, this guy Wang Ting actually destroyed the maze and took a shortcut. This was cheating. However, he realized that Wang Ting happened to be the one who met his requirements the most. His mental strength was strong enough, his talent was high, and he was not even 20 years old. He was very young. It was as if he was sent here just for him. He squinted his eyes slightly and said to himself, I can't let him reach here so easily. If that's the case, I'll give him some trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire maze quietly changed. The stone walls moved away from the dead end and became a path to life. The path to life became a dead end. As a result, some paths that should not be connected were connected. Under the Phantom's special arrangement, the paths of Augustus, Ka Tu, Loggins, and the others overlapped with the path that Wang Ting had to take. In other words, they were bound to meet at some point. At this moment, Wang Ting did not know any of this. He was still immersed in his great task of picking up attributes. Wherever he went, the maze was blown to pieces. It was a mess. Boom, boom, boom. This maze could not block out sound, so when he bombarded the stone walls, the sound echoed in the air and reached the ears of Augustus, Ka Tu, and the others who were approaching. What happened? Who's bombarding the maze? Idiot, this maze can't be broken through by brute force. Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of the sound, guessing which idiot was bombarding the maze. They stopped for a moment and ignored it, continuing to rush to the center of the maze. The sound was so close, which meant that the other warriors were also close. They did not dare to slow down at all to prevent others from getting there first. Only one person did not move, because he felt that the sound was very close to him. It was almost only a wall away. He stopped in his tracks and turned his head around. His gaze was fixed on the stone wall behind him, revealing a guarded expression. Boom, in the next moment, the roar sounded again. It was so close that it couldn't be any closer. The stone wall exploded with a loud bang. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure walked out confidently. Oh, it's really a small world. A cynical voice slowly rang out. Wang Ting. Loggins' pupils shrunk as he said word by word. He recognized the owner of the voice. At the same time, he was shocked that the other party was able to shatter the mental maze. He found it hard to calm down. Don't be so nervous. I can't eat you. When the dust settled, Wang Ting's figure appeared in front of him, looking at him with a faint smile. Stop putting on an act. Since we've encountered each other, we must determine the victor between us, Loggins said with a cold expression. Straightforward. Wang Ting nodded, hooked his finger at him, and said, Come, I have the advantage here. I'll let you have 3 moves first. You're courting death. Loggins seemed to have been insulted. Flames of anger burned in his heart as he stomped his foot. Boom, his entire body instantly turned into an afterimage as he charged at Wang Ting. There were no weapons here, so he could only use the most primitive method of attack. He suddenly threw a punch at Wang Ting's head. Wang Ting, however, was not in a hurry. He tilted his head and dodged, saying indifferently, 1 move. Loggins' anger burned even more. He turned around and kicked at Wang Ting's head. Although no one could use origin power to attack in this mental maze, they still had the most basic fist and leg attacks. As a genius warrior, Loggins was naturally not weak in this aspect. It could be said that his speed was very fast, and his attacks were extremely fierce. Unfortunately, he had encountered Wang Ting. Wang Ting's basic combat techniques had been trained to the highest level. Facing Loggins' attack, he easily dodged it. Second move. Wang Ting spoke again. Bastard. Loggins' expression was ugly, so gloomy that it seemed as though water would drip from it. As though he wanted to catch Wang Ting off guard, he actually headbutted him as he attacked. Wang Ting's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Loggins' attack missed again. Third move. Wang Ting suddenly appeared behind Loggins and said indifferently, Your head is very hard. Logan's expression changed, and he turned pale with fright. He almost had no time to think as he stepped forward and leapt forward. However, a strong gust of wind followed behind his head like a shadow and attacked him quickly, bang. At the same time, Loggins felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. He was completely stunned. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. What was that? Why was it so hard? Countless question marks appeared in Logan's mind. He clearly felt that that was definitely not a fist, but a large iron plate. Before he could think more, another gust of wind attacked again. Bang! Loggins did not have time to react at all and was hit in the back of his head again. Boom! This time, he did not hold on and fell directly to the ground. Isn't your head very hard? Why did you fall after just 2 moves? Wang Ting's calm voice sounded in his ears. Loggins hurriedly turned around and saw that a golden brick had appeared in Wang Ting's hand. He shouted in shock, You what? Wang Ting waved the brick in his hand and said with a smile, Are you surprised? How hard is my brick? Is it harder than your head? Why do you have a weapon? Loggins shouted in disbelief. Oh, I dug it out from the wall. Wang Ting casually made up a story. What the F***ck? Dug it out from the wall, do you think I'm stupid? Loggins was about to explode in anger. His expression was ugly as he said unhappily, You're cheating. Even if you win, it doesn't prove that you're stronger than me. Idiot, who cares about that? Wang Ting rolled his eyes and did not want to waste any more time. He raised the brick and smashed it down on Loggins' head again. Loggins' pupils contracted and he kept retreating, trying to avoid Wang Ting's brick. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Bang! 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 The brick landed on Loggins' head without emotion. Damn it, how dare he? Loggins was extremely angry, but he was quickly overwhelmed by the pain on his head. He could not help but let out a shrill cry. Ah! Bang bang bang, stop it. Bang bang bang, bastard, don't hit people in the face. Bang bang bang, stop hitting me. Bang bang bang, Wang Ting, you and I cannot live under the same sky, bang bang bang. After a while, Loggins' voice became softer until he could not even scream anymore. I haven't used it for too long. I've been a little rusty recently. You're just right for me to practice. Wang Ting finally stopped. He let out a long sigh and said slowly. Loggins was still conscious. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This bastard was actually using him for practice. Wang Ting looked at Luo Jinxi's swollen face and touched his chin. He was a little embarrassed as he said, Look at you. We were fighting properly, but you had to use your head. I was excited to see you, so I wanted to compare. Is your head harder or my brick harder? You can't blame me for this. It's all your fault. Pfft. Loggins was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. You beat me up like this and you say it's my fault? This demon. Loggins hated Wang Ting to the core, but at the same time, he could not help but feel a sense of fear. He finally understood that this bastard before him didn't act according to common sense at all, and any reason could be the motive for him to attack. He regretted it. He regretted provoking this guy in the first place. There were so many people who didn't stand up for him, but he had to. He regretted using his head to attack, otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten to such a sorry state. Loggins finally shed tears of remorse. He was a prodigy of the Black Scale tribe in the Uros galaxy, but he had been beaten to tears by Wang Ting. No one would believe this if they heard about it. Hey, why are you crying? Like a sissy? Wang Ting was speechless when he saw the teardrop at the corner of Loggins' eyes. Loggins was already unable to speak, but the grievance in his heart was like a torrential river. He couldn't win in a fight, and he couldn't win in an argument, so he closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Forget it, I'll just send you out. Wang Ting shook his head and stomped his foot down. Before Loggins could even react, his head had already exploded. Loggins' mental projection slowly dissipated. As a prodigy, his head had been crushed by Wang Ting. At the last moment, Loggins felt extremely humiliated. Killing this mental projection wouldn't directly kill the main body, but it would have a huge impact on the main body. Loggins' physical body would definitely fall into a coma and would never wake up. At the same time, he would have no fate with this trial. Wang Ting's expression was indifferent. He turned around and continued forward. In the center of the maze, the Qian Empire's projection was shocked. He actually killed one. As expected of the person I chose. It's rare for such a prodigy to appear on this planet. He couldn't help but sigh as he spoke. Sigh, if only I had appeared earlier. I wouldn't have been trapped here for 1,000,000 years. Fortunately, the heavens have been kind to me. They brought me hope when I was about to disappear. This is already a blessing in disguise. It's just that this kid is a little weird. He actually used such a method to kill a prodigy. I've traversed the universe for so many years, but I've never seen someone like him. The projection shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rocked his recliner and leisurely looked at the screen in front of him. This kid is a little difficult to deal with. In my current state, it's not safe enough. Forget it, I'll just release the astral beast's souls. It's a waste. The projection waved his hand, and a dozen massive astral beast souls appeared in the maze. They gathered in Wang Ting's direction. If one were to look down from above, they would see a complex and dreamy maze within a misty space. The maze was surrounded by a faintly discernible golden mist, making the place look like an immortal realm. Only Wang Ting's group, who were inside, knew how dangerous this maze was. It had been half a day since they had entered the maze, and everyone could already feel a wave of mental fatigue. Searching for a way out in this maze was a great drain on their spirit. Furthermore, at some point in time, other life forms had appeared in the maze. Those life forms were all powerful exotic beasts. As soon as they appeared, they attacked them in a frenzy. No one could use origin power in this mental maze, so they lacked the means to attack. They found themselves in an extremely dangerous situation when facing these beasts, where they would be torn apart and devoured if they weren't careful. Moreover, these beasts were different from them, they actually knew how to attack. However, their attacks weren't origin power attacks either. Instead, they were pure balls of light. These balls of light would explode as they approached, causing damage to everyone's bodies. Apparently, this was a spiritual attack. The maze had suddenly become extremely dangerous. The group had no choice but to run frantically toward the center. These beasts were definitely part of the trial. They would be able to shake them off as long as they reached the end of the maze. Boom, a loud sound echoed from a certain part of the maze. A giant lizard-like beast was entrenched on a stone wall, spitting out a ball of light from its mouth. Wang Ting's expression froze. He didn't take the ball of light head-on, and his figure flickered as he evaded with great agility. The ball of light landed on the ground and exploded, sending a powerful spiritual shockwave rolling out in all directions. Wang Ting felt the power of the explosion and had a rough idea of what to do. A cold glint flashed through his eyes, and a strange smile appeared on his lips as he glanced at the lizard-like star beast in front of him. The lizard-like star beast couldn't help but tremble, feeling a chill run down its spine. "Little sweetheart, it's my turn." Wang Ting chuckled. He stomped on the ground, causing it to crack, and shot out like an arrow. Roar, the lizard-like star beast wasn't afraid at all. It let out a roar, leaped up from the stone wall, and pounced at Wang Ting. Boom, Wang Ting punched. Out. They were both spiritual entities, so he was much stronger than the other extraterrestrials. A trace of mockery flashed through the lizard-like star beast's eyes, as though it was mocking Wang Ting for overestimating himself. It opened its mouth and bit down at Wang Ting. In terms of size, it was a few times bigger than Wang Ting. With one bite, it could bite Wang Ting into half. However, when it closed its huge mouth, it pounced on empty air. Wang's figure actually disappeared right in front of it. The lizard star beast was somewhat confused. It opened its bewildered eyes wide and looked around. Did it had just bitten a human? "I'm here." At this moment, Wang Ting's voice came from above its head. The lizard-like star beast looked up, and its pupils suddenly constricted. Several sharp spikes were reflected in its eyes, and it couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in its heart. Boom, Wang Ting waved his hand, and the spiritual attack that he had just condensed turned into a cold light and swept down. Spiritual piercing, swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, boom, several spiritual spikes pierced through the lizard-like star beast's huge body and nailed it to the ground. Roar, the lizard-like star beast roared in pain. It struggled wildly for a while, and then gradually stopped breathing. Its body also turned into countless light spots and dissipated in the air. It's really a spiritual entity. Wang Ting landed on the ground, and a ray of light flashed across his eyes. This lizard-like star beast reminded him of the time when he fought with the paladin named Marcus on the Holy Mountain. The paladin used the death space, and there was a similar spiritual entity in it. However, this lizard-like star beast was clearly several times stronger than the spiritual entity in the death space. If it weren't for Wang Ting's various spiritual attack methods, he probably wouldn't have been able to finish it off so easily. Just now, Wang Ting had executed his spiritual illusion and conjured an illusion to deceive the lizard star beast. That was why he was able to kill it when it least expected it. Wang Ting looked at the place where the lizard-like star beast disappeared. A few attribute bubbles were floating there. Spiritual origin *50, planetary state spirit *100, spiritual explosive bullet *10, 3 attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body. He was immediately overjoyed. 50 points of spiritual origin. This lizard-like star beast's soul body actually dropped a total of 50 points of spiritual origin. He knew how difficult it was to get spiritual origin. It was the most basic form of energy, and it was very precious. After 50 points of spiritual origin merged into Wang Ting's spiritual origin, he felt so comfortable that he almost screamed out loud. This was a shudder from the soul. It was so comfortable that he was shuddering. His spiritual force and comprehension attributes had a small increase. Then, 100 points of planetary state spirit were directly added to Wang Ting's spiritual force, increasing his spiritual force attribute again. 2 consecutive increases. It was so satisfying. Finally, there was a spiritual attack technique. Spiritual explosive bullet. Clearly, this spiritual explosive bullet was the light ball that the lizard-like star beast used just now. It was extremely powerful. This was mainly because it was considered a large-scale attack. Once it exploded, everything within a certain range would be affected. That was great. 10 points of spiritual explosive bullet attribute. Wang Ting looked at his attribute panel. There was a new skill description under the spiritual attack technique column. Spiritual explosive bullet, 1 out of 100, proficient. The 10 points of spiritual explosive bullet allowed his mastery to reach proficiency from beginner. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was a little unlucky to have encountered that lizard-like star beast, but now, he suddenly felt that his luck was not bad. A rare spiritual attack technique, and he got it just like that without spending a single cent. No one else could understand this feeling. There must be other star beast soul bodies. I'll find them all and kill them all. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He moved his feet and ran forward. The stone wall of the maze in front of him exploded. Wang Ting dashed forward and pushed his way through. He planned to rush to the end recklessly. Soon, he saw another star beast soul body. This was a hideous 2-headed hound star beast soul body. Before Wang Ting arrived, it was staring at an alien martial artist. That alien martial artist was in a sorry state. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were messy. Clearly, he suffered under the claws of this 2-headed hound star beast soul body. As Wang Ting appeared, both parties turned to look at him. That alien martial artist couldn't help but be overjoyed. While the 2-headed hound star beast soul body was also looking at Wang Ting, he suddenly charged at him. Roar! As soon as the alien martial artist moved, the 2-headed hound's 2 heads roared at the same time. Its 4 hooves crisscrossed as it charged in Wang Ting's direction. Reading website, and 1 man and 1 beast, 1 in front and 1 behind, both of them rushed toward Wang Ting. A cold glint flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. This extraterrestrial martial artist wanted him to work for nothing. Wang Ting, this 2-headed dog is very strong. Hurry up and help me. Otherwise, both of us will be eliminated, the extraterrestrial martial artist shouted as he ran over. How strong is it? Wang Ting stood still and asked. The extraterrestrial martial artist couldn't help but be taken aback. I told you it's very strong, but you asked me how strong it is. There must be something wrong with your brain. However, he quickly replied, it's very strong. Even if we work together, we might not be able to defeat it. In that case, I'll leave first. Bye-bye. Wang Ting turned and ran, leaving the extraterrestrial martial artist with a cool back view. What the F***ck? The extraterrestrial martial artist was stunned again. Director, this script is wrong. He watched as Wang Ting disappeared in an instant. His mentality exploded. Roar, roar. At this moment, another roar came from behind him. A strong wind with a foul smell instantly attacked him. Damn it. The extraterrestrial martial artist's expression was ugly. He didn't have time to think. He rolled to the left and avoided the bite from behind. Gotcha, gotcha. Two crisp sounds were made by the two-headed dog's sharp teeth. It missed its target. The ferocious glint in its eyes intensified. Its forehooves rubbed against the ground and stopped its forward momentum. It twisted its body and stomped its hind legs, pouncing toward the extraterrestrial martial artist from above. The extraterrestrial martial artist didn't care about his identity at all. He continued to roll on the ground to dodge. There was no better way. This was the only way. He was helpless and sullen. He was cursing Wang Ting in his heart. But it was all in vain. Roar, the two-headed dog roared. Its body was agile and its speed was too fast. Even if the extraterrestrial martial artist was very good at dodging, it still seized the opportunity. Both of its heads attacked at the same time. Under the two-pronged attack, the extraterrestrial martial artist's arm was directly bitten and ruthlessly pulled. Ah! The extraterrestrial martial artist roared in pain. Rip, his arm was instantly bitten off, but there was no bloody scene. His arm turned into light spots and dissipated in the air. The two-headed dog's other huge mouth bit down on the alien martial artist's thigh and pulled again. Rip, amidst the screams, the leg was thrown into the air. Before it could dissipate, it landed in the two-headed dog's mouth and was swallowed. Awoo! The two-headed hound raised its two heads high and let out a satisfied howl. The extraterrestrial martial artist lay on the ground, having lost an arm and a leg. He was already living a life worse than death. His face was ashen as he completely gave up on resisting. F***ck, how miserable. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. The extraterrestrial warrior turned his head and saw Wang Ting standing there, squatting down and looking at him with a compassionate look. You! The extraterrestrial martial artist's eyes widened and he almost exploded in anger. Didn't this bastard run away? Why is he still here? Wang Ting scratched his head and said, Sorry, I was running halfway and suddenly felt that it wasn't good to leave you alone, so I came back. But I didn't expect you to be unable to hold on for so long and have already been taken care of by this puppy. Pfft. The extraterrestrial martial artist was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Is this even human language? What do you mean by being unable to hold on for so long? If you can do it, why don't you do it? Bastard? The two-headed dog also noticed Wang Ting. Both of its heads turned to look at him and let out a low growl. Its fangs were exposed, and it looked quite ferocious. Wow, what a fierce puppy. Wang Ting patted his chest and took a few steps back. Roar, the two-headed dog was not low in intelligence. When it heard Wang Ting calling it a puppy, it was immediately enraged. With a roar, it abandoned the extraterrestrial martial artist and rushed towards Wang Ting. Wow, super fierce, I'm so scared. Wang Ting jumped back, but he didn't dodge. He watched as the two-headed hound charged towards him. The two-headed dog opened its huge mouth and bit towards his body. Bang, however, its two big mouths spit empty air. Wang Ting's figure disappeared just like that. The two-headed dog's two dog faces suddenly showed a confused expression. It looked around, looking for Wang Ting's figure. Suddenly, it felt a weight on its body and the human's voice sounded in its ears. Not bad, puppy. Your broad back is very suitable to be a mount. Roar, the two-headed dog roared angrily and shook its body crazily, trying to shake Wang Ting off. Don't be nervous, play with me for a while. Wang Ting chuckled. Roar, the two-headed dog ignored him and continued to shake its body crazily. Its two heads even formed an exaggerated arc and bit towards the back. Hey, I can't bite you, I can't bite you. Wang Ting leaned back and dodged the two-headed dog's bite. The extraterrestrial martial artist was dumbfounded. Dealing with the two-headed dog was so easy, he could not believe his eyes. It felt so surreal. Wang Ting did nothing. All he did was hide on the two-headed dog's back. That beast could not do anything to him. If he had known, he would have done the same. All right, stop shaking. You're making my head dizzy, Wang Ting said after a moment. Roar. The two-headed dog roared. It wanted nothing more than to bite Wang Ting to death. How could it listen to him? Sigh, I guess I have to do it the hard way. Wang Ting sighed. A shiny golden brick appeared in his hand. He did not waste any more words and directly smashed it towards the two-headed dog's head. His hand speed was astonishing. Bang bang bang. With this smash, the two-headed dog was completely stunned. Its head shook violently, and all four of its eyes were seeing stars. As a puppy, how can you be so fierce? Wang Ting grumbled as he continued to smash the dog's head. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The two-headed dog howled mournfully. Those who heard it would be heartbroken and those who saw it would cry. Bang bang bang. However, Wang Ting had no intention of stopping. He continued to smash the dog's head until it was swollen. Do you submit? Wang Ting asked. Awoo. The two-headed dog crawled on the ground and let out a weak growl. What? You're still not convinced? Bang bang bang. Do you submit? Awoo. Awoo. The two-headed dog growled. Its voice was almost flattering, and it did not dare to resist. I didn't expect a puppy like you to be so stubborn. You're still not convinced. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. Bang bang bang, the two-headed dog, oh? Oh, tears of humiliation flowed from its eyes. It buried its two heads in the ground and held in anguish. Then, it used its paws to carve out the word submit in large letters on the ground. Huh, you know how to write? Wang Ting stopped. He said in surprise, you should have told me earlier that you know how to write. You should have written it earlier. I don't need to hit you like this. My hand is sore too. The two-headed dog, although I'm not a human, you're AF * king dog. The extraterrestrial martial artist was confused. He looked up at the sky and thought about a question. Was it true that shameless people were stronger in this world? This is a very serious question, really, he thought for a long time, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was true. Yes, that's right. That must be it. When the extraterrestrial martial artist was in self-doubt and rebuilding his worldview, Wang Ting had already jumped down from the two-headed hound's back. The two-headed hound was very obedient. It whimpered and sounded very pitiful. It used its paws to cover its eyes and secretly looked at Wang Ting. However, the problem was that it only had two front paws, but it had two heads and four eyes. This was very difficult. It had no choice but to cover one of its heads and play dead with the other. It suddenly felt very lucky that it hadn't evolved into a three-headed hound. Otherwise, its two paws wouldn't be enough. Wang Ting looked at the attribute bubbles around the two-headed hound and picked them up. Planetary level mental force *80, soul origin *10. There were two attribute bubbles. One was planetary level mental force, and the other was soul origin. However, the number was less than the previous star beast's soul. So, should I kill this two-headed hound directly? Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and stared at the two-headed hound. His eyes flashed with evil intentions. Woo, the two-headed hound trembled. Its eyes were filled with innocence as it looked weakly at Wang Ting. Seeing that he didn't care, it rubbed its head against Wang Ting's trousers. It was just short of rolling and acting cute and begging to be let off. Wang Ting saw such a big dog rubbing its head against his leg and instantly reflected on whether he had gone too far. Then, he kicked the big dog's head. Stop pretending. Be obedient and I won't kill you first. Woo, the two-headed hound's eyes lit up and nodded repeatedly. It was very timid. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He ignored this timid dog and walked toward the extraterrestrial martial artist. Seeing this, the two-headed hound followed obediently. A man and a dog stood in front of the alien warrior. At this moment, what was he thinking? There could only be one. He was in despair. Previously, there was only a dog. Now, there was a dog and a dog-like person. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Cut the crap. However, he was also unyielding. He knew that he had lost a leg and an arm, so he would definitely be eliminated. So, he might as well act tough so that others wouldn't look down on him. When Wang Ting heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he did not say anything. He looked at him and rubbed his chin, thinking about where to start. The extraterrestrial martial artist felt his scalp go numb. Thinking of how Wang Ting treated the two-headed dog, a trace of horror flashed through his heart. He clenched his teeth, raised his uninjured hand, and slapped his head. Bang! The extraterrestrial warrior fell to the ground with a smile of relief on his face. Then, he turned into light spots and slowly dissipated. Wang Ting stood rooted to the ground, staring blankly at the fading body. What happened? What have I done? Why did this happen? 3 question marks appeared on his forehead one after another, showing how confused he was at the moment. However, no one could answer him. Am I that scary? Wang Ting turned his head, pointed at his nose, and asked the two-headed dog. The two-headed dog wanted to nod, but when it looked at Wang Ting's face, it shook its head decisively, not daring to hesitate. I knew it. I'm so handsome. How can I be scary? It doesn't exist. Wang Ting nodded. Heh, as long as you're happy, woof. The two-headed dog chuckled in its heart. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles left behind by the alien warrior after he dissipated. Emperor Stage Spirit * 260, Emperor Stage Comprehension * 220, let's go. Wang Ting no longer hesitated. He turned around, leaped onto the two-headed dog's back, and pointed in a direction. Awoo! The two-headed dog let out a low growl. It kicked off with its hind legs and sprinted forward. Wang Ting sat on the two-headed dog's back and put his hands in front of his eyes. He looked into the distance and sighed. Not bad, not bad. You're a mature mount now. The two-headed dog was speechless. But why are you so slow? Go faster. Don't waste my time, Wang Ting urged. Awoo, awoo. The two-headed dog whined pitifully. Oh, you sound like you're mad at me, Wang Ting said. The two-headed dog shook its head. No, that was impossible. It wouldn't dare. Forget it. I won't argue with you. Wang Ting shook his head and put his hand on the dog's body. Come, I'll give you some gas. How can you run fast without gas? A white light flashed from Wang Ting's hand, and a stream of pure spiritual energy was injected into the two-headed dog's body. Awoo! The two-headed dog's body trembled. It couldn't help but let out a comfortable howl. Shut up and run. Wang Ting slapped its head. The two-headed dog immediately shrunk its head and didn't dare to be a demon anymore. It stomped its 4 hooves and sped up. It was much faster than before. Roar, soon. A star beast soul body appeared and rushed toward Wang Ting and the two-headed dog. Don't stop. Charge over, Wang Ting ordered. The two-headed dog hesitated. In the end, it obeyed Wang Ting's order. A cold light flashed in its eyes, and it charged toward the star beast soul body. The star beast soul body's attention was attracted by the two-headed dog. It became alert and formed a light ball in its mouth. However, at this moment, Wang Ting secretly formed 3 spiritual thorns. He waved his hand and shot them out. Swoosh! 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 The sound of air being pierced was heard. It charged directly toward the star beast soul body. Roar! The star beast soul body sensed danger and wanted to dodge. However, there was no way it could dodge with the two-headed dog on one side and the 3 spiritual thorns on the other. Boom! In a hurry, it spat out the light ball from its mouth toward the two-headed dog. At the same time, it hurriedly dodged to the side. The two-headed dog carried Wang Ting on its back and dodged the light ball's attack. Wang Ting's lips curled into a cold smile. His spiritual force surged out and attached to the 3 spiritual thorns. Remote control, the 3 mental spikes immediately made a sharp turn and continued to fly toward the star beast soul body without slowing down in the slightest. Boom! The star beast soul body couldn't dodge. In the end, the 3 spiritual thorns pierced through its body and nailed it to the ground. Good cooperation. Wang Ting laughed and picked up the attribute bubble. He didn't stop and ordered the two-headed dog to continue forward. Following that, the man and dog duo ran madly through the maze, brute force their way through. When they encountered the star beast soul bodies, the two-headed dog acted as bait to attract their attention while Wang Ting shot them from behind. Their cooperation was successful, and all the star beast soul bodies they encountered were killed. Wang Ting also obtained a large number of attribute bubbles. His spiritual force and soul origin had increased tremendously. He also raised his spiritual explosive bomb to the proficient level. His gains were huge. Soul origin, 5 350 spirit, 1 350/10,000, planet level, spiritual explosive bomb, 15/300, proficient. Wang Ting looked at the changes on the attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. At least his efforts weren't wasted. Wang Ting counted his gains on the two-headed dog's back. The two-headed dog didn't slow down at all as it continued to approach the center of the maze. After an unknown period of time, there were no more star beast soul bodies around. They also didn't encounter any other extraterrestrial martial artists. "We should be there soon," Wang Ting said to himself as he stopped the two-headed dog and looked around. Hal the two-headed dog suddenly nodded as if agreeing with Wang Ting's words. "Oh, you know about it?" Wang Ting was a little surprised. However, on second thought, he understood. These star beast soul bodies must have been reared by the maze owner. It was normal for them to know where the center of the maze was. "Since you know, you can lead the way," Wang Ting said. "Oh," the two-headed hound barked in an ingratiating manner. It looked around, chose a direction, and dashed away. At the center of the maze. At this moment, Augustus, Ka-Tu, Pu Kellen, Bai Luo, and the others had arrived at the periphery of the center of the maze. In addition to these four prodigies, there was another extraterrestrial martial artist. A total of 5 people. It was unknown whether the others couldn't make it or had been eliminated. The 5 extraterrestrial martial artists looked ahead with serious expressions. Their path was blocked by several enormous star beast soul bodies. These star beast soul bodies were like small mountains in front of them, staring at them covetously. Behind these star beasts was an entrance. Augustus and the others' eyes flashed as they noticed the entrance. They knew very well that the entrance must be the end of the maze. The inheritance of the Qian Empire's Baron was inside. However, along the way, they had deeply experienced how powerful and difficult the star beast soul bodies were. At this moment, their expressions were not very good. In this maze, they couldn't use their strength at all. Facing these star beast soul bodies was too frustrating. "There are 5 of us, but there are 9 star beast soul bodies. How can we fight?" the extraterrestrial martial artist said bitterly. Augustus and the others didn't respond. They could naturally see the huge difference in strength. However, the problem was there any better way than to be reckless? "I wonder if anyone else survived?" Bai Luo looked around and thought of Wang Ting. She couldn't help but ask. "It's already so late. Those who didn't make it have probably been eliminated." Ka-Tu curled his lips and shook his head. "Heh, even that Wang Ting didn't make it." Pu Kellen shook his head and laughed. "To think that I thought of him as a strong competitor. The people of Earthstar are still a little lacking after all," Ka-Tu frowned and said with some regret. Bai Luo sighed, tacitly agreeing with Ka-Tu's words. "It's fine if he didn't make it. He's just an Earthstar native. What's there to regret?" Augustus said coldly. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise was heard. The stone wall behind them exploded, sending smoke and dust flying. Augustus, Ka-Tu, and the others narrowed their eyes and immediately turned to look behind them. Their expressions were slightly shocked. "Who is it? I just came over and I heard everyone concerned about me. I'm really flattered." A voice slowly came from behind the smoke and dust, shocking everyone present. "Wang Ting!" Bai Luo cried out in surprise and joy. "Yo, you're here too." Wang Ting sat on the two-headed hound. The two-headed hound stepped out and appeared in front of everyone. He looked at Augustus and the others with a smile that wasn't a smile, causing their faces to heat up. Just a moment ago, they were talking about other people's shortcomings behind their backs. Now, the main character appeared in front of them and even heard what they said. Even for them, they felt very awkward. However, everyone soon noticed the two-headed hound's existence. They all looked shocked and stared at the two-headed hound with vigilance. "What's with this star beast soul body?" Bai Luo couldn't help but ask. "Oh, I found a mount for transportation," Wang Ting said casually. A mount for transportation? Everyone almost didn't react. Augustus's expression flickered and became a little ugly. He thought that Wang Ting had been eliminated. Who would have thought that not only did he come, but he also tamed a star beast soul body as a mount? This showed that his means were extraordinary. This was a difficult competitor to deal with. "Wang Ting, how did you tame this star beast soul body?" Pu Kellen couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. "I beat it into submission. Naturally, I tamed it." Wang Ting didn't hide and said lightly. "Beat it into submission?" Pu Kellen's face was full of disbelief. "Forget it if you don't believe it." Wang Ting wasn't obligated to explain anything to him. His gaze passed through the crowd and saw the entrance. Of course, he also saw the 9 giant star beast soul bodies in front of the entrance. The situation was obvious. Wang Ting rubbed his chin and asked, "You guys came first. Have you thought about what to do?" This question put everyone in an awkward position. Especially Augustus, Ka Tu, and the others. They were prodigies, but now they couldn't think of a way to deal with a few star beast soul bodies. They were being looked down upon for no reason. "It's okay if you haven't thought about it. In my opinion, let's just do it," Wang Ting said. Everyone was speechless. They thought that Wang Ting had a good idea, but in the end they still had to rely on recklessness. What he said was the same as not saying anything. Roar. At this moment, the 9 star beast soul bodies in front of them suddenly roared. 3 of them were still guarding the entrance, while the other 6 charged directly toward Wang Ting and the others. Rumble, the giant beasts stomped on the ground and made a loud noise. It was as if the entire maze was shaking. Even in a mental maze, the degree of simulation was absolutely amazing. The effects were all there. Augustus and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect the star beast soul bodies to suddenly attack. No one was prepared, but they were geniuses after all, so they immediately reacted. "Spread out and take them down one by one." Augustus shouted coldly and dashed to the side, avoiding a star beast soul body that was about to pounce and bite him. The others instinctively listened to his suggestion. Each of them lured away an astral beast soul body and fought in pairs. A fierce battle broke out in an instant, boom boom boom. Explosions sounded. The star beast soul bodies seemed to be in a hurry and directly used their most powerful attack. One after another, spiritual bombs flew out of their mouths and flew toward Augustus and the others, exploding in all directions. Augustus, Ka Tu, and the others could only dodge. They didn't dare to take the spiritual bombs head-on. Even so, they were still shaken by the aftershocks of the spiritual bombs. Their faces became paler and paler, and their mental energy was severely damaged. Compared to the others, Wang Ting was very relaxed. While the others were still dodging, he had already killed the star beast soul body. "You guys have fun, I'll go first," Wang Ting said calmly as he walked toward the last 3 star beast soul bodies guarding the entrance. Everyone? Reading website, and watching Wang Ting leisurely walk toward the 3 astral beast soul bodies, Augustus, Ka Tu, and the others' expressions changed. How is this possible? How could he defeat a astral beast soul body so quickly? Suddenly, they looked behind Wang Ting. Behind Wang Ting, a huge star beast soul body lay on the ground. It was nailed to death. It turned into light spots and dissipated. A mental attack. Augustus and the others narrowed their eyes. They finally understood why Wang Ting could defeat a astral beast soul body so easily. It was because he had an extremely rare mental attack. The most effective way to deal with these astral beast soul bodies was a mental attack. Therefore, Wang Ting, who had a mental attack, had the greatest advantage in this assessment. Damn it, this guy cheated. However, the Baron of the Qian Empire didn't stop them. He obviously knew about this, but he didn't do anything. This meant that he had tacitly agreed. They had no right to say anything. But they were so angry, they watched as Wang Ting walked toward the entrance with ease, as if the inheritance was about to grow wings and fly away. Even if there were still 3 astral beast soul bodies guarding the entrance, they didn't think that they could stop Wang Ting. With a mental attack, what difference did it make if he didn't have astral beast soul bodies guarding him? The only thing they could do now was to get rid of the astral beast soul bodies in front of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, wouldn't it be sad if they didn't even get to drink the soup after going through so much trouble to get here? At this moment, the 3 astral beast soul bodies guarding the entrance didn't move an inch. Seeing Wang Ting walking toward them, their eyes flashed fiercely as they opened their mouths and roared, roar, roar, roar. The 3 mountain-like bodies in front of Wang Ting let out a deafening roar. The impact was not small. If it were anyone but Wang Ting, they might have been scared into retreating. However, Wang Ting was very calm. He picked his ears and narrowed his eyes. Roaring so loudly, "Do you think I'm big? Come, let them hear it." As he spoke, he patted the 2-headed dog beneath him. 2-headed dog, Sigma, *, it didn't dare to disobey Wang Ting's order. It immediately roared at the astral beast soul body that was 2 to 3 meters taller than it. Roar, roar, the 3 astral beast soul bodies lowered their heads and looked at the 2-headed hound. Then, they looked at each other as if to say, "This little fool dares to bark at us?" At this moment, Wang Ting jumped up from the 2-headed hound and coldly shouted, "Use your ultimate move." Along the way, the 2-headed hound had already developed a tacit understanding with Wang Ting. After hearing Wang Ting's words, it quietly rolled its eyes and smoothly began to release mental bombs. The 2 heads opened their mouths and condensed a ball of light at the same time. With a swing of their heads, they charged toward the 3 astral beast soul bodies in front of them. This was a bit difficult, the 2 heads were very close to each other. It wasn't easy to attack from 2 different directions. However, under Wang Ting's intentional guidance, it still managed to learn this move. As a result, 2 of the astral beast soul bodies had to move their bodies at the same time to dodge the 2 mental bombs. Boom! Boom! With 2 explosions, 2 deep pits were formed where the 2 astral beast soul bodies were previously. They were enraged. They turned into 2 shadows and charged toward the 2-headed hound. Boom! Boom! Both astral beast soul bodies used mental bombs. The 2 astral beast soul bodies spat out balls of light in an attempt to kill the 2-headed hound. Hell! The 2-headed hound's body was agile. It ran wildly on the ground and dodged left and right to avoid the mental bombs. Seeing this, Wang Ting temporarily ignored them. His gaze landed on the last astral beast soul body. This astral beast soul body looked like a giant crocodile. Its body was huge and covered in black scales. It looked very ferocious. Roar! It let out a roar and swung its tail at Su Quebec. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and disappeared, leaving only a shadow on the ground. Bang! The giant tail hit the air and made an explosive sound. The shadow left by Wang Ting disappeared completely. The astral beast soul body was shocked. Whoosh! At this time, Wang Ting suddenly appeared on top of its head. He rubbed his hands together and a ball of light appeared. The ball of light floated above his palm. And the ball of light was still growing. In the blink of an eye, it changed from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a soccer ball. Mental bomb. The mental bomb that Wang Ting rubbed out was much bigger than the ones that the astral beast soul bodies had condensed. Also, it contained a lot of concentrated mental energy. Oh, oh. The astral beast soul body felt a chill down its spine. Without thinking, it immediately retreated. "Weren't you very fierce just now? Why are you running?" Wang Ting chuckled and threw out the ball of light in his hand. Whoosh! The ball of light was extremely fast. It turned into a ray of light in the air and shot toward the astral beast soul body. It was too close for it to dodge. Boom! The next moment, the mental bomb exploded in the air. The terrifying mental energy engulfed the astral beast soul body. After a while, it gradually disappeared, revealing the miserable astral beast soul body. It looked as if it had been ravaged. Huh? It's not dead, Wang Ting said in surprise. Then, he stared at it with a dangerous gaze, thinking about how to kill it. The astral beast soul body was shocked. It felt a chill on its scalp. With its tail between its legs, it dodged to the side and gave way to the entrance. Wang Ting, a certain baron, everyone was shocked by the moral integrity of this giant crocodile star beast soul body. No, it had no moral integrity at all. Wang Ting looked at the astral beast soul body with a strange expression. He was slightly vigilant and walked toward the entrance. The astral beast soul body looked at Wang Ting in horror. It didn't stop him until he disappeared into the entrance. It was very obedient. Everyone watched helplessly as Wang Ting walked in. They couldn't do anything about it. They were extremely anxious. Augusta suddenly shook off the astral beast soul body that was entangling him and rushed toward the entrance. Damn, he actually ran first. Katu's expression changed. He also shook off the astral beast soul body in front of him and chased after Augustus to the entrance. Pu Kellen, Bai Luo, and the other extraterrestrial martial artist followed. Roar, roar, behind them, several astral beast soul bodies chased after them. Boss, this is all I can do to help you. The two-headed dog also turned around and rushed back. Behind it were two astral beast soul bodies. Augustus and Katu took the lead. Seeing that they were about to rush into the entrance, the two of them were overjoyed. Roar. However, at this moment, the giant crocodile astral beast soul body appeared at the entrance again. Its huge body directly blocked the entrance, and it let out a provocative roar at them. An explosive bullet condensed in its mouth, and it charged towards Augustus and Katu's. Damn it. Augustus and Katu's expressions darkened. They quickly braked and dodged to the side. The center of the maze was beyond Wang Ting's expectations. After entering the entrance, he walked along a path for about 10 meters without encountering any danger. He arrived at a place that looked like a garden behind a palace. Flowers and plants were everywhere, and the trees were shady. It was a beautiful sight. However, this was not the strangest thing. The most inconceivable thing was that when Wang Ting lifted his head, he saw that the originally overcast sky had unknowingly turned into a resplendent starry sky. Countless stars could be seen in the starry sky. It was very beautiful. But the most eye-catching thing was a huge planet. It seemed to be floating above his head, occupying almost half of the sky. Don't be surprised. It's just a little trick. At that moment, a calm voice with a smile came from the side. Wang Ting retracted his gaze and turned around. He saw the Baron lying on a comfortable recliner. He was holding a thick ancient book in his hand, and there was a small coffee table beside him. There was hot tea and exquisite desserts on it. Seeing this in the mind maze, Wang Ting could not help but be stunned. This did not seem like something a dying man would do. Why, is it strange? The Baron put down the book in his hand and smiled faintly. Then he said, as if answering his own question, if I don't find something for myself to do, the next 1,000,000 years won't be easy. Wang Ting nodded and walked over. Have a seat. The Baron waved his hand, and a chair appeared next to him. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. He was very polite to Wang Ting. How can I accept this? Wang Ting said as he sat down. The Baron shook his head, speechless. He knew more and more about Wang Ting's shamelessness. Then he said, I'm not surprised that you can make it this far. Out of all the people here, I thought you were the best, and you didn't let me down. Senior, you saw it a long time ago, Wang Ting sighed, I have nowhere to put my excellence. Winky face, Can you let me finish first? The Baron said after a moment of silence. Of course, please go ahead. Wang Ting gestured for him to continue. You are very good, and you fit my requirements. I believe my legacy will shine in your hands. It will not be buried, the Baron said slowly. Elder, don't worry. I won't let you down, Wang Ting swore solemnly. Who didn't know how to put in a good word? After all, it didn't cost money. The Baron seemed to be very satisfied. He nodded, stood up and said, Come with me. After saying that, he turned around. He didn't seem to do anything, but a huge and majestic golden palace suddenly appeared in front of him. This is? Wang Ting was slightly surprised. This is the legacy I left behind when I was alive. The Baron walked towards the palace. Creak, when the two of them arrived at the entrance of the palace, the 5-meter-tall golden door of the palace slowly opened. The Baron walked in first. Wang Ting hesitated for a moment, but his footsteps didn't stop at all. He followed her closely. When he walked into the palace, Wang Ting realized that it was extremely spacious. Everything was resplendent and dazzling. The walls of the palace were filled with bookshelves. Countless books were piled up on the bookshelves. It was a dazzling sight. In the corner, there was a staircase that led to the top. "That is the second floor," the Baron said. "For you, it is too early. Wait until you reach the star level. You can go to the second floor. If you don't, you won't be able to go up. You have arranged everything for me." Wang Ting found it funny. Of course, looking for an heir has to be thorough. On the path of practice, you can't be careless. If you are careless and destroy your foundation, then your success will be limited. The Baron went on to say, only one universe-class elite can be born in one galaxy. You have to understand the dangers and difficulties involved. Wang Ting nodded. "Okay, let's not talk too much," the Baron said. "Sit down in the middle of the palace and accept my heritage key. Only when you accept the heritage key can you read the books in this palace." Heritage key? Wang Ting was confused. "The heritage key is a soul mark," the Baron said. "Only with this mark can you gain the approval of the heritage palace. This is something I left behind." Wang Ting nodded and sat down cross-legged. The Baron also sat cross-legged across from him. The two of them faced each other and the Baron said, "Open your mind and accept the heritage key. Do not resist. Otherwise, if you fail, the heritage key will disappear. You only have one chance, so take care of yourself." "I can fail?" Wang Ting was shocked. "Of course. When it comes to the soul, it is not that simple," the Baron explained patiently. "Then you have to be gentle," Wang Ting said weakly. "I am afraid my little soul cannot handle your power." The Baron was speechless. "I suspect you were driving, but I have no proof." He took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice, "Concentrate and hold your breath. Open your mind." Wang Ting stopped talking. He closed his eyes and opened his mind. The Baron reached out and touched Wang Ting's forehead. A white light came from his finger and went into Wang Ting's forehead. Boom, Wang Ting's spiritual body returned to his body. At the same time, his mind shook. A light gathered, and it turned into a Baron. He looked around, and he looked surprised. He laughed and said, "Good. This is the first time I have seen such a big mind. You are very talented. Elder, you flatter me." Wang Ting's figure also appeared as he calmly replied. "You don't have to be humble. Few people can compare to your talent," the Baron said. Under Wang Ting's strange gaze, his hands formed a mysterious seal. The golden light gathered and turned into a golden key. "This is the heritage key. Get ready to receive it," the Baron said. Wang Ting nodded. The heritage key turned into a stream of light and rushed toward him. Boom, the heritage key hit Wang Ting's spirit and exploded. It turned into golden threads and bound Wang Ting's body. His spirit suddenly froze, and he could not move. "What did you do?" Wang Ting was shocked. "Ha ha ha, your body is mine." The Baron's face suddenly changed. He was no longer calm. His eyes were full of greed. He stared at Wang Ting's spirit and laughed. "What do you mean? What are you going to do?" Wang Ting was shocked. "What am I going to do? Of course, I am going to take over your body. I have waited for 1,000,000 years." The Baron was overjoyed. He turned into a ball of light. A giant mouth appeared on the ball of light, and it bit Wang Ting's spirit. Wang Ting watched as the Baron turned into a huge ball of light. There was nothing on it except for a mouth. Needless to say, this little appearance was quite unique. Faced with this sudden scene, Wang Ting was no longer as shocked and panicked as before. Instead, he became extremely calm, and the corners of his mouth even curled up into a mocking smile. "Possession? So this is your plan?" The Baron, who was charging straight at him, couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this. Wang Ting's calmness was beyond his expectations, and from his tone, why did it feel like he was already aware of it? However, now that the arrow was knocked on the bow, it had to be released. The Baron's spiritual body opened his mouth to the extreme, and actually wanted to swallow Wang Ting into his stomach. Wang Ting's spiritual body was bound by the golden threads and couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the big mouth bit down on him. Probably seeing that the matter was settled, the Baron's ball of light suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, then, he swallowed Wang Ting into his mouth. But soon, he found that he didn't bite anything at all. His mouth was only air. Is it good? At this moment, Wang Ting's voice came from behind him. How is this possible? The Baron turned back into his human form and turned pale with fright. He suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Ting as if he had seen a ghost. Before he could react, his pupils shrank. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He saw endless darkness engulfing him, and in an instant, he was completely enveloped. Boom! The Baron was shocked to find that a terrifying force was directly acting on his spiritual body, causing his mind to tremble and almost collapse. What kind of power is this? There was only endless darkness around him, and he couldn't see anything. His spiritual body was constantly being shaken and eroded, and he couldn't help but cry out in horror. Wang Ting didn't answer him. He kept consuming his soul origin to perform dark burial. This combat technique from the paladins of the sacred mountain was finally put to use. It could be used on the soul, which was a person's spiritual body. It could force a person's spiritual body out of their body. If it was used directly on a spiritual body, it would cause the spiritual body to collapse and disappear completely. If he didn't have such a method of intimidation, the Holy Knight who controlled the death domain wouldn't have been able to control so many souls. Before Wang Ting entered the command room, he noticed that the Baron was not dead. His soul was weak, but it was not gone. But when they reached the command room, the Baron appeared and told them he was dead. All that was left was a will shadow. The front and back did not match. Wang Ting immediately knew that he was hiding something, or perhaps he was plotting something. However, the other party's means were also real. He was actually able to restrain those dark apparitions. Wang Ting did not dare to take the risk. He could only feign civility and wait for an opportunity. He didn't let the so-called inheritance get to his head. He kept a trump card and prepared to deal a fatal blow to the other party. Wang Ting browsed through all his skills and finally set his sights on dark burial, a special skill that he had shelved for a long time. He immediately had a plan. He first upgraded dark burial from proficient, small success, large success, and directly to perfect. For this, he spent a total of more than 80,000 blank attribute points. Wang Ting didn't expect that the further dark burial progressed, the more the blank attribute points required would multiply. At perfect, it required tens of thousands of points. However, the opponent was a universe-level powerhouse. Even if he was very weak, he didn't dare to be careless or lucky. He spent the blank attribute points. It was not a loss. Nether's burial, 50,000/50,000, max, reality proved that perfect dark burial was indeed extraordinary. Even the spiritual body of a universe-level powerhouse was shaken to the point of collapse. At this moment, the Baron had completely lost the composure a powerhouse should have. He shouted in shock, "Stop! Wang Ting, don't you want the inheritance? Take your inheritance and go to hell with it." Wang Ting's voice was cold. He wasn't moved at all. He increased the injection of soul origin and madly used dark burial. Boom! The Baron's spiritual body trembled violently, and one of his hands exploded. "No, stop! I'll give you the inheritance. Stop." He looked at his spiritual body that was beginning to collapse. His pupils shrank, and he almost begged for mercy. "You don't look like a universe-level powerhouse. You're so afraid of death." Wang Ting sneered. "Dignity my ass," the Baron said anxiously. "Only living is king. Wang Ting, let me go, and I'll give you the inheritance. From now on, we'll mind our own business." "I'm sorry. I only want to kill you right now," Wang Ting said coldly. Boom! The lower half of the Baron's spiritual body exploded at this moment. The excruciating pain that came from the mental plane caused him to scream miserably. However, the collapse didn't stop. Under the violent tremors of dark burial, the remaining half of his spiritual body continued to collapse. From his stomach to his chest, it slowly turned into spots of light and was swallowed by the surrounding darkness. Despair filled the Baron's heart. He didn't expect that the ending he had waited for a million years would be like this. Why, no, he was a universe-level powerhouse. He couldn't die like this. He was furious, he couldn't accept it. King. Tongue. The Baron's spiritual body only had a head left. He let out a roar and made a final struggle. You can die now. Wang Ting's eyes turned cold. His spiritual energy condensed into a spiritual thorn, and he suddenly stabbed out. Xiao, the spiritual thorn pierced through the darkness before him. The Baron's pupils shrank. He saw a ray of light break through the darkness. After that, the spiritual thorn was like a divine punishment from the heavens. It flew from where the light was and directly nailed his head. No, the Baron let out an unwilling roar. Boom, however, it was all in vain. His remaining spiritual bodies had completely exploded. True death finally came to this universe-level powerhouse who had lived for a million years. The darkness before him receded like the tide. Wang Ting took back dark burial and stopped the consumption of his soul origin. He panted slightly, and his face was pale. This was his spiritual body. The consumption of soul origin was a huge burden on him. Wang Ting couldn't help but look at his stats. Soul origin, 4,920. His soul origin that had risen to 5,680 points after killing the star beast soul body had now fallen to 4,920 points. It was even less than before. This meant that using dark burial just now had consumed a total of 760 points of soul origin, and it was a permanent consumption that couldn't be automatically recovered. Wang Ting couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder this dark burial was so overpowered. It turned out that its consumption was also huge. However, the result was still good. A universe-level powerhouse's spiritual body was shaken to death by him. Which planetary state martial artist could do that? No one would have thought that a universe-level warrior would die in Wang Ting's sea of consciousness. Just like that. Aggrieved, sad, miserable, Wang Ting took a deep breath and rejoiced. If he didn't have dark burial, and if the opponent wasn't so weak after a million years, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Wang Ting suddenly smiled gently. No matter what, he had won. He had killed a universe-level martial warrior and won this battle of life and death. He was the only one who could understand the dangers involved in this. Luckily, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. When the Baron died, he dropped a few attribute bubbles that merged into his sea of consciousness. Star Traveler Spirit * 5600 Star Traveler Comprehension * 4800 Body Possession * 100. When Wang Ting absorbed all the attribute bubbles, a glint flashed in his eyes. Huge haul. He really didn't expect the harvest to be so huge. 5,600 points of Star Traveler Spirit, 4,800 points of Star Traveler Comprehension. What kind of concept was this? It was almost half of the Star Traveler Spirit and Comprehension. This meant that just the spirit and comprehension he got from the Baron allowed his spirit and comprehension to exceed the middle stage of the Star Traveler stage. Spirit, 7550/10,000, Star Traveler stage, Comprehension, 6750/10,000, Star Traveler stage. Seeing the changes in the attribute panel, Wang Ting couldn't help but take a deep breath. The depression from using up his soul source instantly disappeared. This wasn't a loss, it wasn't just a loss, it was a huge profit. Star Traveler Spirit and Comprehension were more than half. Normally, he didn't know how long it would take to reach this level, but now, it was done in an instant. He was indeed a universe-level warrior. Originally, a universe-level warrior's spirit and comprehension were definitely not just limited to the Star Traveler stage, but he didn't know if it was because his spirit body had been consumed for a million years or some other reason, but the attributes that dropped were only at the Star Traveler stage. Of course, Wang Ting was already satisfied. Then, he focused his attention on the last attribute bubble. Body Possession. There was actually a special skill called Body Possession in the attribute bubbles dropped by the Baron. Wang Ting didn't know that his luck could be so good. Possession, as the name implied, was the ability to devour another person's soul and take everything from them. This was simply a heaven-defying skill. The Baron had used possession. He wanted to swallow Wang Ting's soul, take his body, and come back to life. However, he couldn't even devour Wang Ting's spiritual body, let alone use possession. If he really used possession, it would not be so easy to deal with him again. The success rate of a high-level being possessing a low-level being was very high. The low-level being had almost no ability to resist. At this time, memories of the possession skill appeared in Wang Ting's mind. These memories gathered into a mysterious understanding that truly became something that belonged to him. Possession, 1/1000, proficient, with 100 points in possession, his understanding of the skill had increased from novice to proficient. Wang Ting slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He almost couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. According to the description of the possession skill, the most important thing in life was the soul. A life's body could die and dissipate, but as long as the soul remained, it could continue to live. Even if one seized another person's body, one could obtain better talent and reach a higher level of martial arts cultivation. There were infinite lives in the universe. There were countless races. Some races were weaker in talent, while others were blessed by nature. They were even born with the strength of a star traveler. They didn't need to cultivate much. They only needed to reach the universe level when they reached adulthood. What kind of terrifying talent was this? On the contrary, some races were very weak. Even if they worked hard for their whole life, it would be difficult for them to reach the star traveler level. Just like the humans on Earth, at this stage, most people couldn't reach the star traveler level. Only a few outstanding geniuses on the entire planet had the chance to reach the star traveler level. However, if they wanted to reach the universe level, the chances were very slim. This was the difference between the humans on Earth and the alien races. However, Wang Ting now mastered the possession skill. If he could possess a powerful race in the universe, reaching the universe level would be as easy as eating and drinking. However, the reason why Wang Ting was so happy was not because of this. He had the system, so talent was not a problem. He could reach as high as he wanted. He was happy because this possession skill could help him have more powerful clones. That's right, after obtaining the possession skill, he immediately thought of clones. Wang Ting had the cloning technique. He could split a part of his spirit and use possession. At that time, he would have a very powerful helper. It was simply too good. Wang Ting enjoyed the scene of using his clones to fight one-on-one with his opponents. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Clap clap clap. At this moment, a burst of applause suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's sea of consciousness. Wang Ting's heart almost skipped a beat. His expression changed and he suddenly turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw a strange shadow floating there. One must know that this was his sea of consciousness. Now, there was another strange existence in his sea of consciousness. How could he not be shocked? This person was not a baron, it was a person he had never seen before. He was wearing a white robe and had a noble aura. He looked no different from a human. He had long black hair and looked quite refined. He was looking at Wang Ting with a very strange expression. Like an elder looking at a junior, he was full of appreciation, happiness, and a trace of kindness. However, Wang Ting didn't dare to be negligent. Who knew what kind of existence this person was? If he was like that baron, he was also an old fox who had lived for God knows how long. If he was not careful, he might be eaten until not even his bones were left. Who are you? Wang Ting forced himself to calm down and asked coldly. I am a baron of the Qian Empire. The white-robed man said. At this moment, Wang Ting was a little confused. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? It seemed that the previous baron had said the same thing. Now, there was another baron? Don't tell me that there are two barons of the Qian Empire here. Didn't they say that barons were very rare? Now, they were like cabbages. There were two of them here. I know what you are thinking. The one just now was fake. He is the fugitive that I was chasing. In that battle, he was heavily injured by me and his body was destroyed. I accidentally fell and only left this soul imprint, waiting for an inheritor. However, because his soul is still considered complete, it is far better than mine. Therefore, I have been suppressed by him all these years. The white-robed man smiled and said slowly. You are real and he is fake? Who knows which one of you is telling the truth? Wang Ting said suspiciously, how can you prove it? I really can't prove it. However, my inheritance is here. You will know if I am telling the truth once you get it. The white-robed man was slightly stunned and smiled bitterly. The guy from before said the same thing. In the end, he wanted to take over my body. Wang Ting sneered. I can't take over your body. I am just a soul imprint. When you inherit everything from me, I will disappear. The white-robed man said. The previous baron said the same thing. Wang Ting said slowly. The white-robed man's face darkened. He felt a little bitter, as if his path had been taken by someone else and he had no path to take. Wang Ting saw him like this and suddenly felt a little shaken. Could it be that this was true? It seems that I can only take the blame for this. The white-robed man shook his head speechlessly and sighed. Forget it. I have been deceived by Aguero. If it were me, I wouldn't believe others so easily. In that case, I will dissipate this soul imprint on my own. Then, you can accept my inheritance. You want to dissipate the soul imprint on your own? Wang Ting said in surprise. It is just a soul imprint. When you get an inheritor, there will be no need for it to exist. The white-robed man shook his head. Wang Ting really believed this white-robed man now. Moreover, he used the eye of source substance to pry into the other party's essence and found that he was really not a soul body, but a soul imprint. But before that, I have a few things to tell you. The white-robed man said. Reading website, and you have something to tell me? Is this the price for accepting the inheritance? Wang Ting asked. Consider it a small request from me. If you accept my inheritance, you'll be considered half my successor. Helping me with something isn't too much. Of course, it's under the condition that you have the ability to do it. I won't force you. The white-robed man smiled. You've already put it this way. If I don't agree, it'll make me seem petty. Say it. Wang Ting said. The white-robed man smiled again and said slowly, you may not know this, but my inheritance includes my knowledge, techniques, and large amounts of wealth. It also includes my title of Baron of the Qian Empire. What? Wang Ting heard this and his expression changed. Don't doubt it. My title of Baron is hereditary. The Qian Empire's hereditary system doesn't only apply to my bloodline descendants. My successor also has the right to be hereditary. The white-robed man said. Then why don't you give it to your bloodline descendants? You've lived for so long. It's impossible that you don't have any descendants. Wang Ting asked. I don't have any descendants. The white-robed man said calmly. I'm sorry. Wang Ting laughed dryly. But I have a disciple. The white-robed man suddenly said faintly. Can we talk without pausing for breath? Wang Ting was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said, if you have a disciple, why are you telling me this? My disciple was one of the people who persuaded me to chase after Aguero. The white-robed man said, however, the information they gave me was fake. So you were deceived and then killed? Wang Ting was stunned. You can say that. The white-robed man said. You're too pitiful. Killed by your own disciple. You have bad taste. Wang Ting complained. The white-robed man. Wang Ting coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. Ahem, it's been 1,000,000 years. Your disciple is either dead or has become a universe-level powerhouse like you. Don't tell me you want me to avenge you? That's why I said to wait until you have the ability. As for now, you don't have the qualifications, the white-robed man said. Although I know you're telling the truth, is it really okay to hurt my feelings like this? Wang Ting was speechless. Ha ha ha, even you have times when you are afraid? The white-robed man laughed. Nonsense. It doesn't exist. Why would I be afraid? Wang Ting shook his head repeatedly. The white-robed man shook his head and laughed. If that's the case, then do you accept this request or not? Wang Ting touched his chin and said, I'll accept it. Why wouldn't I accept it? Since I've received your legacy, I've received your favor. Unfortunately, I don't like receiving favors from others. Hence, I'll help you with this as a way to repay your favor. Wang Ting wasn't too interested in other things, but Wang Ting was more interested in the title of Baron. He was about to enter the big stage of the universe. He needed an identity and a springboard. Then, there was nothing better than the identity of a baron from an ancient empire. Based on the attitude of Augustus and the others, one could imagine how noble and extraordinary this baron's identity was. If they knew that Wang Ting could easily obtain this title, would they be so jealous that their eyes would turn red? As for the universe-level powerhouses he would have to face, to be honest, Wang Ting wasn't too worried. After all, he had cheated. If you don't want to owe me a favor, you don't have to accept my inheritance. At this moment, the white-robed man joked. Wang Ting suddenly choked and almost couldn't breathe. He looked at the white-robed man with a strange expression. Such an otherworldly person actually knew how to insult others. It was always him who insulted others. He didn't expect to be insulted by someone else today. The white-robed man saw his constipated expression and laughed. All right, I've said what I needed to say. After receiving my inheritance, you'll receive my token. Use this token to go to the Qian Empire and your identity will be recognized. As for when you go, that's up to you. I don't need to say anything more. That's all I have to say. You're on your own. After saying that, the white-robed man looked deeply at Wang Ting. Then, his body gradually turned into light spots and dissipated. An imprint composed of mysterious runes floated quietly in the place where he had disappeared. At the same time, a few attribute bubbles formed around the rune's imprint. Pick them up, Wang Ting's eyes flashed and picked up the attribute bubbles first. Planet level spirit * 380, planet level spirit * 420, seems like it's really gone. Wang Ting muttered to himself. Then, he controlled his body and floated in front of the rune's imprint. He slowly reached out his finger to touch it. Boom, as soon as he touched the rune's imprint, a blinding light exploded. The rune's imprint instantly exploded and turned into countless runes. They revolved around Wang Ting's soul body, spiritual body, like stars orbiting around Wang Ting's body at high speed. Soon, these runes formed chains of runes. They emitted a golden light and looked extremely mysterious. Suddenly, these runes chains rushed to Wang Ting's head and entered between his eyebrows. This process only took a few breaths. Soon, all the runes chains disappeared. At the same time, a complicated rune's imprint appeared between Wang Ting's eyebrows. Wang Ting touched between his eyebrows and felt the imprint. He had a flash of understanding. With a wave of his hand, the golden palace that Aguero had used to deceive him appeared in front of him. This palace was indeed an inheritance palace. However, the real inheritance imprint was the rune's imprint and not the inheritance key. Wang Ting shook his head. With a thought, the door of the inheritance palace opened and he walked in. It was still the same magnificent palace. There were bookshelves filled with books. The collection of a universe-level being for countless years was impressive. Wang Ting waved his hand and books floated down and floated in front of him. Spirit Sorcerer Essentials, Spirit Force Control Technique, Spirit Force Illusion Technique, De Qian Ancient Language, Universe Common Language, Ancient God Language. Wang Ting glanced at them. A hint of surprise flashed past his eyes. He just took a few books and did not expect to get such useful books. Among them, Spirit Sorcerer Essentials, Spirit Force Control Technique, and Spirit Force Illusion Technique were obviously books of the Spirit Sorcerer lineage. After getting the inheritance imprint, Wang Ting also received some memory descriptions. The man in the white robe was called Nangongyu. Apart from being a universe-level being, he was also a universe-level spirit sorcerer. Therefore, it was not strange that there were books about spirit sorcerers in his inheritance palace. Wang Ting casually flipped through the book. Essentials of a Spiritual Sorcerer mainly introduced some common knowledge of a spiritual sorcerer. There were many things that Wang Ting did not know about, which were very helpful to him. On the other hand, the psychokinesis control method and the psychokinesis illusion method were the methods to control psychokinesis and the methods to cultivate illusions respectively. There was an extremely detailed training description that could greatly improve Wang Ting's spiritual force. His control of spiritual force was too rough in the past, and he could not truly utilize its full potential. As for the other books on various languages, Wang Ting flipped through them and put them back. This was giving him a headache. As for languages, just enough was enough. What was the point of learning so much? Moreover, he could obtain them by picking up attribute bubbles, so there was no need to waste time learning them. If the Baron of Nangonyu knew that Wang Ting had put away the various language books he had prepared, he would probably jump out of his coffin and beat Wang Ting to death. The Qian Empire was a country with countless history and a deep heritage. As a baron of the empire, strength alone was not enough. One must also have the corresponding knowledge and bearing. Learning languages, etiquette, and so on were necessary lessons for a lord of the empire. Otherwise, a lord who lacked etiquette and knowledge would only become the laughingstock of the entire empire. However, Wang Ting did not appreciate it at all. However, the language of the ancient gods caught Wang Ting's attention. This language of the ancient gods was the language of the powerful race that Wang Ting had obtained, the ancient god body. He did not expect to find the language of the ancient gods here. One must know that the ancient gods were very rare and mysterious. It was not easy to master their language. Wang Ting could not help but marvel at the strength of the Qian Empire once again. In addition to these books, there were many other books in the Heritage Palace. They were all placed on the bookshelves according to their categories, waiting for Wang Ting to take them. He had to admit that this heritage was very useful. After all, not everything could be obtained by picking up attributes. Picking up attributes was something that depended on luck. If Wang Ting entered the universe in the future and encountered something that he did not know, he could look it up in the Heritage Palace. This was probably the greatest use of the Heritage Palace. After a while, Wang Ting exited the Heritage Palace, and the Heritage Palace disappeared. Then, he took a deep breath and waved his hand. The spiritual labyrinth appeared. This spiritual maze belonged to the Baron of Nangonyu. Now that it was ownerless, it was naturally Wang Ting's. In the future, he would be able to control over the spiritual maze. And could use. And even use. That Aguero wasn't a telekinesis master. He was just relying on his powerful mind to barely activate this mental maze. Tings. Being chased after the astral chi and he. See. Being. Frums, however, Augustus and the others could not see him. Wang Ting also saw the two-headed hound. He reached out and grabbed. The two-headed hound disappeared from the labyrinth and appeared in front of him. The moment the two-headed hound appeared, it was in a daze as it scanned its surroundings vigilantly. However, when it saw Wang Ting, it hurriedly moved closer and rubbed its head against Wang Ting's leg. It whimpered in a flattering manner. Henchman, it was probably referring to its appearance. It was self-taught. Okay, you will follow me from now on. Be obedient, and you will get benefits. Wang Ting patted the two-headed hound's head and said, Now, I have something to tell you. Listen carefully. The two-headed hound's two heads nodded. It pricked up its ears and looked like it was listening carefully. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and said, When you return to the labyrinth later, let those astral beast soul bodies continue to tangle with those humans. You don't have to kill them, but you have to make them unable to stop. Chase them around the labyrinth. The two-headed hound looked at Wang Ting as if it was looking at a demon. It felt that this new master was too ruthless. Those who were trapped in the labyrinth were all astral beasts. If they were to keep running, wouldn't they be exhausted to death? If something went wrong, their astral beasts would fall into an extremely weak state and be exhausted to death. Even if they didn't die, they would probably fall into a deep sleep. If their souls fell into a deep sleep, it would take at least a few decades to 100 years. It could even take thousands or tens of thousands of years. They would never wake up again until their physical body collapsed. To those prodigies, no matter what the outcome was, they would not be able to accept it. If a prodigy was delayed for just a few decades, they would probably be left in the dust. The two-headed hound suddenly felt that its new master was too sinister. Indeed, it was better to be an obedient pet dog. The two-headed hound immediately obeyed and left to play a game of eagle and chicken with Augustus and the others in the labyrinth. Poor Augustus and the others still didn't know that the inheritance had been obtained by Wang Ting, and they had even been tricked by him. However, Wang Ting thought for a moment and fished Bai Luo out. No matter what, the two had cooperated before. It seemed a bit unreasonable to trick her as well. Moreover, she was a beautiful woman, so Wang Ting felt that he still had a tender heart for the fairer sex. Bai Luo only felt her body flicker, and then she appeared in front of Wang Ting. After being stunned for a moment, she seemed to understand something and said with a complicated expression, "It seems that you've succeeded." "It was just a fluke." Wang Ting smiled faintly. Bai Luo was extremely open-minded as she shook her head and said, "There's no such thing as fluke. You were able to enter the entrance and obtain the inheritance, which in itself means that you're stronger than all of us." It was just that the envy in her eyes could not be concealed. "Since it's over, let's return to our bodies," Wang Ting said. "What about them?" Bai Luo glanced at the labyrinth below, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Them? Whether they can come out or not depends on their luck," Wang Ting said. "Bai Luo. What good fortune. Isn't it up to you to decide whether or not I can come out now?" However, she didn't dare to say anything. She was already very happy that she was pulled out by Wang Ting. If she spoke a few more words on behalf of Augustus and the others, what would she do if Wang Ting threw her in again? In any case, offending Wang Ting had nothing to do with her. "Sigh, I don't have any other intentions. I just want you to train your minds." Wang Ting shook his head. "Like hell I'd believe you." Bai Luo glanced at him. Then the two directly left the knowledge sea. Inside the command room, Wang Ting opened his eyes slowly and heaved a long sigh. He scanned his surroundings, and his pupils constricted. At some point, not far in front of him, two figures in robes had appeared. "Examiners! Examiners!" While Wang Ting was distracted by the sudden appearance of the two figures, he heard Bai Luo's exclamation. "Examiners?" Wang Ting was slightly taken aback and immediately understood the other party's identity. After experiencing so many unforeseen events, he had almost forgotten that this was a trial. Naturally, there would be examiners in a trial. Previously, he knew that there were instructors from the Sacred Star Tower monitoring the entire Earth star. It was clearly these two examiners. This was something he already knew. However, now that these two examiners had suddenly appeared, he had no choice but to overthink things under such circumstances. At this moment, Bai Luo hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to the two examiners with unusual respect. "You're very good. We've all seen your performance in the trial." Ma Dayuan's eyes flashed with praise as he slowly nodded. "Thank you for your praise." Bai Luo's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of joy. Since the two examiners had said so, it meant that her admission was basically set in stone. At this moment, the other examiner named Ning Honglang looked at Wang Ting and said with a dignified expression, "You must be Wang Ting. You should know about the trial this time." Wang Ting nodded and did not speak rashly. "You're a native of Earthstar. We've used Earthstar as a trial ground, so we've also given Earthstar 3 spots. Based on your performance in the trial, you can get one," Ning Honglang said calmly as his gaze fell on Wang Ting's face. However, to his disappointment, Wang Ting did not look particularly excited. On the contrary, he was so calm that he did not seem like a young martial artist from a backward planet. Ning Honglang and Ma Dayuan could not help but look at each other. "Do you know the Sacred Star Tower's position in the Federation of Orange?" Ma Dayuan could not help but ask. "I do. It's said to be the most famous school in the Federation of Orange." Wang Ting nodded without much concern. Bai Luo. This guy really had his eyes on the top of his head. He did not even seem to care about the Sacred Star Tower. Cough, cough. When Ma Dayuan saw Wang Ting's indifferent expression, he couldn't help but let out a dry cough. Then he turned to Bai Luo and said, "Bai Luo, I'll have to ask you to leave first. We have some things to discuss with Wang Ting alone." A trace of surprise flashed through Bai Luo's eyes. She didn't know what the two examiners wanted to say to Wang Ting. However, when he thought about how Wang Ting was a genius who had obtained the inheritance of a baron of the Qian Empire, the two examiners were probably trying to rope him in with some special treatment. Thinking this, Bai Luo didn't dare to be negligent. She quickly nodded and left the command room. Ma Dayuan waved his hand and closed the door. Origin power surged within his body and formed a soundproof barrier around them. Then, he looked at Wang Ting. The two looked at each other again, and Ning Honglang asked, "Wang Ting, you've already obtained the inheritance of a baron of the Qian Empire, haven't you?" Wang Ting glanced at the barrier discreetly. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he nodded calmly. Wang Ting, you probably don't know the dangers of the universe. The fact that you've obtained the inheritance hasn't been hidden. It'll probably spread out very soon. When that time comes, there will be all sorts of people coming to fight for it. You're only a planetary state martial artist. To put it bluntly, planetary state martial artists are as common as dogs in the universe. Even star state martial artists like us are nothing compared to them. Therefore, you definitely won't be able to keep the inheritance, and your life will be in danger. Ning Honglang said sincerely. That's right. The inheritance of a baron of the Qian Empire is very tempting. Even universe-level powerhouses won't be able to resist coming to fight for it. Ma Dayuan nodded in agreement. Wang Ting's face changed, and he acted like he was afraid. He asked rather anxiously, then what do you suggest, seniors? Ma Dayuan and Ning Honglang looked at each other, and a sliver of undetectable amusement flashed through their eyes. Ma Dayuan said, it's very simple. As long as you give the inheritance to us and bring it back to the Sacred Star Tower, no one will dare to do anything to you. As the largest institution in the Federation of Orange, the Sacred Star Tower has countless powerful people, and there's no lack of universe-level martial artists among them. If regular universe-level martial artists want to fight for it, they'll have to consider their own strength. You'll obviously be protected by the Sacred Star Tower. Of course, the Sacred Star Tower will give you some compensation as well. They won't take your inheritance for nothing. Wang Ting fell into deep thought when he heard this. However, he was sneering in his heart. They made it sound so nice, but they were still trying to take it by force. The Sacred Star Tower was also a bandit who wanted to steal the Baron's inheritance. No, perhaps this was just the personal behavior of these two Sacred Star Tower mentors. The Sacred Star Tower might just be a cover for them. In their eyes, Wang Ting was just a native martial artist from a backward planet. He didn't have much knowledge. As long as he handed over the inheritance, they could do whatever they wanted with him. They could just give him some compensation, and who could say they were trying to take it by force? These two really had a good plan. Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. His mind worked quickly as he tried to find a way out. It wasn't hard to tell from their words that they were both star states. Star states were still rather difficult for Wang Ting to deal with right now. If they were only at the third level of the star state, he could use a big move like Space Storm and his willpower to barely deal with them. However, if they were at the third level of the star state or the third level of the star state, he basically had no chance of winning. I wonder what the Sacred Star Tower will give me if I hand over the inheritance. Wang Ting asked after some thought. Ma Dayuan and the mentor glanced at each other, and a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. Everything else aside, we can give you access to the first 3 levels of the Sacred Star Tower's library for free for 3 years. The first 3 levels of the library have all the cultivation materials and cultivation methods from the star state to the star state. You can read and learn as much as you want. In addition, we can provide you with 50 billion Federation of Orange dollars worth of cultivation resources. These resources are definitely enough for you to cultivate to the peak of the star state. Ma Dayuan immediately said. Wang Ting sneered in his heart. A mere 3 years of library access and 50 billion Federation of Orange dollars worth of cultivation resources. Were these two trying to send a beggar away? Even if he wasn't very clear about the prices in the universe, he could tell that these two weren't sincere at all. Not to mention the 50 billion Federation of Orange dollars, just the 3 years of library access was nothing compared to the Inheritance Palace. An entire palace's collection of books. Not only were there star state cultivation methods, but there were also countless universe-level cultivation methods. Moreover, there was also the huge wealth left behind by the Nangong Yu. That wealth was calculated into Qian dollars, not the currency of a mere elementary-level universe nation. The difference between the two was too huge. Wang Ting's heart went cold. Just as he was thinking about how to resolve this matter, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Agree to them. Agree to their request. The sudden appearance of this voice startled Wang Ting. Who's there? Wang Ting shouted in his heart. I'm an artificial life left behind by my master. You've obtained his inheritance and will be my new master, the voice said. Artificial intelligence? Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He was flabbergasted. Yes, I'm an artificial life, the voice said calmly. Why do you want me to agree to their request? Wang Ting asked after a moment of silence. Agree to their request and make them lower their guard. Leave the rest to me, the voice said. Are you sure? Wang Ting asked hesitantly. It was unreliable for him to believe in an artificial life that he had never seen before. What's the harm in trying? You don't have any good ideas anyway, the voice said faintly with a hint of a smile. Alright, you're right. I'll leave it to you, Wang Ting said in his heart. Very good. The voice seemed satisfied. Wang Ting did not speak again. Since the conversation between the two was in their minds, it only took a few breaths in the outside world. Ma Dayuan and Ning Hongling thought that Wang Ting was hesitating and did not rush him. At this moment, Wang Ting seemed to have made a decision. He nodded and said, All right, I'll pass the inheritance to the two of you. I hope you can guarantee my safety. All right. No problem. Ma Dayuan and Ning Hongling could not suppress the joy in their hearts. They nodded and responded immediately. Wang Ting took a deep breath. A rune mark slowly appeared on his glabella. It gathered together and floated out from his glabella. Ha ha ha. Very good. Ma Dayuan and Ning Hongling could no longer suppress the joy in their hearts. They laughed and pounced on the runes. Chi, at this moment, an almost imperceptible sound was heard. Two rays of light shot out from behind Wang Ting. At this moment, he was standing in front of the three-eyed skeleton. The rays of light shot out from the back of the chair that the skeleton was sitting on. The two beams were only the size of a needle. They shot towards Ma Dayuan and Ning Honglong's heads at an extremely fast speed. Their eyes were completely attracted by the runes. When they noticed the beams, it was too late. Their faces lost all color and their pupils contracted to the extreme. They felt the danger of death. This needle-sized beam could actually kill a star state. No. The two of them let out an unwilling roar, but it was nothing more than a last-ditch struggle. Splat, splat, the beams penetrated their heads. And their bodies froze on the spot. A trace of scarlet blood seeped out from the space between their eyebrows. Then, they fell to the ground with a loud thud and lost all signs of life. Wang Ting saw this scene and was extremely shocked. 2 star states died just like that? This was unbelievable. Hee, are you very surprised? The voice that belonged to the artificial intelligence sounded again with a hint of pride. Where are you? Wang Ting took a deep breath and asked. Here. A figure slowly appeared before Wang Ting. It turned out to be a strange creature with the height of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Its entire body was white and plump, and its head was round with 2 black eyes embedded in it. At the same time, there were 2 curved antennae growing from the top of its head. It didn't wear any clothes. Its entire body was snow white. There was a strange sense of cuteness to it. You can call me Yuan Gungun. The artificial intelligence floated before Wang Ting and laughed. Yuan Gungun? Wang Ting's expression was strange. Who gave you this name? Master Nangong gave it to me. I think it's very nice. Don't you think so? The artificial intelligence tilted its head. As long as you're happy. Wang Ting complained about Nangong Yu's naming skills. What the F***ck is round? Why don't you call yourself White Fatty? However, he really didn't have the right to criticize others. He wasn't any better. He was probably the only one who named a black crow Little White. It was similar to Nangong Yu. The two of them really had a bit of fate. They're all dead? At this moment, Wang Ting looked at the bodies of the 2 star states on the ground. Although he saw that their life force and souls had completely dissipated, he still couldn't help but ask. Dead. Yuan Gungun nodded calmly. What were those 2 beams just now? Wang Ting suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. That was a spiritual attack left behind by Master Nangong. He used a special method to store it and waited for the right time to activate it. He had already predicted that. This would happen, Yuan Gungun said proudly. However, as it spoke, a sorrowful expression appeared on its face. Are you okay? Wang Ting was surprised. How could an artificial intelligence show such human-like emotions? I'm fine. Master Nangong has been dead for millions of years. I've already accepted this result. Yuan Gungun shook its head. It saw Wang Ting's expression and asked, "You look very strange?" "A little." "Do you have human emotions?" Wang Ting asked carefully. "In essence, I'm a type of artificial intelligence. However, there are different levels of artificial intelligence. Although some logic programs on Earth are also called artificial intelligence, they're too low level. In the universe, those that can be called artificial intelligence are at least on par with humans in terms of thinking. Although I'm also a type of artificial intelligence, I've already surpassed artificial intelligence and can be called an artificial intelligence life form. I'm a life form similar to you humans. I have emotions and can even cultivate and evolve," Yuan Gungun said slowly. "That's really mysterious," Wang Ting said in surprise. "The universe is vast and there are all sorts of strange things." Yuan Gungun said proudly, "An artificial intelligence life form like me is very rare. Even those immortal beings might not have an artificial intelligence life form like me." Wang Ting took a deep breath. He felt that he had struck gold. This artificial intelligence life form sounded quite impressive. It didn't even have an immortal. What was the immortal level? Above the universe level was the domain lord level, sector lord level, and finally the immortal level. The universe level had a lifespan of 3 million years. The domain lord level had a lifespan of 10 million years. The sector lord level had a lifespan of 100 million years. However, they would still die. Even if a sector lord had a lifespan of 100 million years, under the passage of time, if they couldn't transcend, they would decay. Only when they reached the immortal level could they be considered to have transcended the limits of life. The immortal level was also known as the eternal God. It was a true godlike existence. It had an eternal lifespan and was immortal. Even such an existence might not have an artificial intelligence life form. This showed how rare artificial intelligence life forms were. It seemed that Nangong Yu had left him quite a few good things. He didn't take the blame for nothing, Wang Ting thought to himself. In the command room, Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun chatted for a while before looking at the bodies of the two Sacred Star Tower mentors. As they died, 10 attribute bubbles, no more and no less, floated up from their corpses. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he picked them up. Earth Element Star Force * 21,500, King Level Earth Element Talent * 260 Planetary State Mental Force * 850 Planetary State Comprehension * 885, Mysterious Convergence Technique * 100, Fire Star Force * 25,600, King Level Fire Talent * 320 Planetary State Mental Force * 1200 Planetary State Comprehension * 1080 Yang Spirit Blazing Fire Technique * 220. Wang Ting was overjoyed as the attribute bubbles merged into his body and mind. There were actually more than 20,000 points of Earth Star Force and Fire Star Force. In the blink of an eye, 2 streams of pure star origin power, one yellow and one red, circulated within his body and gradually merged into the origin power star above the Sea of Nothingness. Rumble, the Sea of Nothingness trembled as the stars representing the fire and earth origin powers underwent an abrupt change. Gradually, another star separated from their bodies. Like a cell splitting, another star was slowly being born. Finally, 2 more stars appeared above Wang Ting's Sea of Nothingness. One was a fire star, and the other was an earth star. Including the original 5, there were now 7 stars, level 2 planetary state. His fire and earth force reached level 2 planetary state at the same time. Fire Star Force, 14500/20,000, level 2 planetary state, Earth Star Force, 13600/10,000, level 2 planetary state. Not only that, but looking at the changes on the attribute panel, these 2 forces were only a few thousand points away from level 2. Wang Ting took a deep breath and continued looking at the other attribute changes. This time, he obtained a total of 2,050 points of planetary state mental force and 1,965 points of planetary state comprehension. This allowed his spirit and comprehension attributes to increase by a large margin. His mental force was greatly improved in the mental maze, and now that it increased again, he was very close to breaking through to the star state. Comprehension, 8 715/10,000, Star State, Mental Force, 9 600/10,000, Star State. Wang Ting looked at the changes on the attribute panel and almost couldn't believe that he was going to improve again after just reaching the Star State. Star State Mental Force, that was a mental force level that only universe beings could reach, and Wang Ting was only a few hundred points away. However, he knew that this opportunity was hard to come by. A mental maze left behind by a universe-level being as well as the mental force of 2 star states. This wasn't something that could be easily encountered. Wang Ting hurriedly calmed himself down. If not, he might feel unbalanced in the future. Then, he looked at the 2 cultivation methods, star-level mid-tier cultivation technique, mysterious origin returning technique, high-tier star-level cultivation method, new peak sun spirit blazing fire technique. These 2 cultivation methods were both star-state cultivation methods. They had been converted into memories and fused into Wang Ting's mind. They formed 2 figures cultivating and became Wang Ting's comprehension. This was a pleasant surprise. Although there was no lack of star-state cultivation methods in Nangongyu's heritage, who would care more about these high-level cultivation methods, Wang Ting vaguely knew that heritage was extremely important in the universe. Many people couldn't even afford a star-state cultivation method, which caused their cultivation speed to be very slow. Even if Wang Ting didn't use these scriptures, he could sell them for a huge sum of money. He could earn a huge sum of money. What he didn't know was that these 2 cultivation methods were actually secret techniques of the Sacred Star Tower. Usually, only star-state teachers or some prodigy students had the right to exchange for them. Moreover, they were not allowed to spread them out, or else they would be severely punished by the Sacred Star Tower. A light punishment would be crippling their cultivation, while a heavy punishment would be death. However, Wang Ting didn't care about this. He already had a feud with the Sacred Star Tower, so he didn't care whether it was big or small. It only took a few breaths to collect the attribute bubbles. Wang Ting looked at the 2 corpses on the ground and sighed. 2 star-state powerhouses had died here silently. It was really sad. However, Wang Ting didn't sympathize with them. If he hadn't pretended to be polite, these 2 wouldn't have been so nice. In the end, if they couldn't come to an agreement, they might have just killed Wang Ting and snatched the heritage. Wang Ting had never been afraid to judge others with the worst intentions. He wasn't a saint, and he was even a little selfish. He was just an ordinary person with his own bottom line. If someone touched his bottom line, he wouldn't mind being ruthless. If they were greedy, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Since the martial Dao era, martial artists had been fighting for resources in order to improve themselves. They weren't as peaceful as they seemed on the surface. Wang Ting had seen such things many times, so he didn't find it strange. However, he was having a headache about how to deal with this matter. 2 star-state powerhouses had died on Earth, and they were star-state powerhouses from a major faction like the Sacred Star Tower. They weren't ordinary people that no one paid attention to. Their deaths were in vain. Wang Ting was almost certain that their deaths would attract other powerhouses from the Sacred Star Tower. Are you worried about the Sacred Star Tower's revenge? Yuan Gungun seemed to have seen through his thoughts and asked calmly. You have a way? Wang Ting asked. Actually, as long as you go to the Qian Empire and successfully inherit the title of Baron, the Sacred Star Tower can only suffer in silence even if 2 star-state powerhouses died. They won't dare to do anything to you, Yuan Gungun said. Aren't you just wasting your breath? Wang Ting rolled his eyes in annoyance. Not necessarily. If you really go to the Qian Empire as Master Nangong's inheritor, they won't do anything to you on the surface at least. They will only attack you in the dark. There will definitely be assassinations and schemes, Yuan Gungun said while stroking his smooth chin. Wang Ting was speechless. You make it sound so easy. I almost thought we were playing house. Hee, let's see if you're afraid, Yuan Gungun said as if he didn't panic. Why do I feel like you really want me to go back to the Qian Empire and inherit the title of Baron? Wang Ting asked suspiciously. Cough cough, that's not it. I'm just giving you a suggestion. The decision is in your hands, Yuan Gungun said as if it had nothing to do with him. Let me think about it. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he shook his head. Yuan Gungun nodded and didn't say anything else. By the way, if I want to go to the Qian Empire, how long will it take? Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and asked. If we use the Qianyuani 63 spacecraft left behind by Master Nangong, it will take 36 days to reach the capital planet of the Qian Empire. De Qian, Yuan Gungun's eyes flashed as if he was calculating the travel time and slowly said. Qianyuani 63 spacecraft? Wang Ting asked in confusion. Hehe, we are actually in the Qianyuani 63 spacecraft right now, Yuan Gungun said. Don't tell me that the ruins covering the entire continent are the Qianyuani 63 spaceships that you mentioned? Wang Ting was shocked. That's not the case. Only the central area is. Yuan Gungun shook his head and said, our spaceship has been on Earth for too long. In order to ensure sufficient energy, I put the spaceship into a dormant state. In order to ensure that the spaceship can be restarted one day, I asked the humans from the previous Earth civilization to build this ruin with the spaceship as the center to provide an endless supply of energy for the spaceship. This entire ruin is actually an energy absorption device. Wang Ting was speechless for a long time. The previous Earth civilization, and this entire ruin was actually an energy absorption device. Was the energy required for a spaceship so terrifying? He could hardly imagine it. Don't underestimate the energy required to travel through space. I put the spaceship into a dormant state until now, and the energy it absorbed was only enough for you to fly to Deqian planet. If there were any accidents along the way, it would most likely break down halfway, Yuan Gungun said. Are you kidding me? Is it that bad? Wang Ting was speechless. What do you think? The Qianyuani 63 spaceship has been on Earth for 1,000,000 years. The reason it can still be used is because I have maintained it well and prepared for a rainy day, accumulating a large amount of energy. Otherwise, you would just be staring at it. If it were other artificial intelligences, they wouldn't have such intelligence at all, Yuan Gungun said proudly as he stared at Wang Ting with his hands on his waist. Alright. You're the smartest. It's all thanks to you that the spaceship can still be used, Wang Ting quickly comforted him. Although Yuan Gungun was an artificial intelligence with many incredible abilities and high intelligence, his temper was still like a child's sometimes. Humph, that's more like it, Yuan Gungun snorted. Hey, wait a minute. There are many spaceships from these extraterrestrial trial takers on Earth. Their spaceships should have extra energy on them, right? Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and said. Yes. Quickly take me to have a look. Yuan Gungun's eyes suddenly lit up. He said excitedly, actually, there are still many damaged parts on the Qianyuani 63 spaceship. We can use their spaceship to repair it. This way, it will be more secure during space travel. The Qianyuani 63 spaceship is actually damaged. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Ting's face darkened. He felt that this Yuan Gungun was very unreliable. If something were to happen to him while he was using the spaceship to travel through space, he would have nowhere to cry. This guy was too deceitful. Hehe, I didn't have time to tell you. Yuan Gungun rubbed his round head and said embarrassedly. You. Wang Ting was so depressed that he almost wanted to vomit blood. He said in a bad mood, if it were me, I would have just used the spaceships of the extraterrestrial trial takers. Why would I need to repair this Qianyuani 63 spaceship? It's an antique from 1,000,000 years ago. Using it for navigation would make me panic. What do you know? Yuan Gungun snorted, I can guarantee that none of the trial taker spaceships can compare to this Qianyuani 63 spaceship. What do you mean? Wang Ting asked curiously. He had to admit that Yuan Gungun definitely knew more than him. Yuan Gungun thought for a while and began to show off, let me explain it to you. In the universe, to the strong, in order of importance, it would be cultivation techniques, battle techniques, weapons, armors, and finally, spaceships. I'll explain the first 4 to you when we meet them. Let's talk about the spaceship for now. Don't look at how it's at the end of the list. In fact, for it to be placed side by side with the first few, it already explains the problem. After all, the universe is too vast. If you want to travel through space, you have to use a spaceship. Even sector lords and immortals are no exception. Otherwise, just traveling through space alone would take you hundreds of years. Who would be willing to waste that time? Wang Ting nodded as he listened. He was deep in thought. Yuan Gungun continued, then this involves the grade of the spaceship. The higher the grade of the spaceship, the faster it is. It only takes a dozen or so days to travel dozens of light years. However, some normal spaceships would probably take a few decades. And the higher the grade of the spaceship, the higher the quality of the materials and craftsmanship required. Like this Xianxia 63 spaceship, it's considered an extremely high-grade spaceship among countless planets. Normally, only a small number of universe-level warriors or people with strong backgrounds can afford it. Master Nangong happens to be a person with both strength and background. And this entire spaceship is made of a rare metal called star sand iron. Even a universe-level warrior would have to spend a lot of effort to destroy a spaceship made of this metal. In addition, the price of this metal is also very expensive. Every ton of star sand iron costs 3,000 Great Qian dollars, and the entire Xianxia 63 spacecraft weighs about 2.56 million tons. The price of this metal alone is more than 7.6 billion Great Qian dollars. That's to Qian dollars, not the currency of a primary universe country like the Federation of Orange. According to the official exchange rate, the currency of an advanced civilization country is 1,000 times that of an intermediate civilization country, and the currency of an intermediate civilization country is 1,000 times that of a primary civilization country. Think about how much this Xianxia 63 spaceship costs, right? This is a luxury spaceship. After Yuan Gungun finished speaking, he looked at Wang Ting gloatingly. As a native of a backward planet, he was looking forward to seeing the shocked expression on Wang Ting's face after hearing such a huge amount of money. Yuan Gungun was not looking down on Wang Ting, but simply wanted to see him make a fool of himself. However, Wang Ting's expression was calm as he asked, "So you're telling me that this spaceship is worth a lot of money? What else?" Yuan Gungun saw his expression and stared with his eyes wide open. "That's it?" Wang Ting asked. "That's it." Yuan Gungun jumped up and said, "Such an awesome spaceship, can't you give me some reaction?" "What reaction do you want me to have?" Wang Ting was speechless. Shock, excitement. "Hearing that you have such an awesome spaceship, don't you feel anything?" Yuan Gungun said frantically. "Oh, a little." Wang Ting nodded calmly. "Oh?" Yuan Gungun was like a deflated balloon as he said weakly, "Really, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment at all." Wang Ting could not help but secretly laugh. In fact, he was still very shocked, but he did not want to see Yuan Gungun's proud look, so he remained calm on the surface. Okay, since you want to repair it, we'll quickly go out and drag those trial taker spaceships back and dismantle them. After that, we'll repair this Xianxia 63 spaceship for you." Wang Ting waved his hand and slapped the table. "That's more like it." Yuan Gungun pulled himself together again and nodded in satisfaction. Wang Ting touched his chin and recalled the two corpses on the ground. Then, he used the dark doppelganger technique and two black lights flew out from his body. They slowly condensed into two figures and turned into the appearance of the two sacred star Tower mentors. "Damn, you actually have a doppelganger technique? That's something that even Master Nangong doesn't have," Yuan Gungun said in shock. In the face of Yuan Gungun's shock, Wang Ting smiled slightly and did not explain anything. This guy had a "I'm very powerful" look on his face from the beginning. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would think that Wang Ting was a pushover. Wang Ting looked at Yuan Gungun and asked, "Are you going to stay on the spaceship, or are you going to leave with me?" "Of course I'm going to leave with you. I still want to see if there are any usable parts in those spaceships." "Can you do it without me?" Yuan Gungun found his confidence again and said proudly. After saying that, he flipped his hand and a crystal clear white prismatic crystal appeared in his palm. "This is a life source stone. It's very rare and can allow me to live in it for a long time. If you take it with you, I can leave with you," Yuan Gungun explained. Life source stone. Wang Ting's eyes were filled with amazement. He couldn't help but feel that the universe was full of strange things. Even such a magical crystal existed. "By the way, this crystal skull seems to be able to store souls," Wang Ting said as he took out the crystal skull from his storage space. Oh, this is something I purposely threw outside to attract attention. There is indeed some powder from the life source stone in it. It can store a spirit body for a short period of time, but after a long time, the spirit body will dissipate automatically. The round man glanced at the crystal skull in Wang Ting's hand and said nonchalantly. What's with the star map inside? Wang Ting asked. I made it casually. It's actually a star map to the Qian Empire, Yuan Gungun said with a smile. Wang Ting suddenly felt like he had been cheated. Damn it, he thought it was a treasure map. It turned out to be a star map to the Qian Empire. This scammer. You can collect a dozen skulls and sell them. You should be able to make a lot of money. After all, these things are mixed with the powder of the life source stone, so they have some of the effects of the life source stone. For example, they have a certain effect on the mind of low-level people. Of course, they won't be of any use to you, Yuan Gungun said. When Wang Ting heard this, he immediately looked at the alien trial takers who were sitting cross-legged around him. He remembered that the other crystal skulls were with these trial takers. Wang Ting took off their interspatial equipment and used his psychic power to form a psychic thorn to remove the psychic imprint. At the same time, Augustus and the others in the mental maze were severely injured. Their expressions changed drastically. Who touched my spatial ring? Augustus's expression was ugly, so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. K2, Puke Lin, and the other alien trial takers' faces were also as black as a pot. At this time, the four of them were being chased around by a few astral beasts' soul bodies. They were already very weak, and now that they were severely injured, their soul bodies were on the verge of collapse. If this continues, our soul bodies will fall into a deep sleep, Augustus said in a low voice. It must be Wang Ting. He must have obtained the inheritance and controlled this mental palace at the same time, trapping us here. Pukelin's eyes flashed as he quickly said. Motherf asterisk cur, this guy is so evil. K2 cursed, his eyes spitting fire. Augustus, Pukelin, and the others were so aggrieved that they wanted to vomit blood. They were all prodigies from the Federation of Orange, and they had looked down on Wang Ting. Who would have thought that not only did Wang Ting obtain the inheritance of the Baron of the Qian Empire, but they were also being chased around like stray dogs. To them, this was a huge blow. Moreover, Augustus and the others were going crazy with jealousy. That was the barren inheritance of a high-level cosmic civilization. It was actually obtained by Wang Ting, an Earth-star native. Just like that, Augustus and the others couldn't wait to replace him. At this time, the other alien trial taker broke the silence and asked with a pale face, "What do we do now?" Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar was heard. A loud rumbling sound appeared behind them, and a few astral beasts' soul bodies chased after them closely. They were just like walking dogs, walking and resting. It wasn't that they couldn't catch up. F***ck, what else can we do? Run. K2's expression changed, and he ran straight ahead. Augustus and the others could only follow and run for their lives again. In reality, Wang Ting took the space equipment of the alien trial takers without hesitation. There was a lot of wealth in it, so he naturally accepted it. He didn't kill them directly because they had worked together to deal with the dark apparitions. Sigh, he had no choice. He was too merciful. However, Wang Ting didn't show any mercy to the dark apparitions. At this moment, he turned to look at the unconscious dark apparition demon lords, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This was such a good opportunity. It would be a pity if he didn't kill them. Wang Ting was expressionless. His spiritual force gushed out from between his eyebrows, and a few flying knives flew out from the space ring. They turned into cold lights and slashed across the necks of the dark apparitions. With the support of the planet-level spiritual force, the flying knives were as fast as lightning and cut off the heads of the dark apparitions. However, the flying daggers also cracked and turned into scrap metal. TSK, your control method is too crude. If you have time, you should learn the Spiritual Force Secret Manual left by Master Nangong. Yuan Gungun shook his head and said, also, your weapon is terrible. You used to be a star apprentice, so you could barely use it. Now, your opponents are all strong beings above the planet level. Their bodies are very strong and can't be shaken by ordinary weapons. Therefore, you have to have a weapon used by a planet-level divine spirit master. I remember that Master Nangong should have left some weapons behind. You can look for them. Where are they? Wang Ting's eyes lit up and asked. Didn't I give you Master Nangong's space equipment? Yuan Gungun asked curiously. When did you give them to me? Wang Ting was speechless. Look at me, I forgot. Yuan Gungun patted his head, took out a bracelet, and threw it to Wang Ting. There are some things that Master used when he was alive. Look for them when you have time. Wang Ting was overjoyed. He nodded and put away the bracelet. This was the space equipment of a universe-level being. There must be a lot of good stuff in it. However, now was not the time to look. Wang Ting looked at the corpses of the dark apparitions and thought for a while. He was still a little worried, so he summoned the green jade glass flame and burned them to ashes. This is heavenly flame? Yuan Gungun looked at the green flame and widened his eyes in shock. He was even more shocked than when he saw Wang Ting's clone technique. You know quite a lot, Wang Ting said. Clone technique, heavenly flame. You have so many good things. Speaking of which, are you the son of some hidden boss? The round ball kept circling Wang Ting and sizing him up carefully. His expression was a little strange. Wang Ting almost spat out a mouthful of salt soda on Yuan Gungun's face. What did he mean by the son of a hidden boss? Could this guy's imagination be any richer? If he was the son of a hidden boss, why would he need to work so hard to increase his attributes? Get lost. Wang Ting glared at Yuan Gungun. Hee, don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm just surprised that you, a native warrior from a backward planet, have so many good things that even universe-level powerhouses would be jealous of. How can I not be surprised? Yuan Gungun chuckled. He also knew that Wang Ting couldn't be the son of a boss. He was just too shocked and wanted to tease him. Wang Ting was too lazy to explain to him. He wanted to maintain a certain level of mystery so that this guy wouldn't look down on him. Wang Ting was sure that there would be more surprises like this in the future. Yuan Gungun would never think that he was a cheat. As the few dark demon lords fell and turned into ashes in the flames, attribute bubbles floated out one by one. Wang Ting suddenly felt very grateful to the fake baron. If he hadn't taken care of these dark demon lords, Wang Ting wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. What a good guy. After sighing with emotion, Wang Ting picked up all the attribute bubbles around him. Dark Star Force * 3000, Emperor Stage Spirit * 650 King Level Dark Talent * 350 Magic Change * 30 Dark Star Force * 2 800 Emperor Stage Spirit * 620 King Level Dark Talent * 330 Magic Change * 25. There were quite a few dark demon lords here. After they died, they dropped a lot of attribute bubbles. At this moment, Wang Ting felt that he had struck gold. The total amount of Dark Star Force was more than 20,000 points. All of it turned into pure Dark Star Force and flowed into Wang Ting's body. Rumble, this Dark Star origin power flowed through Wang Ting's limbs and bones like a flood, producing a buzzing sound. Due to the excessive amount of origin power, Wang Ting's origin core could no longer contain this surge of darkness origin power. The Dark Star origin power in his body, in addition to the Dark Star origin power he had obtained before, had surpassed the standard of a peak 13-star warrior rank. When water is full, it overflows. All of the Dark Star origin power rushed out of the origin core and circulated wildly within Wang Ting's body. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this to happen. He didn't have time to think and immediately added the blank attribute to the Dark Demon Book. This darkness-type cultivation technique was obtained from a darkness-type demon monarch. Originally, Wang Ting wanted to cultivate it properly after this battle. Who knew that something unexpected would happen so suddenly? Right now, he had no choice but to add points to a blank attribute to level up the Dark Demon Book. Dark Demon Book, 10,000/10,000, max. He spent a total of over 30,000 blank attribute points to level it up from proficiency to max. Fortunately, Wang Ting obtained many blank attributes this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. It was also fortunate that he obtained this darkness-type star stellar level cultivation technique from the Swan How Demon Monarch. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make bricks without straw. After the Dark Demon Book reached max, Wang Ting immediately activated it. the max level, Dark Demon Book, activated at an extremely fast speed. The rampaging Dark Star Origin power in Wanting's body was immediately calmed down. As it circulated, the normal Dark Origin power that he had accumulated before was quickly converted into Star Origin power. It had to be said that this was an unexpected surprise. Originally, if he cultivated step by step, Wanting would need to spend a lot of time to convert the normal Dark Origin power into Dark Star Origin power. But now, under the influence of the massive amount of Dark Star Origin power, the normal Dark Origin power was directly dispersed and merged into the Dark Star Origin power. The normal Dark Origin power was diluted. It was like a small stream flowing into a roaring river. It was instantly assimilated. This way, the conversion speed was more than 10 times faster. This is? Just as Wang Ting was frantically converting the Dark Origin power in his body, Yuan Gungun noticed something unusual and looked at Wang Ting with a strange gaze. What a strange fluctuation, but it seems to be hidden. I wonder what it is. Yuan Gungun muttered to himself in amazement. But he seems to be breaking through. This kid has a lot of secrets. Yuan Gungun rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to be very interested. Then, with a wave of his hand, he added another layer of mental protection around him. He didn't tell Wanting that he was also a divine spiritual sorcerer and could use telekinesis. However, his condition was even more peculiar than a human divine spiritual sorcerer. The person who created him probably didn't expect him to grow to this extent. This was naturally done to prevent outsiders from disturbing Wanting's breakthrough. Now, Wanting could be said to be his master. They were bound together for good or ill. Yuan Gungun naturally didn't want any accidents to happen to Wanting. Kaboom! At this moment, the situation in Wanting's body had reached the most critical point. A huge amount of Dark Origin power formed a black bridge that connected to the Sea of Nothingness. Then, the following Dark Origin power was like an army marching out and continuously converging into the Sea of Nothingness. The silent Sea of Nothingness suddenly shook until all the Dark Origin power sank to the bottom of the sea and was compressed and tempered. Dong! 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 A dull sound was heard continuously, like the sound of a heart beating. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps it was just a moment or a long time, the sound suddenly disappeared. The sea suddenly surged and a pure black star slowly rose. The inside of the black star seemed to be condensed from countless black crystals. It was magnificent, Dark Origin power, planetary level 1. At this moment, Wang Ting's Dark Origin power finally reached planetary level. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. A deep light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he slowly exhaled. You broke through? A voice suddenly came from the side. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly turned to look at Yuan Gungun. Don't look at me like that. Isn't it just a breakthrough? Your talent can only be considered average. I've seen people break through while eating. This is a piece of cake for you, Yuan Gungun said casually. Wang Ting. This guy was quite arrogant. Isn't it just a breakthrough? Do you think it's like eating or drinking? Such talent can only be considered average? Wang Ting really didn't believe it. The universe was filled with such amazing geniuses. Most of them were definitely average. He could tell that Yuan Gungun was just a braggart. Wang Ting rolled his eyes in his heart and couldn't be bothered to argue with it. At this moment, he looked at his status panel and saw that his Dark Origin power cultivation had indeed reached planetary level. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He broke through after casually killing a few dark elemental demon lords. How satisfying! If Yuan Gungun knew how he broke through, he would definitely be embarrassed to say those words. No matter how high one's talent was, it couldn't be compared to cheating. After confirming that his cultivation level had stabilized, Wang Ting's gaze landed on the other attribute bubbles. Emperor Realm Mental Force, 2250, it could be converted into 225 points of planetary state mental force. Thus, Wang Ting's mental force once again jumped up mischievously and then got stuck at the critical point. Mental force, 982510000, planetary state, this is a scam. System, you're doing this on purpose, right? You must be doing this on purpose. Can't you increase it a little more? I'm about to break through to planetary state. Wang Ting's resentment exploded as he looked at the gap of more than 100 points. He was incomparably furious. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed helplessly and finally gave up on the idea of using the blank attribute to increase this final gap. The blank attribute was too important. For example, if he didn't use the blank attribute to raise the Dark Demon Book to perfection, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Wang Ting didn't plan to use the blank attribute lightly. He would only use it when he really needed it. He glanced at the attribute panel. Blank attribute, 87655. After the previous consumption, there were only 87,655 blank attribute points left. There were zeros and zeros, but Wang Ting felt that it was mocking him. For him who was getting stronger and stronger, this bit of blank attribute wasn't enough to add points to a cultivation technique. It was too difficult. Wang Ting personally experienced his own poverty and helplessness. This world was full of malice towards him. Wang Ting shifted his gaze and looked at the attribute panel. King level darkness talent, 1680, King level darkness talent, 1940100000. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction when he saw the change in his talent. As a mature prodigy, he couldn't be biased. Even if he had a darkness talent, he couldn't fall behind. The last attribute bubble was Devil Change. It was a total of 125 points. Wang Ting's Devil Change was originally 35 points at entry level. Now, it directly broke through the entry level and reached proficiency. Devil Change, 50,300, proficiency. Wang Ting was actually a little conflicted about this attribute. It had inexplicably increased to proficiency, but he didn't want to use Devil Change at all, thinking about the devil transformation of those dark-type devil lords. Each and every one of them was so ugly that they wanted to die. How could they accept it? He, Wang Ting, was known as the jade-faced flying dragon. He was so handsome that he could drop to the ground. This devil transformation was clearly not suitable for him. Wang Ting shook his head and placed Devil Change in a corner. It was time to leave. Wang Ting looked at the two doppelgangers. After thinking for a while, he gave them an order. The two clones immediately understood Wang Ting's intentions and walked out of the command room under Bai Luo's watchful gaze. Fortunately, the two mentors from the Sacred Star Tower had thought themselves clever and set up a soundproof barrier. Bai Luo had no idea what had happened in the command center, nor did she expect the two mentors from the Sacred Star Tower to be silently killed. After that, Wang Ting also walked out of the command room, while Yuan Gungun hid inside the life source stone. What did the two mentors say to you just now? Bai Luo asked mysteriously. Nothing much. They just promised me all sorts of benefits, such as 3 years of access to the library, 50 billion Federation of Orange coins worth of cultivation resources, and so on. I said I didn't want to go, but they insisted on me going to the Sacred Star Tower to study. They kept talking for half a day. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he randomly spouted some nonsense. 3 years of access to the library. Cultivation resources worth 50 billion Federation of Orange coins. Heavens! Bai Luo's eyes turned red. She looked at Wang Ting as if she was looking at a treasure. Her eyes lit up. Wang Ting, we're friends, right? We must be. We've worked together before. Don't forget my kindness when you go to the Sacred Star Tower in the future. She was already completely dazzled by the 3 years of access to the library and 50 billion Federation of Orange coins worth of cultivation resources. She had automatically ignored the cruel fact that Wang Ting had already rejected the Sacred Star Tower's invitation. Wang Ting looked at her with a strange gaze. What a sudden change in style, beauty. She was clearly a cold goddess before. Why did she suddenly become so greedy and silly? Was it true that no beauty could refuse the power of money? I really am a handsome young man. Even a beauty like her can't refuse me. Wang Ting stroked his chin as he thought happily. Wait, didn't you just say that you rejected the two mentors' invitation? Bai Luo seemed to have suddenly reacted as she asked with wide eyes. Yes, that's right. Wang Ting nodded as if nothing had happened. You're joking with me, right? Bai Luo found it hard to believe. She said frantically, how could you have the heart to refuse such good conditions? You must be lying to me. You must have agreed from the beginning, right? You're too narrow-minded. Wang Ting looked at her meaningfully. Bai Luo almost choked. She pointed at her own nose and said, "I'm too narrow-minded?" "Yes, I'm talking about you," Wang Ting said as he walked out. Bai Luo was slightly surprised. She hurriedly followed and asked, "Are you going to the Qian Empire?" "Take a guess." Wang Ting chuckled and didn't explain. Bai Luo's expression became complicated. She felt like she had suffered a blow. If Wang Ting could reject the Sacred Star Tower's invitation, then he must have a better choice. Was there even a need to guess? He was definitely going to the Qian Empire, that was a high-level space civilization. It was who knew how many times stronger than the Federation of Orange. Wang Ting's starting point had suddenly been raised to a point where she had to look up to him. Before, she was the one with the higher status, but now the tables had turned. Wang Ting was already standing above her. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. However, she thought that the inheritance had prepared a Qian Empire identity for Wang Ting, allowing him to study in the Qian Empire's academy. She didn't expect that Wang Ting would directly become a baron in the Qian Empire. At this moment, the two walked out of the ruins. Due to the existence of Yuan Gungun, their journey was very smooth. They didn't encounter any more attacks. Outside the central continent, the warships of various countries hadn't left yet. The big shots of various countries were guarding this place. They were extremely jealous, but they didn't dare to explore the ruins below. This made them extremely anxious. At this moment, as Wang Ting and Bai Luo walked out, everyone noticed them. Rumble. At this moment, the palace-like building in the central area suddenly slowly sank into the ground. The ground closed up and the hall disappeared, leaving behind an empty space in the center. This building was actually the outer shell of the Qianyuan 63 spaceship. At this moment, the spaceship sank into the ground and was stored away by Yuan Gungun using a special method. No one knew where the spaceship had gone. However, the surrounding ruins weren't part of the spaceship, so they were still left behind. According to Yuan Gungun, there wasn't anything particularly valuable inside. For Wang Ting, it wasn't worth exploring. Wang Ting contacted Xiaxia's martial arts leader and asked them to arrange people to explore the ruins. The fighter jet representing Xiaxia landed nearby, and the martial arts leader and the others went up to greet him. Xiaxia's actions naturally attracted the attention of the other countries. After hesitating for a while, they ordered their fighter jets to land as well. Wang Ting, the martial arts leader and the others went up to greet him. "You're here." Wang Ting nodded. "How come only you and this lady came out? Where are the others?" the martial arts leader asked hesitantly. "They can't come out," Wang Ting said casually. "They can't come out?" Everyone was surprised and overjoyed. The big shots of the other countries also looked at each other in shock. Those dark apparitions. Someone couldn't help but ask. They don't even have ashes left. Wang Ting's face flashed with a trace of coldness as he said plainly. Gasp. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The big shots of the various countries looked at Wang Ting with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Wang Ting came out, but the extraterrestrial trial takers and dark apparitions didn't. This meant that something was wrong. They had to believe it even if they didn't. The remaining extraterrestrial trial takers' attitude towards Wang Ting was also very thought-provoking. At this moment, she wasn't standing side by side with Wang Ting. Instead, she was half a step behind him. By the way, this extraterrestrial trial taker seemed to be the only female among all the trial takers, right? She was also very pretty. The big shots of the various countries seemed to have noticed the problem. Their ambiguous gazes moved back and forth between Wang Ting and Bai Luo for a while. However, they didn't dare to look too much. After all, these two were planetary states. They wouldn't dare to offend Wang Ting and Bai Luo no matter how bold they were. They felt that they had discovered something that Wang Ting was interested in, so they decided to cater to his interests in the future to get closer to him. After the invasion of the dark apparitions, Wang Ting was the undisputed #1 person on Earth. The various countries' decisions towards Xiaxia and Wang Ting would definitely change. Finally, someone looked at the dark sky and asked, "What about these dark apparitions?" It was the leader of the Nordic Union, a white man in his 40s or 50s. Bai Luo looked up and frowned. Although these dark apparitions aren't scary, there are too many of them. It's hard to deal with them in a short period of time. However, if they land, it will definitely be a disaster. She was speaking in the common language of the universe, so no one understood her. However, Wang Ting understood what she meant. He nodded, and a cold glint flashed past his eyes. He said, "Let's bury them completely." To Wang Ting, these dark apparitions weren't just a threat. They were also countless attribute bubbles. Thus, he didn't plan to let them go. It wasn't difficult. "What do you want to do?" Bai Luo asked. Wang Ting didn't reply. His body slowly rose into the air, and his black hair moved without any wind. "This is a spatial fluctuation." Bai Luo was shocked. She didn't expect Wang Ting to have spatial talents. He'd never revealed his spatial talent in the previous battles. Isn't this fellow hiding his spatial talent a little too well? Bai Luo felt bitter. She finally knew that they, the prodigies of the Federation of Orange, were worthless in front of Wang Ting. They thought highly of themselves. In the end, Wang Ting's talents were many times higher than theirs. At the same time, Yuan Gungun, who was living in the Life Source Stone, also exclaimed, "Wang Ting, you actually have spatial talents. This is a very rare talent in the universe. There might not even be 1 in a billion geniuses with spatial talents. You actually have it. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. How is this possible? Is this really a backward planet that just gave birth to martial arts? How can there be such a monster like you?" Yuan Gungun almost doubted his life. Wang Ting had given him too many surprises. Now, he even had spatial talents. He didn't dare to imagine. At first, he thought that Wang Ting could barely become a universe-level fighter like Nan Gongyu. Now, it seemed that his achievements might be even higher. Surpassing universe level, becoming a domain master, sector master, this wasn't impossible. What is Wang Ting trying to do? Is he going to deal with these dark apparitions? What will he do? Marshal Bald Eagle, the Nordic Union's leader, the Kangaroo Country's leader, and the others all raised their heads and stared at Wang Ting. Although they had seen how powerful Wang Ting was, could he really deal with so many dark apparitions by himself? Many strong fighters felt the sudden space fluctuation and were shocked. They didn't know what Wang Ting would do. Only a few people suddenly thought of the space storm that Wang Ting had used during the East Seas Sea Monster riot. "It can't be that move, right?" the martial arts leader said in disbelief. Then, he suddenly thought of something and immediately ordered, "Quick, this is the last battle. We must send all the images back to Xianxia and let everyone see it." When the other leaders saw this, they looked at each other discreetly and chose to do the same thing as Xianxia. Earthstar had suffered such a disaster, and everyone was in a state of panic. They needed a hero to appear out of nowhere. Although the previous battle with the dark apparitions had spread to every corner of the world, Wang Ting's performance was extremely eye-catching. He killed several dark apparitions and demon lords, which made people excited. Now, if everyone in the world saw him kill the dark apparitions by himself, it would definitely stimulate everyone's confidence in survival. Therefore, in an instant, the cameras on the fighter jets of various countries were all aimed at Wang Ting and the dark clouds that covered the sky. They spread the images around the world through the internet. In the dark clouds, many 13-star demon general-level dark apparitions lowered their heads and looked at Wang Ting. In front of the dark clouds, Wang Ting's figure seemed extremely small, almost equivalent to an ant. However, these 13-star demon general-level dark apparitions didn't dare to underestimate him. They didn't dare to forget the scene of Wang Ting transforming into a rock giant and blowing up the dark apparitions. Just looking at the face of such a ruthless and ferocious person was enough to make them feel terrified. What is he doing? Why didn't the demon lord come out? Only those 2 humans came out. What exactly happened inside? Could it be that the demon monarch has fallen? This is impossible. The 13-star demon general-level dark apparitions looked terrible. They looked at Wang Ting in shock and anger. Boom, suddenly, there was a violent vibration in the space. A loud roar reverberated, and circles of visible waves spread in all directions. Middle continent, at this moment, this continent had become the center of attention in the world. This continent was devastated. There were sword marks everywhere, and the ground was filled with ravines. An ancient ruin appeared in the gully on the ground. This proved that a terrifying battle had taken place here. In the sky above the continent, dark clouds covered the sky as though it was the end of the world. It was frightening. This meant that the battle was not over yet. However, under the dark clouds, a figure stood in the air. It was only one person, but he was facing the endless dark apparitions in the sky. At this moment, this scene was transmitted to all parts of the world and entered the eyes of ordinary people. Everyone was familiar with Wang Ting. In the previous battle, Wang Ting had killed several dark apparitions at the level of a demon lord alone. Furthermore, he had blown them up. It had made people's blood boil. It could be said that many young people had already regarded him as an idol, and even more people saw him as a human hero. Now, Wang Ting was standing under the dark clouds, facing the dark apparitions alone. Because of the screen, no one knew what he was going to do. Mr. Xia. In the Wang family, Old Master Wang, Wang Xinghua, Li Xiaomei, and the rest of the Wang family were staring at the screen in front of them. They looked worried and nervous as they watched the figure on the screen. Although Wang Ting had indeed killed several dark apparitions, was he really going to be okay facing so many dark apparitions alone? Just looking at the densely packed dark apparitions was enough to make one's scalp tingle, let alone dealing with them. Li Xiaomei grabbed Wang Xinghua's arm tightly. Her whole body was tense, and her face was slightly pale. However, she did not make a sound. She knew that her son was saving this planet. He was a hero, and she could not say anything. She only hoped that he could return safely. Wang Xinghua patted Li Xiaomei's hand to comfort her. Although he was also worried, as a man, he had to hold on and support his wife. Beside him, Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia also held their hands tightly. They stared at Wang Ting on the screen, their eyes full of worry. Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingcong, and the others in the First Academy of the Xia continent were also looking at this scene. Their faces were filled with worry, nervousness, envy, and jealousy. They had once stood on the same starting line as Wang Ting, but now, Wang Ting had left them in the dust. Planetary state, they already knew about this realm. Wang Ting had already reached this level, but they had just entered the general stage. They were still a long way away from the planetary stage. Wang Ting had already reached this level, but they had just entered the general stage. They were still a long way away from the planetary stage. This kind of gap made them feel extremely powerless. They had been called geniuses since they were young. Facing such a huge gap, their hearts were filled with bitterness. They even doubted if they were geniuses. Dong Haixia, Su Jia, Bai Wei, and Wang Ting's friends were also looking at the screen. Big brother Wang Ting, you'll be fine, Bai Wei muttered to herself as she bit her lip. Do your best, brother Tong. Su Jia and Yu Haoran clenched their fists as their eyes turned red. Bald Eagle, Suan, and the others had already returned to their country from the central continent. They were fighting with the star beasts that were ravaging the human cities. In the city that was full of ruins, some of the screens that had not been destroyed were broadcasting the situation in the central continent. As they fought, they raised their heads to look at the sky with complicated expressions. Their former opponent had grown to such a level, while they were still struggling in the warlord state. They did not know when they would be able to see his back. Kill. Suan's heart trembled. His eyes were filled with determination as he fought with the star beasts even more crazily. At the same time, everyone who was familiar with Wang Ting was watching this battle in the Kangaroo Country, Ursa Major Country, and the Nordic Union. In the sky above the central continent. Ka. As the spatial fluctuations continued to spread, the space around Wang Ting suddenly made a crisp sound. It was like glass shattering. Wang Ting heard this sound and suddenly increased the output of his force. The space shook violently. At a certain moment, the space around Wang Ting suddenly cracked open. It was dark and deep. It was a bottomless void. These cracks were different from when Wang Ting used the space storm in the East Sea. Every crack that appeared was extremely wide. It was at least as thick as a person's arm. Even a 13-star warlord at the peak would be torn apart if he got close. The moment the crack appeared, a gust of wind blew out from the deep emptiness. Under the guidance of an invisible force, the wind revolved around Wang Ting. The speed of the void wind changed from slow to fast. It instantly turned into a violent gust of wind. It made an extremely ear-piercing sound like an eagle's cry. It spun rapidly, causing the surrounding space to completely collapse, forming a terrifying void. The storm had arrived. The dark apparitions in the dark clouds in the sky changed their expressions completely. They looked down in horror. Their eyes were filled with fear. "Run! Run!" A 13-star demon general level dark apparition shouted in horror. "Don't wait for the Demon King anymore. If we wait any longer, we will all die here." Another 13-star demon general level blood breed dark apparition also shouted crazily. Now, these 13-star demon general level dark apparitions were the commanders of the entire dark apparition army. They could make the decision and control all the dark apparitions. With this order, all the dark apparitions became restless. They wanted to escape into the distance. "You want to leave?" Wang Ting's cold voice resounded through the sky. His figure had completely disappeared in the center of the storm. However, everyone looked at the storm that engulfed the sky. They were extremely shocked. Boom, as the storm spun at high speed, a terrifying suction force exploded. Those dark apparitions that wanted to escape couldn't control themselves at all. They flew backward toward the storm. Countless dark apparitions were thrown into the space storm. They were instantly killed. Their bodies turned into powder and returned to the void. Roar! Countless dark apparitions roared wildly, trying to break free from the suction force of the space storm. However, it was all in vain. With Wang Ting's current strength, the dark apparitions couldn't escape at all when he cast the space storm at such a close distance. Even those 13-star demon general level dark apparitions couldn't escape from the suction force of the space storm. They struggled with all their might and unleashed their force to the extreme. Their bodies were enveloped in black light, but they were still slowly dragged into the space storm. At this moment, an extremely spectacular scene formed in the sky. A terrifying storm hovered above the central continent. Countless deep cracks appeared in the surroundings. The pitch-black void spread out. The endless dark clouds flowed downward, forming a funnel shape that flowed endlessly into the storm. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Countless dark apparitions disappeared from this world. The heads of state below were all shocked speechless. They looked up at the sky and even forgot to blink. Everyone in the world who saw this scene fell into silence. He single-handedly defeated a huge army of dark apparitions. No one would believe such a thing in the past, but now, people all over the world witnessed it with their own eyes. Countless dark apparitions roared in despair. They were like ants that were thrown into a spatial storm. They were then crushed and disappeared. Such a terrifying army of dark apparitions disappeared in front of everyone just like that. Time passed slowly. The dark clouds that shrouded the entire central continent gradually dissipated until the sun shone down. Everything seemed to have returned to normal at this moment. It was over. This war that decided the fate of mankind had ended just like that. The dark apparitions were destroyed. Mankind had won, and all of this was thanks to the figure standing in the sky above the central continent, Wang Ting, the hero of mankind. Countless people all over the world cheered. Some knelt on the ground with tears of joy in their eyes. They shouted Wang Ting's name: Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingcong, Suan, Yute, Valeria, Gerald. These people who had interacted with Wang Ting before gathered together to witness Wang Ting's rise and become the hero of mankind. Xianxia, Wang family. Everyone in the Wang family finally heaved a sigh of relief. Li Xiaomei cried tears of joy. They all looked at the figure on the screen with pride. Wang Hao, Fang Qianwen, and the other juniors cheered. East Sea. We won. We won. Su Jia, Bai Wei, and the others looked at each other and also cheered loudly. Such scenes happened all over the world, central continent. Wang Ting slowly descended from the sky. His face was slightly pale. Pervert, this is too perverted. You actually have such a terrifying spatial skill. How did you come up with it? Yuan Gunggun's voice kept circling in Wang Ting's mind. It kept muttering and couldn't stop. It could be seen how shocked it was. Wang Ting directly ignored it and automatically blocked this disturbing voice. However, when he looked around, he realized that everyone was also looking at him as if he was a monster. He single-handedly defeated an entire army of dark apparitions. Wang Ting had actually managed to do such a thing. Terrifying. Bald Eagles Marshal Cromwell, the head of state of the Ursa Major Kingdom, the head of state of the Nordic Union, and the rest were all extremely shocked. In their hearts, Wang Ting had once again risen by several levels. They absolutely could not become enemies with such a terrifying monster. "You're too monstrous." Bai Luo looked at Wang Ting and said what everyone was thinking. "Just get used to it," Wang Ting said calmly. Bai Luo stared blankly at him, speechless. Just get used to it. This fellow really opened a dye house when given a little bit of color. He wasn't polite at all. Wang Ting ignored her and turned to speak to the martial arts leaders and heads of state. The dark apparitions have been completely dealt with. However, the space cracks of the dark world have appeared all over the world. We have to find all of them and seal them one by one to prevent more dark apparitions from invading Earth's star. Bald Eagle's Marshal Cromwell made a prompt decision and nodded. "Okay, I'll get people to check every area immediately." When the other heads of state saw that he had agreed so quickly, they couldn't help but curse him in their hearts for being a sly old fox with no integrity. "No problem, I'll give the order right away." "Yes, we have to search carefully and find all the space cracks of the dark world." Originally, these heads of state were extremely wary of the dark apparitions and were very cautious every time they talked about them. However, after seeing Wang Ting's strength, they were very confident and agreed very quickly. The martial arts leader had a strange expression and glanced at the heads of state. For some reason, he felt that they were all like primary school students competing to perform in front of the teacher. Wang Ting was that teacher. This scene was a little comical no matter how he looked at it. However, the martial arts leader didn't laugh. He was a mature leader. Of course, he had to remain reserved at this time. Wang Ting seemed to have sensed the change in everyone's attitude toward him. He shook his head and spoke again. "I suggest that all the countries hold a global community meeting. The new era of Earthstar is coming. We need to form a community to face the universe." When the heads of state heard this, their expressions changed and they nodded one after another. They understood that it was imperative to form a global community. This result would happen sooner or later. According to the original process, after a certain period of evolution, all the countries in the world would inevitably form a community. However, the alien invaders this time had accelerated the process. The location is in the East Sea of the Xia continent. The time is in 5 days. Is that okay? Wang Ting looked around and said directly. Yes. No problem. The heads of state nodded one after another and then left in a hurry. However, all the countries had sent warriors to guard the central continent. Since they were going to form a community, they naturally had to explore the ruins together. The East Sea. The next day, everyone from the Wang family had returned to the East Sea. Today, the East Sea had been completely rebuilt. There were many tall buildings and it had regained its former prosperity. It was even better than before. During the previous sea monster riot, the East Sea didn't suffer much damage due to the formation set up by Wang Ting. Instead, it became one of the few cities that remained intact. After the reconstruction, the East Sea was more beautiful and advanced than before. After all, with Wang Ting's investment, the East Sea had sufficient funds for reconstruction. Of course, it was built in the best possible way. It could be said that the current East Sea could be ranked in the top 3 in terms of advanced technology. It was not inferior to capital Xia, Jinlin, and was even better than several advanced cities in the south. The cities in the south were not as lucky as the East Sea. They were the first to bear the brunt of the sea beast's rampage and suffered heavy damage. After the reconstruction of the East Sea, rich families from other places came to purchase real estate. Now that everyone knew of Wang Ting's strength, the East Sea had become an extremely safe city. In just 2 or 3 days, the property prices in the East Sea soared to an extremely terrifying level. However, more than half of the properties were still sold out. If the East Sea hadn't limited the purchase in time, this situation would have become even more intense. This situation would never have happened in peacetime. The property prices were regulated by the state and would never soar in a straight line. It would also not cause people from other places who didn't have a household registration to buy frantically. However, it was happening now. those rich and powerful families had many ways to buy it. This was unstoppable. However, this also reflected Wang Ting's status and the rise of the East Sea. At the same time, once the news that the world would hold a global community conference in the East Sea spread, the status of the East Sea exploded. Donghai, the Wang family's villa. If one were to talk about the most luxurious residential area in Donghai, it would undoubtedly be the Wang family's villa. Back then, because of Wang Ting's financial support, Donghai was able to develop vigorously, and the Wang family was given a large piece of land. Therefore, the Wang family's villa occupied a large area, and the Wang family even hired the most famous architect to design the villa in an antique style. At this moment, the entire area was filled with pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Modern architecture and ancient style blended together, and the lake and greenery complemented each other. It was a beautiful sight. Not only that, but other villa areas were also built near the Wang family's villa. The villas were scattered all around the Wang family's villa, like stars surrounding the moon, forming a rather beautiful scenery. These villa areas were naturally not built by the Wang family, but by other wealthy businessmen and aristocratic families. They did not come for the Wang family, but for Wang Ting, the world's strongest person. Was there anything safer than being neighbors with the world's strongest person? There were still 2 days before the Global Community Conference, but many people had already heard the news and arrived. There were many foreign faces in Donghai these few days. On the other hand, Xianxia had also sent a large number of military martial artists to be stationed in Donghai, enforcing martial law and guarding the entire Donghai. Suddenly, a ray of light rose from a certain direction in Donghai, like a thick yellow pillar of light shooting into the sky. Whether it was the locals of Donghai or the foreign admirers, everyone's attention was attracted by this pillar of light. That's the Wang family's villa. Look, that's Wang Ting in the sky. He's setting up a formation. Some sharp-eyed martial artists saw a figure in the sky above the Wang family's villa and recognized him. They even guessed what he was doing. Soon, the figure disappeared in front of the public after a brief appearance. Everyone was in an uproar. Wang Ting personally set up a formation for the Wang family's villa. Ever since Wang Ting was recognized as the world's strongest person, his reputation spread completely, and his past deeds were also dug up. Now, many people knew that he was a formation master, a rune master, and his attainments were far beyond the average master level. Thus, no one found it strange that Wang Ting had personally set up a formation for the Wang family's side courtyard. On the contrary, they were very envious. Wang Ting had personally instructed a group of rune masters to set up the East Sea's great defensive formation. The sea beast's rampage had also proven the great defensive power of this great defensive formation. As a result, everyone was even more amazed by Wang Ting's attainments in formations, and passed it down to him as if it was a godly skill. Now that they had personally witnessed Wang Ting setting up a formation for the Wang clan's side courtyard, many people were tempted. If they could ask Wang Ting to set up a defensive array formation for their residents, then even if the star beasts attacked the city, wouldn't they be able to sit back and relax? There were more than 1 or 2 people who thought of this. Thus, in just a short 2 hours, the threshold of the Wang family's courtyard was almost broken by people. At this time, Wang Ting was entertaining a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance at home. In the main living room of the Wang family's side courtyard, Wang Ting and the middle-aged man were sitting on a sofa made of a precious wood from another world, the purple yuan wood. Soon, a human-like robot maid served tea brewed with Longjing tea before the rain festival. Its appearance was similar to a human in many ways. Even its appearance was made with the most advanced simulated biochemical skin. At a glance, it was no different from a real person. This was naturally the credit of Yuan Gungun. These robots were originally obtained from the Qianyuan E-63 spaceship. Later, many of them were damaged by Wang Ting. Yuan Gungun used advanced technology to repair them and put on the simulated skin. Not only could they become the guards of the Wang family's side courtyard, but they could also serve tea and cook. It was simply too useful. However, Wang Ting still left some characteristics of the robots to distinguish them from real people. Your Excellency Wang Ting, these robots of yours shouldn't be products of Earthstar, right? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a strange color as he said. Ha ha ha, Boss Ma really has sharp eyes. I obtained these robots from the ruins. Wang Ting laughed. This unprepossessing middle-aged man was Xiaxia's extremely famous entrepreneur, Jack Ma. He was a big shot in Xianxia and even in the world. Wang Ting personally received him. Of course, after Boss Ma saw Wang Ting, he was even more flattered. Now that Wang Ting's status was not ordinary, it was already a very honorable thing to be received by him personally. Looking at the enthusiastic middle-aged man in front of him, Wang Ting sighed in his heart. Now that he thought about it, when he had just transmigrated, he wanted to intercept this big shot and become a business tycoon. He never thought that the world would change, and Boss Ma had already walked all the way, leaving no way out for him. In desperation, Wang Ting could only give up on business and pursue martial arts. He had bitterly walked to his current position. The world was unpredictable, who could say for sure? But the ruins in central continent. Boss Ma was shocked when he heard this. Wang Ting nodded. That's right. There are really a lot of good things in that ruin. If these robots are used for research, Earthstar's technology will at least leap by several levels. With Boss Ma's brain, he thought of many things in an instant. His eyes flickered, and he asked carefully, I wonder how many of these robots you have. Can you give one to me? I have already given this robot to the military for research. It will probably be made public soon. Wang Ting smiled and said, as for these in my house, they are all guards that I left for my family. I can't give them to Boss Ma. I knew this would be the result, but I still couldn't help but ask. Boss Ma smiled bitterly and shook his head. Boss Ma, what are you doing this time? Asked Wang Ting. Sir Wang Ting, now that your reputation as a formation master has spread all over the world, many people want you to help set up a formation. I am no exception. I bought a property near the Wang family's courtyard. I plan to be your neighbor here in the future, so I also want you to help me set up a formation. Boss Ma rubbed his hands and smiled embarrassedly. Ha ha ha, if it were someone else, I would definitely not agree, but since Boss Ma personally asked, then I have to help you. Wang Ting laughed. That's great. Thank you, thank you. Boss Ma saw Wang Ting say this, and his heart was greatly satisfied. He said with a smile, but there is no hurry. You can come and help me set up the formation when you are free. Wang Ting nodded and agreed. He made an appointment with Boss Ma to find a free day to help him set up the formation. Then I won't bother you. Boss Ma got up and said goodbye. After sending Boss Ma away, Wang Ting shook his head and walked into the house. He saw Old Master Wang Xianxia, and the others coming out. He said helplessly, Grandpa, Dad, if someone comes to me later, just say that I am in seclusion and will not see any guests. Ha ha ha, these are guests that others can't even get, but when they come to you, you seem to dislike them. Old Master Wang said happily. It's too annoying. I'm leaving. Wang Ting shook his head and slipped away. There were many visitors like Boss Ma, and each of them was a big shot with great influence in Xianxia and the world. Wang Ting wasn't afraid of offending them, but humans were social animals after all. Relationships were inevitable. Moreover, the Wang family couldn't break away from society. They still needed to rely on society to survive. Therefore, Wang Ting could only pretend to go into seclusion and let Old Master Wang Xianxia, and the others take care of them. Wang Ting also secretly told Old Master Wang and the others that they could agree to let a few big shots who were on good terms with the Wang family set up the formation. As for the others, forget about it. As there were still 2 days before the Global Community Conference, Wang Ting had nothing to do, so he left the East Sea and flew toward the depths of Beijiang. Where are we going? Bai Luo followed behind him and asked. There's a dark rift in Beijiang. I'm going to destroy it, Wang Ting said. In fact, he also knew that since a dark rift appeared on Earth, it meant that the dark apparitions had already grasped the space coordinates of this planet. If they wanted to come again, it would be countless times easier than before. However, the existing space rift had to be destroyed. Otherwise, if the dark apparitions invaded directly, Earth wouldn't be able to stop them at all. Bai Luo's eyes flashed, but she didn't ask any more questions. She was very curious about Wang Ting's space talent, so she wanted to follow and take a look. Speaking of which, when will you let us go? Bai Luo asked nonchalantly while flying. When I'm done with Earth, I'll naturally let you go, Wang Ting said lightly. Soon, Wang Ting and Bai Luo arrived at the location of the space rift in Beijing. Major General Wang. Immediately, a military general stationed there greeted them. Wang Ting's military rank was still Major General. They didn't promote him as a martial arts leader because it was meaningless to Wang Ting now. Therefore, when the military officers saw Wang Ting, they simply called him Major General Wang. Wang Ting nodded, I'm here to destroy the void crack, so there will be a certain range of spatial fluctuations. In order to avoid accidental injuries, you should tell the nearby cultivators to return. Good. The group of military officers were overjoyed and quickly responded. In less than 15 minutes, all the military martial artists who had received the order had rushed back. Wang Ting didn't say anything else and directly rushed towards the spatial rift. Rumble, not long after, a deafening sound came from the pitch-black space crack. It was as if heavenly thunder had exploded. In front of everyone's eyes, the spatial crack in the sky collapsed inwards, forming a void. Then, as if it had shrunk, the spatial crack continued to shrink until it was the size of a needle's eye and disappeared. It disappeared. Ha ha ha, the spatial crack has disappeared. When the military department martial artists below saw this scene, they all cheered and were wild with joy. Wang Ting looked down and smiled. He didn't stay and directly left. In the following time, he traveled around the world and destroyed the spatial cracks there. At the same time, he also harvested a wave of star beasts to accumulate blank attributes. In 2 days, Wang Ting destroyed all the spatial cracks. This way, Earth wouldn't be attacked by the dark apparitions for at least a short period of time. After all, it wasn't easy to open up a spatial tunnel. Even if the dark apparitions had the spatial coordinates of Earth, they would need some time and resources to open up another spatial tunnel. It would be great if you know how to hide the spatial coordinates. Once you enter the dark universe and hide the spatial coordinates of Earth, the dark apparitions won't be able to lock onto Earth through the existing spatial coordinates, Yuan Gungun said in Wang Ting's mind. A spatial secret technique to hide the spatial coordinates? A dazzling light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes, and he quickly said, you must know where to find it. Tell me quickly. The Qian Empire has it, but it requires a huge amount of wealth to buy it. Secret techniques are very valuable, and spatial secret techniques are even more valuable and rare. A spatial secret technique costs at least 100 billion Qian dollars, Yuan Gungun said leisurely. 100 billion Qian dollars. Wang Ting's eyes widened, and he directly swore. F***ck, this is daylight robbery. What do you think? Yuan Gungun chuckled. Let me tell you. The most profitable business in the world isn't the slave trade or the high-tech spaceship, but the cultivation techniques and secret techniques. Wang Ting was slightly taken aback, and he suddenly thought of something. Cultivation techniques and secret techniques. What he didn't lack the least was cultivation techniques and secret techniques. In the future, when he went to the dark universe, he could obtain other people's cultivation techniques and secret techniques by picking up attribute bubbles and then resell them. Wouldn't that be great? This is especially true for high-level battle skills and techniques, as well as those rare secret techniques. Every one of them is worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. And it's not just a one-time deal. A battle skill or secret technique can be sold to many people. The person who creates or controls a battle skill or secret technique is like sitting on a treasure bowl. There is an endless stream of wealth coming in. Everyone who has a secret technique or battle skill inheritance is a rich man in the universe, Round Gun said with a hint of envy. However, many cultivation techniques and secret techniques are strictly guarded by everyone, and they won't be sold easily. After that, he added another sentence. Therefore, inheritances in the universe are extremely important. For a warrior like you, who came from a backward planet, to have the inheritance of a universe-level warrior, I don't know how lucky you are. Yuan Gungun did not forget to look down on Wang Ting. Wang Ting was too lazy to argue with Yuan Gungun. If Yuan Gungun knew that he could continuously produce cultivation techniques and secret techniques, would it, as an artificial life, be so scared that it would crash? Wang Ting thought to himself with some evil humor. It seems that I have to make a trip to the Qian Empire, Wang Ting said thoughtfully. That's for sure. you don't have to think about it anymore. If you want to become stronger, you have to take risks. Be decisive. I'll be able to repair the spaceship very soon, and then we'll set off for the Qian Empire, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting shook his head, changed the topic, and asked, "Did you find that guy?" "Found him. He's in the sea below you." Yuan Gungun curled his lips and nodded. "Why didn't you say so earlier? We almost flew over the top." Wang Ting said angrily. Could this Yuan Gungun be any more reliable? It was already late at night. Wang Ting flew to the depths of the ocean to search for the traces of the giant storm ape. With the help of Yuan Gungun, Wang Ting could find it even in the vast ocean. As for finding that big guy, it was naturally to kill it. It was better not to have such a powerful astral beast on Earth. Otherwise, it would be a ticking time bomb. Who knew when it would explode? Moreover, the giant storm ape was a huge attribute bubble generator. Wang Ting could not let it go. Without any hesitation, Wang Ting plunged into the deep sea and rushed to the bottom of the ocean at an extremely fast speed. He activated the deep-sea breathing skill. There was no difference between being in the sea and being on land. In fact, even without the deep-sea breathing skill, with his current strength, it was not difficult to enter the deep sea of Earth Star. However, the deep-sea breathing was more convenient. With such a skill, it would be a waste not to use it. Yuan Gungun also noticed Wang Ting's strange behavior and praised, "Your skill is not bad. If you sell it, it will definitely sell well on some planets with a high proportion of seawater. I don't know where you got so many strange skills. I've hacked into Earthstar's network, but I didn't find any similar skills." He was a little confused and could not help but wonder if Wang Ting had received some other inheritance. Otherwise, how could he explain the origin of these skills? Wang Ting ignored him and continued diving into the deep sea. The pressure around him continued to increase, oppressing him from all directions. Fortunately, Wang Ting's body was strong. This pressure was just a drizzle to him. It could only be considered as scratching an itch for him. However, the deeper he dived, the more sea beasts Wang Ting encountered. Moreover, these star beasts were very powerful. According to Earthstar's combat standards, they were almost all 8-star and above. Each of them was incomparably huge. As Wang Ting had concealed his aura, these star beasts could not sense Wang Ting's strength. When they saw Wang Ting, they roared and pounced on him. "You're courting death." Wang Ting sneered. A cold light flew out from his space ring and instantly turned into a semicircular golden wheel. It was shaped like a crescent moon and spun at high speed. The golden wheel spun at high speed and protected Wang Ting, forming a vacuum around him. All the star beasts that approached were crushed, but all the minced meat and blood were blocked by the golden wheel. They could not get close to Wang Ting at all. Golden Moon Wheel. This weapon was called the Golden Moon Wheel. It was a spiritual force weapon, and it was a cosmic spiritual force weapon that only a divine spiritual sorcerer of the universe was qualified to use. It was originally a Nangongyu item. Now that Wang Ting had obtained it, it was very convenient for him to use it. He realized that this spiritual force weapon was indeed worthy of being used by a divine spiritual sorcerer. It was indeed very powerful. When Yuan Gungun saw Wang Ting using the Golden Moon Wheel to kill these inferior sea beasts, he cursed in Wang Ting's mind. He felt that Wang Ting was wasting God's gift recklessly. Suddenly, the surroundings became quiet. All the sea beasts disappeared, and a huge trench appeared in front of Wang Ting. Wang Ting stopped and squinted his eyes. He looked down and saw a huge black shadow resting in the trench. The giant storm ape, this guy was actually hiding here, Wang Ting sneered in his heart. He pointed his finger and the golden moon wheel turned into an afterimage and disappeared in front of Wang Ting. The giant storm ape suddenly felt a fatal danger and woke up abruptly. It let out a roar and smashed the long rod in its hand. The hard rod was cut by the golden moon wheel. 1/3 of its length was cut off, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! However, the giant storm ape took this opportunity to dodge the attack. When it saw Wang Ting, a memory emerged and it roared, "Human, it's you. It seems that you still remember me." Wang Ting smiled faintly. "Today, I'm here to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden moon wheel accelerated and turned into a dazzling golden light streaking across the sea toward the giant storm ape. At the bottom of the deep sea, a gigantic ape was standing in a trench. It was the overlord of the sea, the king of countless powerful sea beasts. It was at the forefront of evolution on Earth's star, and it was unrivaled even among humans, but at this moment, its huge eyes were filled with solemnity as it looked at the human figure that was incomparably tiny compared to it. A golden light shuttled back and forth between the two, cutting through the seawater, ignoring the terrifying pressure at the bottom of the sea as if it was nothing. It attacked the giant storm ape at lightning speed as if it was cutting through tofu. When the golden light was dozens of meters away from it, the giant storm ape's huge pupils contracted to the extreme. Roar! It suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, and the rolling sound waves pushed the surrounding seawater away. Then, it moved, smashing the long rod in its hand. Purple thunder flashed on the long rod, and it struck down like a thunderbolt. Boom! The golden light and the purple thunder collided. The surrounding seawater rolled back uncontrollably, forming a vacuum in the center of the two. The rolling back seawater formed a terrifying undercurrent, destroying everything around it, and stirring up the dust that had accumulated on the seabed for tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, there were no other creatures in the depths of the sea. Otherwise, this terrifying undercurrent alone would be enough to strangle a lord-class astral beast. In the distance, Wang Ting quietly watched this scene with an extremely indifferent expression. After a while, the bottom of the sea returned to calm, revealing the huge body of the giant storm ape in the trench. It stood there motionlessly, but the long rod in its hand had been completely broken in two. Suddenly, the smell of blood wafted out, and a blood flower quietly bloomed between the giant storm ape's eyebrows. Whoosh! A ray of golden light flew out from the back of the storm giant ape's head. It circled around the sea before flying back to Wang Ting's side. It circled around him like a loyal guard, protecting its master's safety to the best of its ability. Wang Ting glanced at the high-speed spinning moon golden wheel. The smooth and sharp edges were not stained with any blood, as if they had just been wiped clean. What a treasure! A trace of shock appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. Humph, I don't need you to tell me that. Yuan Gunggun's slightly dissatisfied voice floated in Wang Ting's mind. Wang Ting pretended that he didn't hear anything. He glanced at the storm giant ape below and saw attribute bubbles floating around it. Clearly, this sea beast king that once plunged the East Sea into despair had been easily killed by Wang Ting. At this moment, Wang Ting was very calm. This storm giant ape had indeed caused him to be in a difficult position. If he hadn't relied on the space storm, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. The giant storm ape would probably slaughter the entire East Sea, leaving no survivors. But now, Wang Ting had experienced too much. He didn't even know how many planetary states he had killed. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid of this storm giant ape that hadn't become a beast king yet. He didn't even take it seriously. This time, he came to kill the giant storm ape just to get rid of a future threat for the Earth-star humans. Wang Ting looked at the attribute bubbles below and picked them up. Extreme Thunder Talent * 3200, Absolute Wine Talent * 2800, Extreme Water Talent * 3500, Lightning Force * 6500, Lightning Star Force * 1000, Wind Force * 6300, Wind Star Force * 800, Water Force * 7000, Water Star Force * 1500, Thunderstorm * 300, Blank Attribute * 25,000. When these attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn, then, he couldn't help but curse, this giant storm ape was so good. Wang Ting was a little dazed. He really didn't expect the giant storm ape to drop so many attribute points. Previously, Wang Ting confirmed that it hadn't broken through to the Beast King level, which was the human equivalent of the planetary state. Yet, this star beast dropped attribute bubbles that didn't lose to a planetary state. He had to admit that this giant storm ape was really blessed by the heavens. It had wind, lightning, and water talents, and all of them had reached the peak stage. Wang Ting received 3,200 points of lightning talent, 2,800 points of wind talent, and 3,500 points of water talent from it. These three attributes entered his body and caused his talents to skyrocket. Originally, Wang Ting didn't reach the king level for water, lightning, and wind talents, but now, with the addition of large amounts of attribute points, they all leveled up. King level water talent, 80/10,000 king level wind talent, 15/10,000 king level lightning talent, 25/10,000. Wang Ting looked at the changes on the interface and rejoiced. Especially his wind and lightning talents, they only increased by 1 point. If he got less attribute points, Wang Ting wouldn't be able to get 3 king level talents at the same time. One had to know that the wind and lightning element were both special mutated talents. Most people didn't have them. It was very difficult to improve these 2 talents. Now, 2 of his special mutated talents had reached the king level. Wang Ting didn't have to worry about his talents not being able to keep up for a long time. Other than the talent attribute, the other attributes were also very impressive. There were not only ordinary force but also star force. The appearance of star force shocked Wang Ting. Wang Ting sighed. The giant storm ape didn't have an inheritance, but it relied on its own talent to start converting ordinary force into star force. Ordinary star beasts couldn't do this. If it was given a little more time, this giant storm ape would definitely reach the beast king level. By then, with 3 talents, the giant storm ape would be able to do whatever it wanted on Earth. Of course, the premise was that Wang Ting didn't make a move. In the end, the 3 types of force flowed in Wang Ting's body. The water force flowed into the water star, while the wind and lightning force flowed into the core. Wang Ting's wind and lightning force were still at the 13-star warrior level. They hadn't reached the star traveler level yet, so they didn't condense the 4-star. There were also 2 attribute bubbles and a blank attribute, a total of 25,000 points. Wang Ting was very satisfied with this harvest. The other was a special battle technique attribute bubble. Thunderstorm. When he saw this battle technique, Wang Ting's expression was a bit strange. Was he fated with storm-type battle techniques? Sword storm, thunderstorm, space storm. I can probably create a series of storms in the future. Wang Ting thought to himself and felt that it was quite interesting. As the thunderstorm attribute bubble merged, a huge figure appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It was a giant ape. On its body, the wind force surged and formed a storm. The lightning force turned into terrifying thunder and merged into the storm. The 2 blended together and reached a strange balance. Then, an extremely terrifying power exploded. After a moment, Wang Ting opened his eyes and understood. A green light flashed in one of his eyes, and a purple thunder flashed in the other. It was quite strange. This thunderstorm is quite interesting, Wang Ting thought to himself. He liked this skill a lot. Compared to the space storm, the thunderstorm's power was definitely not as strong. However, it was many times stronger than ordinary planet-level battle techniques and could be used as a killer move. Most importantly, the thunderstorm was not as difficult to use as the space storm. The burden on the user was not as great. When using the space storm, the user's body had to withstand the backlash of the space force. If it were not for Wang Ting's strong physical body, an ordinary person would have been completely crippled after using it once. Even Wang Ting's body functions would decrease to a certain extent after using it. If he encountered a strong enemy, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. However, the thunderstorm was different. Wang Ting's physical body could completely withstand the power of thunder and storm. Even if he used it, it would not affect his body much. All in all, it was a very good battle technique. If Yuan Gungun knew that Wang Ting only gave the thunderstorm a not bad evaluation, he would probably have a good talk with Wang Ting. If a powerful battle technique like the thunderstorm was released in the universe, who knew how many strong people would fight to buy it? Even immortal rank experts would be tempted. After all, this battle technique did not have a clear level restriction. If it was used by an immortal rank expert, it would be able to unleash the power of an immortal rank expert. Such a battle technique was extremely rare even in the universe. After fusing all the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting glanced at the storm giant ape and was thinking about how to deal with its corpse. At this moment, Yuan Gungun's voice sounded. Give it to me. The storm giant ape's body has star bones and star cores. They are considered very good forging materials and can be used to forge battle armor. Forge battle armor. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. That's right. I'm going to make you a battle armor made entirely out of star bones. Yuan Gungun chuckled. His tone was eager to give it a try. You're going to forge it for me personally? Wang Ting seemed to have heard something and asked in surprise. Why, can't I? Let me tell you, Yuan Gungun, was a very famous grandmaster blacksmith back in the day. Forging a battle armor for a planetary state kid like you is just a piece of cake. You should be happy, Yuan Gungun said. So you're a grandmaster blacksmith? Sorry for the disrespect. Wang Ting rolled his eyes but still complimented him. Humph, I know you're a grandmaster blacksmith, but you're still far from being a grandmaster. Learn from me in the future, Yuan Gungun said proudly. He had finally found a sense of superiority in Wang Ting. Wang Ting laughed in his heart. Yuan Gungun did not know that he leveled up all these sub-professions by picking up attribute bubbles. There was no need for him to learn at all. Perhaps after watching Yuan Gungun forge a few times, Wang Ting would be able to smoothly reach the Grandmaster realm. By then, Yuan Gungun would be shocked. Yuan Gungun put away the corpse of the storm giant ape. Then, Wang Ting did not stay any longer. He left the deep sea and sped toward the Xia continent. Xianxia, Donghai, January 1, 2011, 8 a.m. The weather was bright and sunny. On this day, the East Sea became the center of the entire world. A few days ago, the Xia Kingdom's army had placed the entire East Sea under martial law. Although everyone who came to the East Sea would not be rejected, they would be carefully inspected. No one with unknown origins was allowed to enter the East Sea. Even so, there were still many people coming to Donghai. This was all because Donghai was going to hold a global community meeting today, a global community meeting, an important meeting that concerned the future of the world. A few days before the meeting began, the news had already spread like wildfire. Everyone knew about the news. Everyone was very concerned about the future of Earthstar. Therefore, whether it was the world-famous business leaders or those with great influence in the world, they all came to Donghai. Of course, it was impossible for so many people to attend the global community meeting. Those who could attend were all important political figures of various countries and the leaders of various forces. At this moment, fighter jets landed on a wide square around a tower in the center of Donghai. This tower was a landmark building that had just been built in Donghai. It was 360 meters tall and was not divided by the exact number of floors. There were many facilities inside, such as an exhibition hall, a collection of martial arts techniques, an administrative hall, and so on. The highest floor of the tower was where the meeting was held. As the fighter jets landed, the leaders of various countries walked out of the fighter jets and entered the tower under the protection of powerful martial artists. The leaders of all the major countries in the world came, not a single one was left out. Outside the square, there was a huge crowd, and the noise came one after another. Oh my God, that's Bald Eagle's Marshal and Head of State. The Head of State of Ursa Major is here too. And the Head of State of the Nordic Union. The crowd outside was familiar with each other, and they recognized the leaders of various countries and kept talking about them. A large number of military martial artists were on guard around, stopping the enthusiastic crowd. Donghai's Governor Jiang, General Chen, and the rest stood in the square, looking at the leaders of various countries walking into the tower. Their positions used to be much higher than Wang Ting's, but now Wang Ting could summon the world's leaders for a meeting, and they could only watch from outside. The two of them looked at each other, speechless, on the highest floor of the tower. Inside the conference hall, the lights were bright and resplendent. In the middle of the hall, at a huge round table, the leaders of various countries were having a heated discussion. Black people, white people, and yellow people were all gathered here at this moment, as if they had abandoned the concept of race. At 9 o'clock sharp, the meeting began. In the middle of the huge round table, a ray of light lit up and slowly formed a three-dimensional virtual projection. Everyone's gazes converged on him. It was a bird's-eye view of Earthstar. Everyone. Wang Ting stood up from his seat of honor. To his right was the martial arts leader Xianxia, and to his left were the Bald Eagle's Marshal and Head of State. As the voice rang out, everyone's gazes shifted from the starry sky projection to Wang Ting. Wang Ting's gaze slowly swept across the group of national leaders without any expression on his face. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm sure all of you know the purpose of gathering everyone here today. Not long ago, alien invaders entered Earthstar. We were caught off guard, and all the countries fell. Almost all of them became slaves of the alien invaders. This time, they're here for the so-called trial. They're using Earthstar as a trial ground and doing whatever they want. Everyone, I just want to ask one thing. Facing such a situation, are you willing to accept it? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ting paused for a moment. All the national leaders recalled their unbearable experience at the hands of the alien trial takers. Their faces were filled with anger and unwillingness. These leaders were able to reach their current positions without showing their emotions. However, in the face of being enslaved by the alien trial takers, they could not suppress the anger in their hearts. Wang Ting looked at everyone's expressions and spoke again. Actually, our experience this time is considered light. At least they're here for the trial, and they don't really want to enslave Earthstar. However, in the universe, it's common for a planet to be enslaved. You may not know this, but there's a type of merchant in the universe. They're slave merchants, merchants who specialize in selling slaves. This is a profiteering industry. And in the eyes of the aliens, a backward planet like Earthstar is like a backward aboriginal tribe. They can enslave us at will and sell us as goods. Everyone looked at each other, and their expressions were ugly. Enslave. Enslave an entire planet. Such a thing was beyond everyone's imagination. They could hardly believe what they were hearing. Suddenly, Wang Ting pointed at the projection in the middle of the round table. I know you don't believe it, but this is the truth. Look. This is our home planet, Earthstar. However, it's just an extremely backward planet in the universe. Our Earthstar is just one of the hundreds of thousands of planets with life in the vast Milky Way. The Milky Way is just one of the 9 major galaxies in the Federation of Orange. Oh right, the Federation of Orange is the country where the alien trial takers are from. Following Wang Ting's explanation, the projection started to change. Earthstar shrunk and other planets appeared in space. Slowly, the star map of the entire solar system appeared before everyone's eyes. However, the star map didn't stop shrinking. Soon, the solar system was so small that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Planets appeared one after another, forming the Milky Way. The star map continued to fly and the Milky Way also shrunk. Finally, a vast star map appeared. This star map was the territory of the Federation of Orange. Wow! The leaders of the various countries were shocked and in an uproar. If they didn't compare, they wouldn't have known. Now that they made the comparison, they realized that Earthstar was really small and the Federation of Orange was such a terrifying giant. They controlled 9 major galaxies, and each galaxy had hundreds of thousands of planets with life. Compared to this, Earthstar was nothing. Wang Ting didn't show them a wider star map, afraid that it would scare everyone. After all, this was just a low-level space civilization. After that, there were medium and high-level space civilizations. If they were to talk about it, the Federation of Orange was just a small character. At this moment, Wang Ting said in a low voice. Now you know how insignificant Earthstar is. Then, let's talk about the division of power in the universe. In the universe, a star traveler like me is just the beginning of the martial path. I'm equivalent to an apprentice-level martial artist on Earthstar. I can only run errands, mine ores, and so on. Another image appeared next to the star chart. It was a scene of a group of chimpanzee-like races digging in a huge mine. These races were all very strong, waving huge iron hammers, and their momentum was terrifying. They were star travelers, but they could only mine ores. This was the image of the universe sent by Yuan Gungun. Wang Ting showed it to everyone to increase the credibility. As expected, the leaders of the various countries were shocked speechless. Silence, dead silence. The star travelers who were extremely powerful on Earthstar and could dominate the entire world could only mine ores? This kind of thing, no matter how they thought about it, was unbelievable. Gulp, someone swallowed his saliva, which was especially prominent in the dead silent meeting room. So, once someone sets their eyes on Earthstar and casually sends a star traveler here, we won't be able to resist. Wang Ting concluded. Your Excellency Wang Ting, please don't say any more. The bald eagle princeps wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Unknowingly, his back was completely soaked in cold sweat. He looked up at Wang Ting and smiled bitterly. Wang Ting looked at him in a daze. Was this person scared out of his wits? He raised his head and looked at the leaders of other countries. He found that their faces were the same as the leader of the bald eagle. They were all pale and scared. Wang Ting suddenly felt a little awkward. He felt that he was already very restrained. How could he still scare these people like this? These people's mentality wasn't stable enough, Wang Ting cursed in his heart. The conference hall suddenly fell into an awkward atmosphere. Wang Ting felt quite embarrassed. Originally, he only wanted to let the leaders of the various countries realize the seriousness of the matter. Then, everyone could put aside their past disagreements and work together to form a global community to face the next major change. However, he didn't expect that everyone would be shocked by his description of the universe. However, it was understandable. After all, the leaders present had never left Earth Star and did not know the cruelty of the universe. It was just like how people who lived in remote villages for the past 20 years suddenly came to a big city and did not know how difficult it was to survive in a big city. When they first heard about these things, they would definitely panic. Just like when Wang Ting first heard about these things, he was not much better. Wang Ting coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, I think the heads of state know better than me why I am telling you all this." "Your Excellency Wang Ting." The bald eagle head of state stood up directly, looked around, and said again, "We all understand what you mean. Since we have come to Xianxia today, we have put aside all prejudices and misunderstandings. I, bald eagle, am the first to agree to form a global community." Everyone's eyes fell on the bald eagle's black head of state. No one would have thought that the head of state, who used to be an overlord in the past, would be the first to agree, and almost without any hesitation, then, the other heads of state also expressed their opinions. "On behalf of Xianxia, I agree to form a global community." The martial arts leader stood up and said calmly. Just by standing beside Wang Ting, his figure showed that he firmly supported Wang Ting. "On behalf of Ursa Major, I agree to form a global community." The head of state of Ursa Major was a muscular white man. At this moment, he said firmly with his deep voice. "On behalf of the Nordic Union, I agree to form a global community." The old white head of state of the Nordic Union smiled and said. "On behalf of the AFI Alliance, I agree to form a global community." "On behalf of the Kangaroo Nation, I agree to form a global community." "On behalf of the Inca Nation, I agree to form a global community." The leaders of each country stood up. Although their expressions were different, a trace of determination and solemnity could be seen in their eyes. At this moment, at this juncture in history, they made a decision that would completely change the structure of planet Earth, and this moment was destined to be recorded in the annals of Earth Star. "All right." Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he said, "Next, in order to deal with the upcoming cosmic trend, I've chosen 2 plans. I'll share them with everyone for discussion." Everyone slowly sat down without saying a word, but their gazes once again focused on Wang Ting. "The first plan is that I will head to the universe, obtain legal citizenship, register a planet, and become the overlord of Earth Star." As for the second plan, as Wang Ting spoke, he suddenly paused. "Please wait, Your Excellency Wang Ting. I have a question." The bald eagle chieftain Jorio interrupted Wang Ting. "Your Excellency Jorio, please speak." Wang Ting sat down and made an inviting gesture. "According to what you said earlier, the Milky Way that we're in should belong to the Federation of Orange. Then, it should be easy for us to become a member of the Federation of Orange," Jorio said with a frown. Jorio frowned as he spoke. He suddenly realized that Wang Ting's plan didn't match the cruel image he had suggested previously. "No, although we're in the Federation of Orange territory, Earth Star is an undiscovered and undeveloped planet. To the Federation of Orange, we're probably the lowest class of aborigines and won't be treated fairly. I'm sure you've seen how those trial takers treated us previously." Wang Ting shook his head. Everyone finally understood. "Then, how do we obtain citizenship? And obtain autonomous control of Earth Star?" "I'm afraid this plan won't be easy to achieve," the bald eagle chieftain said. "That's true. In the universe, power, identity, and status are very important. Like Earth Star, we have no power and no status. Wanting to control Earth Star is like a fool's dream. It won't be long before we'll be eaten up by others," Wang Ting said. "Therefore, we have to become stronger in a short time and obtain a certain status." The Federation of Orange already knows about Earthstar's existence. Do we still have time to develop? The Nordic chieftain said worriedly. There's not much time, but I have an idea, Wang Ting suddenly said. What idea? Everyone asked hurriedly. I once received an inheritance that belongs to a high-level cosmic civilization. If I can successfully inherit that inheritance, then I'll have an extremely high status and Earthstar will naturally be safe, Wang Ting said. Inheritance? High-level cosmic civilization? Everyone heard this and was confused and shocked. That's right, a high-level cosmic civilization. Wang Ting nodded and finally decided to reveal the situation. In the universe, there are 3 levels of kingdoms: low, middle, and high. The Federation of Orange is actually just a low-level cosmic civilization. Everyone was shocked, speechless. The powerful Federation of Orange was actually just a low-level cosmic civilization. This was unbelievable. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat and felt chills all over their bodies. Your Excellency Wang Ting, I would like to ask, how powerful is a high-level cosmic civilization? The bald eagle chieftain Jorio swallowed with difficulty and asked. The leaders of the other countries also looked over, very curious about this. I don't think you all want to know, Wang Ting said meaningfully. In the end, he still didn't explain the power of a high-level cosmic civilization, but everyone had already understood. For a moment, the conference room fell into dead silence again. Then, Your Excellency Wang Ting, is the inheritance that you received reliable? Jorio asked. He was very envious. Wang Ting actually received the inheritance of a high-level cosmic civilization. What a heaven-defying opportunity this was. It's reliable. Wang Ting nodded and said, but there's a huge risk. I'm afraid someone won't let me have my way. Everyone was shocked. The meaning behind Wang Ting's words was too great. Someone wouldn't let Wang Ting receive the inheritance. Who could it be? The leaders present were all shrewd people. They all made their own guesses and quickly thought of something. Obviously, the resistance was either from the Federation of Orange or from that high-level cosmic civilization. But no matter which one it was, to them, it was an insurmountable and terrifying existence. So, I have a second plan, Wang Ting said after seeing everyone's expression. What's the second plan? The chieftain of Ursa Major asked anxiously. Earthstar Wanderer Plan. Wang Ting's words were shocking. Earthstar Wanderer Plan. Everyone couldn't help but repeat it. Then, they all looked shocked. Could it be, just as you think, I plan to let Earthstar wander the universe if there's no turning back. They'll head to a cosmic star field unknown to the Federation of Orange to avoid all enemies, Wang Ting said with a serious expression. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that there was no turning back, he wouldn't be willing to do this. The solar system was where Earthstar was born. This was their homeland. A foreign land couldn't accommodate a physical body, and a foreign land couldn't accommodate a soul, who would be willing to wander from place to place, head to an unknown star field, and live there. When they were old and their descendants asked about it, they could only tell their children that this wasn't their homeland. How sad was that? Everyone was silent. There was a dead silence. Not only did the people of the Xianxia have feelings for their homeland, but even people from other countries wouldn't be willing to leave the solar system and wander the vast universe. That was too cruel. Moreover, the universe was full of dangers. Even if they wandered the universe, they might encounter unknown dangers. If they were careless, Earthstar would face the danger of being destroyed. Your Excellency Wang Ting, isn't the plan to wander Earthstar a little too hasty? Jorio asked carefully. Unless there's no other choice, I won't carry out this plan. Wang Ting nodded. Since Wang Ting had already said so, everyone knew that there was nothing more to say. If they had no choice but to leave, it was useless to say anything else. If they didn't wander, they would perish. Then, what method should we use to wander Earthstar? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to move the entire planet. Jorio smiled bitterly. Space diversion formation. Wang Ting said slowly. Space diversion formation. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then came to a realization. Using the power of a formation could indeed achieve this goal. When the time comes, I'll set up a space diversion formation that covers the entire planet, then communicate with the spatial coordinates of an unknown star field. If things don't work out, will directly move Earth's star to that star field, Wang Ting explained. A formation that covers the entire planet. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath and look at Wang Ting in shock. They couldn't help but marvel at his boldness and generosity. Moreover, Wang Ting's formation skills had already reached such a level. It was really hard to imagine. If that's the case, then I have no objections. Zhou pondered for a moment and said. After some internal calculations, the other heads of state also nodded in agreement. After all, they really didn't have any better ideas. Everything ultimately depended on Wang Ting. After the establishment of the global community, I'll make the planet-level 5 elemental cultivation method public. When Wang Ting saw this, he changed the topic and threw out another bomb. Since they were going to establish the global community, there was no need to hide it anymore. Otherwise, Earthstar's combat power would always be at the Star Apprentice level and would be completely vulnerable in the universe. Only by increasing Earthstar's overall combat power could Earthstar's survival ability be enhanced. This was the only way. When everyone heard this, they were all surprised and happy. The establishment of the global community was to let go of past grudges and overcome difficulties together. Now, Wang Ting had undoubtedly accepted them. Otherwise, why would he give them such benefits? The global community conference lasted until the afternoon. After the leaders discussed some details, they hurriedly left the East Sea of Xianxia and returned to their respective countries. The next day, the leaders held press conferences to explain the decisions and contents of the Global Community Conference. For example, the Earthstar Overlord, the Earthstar Wanderer Plan, and so on. Everyone in the world knew about the cruel laws of the universe and knew that all hope was on Wang Ting. They also knew that Wang Ting was going to publicize the 5-star level enlightenment ability to benefit all humans. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was very grateful for Wang Ting's contribution. Now, as long as one went to the streets, they could hear people praising Wang Ting. He had become the national idol, the national hero. The people of the world saw him as the only savior of Earthstar. No one could say anything bad about him, or they would be despised and even beaten up by the people. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a hero worship in modern society, but that was the truth. Wang Ting's reputation reached an unparalleled height. Wang Ting did not participate in the subsequent matters and left it all to the leaders of the various countries. Everything was going on in full swing. Wang Ting began to set up the space diversion array. For this, he gathered all the array masters in the world. To set up an array that covered the entire world, it required a huge amount of manpower and material resources. In particular, one of the materials required for the Great Space Shifting Array was relatively rare. Space stone. Space stone was the main material for creating space equipment, but it was also an essential material for setting up space diversion arrays. Wang Ting was in a bit of a dilemma. He could only ask the martial artists from various countries to help collect space equipment and extract the components of the space stone from those space equipment. Above Earthstar's equator, Wang Ting floated in midair and said to the array masters around him, "Everyone, you should be clear about the areas that were just assigned." Understood. Don't worry, Master Wang. Yes, we will not let you down. The array masters around him were at least 40 years old, but in front of Wang Ting, they fought to show off and responded loudly. Very well, time is of the essence. Let's begin, Wang Ting said in a deep voice. A group of array masters immediately boarded the fighter jets and left for their respective areas. Soon, Wang Ting was the only one left. Yuan Gunggun's voice rang out in his mind, only you could think of a way to refine the spatial equipment. There's no other way. Wang Ting paused for a moment, then said, Yuan Gungun, thank you for this. Whether it was the Earthstar Lord plan or the Earthstar Wanderer plan, they were all proposed by Yuan Gungun. Even the coordinates and teleportation array of that foreign star field had been provided by Yuan Gungun. Otherwise, Wang Ting, who had never left Earthstar, would not have known about these things. Hehe, now you know how powerful Yuan Gungun is. Yuan Gungun laughed proudly. Fine, fine, fine. You're amazing. Wang Ting did not know whether to laugh or cry. Roundy was very happy, but he changed the topic very soon. He said sternly, speaking of which, it's best if you deal with the matters on Earth as soon as possible and leave. Otherwise, the Radiant Star Tower will discover something very soon and come investigate. The Sacred Star Tower is about 85,000 light-years away from Earth Star. It will take 2.5 months to reach Earth Star even if you use a cosmic spaceship. 2.5 months? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he said, I remember you saying that it will only take 36 days to travel from Earth Star to the Qian Empire's Emperor Star, De Qian. That's right. Because Master Nangong came here once, there's a map of the shortest route on the spaceship. We only need to cross a few wormholes to save a lot of time. Moreover, the E-63 spaceship's performance is much better than ordinary cosmic spaceships. Otherwise, how could it only take 36 days to travel from Earth Star to De Qian, which is further than the Sacred Star Tower? Yuan Gungun said. That's good. I'll complete the space shift array as soon as possible. Wang Ting nodded. As long as you know what you're doing. After Yuan Gungun said that, he went silent. He had been repairing the Qianyuan E-63 spaceship recently and was now nearing the end. Time passed slowly. 5 days later, the space shift array was finally completed. In the middle of the night, a brilliant light covered the entire planet as if a mysterious protective shield had been set up. However, very few people were able to witness such a spectacular scene. The next day, East Sea. The leaders of various countries came to East Sea once again. A huge spaceship hovered above the East Sea High Tower. Wang Ting was bidding farewell to his family below. Son, are you really leaving? Li Xiaomei held Wang Ting's hand tightly and refused to let go. This time, Wang Ting wasn't going to other places, foreign countries, or other worlds. He was going to the vast universe, moreover, he was going to leave alone. As his mother, Li Xiaomei was worried about him leaving just like that. Mom. Wang Ting couldn't bear it and softly called out. All right, let go. Our son is a hero of humanity. What he's going to do is for the entire human race. We should be proud of him. Wang Xinghua hugged Li Xiaomei and softly comforted her. I don't care about being a hero of humanity. He's just my son. Li Xiaomei said with tears in her eyes. Mom, don't worry. Your son never does things that he's not confident in. These difficulties aren't difficult for me. It's just the universe. I'll go out for a stroll. In less than 2 or 3 months, I'll definitely return safely. Wang Ting said in a relaxed manner. On the side, Bai Luo heard his words and couldn't help but roll her eyes. This tone of his was not just an ordinary level of arrogance, the universe was vast and mysterious. Even universe-level powerhouses didn't dare to take it lightly. Wang Ting actually used the word just to describe it. The ignorant were truly fearless. Of course, she also knew that Wang Ting was comforting his mother. But Bai Luo looked at his expression and felt that this guy really didn't care about the dangers of the universe. Afterward, Wang Ting bid farewell to the martial arts leaders and the others. Be careful. We'll leave everything to you. Your Excellency Wang Ting, I wish you a safe journey. Your Excellency Wang Ting, we'll wait for you to return with good news. One by one, the country's leaders came forward to shake hands with Wang Ting. Their hands were very strong, and their eyes were fixed on Wang Ting's face. It was as if they wanted to firmly remember this ridiculously young hero of humanity in their minds. From this moment on, they really threw all racial concepts to the back of their minds. They only thought of themselves as citizens of Earth. Earth was a community. Wang Ting's eyes looked around, pausing for a moment on the Wang family. Then, his eyes fell on Lin Chuhan. He looked at her deeply, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. I'll wait for you to return. Lin Chuhan's lips moved slightly as she said silently. Wang Ting nodded. He didn't linger any longer. He slowly rose into the air, turned around, and stepped into the cabin door of the spaceship. Everyone, I'm leaving. His voice echoed in the air with a trace of carefreeness. The cabin door closed, and the spaceship quickly rose into the air. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of everyone, leaving just like that with the hope of Earth Star. Take care. The leaders of the various countries, and those who were familiar with Wang Ting, all looked up and silently said these 2 words in their hearts. East Sea. On top of the Jisun Marshall House building, Yi Jisun also looked at the stream of light as it disappeared into the distance. His heart was filled with complex emotions. Finally, it turned into 2 words, take care. In a villa district in East Sea, Su Jia, Yu Hao, and Bai Wei sat in the courtyard. The table was filled with wine. At this moment, they were crying and laughing. They raised their wine glasses and toasted to the sky. Our best friend has left, bringing the hope of Earth Star with him. Damn it, we're too useless. We couldn't help at all. Brother Wang Ting, take care. Tan Tai-Shen stood at the top of a building in Huanghai Military Academy. She held a wine bottle in her hand and took a big gulp. She didn't send Wang Ting off. At this moment, she was staring at the spaceship that had turned into a stream of light and flew away. Kid, come back alive. A soft voice drifted in the wind. Tan Tai-Shen's figure had already disappeared from her original spot. At the same time, on the school grounds of Huanghai Military Academy, Ping Yuanshan, Tong Hu, and the rest led a group of students and saluted to the sky solemnly. Everyone, send your senior off. Ping Yuanshan said with red eyes. Yes. The group of military academy students had reverence in their eyes. They shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the clouds. Senior, return in triumph. The universe, the boundless void, vast and boundless, in that pitch-black abyss, one could faintly see specks of light. Suddenly, a huge flying saucer-shaped spacecraft flew over from afar and left at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Xianxia 63 spacecraft, the main control room. The main control room was where the main hall of the ruin was located. At this moment, the corpses inside had been cleaned up. The bodies of Augustus, Ka Tu, and the other prodigies had also been moved elsewhere. Wang Ting sat on the main seat in the main control room. Yuan Gunggun's figure appeared and smiled. Wang Ting, the spacecraft is in the process of accelerating. In about half an hour, it will reach the speed of light and begin space travel. Another half an hour? That's a bit slow. Wang Ting frowned. This is slow. Yuan Gungun screamed. This Xianxia 63 spacecraft is already quite good. If it were other ordinary spacecraft, it would be much slower. Don't think that those Federation of Orange Trial Takers spacecraft are very luxurious. In fact, they are far inferior to this Xianxia 63 spacecraft. Even when those low-grade spacecraft are accelerating, if the acceleration is too great, the passengers would have to enter the hibernation chamber. Otherwise, they might die. Acceleration. Wang Ting realized. When accelerating, the gravitational force inside the spacecraft would change. In order to reach the speed of light, the gravitational force would change very violently. It might even reach tens of thousands of times that of Earth's gravity. With such a terrifying gravitational force, even the body of a planetary state martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it and would collapse. At the same time, he thought of the MiG-3957 spacecraft that was stored in his space fragment. That spacecraft was the most ordinary space adventure spacecraft. When the Protans were in space travel, they had to enter the hibernation chamber to hibernate. Now that he thought about it, those Protans were really a bunch of poor bastards. Wang Ting couldn't help but have a sense of superiority in his heart. He, Wang Ting, was a rich man. Now that the MiG-type spaceship had been dismantled by the Yuan Gungun, the Protans were still asleep. Wang Ting hadn't released them yet. Our Xianxia 63 spaceship is equipped with an automatic gravitational adjustment system. A large number of anti-gravitational runes are engraved on the exterior of the spaceship. Therefore, you will feel the same as on Earth. There won't be any discomfort, Yuan Gungun continued. No wonder. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was actually walking in the spaceship as if he was on Earth. It was as if his feet were on solid ground. In the past, when he watched spaceship movies, the astronauts in the movies were unable to walk normally in the spaceship. They were in a state of weightlessness, and their bodies were floating. Any movement was extremely inconvenient. From the looks of it, this spaceship was indeed quite impressive. So, don't underestimate this Xianxia 63 spaceship, Yuan Gungun said unhappily. Ha ha ha, I don't know. Wang Ting laughed carelessly. Ignorance is terrible. Yuan Gungun scorned and changed the topic. This is your first space voyage. Do you want to see the scenery outside? Of course. Wang Ting nodded. Activate the panoramic simulation mode. Yuan Gungun ordered. Instantly, everything around Wang Ting started to change. Everything around Wang Ting slowly disappeared, turning into a vast and boundless starry sky. Wang Ting stood up from his seat. Then, even the seat slowly disappeared. At this moment, it was as if he was in the void of the universe. High tech. Wang Ting lamented. Then, he turned around and looked. The blue planet was getting smaller and smaller. Then, it became almost invisible. Unknowingly, he had left the solar system and was flying toward the unknown void of the universe. It had to be said that such a lonely environment would make people feel mentally exhausted. Even a spiritual sorcerer with strong mental strength like Wang Ting couldn't withstand it for a long time. When he was trapped in the space crack for more than half a year, he was almost on the verge of a mental breakdown. This showed how terrible this void was. Yuan Gungun, cancel the panoramic simulation mode. Wang Ting said after a moment. Okay. As soon as Yuan Gungun's voice fell, the surrounding environment changed again and returned to its original state. Wang Ting, that Bai Luo is here. It suddenly said. When they left Earth Star, Wang Ting naturally wouldn't leave her on Earth Star. Therefore, he took her with him. I'll go out and take a look. Wang Ting walked out of the main control room and bumped into Bai Luo, who was walking through the passage. What's the matter? You said that you'll let me go after leaving Earth Star. Bai Luo said directly. Wang Ting couldn't help but hesitate. It wasn't because of any other reason. He was just worried that after she left, she would reveal information about him. Let her go. Yuan Gungun's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. Even if you don't let her go, it won't be long before the Sacred Star Tower comes to investigate the situation on Earth Star. Letting her stay can at least buy us some time. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he said in his mind. It's useless. The Sacred Star Tower already knew when those 2-star-level martial artists died. Yuan Gungun said. They knew. Wang Ting's face darkened. Why didn't you say so earlier? What's the point of saying it? Would you leave Earth Star so casually if you didn't resolve your worries? Yuan Gungun retorted. Wang Ting was speechless, but his face immediately turned gloomy. No, my parents are still on Earth Star. I have to go back and take them away. Don't be naive. Take them with you and wander the universe. With their strength, the chances of them dying are higher, Yuan Gungun said mercilessly. You. Wang Ting was furious, but he had to admit that Yuan Gungun was right. The universe was too dangerous. He couldn't even take care of himself. How could he take his parents and family to wander the universe? At this moment, Bai Luo saw that Wang Ting didn't reply for a long time. She thought that he was going to go back on his words and couldn't help but feel nervous. This guy wouldn't have any improper thoughts about her, right? Otherwise, why would he kill her but not kill her, and let her go but not let her go? You can go now, Wang Ting said at this moment. Wang Ting, I'm telling you, I have a fiancé. It's impossible between us. Bai Luo was a little nervous. She couldn't help but take a step back while clutching her chest. She blurted out the words in her heart, but halfway through, she was stunned. Wait, you said I can go? Wang Ting's expression was strange. I suddenly don't want you to go. You have a fiancé, right? I like challenging things the most. I've decided to keep you here to warm my bed. Bai Luo's face suddenly darkened. Can you not joke around? Okay, hurry up and go before I change my mind. Wang Ting waved his hand. Bai Luo quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly stopped and said, I know what you're worried about. With your status, if you rashly enter the Federation of Orange, you definitely won't be able to gain full control of Earth Star. The Federation of Orange will intervene and many forces will come to divide Earth Star. After all, the value of an ownerless planet is too great. Don't worry. Once I return, I won't reveal any information about you. Also, I'll do my best to help you. I'll get the forces I belong to intervene. At the very least, I'll ensure that you Earthlings won't be enslaved. She spoke with extreme sincerity. She truly wanted to help Wang Ting. Thank you. Wang Ting was slightly taken aback before he smiled. But there are some things that you don't know. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. If Bai Luo knew that he had killed 2 stellar-level instructors from the Sacred Star Tower, creating a blood feud between them, she probably wouldn't have dared to say that. After all, the Sacred Star Tower's influence was too great in the Federation of Orange. Almost all the experts came from the Sacred Star Tower. Bai Luo's clan was one of the 3 great clans in the Azure Mystic Galaxy, but compared to the Sacred Star Tower, there was still a huge difference. When Bai Luo heard Wang Ting say that, she couldn't help but be stunned. Her mind spun. She didn't think that Wang Ting was trying to scare her. Something must have happened that she didn't know about. You're on your own. Bai Luo took a deep look at Wang Ting before she left for the back of the spaceship. Her spaceship was parked there. Wang Ting watched her board the spaceship. Suddenly, another woman's figure appeared beside Bai Luo. Wang Ting was a little surprised. Ale. This woman was the saintess of the North Sacred Mountain, Ale. Ale's light talent isn't bad. I've decided to take her away from Earthstar. Only in the universe can her talent be maximized, Bai Luo explained. Wang Ting nodded. He looked at Ale and sighed. I never thought that we would meet again under such circumstances. The universe is dangerous. Take care of yourself. Ale's gaze swept across Wang Ting's face, as if she wanted to remember his appearance. She said softly, you take care too. We'll meet again someday. The back door of the Qianyuan E-63 spaceship opened. Bai Luo's spaceship left the E-63 spaceship and flew in another direction. Wang Ting stood by the window and watched them leave. This was good too. Ale was taken away by Bai Luo. Even if he failed in the end, Earthstar still had other people who had a chance to rise up. These 2 women's talents aren't bad. Yuan Gungun said. If they're lucky enough, they might even reach the universe level. Oh, your evaluation of them is so high. Wang Ting was surprised. Actually, the universe level isn't that strong in the universe. Yuan Gungun sighed. Look, didn't Master Nangong fall as well? Wang Ting nodded. He agreed with Yuan Gungun's words. However, he wasn't worried about himself because the universe level wasn't his limit. Wang Ting, the spaceship is about to enter light speed. Yuan Gungun's voice suddenly became serious. A glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He nodded. After a while. Begin the countdown. 10. 9. 8. 7. Wang Ting looked at the scenery outside the window. He couldn't see anything clearly anymore. The planets and meteorites were all blurred. All that was left was darkness. He could clearly feel the space around him begin to ripple. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the last number fell, the already blurred Qianyuan E-63 spaceship suddenly disappeared from the universe. Space travel, activate. Boom, Wang Ting felt the spaceship shaking. The shaking lasted for more than 10 seconds before it stabilized. It was pitch black all around. There was no light at all. Yuan Gungun appeared next to Wang Ting and said, space travel is a success. This is the Dark Universe. Dark Universe? Isn't this, inside the space rift? Wang Ting looked at the familiar scene and hesitated. Inside the space rift? MHM, you can say that. Yuan Gungun touched his chin and nodded. I've been here before, Wang Ting said. What, you've been here before? Yuan Gungun was shocked. He looked at him in disbelief and asked anxiously, how did you get here? You can't enter the Dark Universe without reaching the speed of light. No, you have a space talent. Could it be? When I ran to the Dark World, I used a space tunnel built by the Dark Apparitions to escape and blew up the tunnel. I only realized that the tunnel was only half built after I blew it up. Then, I became an idiot. Wang Ting shrugged and said helplessly. Yuan Gungun was dazed for a moment and then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Is it that funny? Wang Ting was speechless. You dumb spore. You ran into the space tunnel, and you still dared to blow it up. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself killed? Yuan Gungun said in contempt. Piss off. You don't know how dangerous the situation was. If I had a choice, would I blow it up? Wang Ting said in annoyance. By the way, how did you end up in the dark world? Yuan Gungun asked curiously. Wang Ting told him about how he ended up in the dark world. Yuan Gungun was shocked and said, your experience is really rich. The problem is that you haven't even reached the planetary state yet. It's a miracle that you didn't die after experiencing so many things. Do you think I want to? I'm helpless too. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. He felt that this fellow was gloating at his misfortune. Hee hee. Yuan Gungun covered his mouth and laughed. Then, with a serious face, he said, but to be honest, you were lucky to escape from the dark universe. It must have something to do with your space talent, right? Yes, I found the coordinates of the Earth star through the connection with my spiritual pet. Then, I used the space array to build a passage so that I could return. Wang Ting nodded. His spatial talent is indeed heaven-defying. If he was an ordinary warrior, he would have died in the dark universe long ago, Yuan Gungun lamented. Yuan Gungun, how much do you know about the dark universe? Wang Ting asked. I don't know much about it. The dark universe is very mysterious. Unless a martial artist's speed can exceed the speed of light, they can only travel in a spaceship. Otherwise, only a martial artist with space talent like you can enter the dark universe and travel in it. Even if you can enter it, you can't explore it on a large scale. Therefore, the dark universe has always been an extremely mysterious existence, Yuan Gungun said. Is that so? Wang Ting was a little disappointed. He thought that he could get more information about the dark universe from Yuan Gungun. He didn't expect it to not know much. Yuan Gungun saw him like this and was not convinced. However, he couldn't say anything and was very depressed. Huh? At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed softly. What's wrong? Yuan Gungun hurriedly asked. I seem to have sensed a faint connection between us. What is it? Wang Ting frowned. He thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything. Connection? Yuan Gungun was also puzzled. In the dark universe, what connection could Wang Ting have? Don't think about it. Come with me. I'm going to start forging the armor, Yuan Gungun interrupted Wang Ting's thoughts and said as he floated forward. Wang Ting was suspicious, but he still followed Yuan Gungun. The two of them traveled through the spaceship. The spaceship was very large, but there was a large number of engineering robots maintaining it, so they didn't have to worry about it. A moment later, the two of them arrived at a spacious forging room. A huge forging table was in the middle of the forging room, and the surrounding walls were filled with all kinds of forging tools. It was the first time Wang Ting had seen such a high-tech forging room. He immediately looked around curiously. Yuan Gungun smiled and floated to the side of the forging table. With a flip of his hand, a star core and a crystal-clear star bone appeared in his hand. These are the star core and star bone I took out from the body of the storm giant ape. They have water, wind, and lightning attributes. They are very rare. Even if you don't have the wind and lightning attributes, you can use the runes on your armor to activate a certain degree of wind and lightning attribute attacks. It's very useful, the round ball explained. It didn't know that Wang Ting had the wind and lightning attributes. Wait a minute. Actually, I have both of these attributes, Wang Ting suddenly said. Yuan Gungun was stunned. He turned to look at Wang Ting. You're not joking with me? Wang Ting didn't talk nonsense. A ball of origin power appeared in each of his hands. One was blue wind, and the other was purple thunder. What kind of monster are you? Yuan Gungun's eyes widened. He couldn't help but groan. 5 elements origin power, spatial talent, and now wind and thunder origin power. Oh my god. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second talent like yours in the universe. He looked at Wang Ting as if he was looking at a monster. He couldn't believe his eyes. Alright, you can continue. Wang Ting clapped his hands and dispersed the 2 balls of force. He spoke calmly. Yuan Gungun suddenly felt bored. But soon, his eyes lit up again. He said, since you have wind and thunder origin power, I can add a pair of wind and thunder wings to your armor. Wind and thunder wings. Wang Ting was stunned. Yes, wind and thunder wings. Yuan Gungun nodded. With these wind and thunder wings, your speed will definitely increase by 2 to 3 times. That's awesome. Wang Ting couldn't help but be surprised. In the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. If it could really increase his speed by 2 to 3 times, then he would be able to kill enemies who were several realms higher. The wind and thunder wings is actually a kind of combat technique. It's just that it's very expensive. I've only seen it once. But later on, through my hard work, I was able to research the principles of the wind and thunder wings. Then, I used the runes to forge the wind and thunder wings that can be used on armor. Although it's not as heaven-defying as the combat version of the wind and thunder wings, it's still an amazing piece of armor, Yuan Gungun said proudly. Wang Ting couldn't help but give Yuan Gungun a thumbs up. To be able to research and create equipment from combat techniques, Yuan Gungun's forging skills were definitely not low. Hehe, quick. Didn't you say you have a lot of star bones and star cores? Take them out and let me see. I can't wait to start forging. Yuan Gungun's eyes lit up. He became excited and kept urging. Wang Ting shook his head in amusement when he saw Yuan Gungun's expression. He then took out all the star cores and star bones he had accumulated. These were all 13 star and above star cores and star bones. He had already sold out the rest of the low-level ones. Not bad. Although they are all star apprentice star cores and star bones, they are definitely enough to forge a planetary state armor. Together with the Storm Giant Ape star core and star bones, the level of the armor can definitely reach the pinnacle of the planetary state, Yuan Gungun said with satisfaction. This is, as he spoke, he suddenly made a sound of surprise. Then, he jumped up and grabbed 2 star bones. King-class star bones. Where did you get 2 king-class star bones? Yuan Gungun suddenly rushed to Wang Ting and asked excitedly. Don't get too excited. It's just 2 king-class star bones, Wang Ting said. It's just that. Yuan Gungun's voice suddenly went up by 18 octaves. He stared at Wang Ting. You really don't want to die from anger. Do you know how rare star bones are? King-class star bones are even rarer. If you put them up for auction in the universe, even universe-level beings would fight over them. Really? That's crazy. Even universe-level beings would fight over them. Wang Ting was shocked. What do you think? You don't know how lucky you are. Yuan Gungun stared at Wang Ting and sighed. If Master Nangong had a king-class star bone to forge a universe-level armor, he probably wouldn't have died. You mean to say that these 2 king-class star bones can be used to forge a universe-level armor? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. Yes, but we still need some universe-level metals. Let me look for them. Master Nangong should have left a lot of universe-level metals that he didn't use. You can go and cultivate by yourself. I won't be forging today. I have to make a new plan. After saying that, Yuan Gungun disappeared from where he was and went to look for his treasure room. As for where his treasure room was, even Wang Ting didn't know. Wang Ting looked at the empty smithery room and shook his head speechlessly. However, he was looking forward to it. A universe-level armor. If he could make a custom-made one, he would be super awesome. Sure enough, he needed to accumulate more treasures. When it was time to use them, there would be a surprise. Wang Ting thought to himself happily. He walked out of the forging room and headed to the cultivation room to cultivate. The spaceship flew quietly in the dark universe. Outside a wormhole somewhere in the Milky Way, a space fleet floated quietly in the void. In the command room of this fleet, the commander-in-chief of the fleet was a young man. At this moment, he was leisurely leaning on the sofa and tasting fine wine. I really don't know why I was sent to guard this barren star field. There are no life planets here at all. It's a complete waste of my time, the young man grumbled unhappily. He had long silver hair and looked very similar to a human. However, there were 3 silver stripes on both sides of his face. Judging from the faintly discernible aura on his body, he was a powerful stellar-level martial artist. The silver-haired man sighed and shook his head. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. Who asked me to have no background? Otherwise, I would have been sent to those rich planets long ago. Why would I take on such a difficult task? I heard that not long ago, some genius martial artists from the Federation went to a certain planet in this star field to train. I wonder what kind of planet it is to be chosen as the training ground. Could a life planet have appeared in this barren star field? If only I could find a life planet. That way, I would instantly become a nouveau riche. The silver-haired man mumbled endlessly again. At this moment, the screen in front of him lit up, and the projection of a gray-robed elder appeared. Teacher. The silver-haired man was shocked. He quickly got up from the sofa and bowed respectfully to the elder. Crut. The gray-robed elder spoke in the universal language. I have something to tell you. Teacher, please speak, the silver-haired man, Crut, quickly said. Guard the star field you are in. Once someone comes out from there, no matter who it is, capture them, the gray-robed elder said coldly. The silver-haired man was shocked and asked carefully, even the trial takers are to be captured? Capture? The gray-robed elder said coldly. If they don't resist, don't kill them. However, if strangers pass by, capture them regardless of whether they are dead or alive. Yes. The silver-haired man could already hear the coldness and determination in the gray-robed elder's voice. He quickly responded. After a while, the command room returned to silence. The silver-haired man slowly straightened his back and let out a long breath. What happened? I can hear that the teacher is very angry. I don't care. Anyway, I didn't cause this trouble. I just have to capture them. This is a good opportunity. If I can perform well in front of the teacher, I might be valued by him. As long as he says the word, my future will be completely different. The silver-haired man's eyes flashed with excitement as he muttered to himself. This wormhole fleet was not the only fleet that received the attention of the Federation of Orange's higher-ups. This barren star field with Earth as the center had fleets guarding the surrounding wormholes. Moreover, the Federation of Orange's higher-ups had also given the order to capture. When Earth's existence was first discovered, the Federation of Orange blocked the news. Only a few higher-ups knew of Earth's existence. Therefore, the commanders of these fleets did not know who they were going to capture and why. However, this did not hinder their high spirits. The fact that they were sent to guard the wormhole in this barren star field meant that they were like the silver-haired young man, martial artists with no background. This time, they received news from the higher-ups and it was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them to advance. Every fleet commander was unwilling to give up such a good opportunity that fell from the sky. They were already rubbing their hands together and ordered the fleet's martial artists to guard the surrounding area. They must not let any life leave this barren star field. Wang Ting did not know that he had been targeted by a group of stellar-level martial artists. He was currently cultivating on the spaceship. Suddenly, the trace of connection from before became stronger and stronger. He stood up and walked to the window. He saw a group of hazy light spots flying from the depths of the void in the dark universe. The void in the dark universe was pitch black. These light spots were too obvious. Wang Ting saw them immediately. Yuan Gungun seemed to have noticed the abnormality as well. He suddenly appeared beside Wang Ting and looked at the light spots outside the window in surprise. Void mayflies. Yuan Gungun's surprised voice rang in Wang Ting's ears. In fact, even without Yuan Gungun's reminder, Wang Ting had already recalled that he had accidentally established a mental connection with a group of void mayflies when he was in the spatial rift. At this moment, he finally understood where that trace of indistinct connection from before had come from. It was because of these void mayflies. However, Wang Ting did not expect that after such a long time, these void mayflies would still be able to accurately locate his position in the void when he returned to the dark universe. Yuan Gungun's round face was plastered to the window, looking at the countless spots of light outside, puzzled. How did these void mayflies find us here? TSK, I never thought that I, Yuan Gungun, would be lucky enough to see one of the wonders of the dark universe. Yuan Gungun began to praise himself. One of the wonders of the dark universe? Wang Ting was a little confused. You don't know about this, do you? Void mayflies are one of the few life forms in the dark universe. Their lives are very short, and they reproduce as they roam the dark universe. Wherever their life ends, their bodies will fall. That's why they are said to live in the morning and die in the evening. Because of this, very few people are able to see the beautiful scenery of void mayflies roaming the void, Yuan Gungun explained slowly. Their lives are very short. Wang Ting noticed a detail in Yuan Gungun's words, and his expression became a little strange. Yes, this is a well-known fact. Yuan Gungun's eyes were still fixed on the void mayflies outside, and he did not notice Wang Ting's expression. Wang Ting rubbed his chin, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Was there something wrong with this? These void mayflies had been alive since he left last time, and they did not seem to be short-lived. Soon, the void mayflies flew closer and circled around the spaceship. Then, as if they had discovered something, they all gathered in front of the window near where Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun were. Yuan Gungun's eyes widened in surprise when he saw this. His head was full of question marks. These void mayflies are coming for me? Wang Ting saw the dumbfounded look on its face and couldn't help but find it funny. He walked forward and pointed his finger at the window. All of the void mayflies immediately gathered at the spot he was pointing at, as if they were responding to his summons. This is? Yuan Gungun looked at Wang Ting in shock. No matter how stupid it was, it could tell that these void mayflies weren't here for it. They were clearly here for Wang Ting. This bastard, too vile, he clearly knew the reason, yet he chose not to say it out loud. He must have been mocking it earlier. Yuan Gungun gritted his teeth in anger and glared at Wang Ting. Don't look at me like that. You didn't ask me, Wang Ting said innocently. So it's my fault. Yuan Gungun instantly raised his voice and looked at Wang Ting in disbelief, as if shocked by his shamelessness. Of course it's your fault, Wang Ting said with a nod. F***ck off. Yuan Gungun was so angry that his eyes rolled back. He had lived for so many years, but he was rendered speechless by Wang Ting, a little brat who wasn't even 20 years old. Round Face felt depressed and bitter. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and asked the biggest question in his heart, why are these void mayflies coming for you? I seem to have established some kind of mental connection with them. Wang Ting spread out his mental power, passing through the metal walls of the spaceship and into the void. The void mayflies immediately gathered into various shapes under the guidance of his mental power. One moment, they gathered into a winged tiger, the next moment, they gathered into a giant whale. It was as if they had become an extension of Wang Ting's body. Yuan Gungun was dazzled. You actually established a mental connection. Yuan Gungun was shocked and asked in disbelief, how did you do it? If I said I accidentally established a mental connection, would you believe me? Wang Ting shrugged. Accidentally. Yuan Gungun was in a bad mood. He felt that Wang Ting was bragging. He was definitely bragging, but he couldn't find any reason to refute it. I'm so **king. Jealous. Yuan Gungun cursed after holding it in for a long time. These void mayflies are quite rare, but other than being an extension of mental power, they don't seem to have any other uses. Moreover, they can only investigate the situation in the dark universe. They can't be brought out of the dark universe, so they have a lot of limitations. What's there to be jealous of? Wang Ting shook his head and said lightly. You really don't know anything. Yuan Gungun looked at Wang Ting as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. He said disdainfully, the void mayflies can not only be used as an extension of mental power, but also have the ability to gather mental power and hide in their bodies. They can attack the enemy when they least expect it. It's definitely a must-have item for sneak attacks. Yuan Gungun's eyes lit up as he spoke. He seemed to be a little excited. Ahem. Wang Ting's expression was strange. He coughed dryly and interrupted him. What? Yuan Gungun said unhappily. You like to sneak attack people too? Wang Ting said. Of course. It's so cool to sneak attack people. You don't have to fight so hard. As long as you control it well, you can even kill people who are stronger than you. Yuan Gungun suddenly opened his mouth. He was surprisingly enthusiastic about sneak attacks and didn't notice that Wang Ting's expression was getting weirder. He didn't expect this guy to be a kindred spirit. Wang Ting chuckled in his heart. It's a pity that Master Nangong is too righteous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been killed. Sigh. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but think of Nangong Yu and couldn't help but sigh. That's right. One can't be too righteous. Wang Ting felt the same way and nodded in agreement. Nan Gongyu was killed by his disciple because he was too naive. If he was as black-hearted as him. Bah, he wasn't black-hearted. If he was as resourceful as him, he wouldn't have been schemed against. Right? You think so too? Yuan Gungun seemed to have found a confidant. He looked at Wang Ting with shining eyes. You said too just now? You like to sneak attack people like me? Hee hee, come. Let's discuss. Wang Ting laughed. The two of them immediately put their arms around each other's shoulders and whispered to each other. It was as if they had become good brothers. What other uses does the void mayfly have? Wang Ting asked after chatting for a while. The main uses are the ones I mentioned before. The main ones are secret techniques. The void mayfly can use all kinds of secret techniques. However, there's another important point. After the void mayfly establishes a mental connection with other life forms, it will be nourished by the mind and its lifespan will be extended. It will no longer be born in the morning and die in the evening, but its reproductive ability will still exist. It can reproduce in large numbers. Yuan Gungun explained. I see. No wonder they can live until now. Wang Ting nodded in understanding. You should be happy about that. How rare are the cases of establishing a mental connection with the void mayfly? Throughout the countless eras, there have only been a few recorded cases. Moreover, all of those people relied on the void mayfly to grow into experts that roamed the universe and killed countless enemies. Yuan Gungun's eyes flashed and he said enviously, you know, these people all have one thing in common. What do they have in common? Wang Ting asked curiously. Their minds are very strong. They're all divine spiritual sorcerers. Yuan Gungun said. I'm afraid only people with strong minds can establish mental connections with void mayflies. Wang Ting said thoughtfully. Yes, that's what the later generations have guessed. Yuan Gungun nodded and said, but to establish a mental connection, other than having strong minds, you also need luck. Luck? Wang Ting looked at him strangely. In the later generations, many divine spiritual sorcerers with strong minds entered the dark universe in search of void mayflies. They wanted to establish mental connections with them, but guess what? Not a single person succeeded. They all failed. Yuan Gungun sneered. They all failed. Wang Ting was shocked. He could almost guess that there must have been many people searching for void mayflies. They must have been very strong and had absolute confidence. But they all failed. What did this mean? It meant that it really depended on luck, and Wang Ting's luck was indeed heaven-defying. Otherwise, he would not have been able to establish a mental connection with void mayflies. He did not even use any strength. Yuan Gungun saw his smug expression and rolled his eyes. All right, stop showing off. I'll teach you a method. You can store void mayflies in your knowledge sea. That way, you can take them out of the dark universe. Store them in my knowledge sea? Wang Ting was stunned. He hurriedly said, I can take them out of the dark universe? Of course you can. Yuan Gungun raised his head and said proudly, you see, if it weren't for me, who knows how long it would have taken you to understand the wonders of void mayflies. Ha ha ha, Yuan Gungun, you really are my lucky star. Tell me. Wang Ting laughed happily. Yuan Gungun heard Wang Ting's praise, and the smile on his face grew wider. It's very simple. Use your mental power to envelop the void mayflies and form a mental bubble for them to live in. That way, you can store them in your knowledge sea. Alright, watch me. Wang Ting immediately followed Yuan Gungun's method. He condensed his mental power into a bubble and enveloped the void mayflies in it. The void mayflies seemed to like the bubble formed by Wang Ting's mental power very much. They floated happily inside it. Store. Wang Ting stored half of the void mayflies in it. Then, with a thought, the bubble instantly disappeared between his eyebrows and returned to his knowledge sea. It worked. Wang Ting could feel the void mayflies in his knowledge sea. He could not help but be delighted. Now, what you need to do is learn the secret method of condensing mental power in the bodies of void mayflies, Yuan Gungun said. But I don't know how to do it, Wang Ting said helplessly. If you don't know how to do it, then experiment on it yourself. There are so many void mayflies. It's enough for you to experiment on. Their reproductive ability is very strong, so you don't have to worry about them dying, Yuan Gungun said unhappily. Alright, I'll give it a try. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was eager to try. The spaceship was still traveling through the dark universe. The dark universe was silent, and the spaceship didn't make any sound. In the following days, Wang Ting spent his time researching how to condense his spiritual mystic arts within the void mayfly's body. His interest was piqued by Roundy, and he was looking forward to using the mystic arts within the void mayfly's body to ambush others. He felt that it would be very interesting, and so, the void mayfly, which had traveled thousands of kilometers to find its mother, suffered. Wang Ting now had 4 types of consciousness secret techniques: consciousness thorn, consciousness bullet, consciousness shield, and consciousness illusion. He planned to use the more gentle consciousness secret techniques to experiment first. After all, the void mayfly regarded him as their master, and he didn't want to abuse these poor creatures. Among them, the consciousness shield and consciousness illusion were relatively gentle, and they weren't as aggressive. They weren't like the consciousness bullet, which would explode if it failed, and the void mayfly would die without a doubt. As a result, although the void mayfly's life wasn't in danger, it was still being tormented quite a bit. Especially when he was condensing the consciousness illusion, the void mayfly was the first to fall for it. They danced in the void like drunkards, and no one knew what kind of inhumane illusion they were seeing. Yuan Gungun shook his head when he saw the scene. He felt that these void mayflies were quite pitiful. He had completely forgotten that he was the one who had asked Wang Ting to experiment with the void mayfly. Wang Ting, we're about to reach a wormhole. Through that wormhole, we can fly out of the Milky Way galaxy and save a lot of time, Yuan Gungun suddenly said. Wormhole. Wang Ting heard this and couldn't help but stop his experiment and look up at Yuan Gungun. Yes, it's not far ahead, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting nodded and was about to say something when he suddenly paused and said, the void mayfly in front of us sensed the existence of many life forms. They're right outside the wormhole you mentioned. A life form? Yuan Gungun frowned and his expression changed slightly. It's very likely to be someone from the Federation of Orange. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. Looks like it won't be easy to pass through this wormhole. Can you sense the strength of those life forms? Yuan Gungun pondered for a moment and suddenly asked. Let me see. Wang Ting closed his eyes, controlling the void mayfly to approach the spatial barrier in front of him. The so-called spatial boundary wall was the barrier between the dark universe and the real universe. It was illusory and untouchable, but it was real. When one reached the speed of light, one could pass through this barrier. Due to the special nature of the void mayflies, they were able to sense the situation outside the realm walls. Wang Ting's mind power was attached to the void mayfly, and he was able to sense what was going on outside. One life form after another appeared in his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes and said with a serious expression, there should be 15 planetary states and a level 5 star state. A level 5 star state. Yuan Gungun automatically ignored the planetary states and focused on the star state. To the two of them, planetary states weren't much of a threat. Not to mention Yuan Gungun, even Wang Ting's current strength was comparable to a level 3 planetary state. Star states, on the other hand, were harder to deal with. His mental force had reached the peak of the planetary state, and he could fight a level 3 star state, but that star state was at least level 5. Wang Ting wasn't confident at all. Now that Yuan Gungun didn't have a body, he couldn't use the power of the universe state. Otherwise, how could a mere star state stop him? There are weapons on the ship that can kill star states, Yuan Gungun said. A star-level martial warrior that can be killed. Wang Ting was elated. Don't be happy too early. If there are star state weapons on the ship, then we won't have any advantage. Yuan Gungun shook his head. Why don't we just avoid them? No, if these people are coming for me, if I don't show up, Earthstar will be in more danger. Wang Ting immediately rejected Yuan Gungun's suggestion. Then, let's charge over, Yuan Gungun gritted his teeth and said. Wait. Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of something. I have an idea. What idea? Tell me. Yuan Gunggun's eyes lit up and quickly asked. Wang Ting laughed, and the muscles on his face wriggled. Instantly, his face changed into that of the prodigy of the Songlang system, Augustus. A surprised expression appeared on the round face. He walked one round around Wang Ting and clicked his tongue. Similar, you look so similar. Ha ha ha, if I use this identity to get close to them, do you think I can trick them? Wang Ting laughed. It's a bit dangerous, but the probability of success is above 70%. Yuan Gunggun laughed. Then, it's decided. Wang Ting immediately decided. With your peak planetary state mental force, it's definitely no problem to trick a star state, Yuan Gunggun suggested. Wang Ting nodded. This was exactly what he wanted to do. Peak planetary state mental force didn't necessarily have to clash head-on. It might be more effective to trick someone directly. The two came up with a plan and gradually slowed down the ship. As soon as the ship left the speed of light, it retreated from the dark universe and returned to the original universe. It was an unfamiliar cosmic realm. There was a wormhole floating in the void ahead. Next to the wormhole, a cosmic battleship was parked there. As soon as Wang Ting's ship appeared, the other party immediately noticed it. A voice came from the battleship. Halt, accept inspection. Wang Ting's voice became the same as Augustus's. I'm Augustus from the Songlang system. I've completed my trial and am preparing to return. Why are you stopping me? Augustus? Inside the battleship, the silver-haired youth, Krut, frowned. He ordered the ship's artificial intelligence to pull up a document. It contained Augustus's appearance and background. After reading it, he sighed in disappointment and murmured, "So it's him. I thought it was someone else." I was happy for nothing. Ever since Krut received the order, he had been waiting for Wang Ting to appear. He had already treated Wang Ting as his stepping stone. Augustus, I've been ordered by the higher-ups to investigate everyone who passes by here. I hope you can cooperate. Krut's tone became polite. Augustus's background was extraordinary and his talent was extremely high. He naturally didn't want to offend someone with such great potential. Since it's an order from the higher-ups, I'll accept the inspection. Wang Ting used Augustus's voice and said plainly. Then, please leave the ship for now, Krut said. Wang Ting glanced at Yuan Gunggun. Then, the door opened and he walked out. Augustus, it really is you. Krut didn't suspect anything and flew out of the ship. More than 10 planetary state martial artists followed closely behind. Krut came before Wang Ting and patted his shoulder in admiration. I've long heard that you're the prodigy of the Songlang system. Seeing you today, you're indeed extraordinary. Is that so? It seems that my name Augustus has spread far and wide. Even a nobody like you has heard of my name. Wang Ting smiled faintly and said arrogantly. Krut was dazed, and his face turned ugly. A nobody, this brat actually dared to call him a nobody. This was too much. Who did he think he was? Did he really think he was an exceptional prodigy? Krut's face was as gloomy as the clouds before a storm. He stared coldly at Wang Ting. Sorry, I'm not good with words and often say the wrong things, Wang Ting quickly said. Krut was dazed. Was this Augustus a prodigy who didn't know the ways of the world? Was he only focused on cultivation and didn't know the ways of the world? Although this is the truth, I can't say it so directly. Otherwise, it would definitely hurt your heart, Wang Ting added. Krut. His thoughts spun as he wondered if he should fall out on the spot. What if the falling out talisman wasn't in his interest? For a moment, his heart was in a mess. He was led astray by Wang Ting's few words. At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp light that directly pierced into Krut's eyes. Krut didn't expect this at all. Plus, the two were very close, so he couldn't dodge in time. That sharp light pierced into his eyes. Arg! A painful howl sounded. Mental spike. Wang Ting used the mental spike on Krut when he was unprepared. The two were very close, and the mental spike pierced his eyes and his sea of consciousness, heavily injuring his mental body. Krut held his head and roared in pain as he retreated rapidly. You want to leave? Wang Ting's eyes went cold as he punched towards the opponent's head. Rumble. The terrifying force charged forward. However, Clute was a star-rank expert after all. He endured the mental pain as origin power flowed out of his body and condensed into an earthen yellow defensive shield. Dong! Wang Ting's fist force landed on the yellow protective shield. The huge force caused the protective shield to collapse. Cracks started spreading in all directions. Thud! In the next moment, the shield shattered. Clute received the rebounding force and flew backward. However, he made use of this rebounding force to get out of Wang Ting's attack range. Wang Ting's sneak attack and Crut's response all happened in a few seconds. At this moment, the other planetary states reacted. Their faces changed drastically as they gathered around Clute. "Captain, are you okay?" a planetary state asked worriedly. Crut's appearance was a little terrifying. His eyes were bloodshot, and there were even tears of blood flowing out. His mental state was heavily injured, and his head was in extreme pain. His face was pale and hideous as he gritted his teeth to resist the pain in his head. At this moment, Yuan Gunggun's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. He still dodged it, but at least we tricked him. I wanted to finish him in one move, but I failed. Wang Ting's face was serious. You're thinking too much. He's a level 5-star state after all. How can it be so easy to kill him? Yuan Gungun said. We can only rely on brute force now. Wang Ting said helplessly. You want to fight head-on? Yuan Gungun asked in surprise. Do you have any better ideas? Wang Ting asked. You go ahead then. I'll cover you from behind, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting. At this point, Crut had also recovered. He looked coldly at Wang Ting and said in a cold voice, Divine Spiritual Sorcerer. You are not Augustus. You're wrong. I am Augustus. Wang Ting said. It doesn't matter if you're Augustus or not, you won't be able to leave today. Crut ordered, attack the captain of the Federation's warship and kill him without mercy. Yes. The planetary states behind him responded in unison. Boom. Boom. Boom, all of the planetary states unleashed powerful force waves. All sorts of lights covered their bodies and charged towards Wang Ting like balls of light. Wang Ting's expression didn't change. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly charged into the group of planetary states and launched a fierce attack without waiting for them to make a move. He unleashed all 5 elements force. He was comparable to a level 7 planetary state martial artist. With his sword in hand, it was as if he was invincible. The sharp sword light swept across, and 2 planetary states were killed under his sword. 2 people died in one move. The other planetary states' expressions changed slightly. A planetary state martial artist charged from behind Wang Ting with a battle axe in his hand. He slashed out a huge axe ray towards Wang Ting's back. The momentum was terrifying and wanted to split him in half. Humph, Wang Ting turned around and punched out. The terrifying fist force collided with the axe ray. With a loud bang, the axe ray crumbled under the shocked gaze of that martial artist. Screech, Wang Ting stabbed out with his sword. In a flash of cold light, the sword pierced through the opponent's throat. Fresh blood spurted out. Another planetary state martial artist died. Soon, the other planetary states arrived. Wang Ting unleashed the 5 elements force to the extreme. The 5 elements sword intent burst out. Earth sword intent, fire sword intent, water sword intent, 5 elements force. 5 elements sword intent. What kind of monster is this? In the distance, Crut's expression grew worse. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. This guy actually had the 5 elements force and even comprehended the 5 elements sword intent to such a high level. This wasn't something an ordinary prodigy could do. Puff, 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 screams sounded one after another. In just a few moments, the planetary states were killed by Wang Ting. In the blink of an eye, less than half of them were left. Damn it. Clute's expression changed drastically. He stopped watching. With a stomp, he disappeared from his spot. He broke through the void, his body emitting a scorching glow. He was like a star as he charged towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting immediately felt a powerful force coming towards him. His eyes focused as he dodged the attacks of the planetary states around him. At the same time, a bright blue sword light burst out from the sword. As the force surged, layers of huge waves appeared out of thin air, stacking up to a height of 100 meters. Countless sword lights shuttled through the huge waves, reflecting a terrifying cold light. Water sword intent, 1,000-layered waves, boom, the huge wave that was 100 meters tall faced the blazing ball of light. Both sides collided. The battle between water and fire erupted in the void of the universe, one blue and one red, like two stars colliding, exploded with a blazing light. The rest of the planetary state's expressions changed drastically. They all retreated, afraid of being affected by the aftershock of the explosion. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but praise, "This guy is really something. He's only a level 2 planetary state, but he's actually able to fight against a star state." Rumble, moments later, the two balls of light suddenly dissipated. A figure flew out. It was Wang Ting. "Kid, you're only a planetary state. So what if you're strong? I'll still kill you." Krut's expression was extremely cold. He held a crimson sword in his hand and seemed to have turned into a rainbow as he chased after Wang Ting. "Not good. Danger." Yuan Gungun panicked. He didn't want the master he found with great difficulty to die here. If he didn't even get out of the Milky Way, wouldn't he become a joke? He immediately activated the runes on the spaceship and aimed it at Krut. Krut's hair stood on end. He immediately felt a sense of death and could only give up on chasing Wang Ting. He quickly retreated. To a powerful being, life and death were only a matter of thought. Screech, a white light shot out from the Qianyuani 63 spaceship, piercing through the void and landing where Krut was. Boom, a small planet in the distance was hit and instantly exploded. A weapon that could kill a star state was so terrifying. At this moment, Wang Ting's figure landed on an asteroid in the void. His eyes flashed, and he punched the asteroid. The asteroid beneath him instantly shattered. This wasn't enough. He rushed to the other asteroids beside him and punched out, shattering all the asteroids around him. In a few breaths' time, the surroundings were filled with rocks floating in the void and surrounding Wang Ting. What is he doing? Everyone was confused when they saw the scene. Magnetism heart, Wang Ting roared in his heart and activated the magnetism heart. In the universe, the true power of the magnetism heart was fully unleashed. The shattered pieces of the meteorite surrounded Wang Ting. At this moment, they were spinning at high speed. Then, the shattered pieces of the meteorite flew towards him. Rumble, amidst the intense rumbling, the fragments quickly condensed into a huge sphere with Wang Ting at the center. It was like a small planet floating in the void. Rumble, under everyone's shocked gaze, the sphere began to change shape. A pair of rock legs extended from below, and a rock head with distinct edges and corners appeared. Rumble, another loud sound was heard, and a pair of rock arms extended. A gigantic rock giant appeared in front of everyone. This rock giant was many times larger than when it was on Earth. It stood in the void and emitted a terrifying aura. What is this thing? A planetary state martial artist gulped and looked at the rock giant in shock. Krut's face looked bad. He had just dodged that fatal blow and was still feeling a lingering fear. Now that he saw this rock giant, his eyes narrowed. Humph. In the face of absolute power, all means are futile. He snorted coldly, and the light around his body suddenly became brighter, like a burning star. He actually made the first move, and slashed out a 100-meter-long sword light towards the rock giant. Great, let me see how strong a star state martial artist is. Wang Ting's excited voice rumbled from the rock giant's body. He controlled the rock giant to move. Although it was huge, its speed wasn't slow at all. A pair of rock arms reached out like lightning and blasted towards the sword light. Terrifying fist rays exploded on the rock fists, and the earth fist intent formed a fist mark. Rumble, the sword light shattered the fist mark and landed on the rock arms, directly cutting off the pair of huge rock arms. You think you can fight me with a rock giant? What a joke. Krut had a look of disdain on his face. He turned into a blazing ball of light and charged at the rock giant, wanting to shatter it completely. Rumble, however, at this moment, behind the rock giant whose arm was cut off, 6 huge rock arms broke out of its body and smashed towards the ball of light transformed from Krut. The ball of light suddenly stopped, and Krut's face was a little dazed. Why were there so many arms? But there was no time to think. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, huge fist marks smashed out, and the profound meaning of force erupted. Terrifying power spilled out and landed on the ball of light. The ball of light that was as majestic as a star was smashed back. The surface of the light trembled violently as though it couldn't withstand the huge force. Rumble, suddenly, the ball of light completely exploded, and Krut's body fell out. Profound meaning. His face was extremely gloomy. The sword light was a profound meaning, and now, the fist mark was another profound meaning. This kid actually mastered 2 profound meanings. Furthermore, he was an extremely rare divine spiritual sorcerer. How was he a genius? He was simply a monster. Krut's killing intent had risen to the extreme. Since he had become enemies with such a genius, there was no way he would let him live. Is this person the teacher's target? Krut's eyes flashed rapidly as he recalled what the gray-robed elder had said to him. Kill. While thinking, he suddenly roared. The battle sword in his hand burst out a terrifying sword light, and monstrous flames filled the void. In the flames, a huge fire python condensed and coiled above his head. 2 cold rays of light shot out from its eyes as it stared at Wang Ting. Profound meaning. This was a type of sword. Profound meaning. Die. The sword light slashed out, and the fire python rushed towards the rock giant. Rumble, the sword light slashed down, and the fire python roared. The terrifying flames engulfed the rock giant in an instant. Like a star exploding, the void burned. Countless flaming sword lights crisscrossed, forming a terrifying death zone. Humph, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Krut sneered and shook his battle sword. He looked contemptuously at the sea of fire in front of him as though victory was already in his hands. Ever since he comprehended profound meaning, he had almost never met a worthy opponent. Even if it was martial artists who were 1 or 2 levels stronger than him, he had killed more than 1 or 2 of them. How could a mere planet-level martial artist survive? However, as the flames gradually dissipated, Krut's face changed. He saw a figure bathed in green flames walk out and appear in front of him. How is this possible? Krut's face turned ugly. When he saw the flames on Wang Ting's surface, he was even more incredulous. What kind of flame is this? How can it block my profound meaning? Answer me a question. Who sent you to capture me? Wang Ting had already returned to his original appearance. The flames dissipated, revealing his true appearance. There was no expression on his face as he asked the other party. You really aren't Augustus? Krut's eyes flashed as he said, I advise you to surrender obediently. The order was given by the higher-ups of the Federation of Orange. You're just a planet-level martial artist. Even if you escape from here, you won't be able to escape the Federation's arrest warrant. Before Wang Ting could speak, he heard him continue. You should be from a planet that has just been discovered. If I'm not wrong, the planet that Augustus and the other trial takers went to is your home planet. I don't know why, but you managed to escape. Don't put up a pointless struggle. Even if you escape, the Federation won't let go of your planet. Your parents and friends will become slaves and be sold to various parts of the universe. They will become the lowest existences. As Krut spoke, the contempt on his face became more and more intense. It was as if he had seen through Wang Ting's origin. He was high and mighty, recklessly commenting on the fate of him and the people of Earth Star. You, say it again. Wang Ting's face gradually turned cold as he looked at him expressionlessly. Why, are you angry? Angry? Krut laughed. You're indeed very talented, but in front of the Federation of Orange, you're just like an ant. No matter how hard you struggle, you'll only end up being crushed to death in the end. Did anyone tell you that you talk too much nonsense? Wang Ting said indifferently. Xiao, as soon as he finished speaking, a golden light pierced through space and suddenly appeared behind Krut. When? Krut was shocked. His scalp went numb, and a chill instantly rushed from his spine to the top of his head. He didn't have time to think and immediately moved to the left. Screech, in a hurry, he naturally couldn't dodge. Half of his body was sliced open by the golden light. Blood spurted out, and half of his body was instantly minced. It was a tragic sight. Arg! stellar-level beings had very strong vitality. Kret didn't die. He let out an earth-shattering scream and fled into the distance like a madman. He didn't expect that in just an instant, the situation would turn around like this. He was still commenting on the fate of Wang Ting, his parents, and friends with a high and mighty attitude just a moment ago. Now, he was fleeing like a stray dog. At this moment, Kret was extremely regretful. He shouldn't have wasted his breath on Fang Ning just now. He originally just wanted to use words to anger Wang Ting and make Wang Ting completely lose the will to fight. Then, he would obediently surrender. This way, he would be considered a meritorious service and be valued. After all, a living captive was more valuable than a dead captive. He didn't expect Wang Ting to be unmoved. He had already hidden his killer move in the void and gave him a fatal blow when he was unprepared. Kret still underestimated Wang Ting. Although he had long been wary of Wang Ting's spiritual force master means, he didn't expect Wang Ting to have a space talent. That was why he was tricked by Wang Ting again. Moreover, Wang Ting used a powerful spiritual force weapon like the Moon Golden Wheel. Killing a stellar-level warrior was naturally a piece of cake. Now, Kret didn't think about anything else. Meritorious service, promotion, nothing was more important than staying alive. He desperately fled and fought for a chance to live. You can't escape. Wang Ting's voice followed him like a shadow, scaring him out of his wits. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. How can this be? Kret roared in his heart. He was extremely terrified. You guessed everything, but you didn't guess your own ending. Sad. A faint voice came from behind him. Then, Kret felt a sharp pain in his body. His consciousness completely fell into darkness. His body was instantly shredded by a golden light. Well done. When Roundy saw this, he clapped his hands excitedly and waved his two short hands in the air. It really didn't expect Wang Ting to be able to kill a level 5 star state. After all, Wang Ting was only a level 2 planetary state. Even if his mental state was at the peak of the planetary state, it wouldn't be that easy to kill a level 5 star state. This kid is really a monster. Yuan Gungun muttered as its eyes lit up. The stronger Wang Ting was, the further he could go in the future. Naturally, it could grow along with him. Hence, it was very happy. At this moment, after the golden light killed Clute, it turned into the Moon Golden Wheel and revolved around Wang Ting. There wasn't a single trace of blood on it. No one could tell that this was a powerful weapon that had killed a star-level martial warrior. The other Federation of Orange planetary states saw that Kret was killed and panicked. Without hesitation, they ran towards the cosmic battleship. They knew that if they were in space, they wouldn't have a chance to escape. Only the battleship was their greatest hope of survival. There was a weapon that could fight against star states. Even if it couldn't kill Wang Ting, it could be used to save their lives. Wang Ting's face flashed with coldness. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back. The Moon Golden Wheel turned into a beam of light and charged towards the planetary states ahead. Arg, arg, screams could be heard. The Moon Golden Wheel circled around and reaped the lives of the remaining planetary states. Not a single one was left. The peak of the planetary state's mental force immediately showed its power. Killing a group of planetary states was like an eagle cutting down chickens. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to ambush Kret at the last moment, he would have used the Moon Golden Wheel to end these planetary states. At this moment, all the Federation of Orange warriors were dead. Wang Ting let out a long sigh of relief. His face was slightly pale. In truth, he had expended a great deal of energy when fighting Kret just now. It was only because he didn't want Kret to see through him that he had been holding on. After all, in terms of cultivation, there was an entire 12 minor realms and one major realm between the two of them. It was already impressive that Wang Ting was able to hold his ground for half a day with just his martial arts cultivation and didn't get killed. Since planetary state martial artists' mental force was at least at the Emperor state, they could temporarily survive outside their body. Even if their physical body died, their mental force could still exist temporarily. Needless to say, star states were stronger, therefore, out of caution, Wang Ting still used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings and sense the existence of other spiritual entities. Sure enough, he sensed the existence of 3 soul bodies. They were hiding on a floating meteorite nearby. If he didn't investigate, he wouldn't have discovered them. One of the stronger ones had reached the planetary state. It was Krut. The other two were slightly weaker, but they were also peak Emperor realm cultivators. A sneer appeared at the corner of Wang Ting's mouth. With a flick of his finger, 3 green flames shot out and landed precisely on the 3 meteorites where the soul bodies were hiding. Boom, the green flames burned fiercely, and the 3 soul bodies screamed in agony. 2 of the soul bodies immediately dissipated into nothingness in the flames. Only the planetary state soul body flew out of the meteorite, its surface burning with green flames as it struggled in the void. The Federation of Orange won't let you go. In the end, with a venomous curse, the planetary state soul body was finally burned into nothingness by the flames. Wang Ting retracted the flames. His expression was calm, and he didn't look like he had just killed 3 people at all. His eyes flashed, and attribute bubbles floated in the void one after another. Pick them up. Wang Ting's spiritual power swept over, and he picked up all the attribute bubbles. Emperor Realm Spirit * 330 Emperor Realm Comprehension * 360, Earth Attribute Star Force * 3600, Star Earth Secret Art * 650, Emperor Realm Spirit * 450 Emperor Realm Comprehension * 400, Metal Star Force * 5000, Star Gold Secret Art * 1000, Emperor Realm Spirit * 420 Emperor Realm Comprehension * 380, Wood Element Star Force * 5200, Star Wood Secret Art * 1200, Planetary Level Spirit * 260 Planetary Level Comprehension * 240, Fire Star Force * 8500, Star Fire Secret Art * 800, Star Level, Flame Python Sword. Technique * 600, Profound Meaning. There were more than 10 planetary martial warriors and 1 star-level martial warrior. There were many attribute bubbles dropped by them, so Wang Ting had earned a huge fortune. First was the spirit attribute. The dozen planetary states provided a total of 4,200 points of Emperor Realm Spirit, which was 420 planetary state spirit, and Krut, a star level, provided 260 planetary state spirit. In total, it was 680 planetary state spirit. These spirit attributes instantly turned into pure mental energy that flowed into Wang Ting's sea of consciousness and into the star formed by mental energy. Boom, there was already a large amount of mental energy in the star, and now that it was suddenly triggered, it exploded with an extremely terrifying mental energy wave. The 680 points of mental energy seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. It caused the original planetary state spirit to reach its limit, and it could only undergo a qualitative leap. In that spiritual star, countless amounts of spiritual energy involuntarily collapsed inwards, undergoing an inconceivable transformation. As the mental energy collapsed, its density seemed to have reached an extremely terrifying level. This process lasted for an unknown amount of time, and finally, the countless mental energy gradually condensed into a pitch-black core. When Wang Ting sensed the pitch-black core, he couldn't help but be dazed. How did it become such an ugly and small thing? Before he could finish complaining, boom, all of a sudden, a dazzling light burst out from the pitch-black original nucleus. In just an instant, the pitch-black core became extremely red, and countless rays of light shot out, dazzling and blazing. It almost blinded Wang Ting's eyes. At this moment, the mental body was like a real star, an extremely powerful mental energy wave emitted from it, and a faint mental energy mist evaporated from the core and lingered on its surface. This was the strongest thing a divine spirit sorcerer relied on, mental force, and it was a star state mental force. At this moment, Wang Ting's mental state had reached a star state, reaching an unprecedented height. Just this star state mental force alone was enough to sweep through star states. If he met Clute again now, Wang Ting wouldn't need to waste his effort to play any dirty tricks. He would be able to kill him easily. This was how powerful a star state mental force was. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief, and he was very happy. He didn't expect his mental state to break through at this moment. Mental state was the same as martial arts, and each level was divided into 9 levels. However, the 10,000 points of mental state represented all the levels from level 1 to 9. Therefore, after Wang Ting maxed out all 10,000 points, he naturally reached the star state. Although it was only 10,000 points, the mental state should be harder to increase than martial arts cultivation. However, Wang Ting's luck was too good. First, the spiritual maze left behind by the universe-level Nangongyu provided him with a huge amount of spirit attributes. These were all planet-level spirit attributes. Then, he used external forces to kill 2 star-level martial warriors from the Sacred Star Tower and obtained many planet-level spirit attributes. Then, there were the large groups of dark apparitions. Although their levels were low, they were huge in number. Wang Ting directly annihilated an entire army of dark apparitions. Who knew how many dark apparitions there were among them, allowing him to harvest a huge amount of mental force. After a few rounds of harvesting, his mental force was pushed to the peak of the planetary state. Then, there was the miracle of him killing Krut, a star state, with his own power today. Just think about it. How could 1 or 2 waves of large income be something that could be easily encountered? Obviously not. If it was any other time, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain so many planetary state mental force attributes. He could only rely on slowly harvesting the resources of warriors of the same level. All in all, this was all luck. He had relied on his incomparably handsome gigolo face to accumulate good karma. Therefore, this upgrade was both unexpected and within reason. Mental force, 1/20,000, stellar state. However, when Wang Ting saw the stellar state mental force progress bar on his interface, he didn't feel good. A total of 20,000 points of stellar state mental force. Although he had expected it, he still felt that his future was bleak. How long would it take him to collect all these attributes? This was stellar state mental force. It definitely wasn't easy to collect it. Very few stellar state warriors had stellar state mental force. Usually, only the universe state warriors would have stellar state mental force. This meant that Wang Ting had to harvest resources from the universe state warriors to obtain a large amount of stellar state mental force. To be honest, he felt that he hadn't lived long enough. Even if he had 9 lives, he wouldn't dare to do that. Even if he had 99 lives, he could try. Wang Ting shook his head and continued to look at the next attribute. Next was comprehension. The 10 or so stellar state warriors also provided Wang Ting with 3,800 points of emperor state comprehension, which could be exchanged for 380 points of stellar state comprehension. Adding on the 240 points of stellar state comprehension provided by Krut, he had 620 stellar state comprehension. Comprehension, 9,395/10,000, stellar state. Comprehension hadn't increased yet, but Wang Ting could feel the change in his comprehension. It was a strange feeling of I've become smarter. Other people wouldn't be able to experience this happiness. It felt great. Next was the various star force attributes. These warriors were the most common 5 elements force. There wasn't a single mutated force attribute. This made Wang Ting a little disappointed. He began to count the points of a few force attributes. Fire force was the most at 15,600 points. After all, one of them was Krut, a stellar state, so it was understandable that more attribute points were dropped. The fusion of 15,600 points of fire element star force allowed Wang Ting's fire element to rise to the next level. Fire force, 10100/30,000, stellar state level 3, next in line was the metal origin power. Because there were 3 metal origin warriors, the metal origin power was slightly more, with a total of 11,200 points. Wang Ting's metal force also increased by a level. Metal force, 2,800/20,000, stellar state level 2, the next was wood force. A total of 8,600 points, which also allowed Wang Ting's wood force to increase from the first level to the second level. Wood force, 300/20,000, stellar state level 2, wood force had always been Wang Ting's weakest force attribute. He didn't expect it to increase by another level. Finally, he was left with 6,800 points of earth force and 6,600 points of water force. His earth force had already reached the second level, but now, it increased again and directly reached the third level. Only his water force was still at the first level. It was actually just 1 point away from leveling up. Earth force, 400/30,000, stellar state level 3, water force, 9,150/10,000, stellar state level 1, Wang Ting couldn't help but shake his head. He seemed to feel a little regretful that his water force didn't break through. Although it was just 1 point away, he didn't add any blank attribute points. When he picked up water force again, it would naturally break through. Other than that, what surprised Wang Ting was that he also obtained a few cultivation method attribute bubbles. Star Earth Art 2300 points, Star Wood Art 2100 points, Star Water Art 3000 points, Star Gold Art 2600 points. These cultivation methods were all stellar state cultivation methods that he already had. From the start, he heard that these 5-element cultivation methods were very common and basic, but he didn't expect them to be so basic. He had just left Earth Star and killed a few stellar state martial artists, and he already obtained these cultivation method attribute points. If this wasn't considered common, then what was? It was indeed common stuff. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. Then, he looked at the cultivation method column on his attribute panel. These cultivation methods had already been raised to perfection by him. Now, he continued to raise them, but there was no change in the state. Perfection was still perfection. However, many comprehensions flashed through Wang Ting's mind. His comprehension of these 4 cultivation methods had increased by another level, and vaguely surpassed the limits of the cultivation method itself. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as if he had comprehended something. It contained the principle of mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements, as if there was some kind of law and connection of the 5 elements. However, as the attribute points in the attribute bubbles were depleted, the comprehension also disappeared. I didn't expect the extra attribute points to have such a use. Does this count as comprehending by analogy? Wang Ting thought. Then, he looked at the last cultivation method attribute bubble, Star Fire Technique 800 points, Stellar Level. This was the Stellar Level Star Fire Technique. Wang Ting originally thought that these 5 cultivation methods that started with Star only had Stellar Level content. He didn't expect a Stellar Level Star Fire Technique to appear now. Would there be a Universe level in the future? Domain Lord level? Wang Ting's expression couldn't help but be a little strange. If there really was, then these cultivation methods that started with Star weren't simple. They could even be said to be rather awesome. Otherwise, how could they be cultivated to such a high level in the same vein? Normal cultivation methods definitely wouldn't be able to be connected like this. After the 800 stellar level Star Fire technique merged with Wang Ting's comprehension, the Star Fire technique on the attribute panel changed. Star Fire technique, stellar level 500 proficient. Even though this was a stellar level cultivation method, it still contained the stellar level cultivation method. Moreover, it still retained the perfect comprehension level, so it wouldn't affect Wang Ting's own cultivation. Then, the next attribute bubble showed the profound meaning attribute. Flaming Python Sword Technique 600 points. This Flaming Python Sword Technique was shockingly the powerful flaming sword technique that Krut used previously. Moreover, it was a sword technique that had comprehended profound meaning. Its power was rather shocking. To Wang Ting, this was his third profound meaning, and it was the fire element that was known for its attack power. Naturally, he was very happy. The difficulty of comprehending profound meaning was too high. Only true geniuses could comprehend it. That Krut could be considered a genius, however, the profound meaning that he painstakingly comprehended was now taken away by Wang Ting for nothing. If he knew, would he be so angry that even the coffin lid couldn't suppress his bad luck? Flaming Python Sword Technique, Esoteric 500 20%. Looking at the new esoteric on the attribute panel, Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. The 600 attribute points were just enough to raise the Flaming Python Sword Technique's esoteric to 20%. At this time, all the attribute bubbles had been collected, but it had only been a short while. Yuan Gungun did not appear, but its voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind with shock. I didn't expect you to really kill a stellar-level martial artist. It's a basic skill, don't be ridiculous. Wang Ting said calmly. Yuan Gungun was speechless. Can you not be so thick-skinned? It's just SOSO. I'm very thin-skinned. Wang Ting chuckled. Get lost. Yuan Gungun could not help but roll his eyes. He was really speechless by Wang Ting's shamelessness. There was only one word to describe it: respect. We should go. Wang Ting suddenly stopped smiling and said. Yuan Gungun was stunned. He did not expect Wang Ting to change so quickly. He was still smiling just now, but he suddenly became so serious. this caught him off guard. Do you still want that Federation of Orange battleship? Wang Teng asked. Let's go up and take a look. It's just a planet-level battleship, so it's not worth much. Moreover, it's a military battleship of the Federation of Orange. It's not easy to sell it. We can only see if we can dismantle it for parts, Yuan Gungun said. Hence, the two of them came to the battleship with bad intentions. Watch me. Yuan Gungun chuckled. As an artificial intelligence, it easily hacked into the battleship's main control room system. Can you do it? Wang Ting asked. Don't worry, the artificial intelligence of this battleship is just a little guy. Its level is much lower than mine. Dealing with it is a piece of cake, Yuan Gungun said proudly. Sure enough, in just a moment, the battleship's cabin door opened automatically. Wang Ting stepped in and followed Yuan Gungun's guidance to the main control room. The main control room of this planetary-level battleship wasn't big. It was much smaller than his Qianyuan 63 spaceship. Wang Ting sized it up and lost interest in looking at it. Wait a moment. I'll order the robots to dismantle all the useful parts and see if there's anything good on this battleship. Yuan Gungun said as he started to move. Immediately, engineering robots walked out from the bottom of the battleship and quickly spread out to various parts of the ship. Under Roundy's control, they began to operate. These engineering robots were already on the ship. Their level wasn't high, and their intelligence was average. Hence, their price wasn't high. However, they were able to faithfully complete the tasks assigned by the AI. They were the cheapest labor force on the ship. I really did find something good. Roundface suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What did you discover? Wang Ting was stunned too. He couldn't help but ask. It's celestial blue stone. Yuan Gungun said excitedly. Celestial blue stone. Wang Ting felt that the name was familiar. It's a rare wind-type ore. In the Qian Empire, this ore can be sold for 10 to Qian dollars per ton. Yuan Gungun said. 10 to Qian dollars per ton? Wang Ting looked at Yuan Gungun speechlessly. He felt that Yuan Gungun was making a fuss over nothing. That's right. Yuan Gungun stared at Wang Ting. You're really daring. Do you know what 10 to Qian dollars means? The Qian Empire is a high-tier space civilization. 1 to Qian dollar is equivalent to 1,000 medium-tier space civilizations, and 1 medium-tier space civilization is equivalent to 1,000 low-tier space civilizations. Wang Ting stared with his eyes wide open and interrupted him. In other words, 1 to Qian dollar is equivalent to 1 million Federation of Orange currency? You just realized. Yuan Gungun crossed his arms and laughed. What the F***ck? Wang Ting cursed. Although he knew that the difference between the three levels of space civilizations was huge, he didn't expect it to be so huge. 1 high-tier space civilization's currency was equivalent to 1 million low-tier space civilization's currency. What kind of concept was this? At this time, Wang Ting's brain was surprisingly good. He suddenly remembered that during his first military mission, he obtained quite a lot of celestial blue stones from a military camp of the Dark Apparitions. However, he sold most of them and only kept some for himself. After all, these ores weren't of much use to him, so it was more practical to exchange them for money. He only sold those celestial blue stones for a few billion, and that was Earthstar's currency. It wasn't even enough to exchange for Federation of Orange currency. Now that he thought about it, his intestines turned green. What's wrong with you? Yuan Gungun saw that his face was frighteningly dark and couldn't help but take a few steps back. King lost hundreds of millions. Wang Ting turned around and walked away. No, I want to go back to Earthstar. Yuan Gungun was a little confused and hurriedly pulled him back. What are you doing? It wasn't easy for you to come out, and you want to go back? Are you crazy? You don't understand at all. Wang Ting was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. What's going on? Tell me, I'll give you some advice. Yuan Gungun was helpless. Sometimes, he felt that Wang Ting was very mature and didn't seem like a young man who was less than 20 years old. Sometimes, he was so childish that it made people speechless. He was like a big kid. Therefore, Wang Ting told him. Yuan Gungun was speechless after listening to him. He kept lamenting, "What a waste of God's gift, what a waste of God's gift." That's right, you think so too. I'll go back and get those celestial blue stones. At most, I'll spend a few 100 million Earthstar currency. It's not a loss. Wang Ting's abacus was loud and clear. He knew that if he went to the Qian Empire, he would definitely need money everywhere. Now, he could be said to be penniless. Wang Ting was like a country bumpkin entering the city with $1,000. Although it was a huge sum of money in the mountains, in a big city, it wasn't even enough to eat a good meal. He was used to living the life of a rich man on Earthstar. How could he bear to become a pauper? Although Yuan Gungun felt that it was a pity, he still pulled him back and said, "We don't have time to waste now. The people from the Federation of Orange will catch up very soon. But now, it seems that there are many treasures on Earthstar. But now, the most important thing is to have control of Earthstar in our hands. This way, we can better develop Earthstar in the future. If you go back and ask for those celestial blue stones, it's tantamount to losing big for small gains." Wang Ting wasn't stupid. He immediately understood and nodded. "You're right. I almost thought wrong. We still have to gain control of Earthstar first." "That's right." Yuan Gungun breathed a sigh of relief. "And I have good news to tell you." "What good news?" Wang Ting was stunned again. "I found the origin of these celestial blue stones in the database of this warship," Yuan Gungun said mysteriously. "What?" Wang Ting was shocked and quickly asked, "Where is it?" "On a planet without any signs of life. The coordinates are in the data system." Yuan Gungun chuckled. "According to the detection, there are at least 30,000 tons of celestial stone on it." 30,000 tons of celestial stone. That's 300,000 Great Qian dollars. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. As a third-generation rich kid, it had been a long time since he was so excited about money. It really wasn't easy, it was all for the sake of this damn life. It's all thanks to the captain of this warship. Such a large celestial stone mine is equivalent to 300 billion Federation of Orange dollars. He must have wanted to keep it for himself, so he didn't report it and let us take advantage of it. Yuan Gungun laughed gloatingly. 300 billion Federation of Orange dollars. If it were me, I would have kept it a secret too. Wang Ting took a deep breath and shook his head. That's the human heart. Yuan Gungun seemed to be quite emotional. "Should we go and mine the celestial stone mine first?" Wang Ting immediately asked. "There's no hurry. That planet hasn't been discovered yet. Let's go to the Qian Empire first and think of a way to mine it later. After all, there are 30,000 tons of unmined ores. There's no way we can mine them all in a short time. We'll have to rely on a large number of mining machines." Yuan Gungun shook his head. "Okay, then let's retreat first," Wang Ting helplessly said. "Well, the warship is almost disassembled. We've taken all the valuable things." Yuan Gungun smiled proudly. "Let's go." Wang Ting nodded and was about to walk out of the warship. "Wait a minute." Yuan Gungun suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" Wang Ting stopped in his tracks. "There's a communication connection, and it's mandatory. If I hadn't intercepted it, it would have jumped out." Yuan Gungun's expression changed slightly. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. "Connect it." "Connect?" Yuan Gungun was stunned. "Are you sure?" "Okay, put it through." Wang Ting nodded calmly. "Alright, I'll listen to you." Although Yuan Gungun didn't know what Wang Ting wanted to do, it believed that Wang Ting wouldn't do something without thinking. Beep, a light screen flashed on the main control screen, and the figure of a gray-robed old man appeared. This person was the one who had given Krut the order. The moment he appeared, he seemed to have sensed something. His face was as cold as frost as he looked at Wang Ting expressionlessly. "Who are you?" he asked in the common language of the universe. "Let me introduce myself. I am Earthstar Wang Ting." Wang Ting's expression was also calm as he chuckled. "Earthstar." The gray-robed old man's eyes flashed. "You're the one from the trial planet." "Trial planet?" So that's what you call my home planet. Wang Ting's eyes flashed coldly as he chuckled. The gray-robed old man didn't notice the flash of coldness in Wang Ting's eyes. He asked in a superior tone, "Where's Krut?" "He's dead," Wang Ting said. "You killed him." The gray-robed old man's eyes flashed coldly, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Even though it was just an image, the aura suddenly pressed down on Wang Ting. Humph. Wang Ting's expression didn't change. He snorted coldly, and the star-like spiritual sphere in his sea of consciousness became more and more blazing. A tyrannical spiritual wave also penetrated his body and collided with the aura of the gray-robed old man. Boom, the two auras clashed in the air, and in just an instant they dissipated into nothingness. On the other hand, Wang Ting remained standing on the spot steadily. However, he felt a little solemn. Universe-level powerhouse. Judging from the aura, the old man was definitely not a stellar-level martial artist. He was a universe-level powerhouse, however, because he hadn't come with his true body, and Wang Ting's spiritual force had just broken through to the stellar level, he was barely able to match him in the clash earlier. Even so, Wang Ting remained calm on the surface. Even if the old man was a universe-level powerhouse, it was impossible for him to crawl through the universal network to kill him. What was there to be afraid of? An anomaly like you actually appeared on the trial planet. No wonder Ma Dayuan and Ning Honglang from the Sacred Star Tower died there. The gray-robed old man's eyes narrowed as he stared coldly at Wang Ting. Wang Ting didn't comment. You won't be able to escape the Federation of Orange. The gray-robed old man saw Wang Ting's expression and knew that Ma Dayuan and Ning Honglang's deaths definitely had something to do with Wang Ting, so he said coldly. Come at me. Wang Ting's expression was indifferent, but then a piercing killing intent erupted from his body as he shouted, I'll kill as many as you come. Arrogant. The gray-robed old man's expression immediately turned ugly. Ever since he became a universe-level powerhouse, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. A martial artist on the trial planet actually dared to talk back to him. He must be tired of living. You can continue being arrogant. Bye-bye. Wang Ting directly let Yuan Gungun end the communication. The gray-robed old man wanted to say something else, but his figure suddenly disappeared in front of Wang Ting. Old bastard. Wang Ting cursed. Wang Ting, is it really okay for you to offend a universe-level powerhouse like that? Yuan Gungun said with a strange expression. He didn't think that Wang Ting would let him connect just to talk back to him. Since I've already offended him, there's no need to worry about that. Wang Ting said without a care. If you talk back to him like that, we'll definitely be hunted down even more fiercely. Yuan Gungun said helplessly. That's good. My goal is to make him focus on us. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a meaningful light as he spoke. So that's how it is. Yuan Gungun said in realization. Let's go. Wang Ting didn't hesitate any longer as he turned around and walked out of the battleship. Yuan Gungun immediately followed as he muttered, but you don't say. Even I feel good just watching from the side when you offend a universe-level powerhouse. Wang Ting shook his head and said, you're still too inexperienced. You're a living AI, but you haven't even experienced such things. Yuan Gungun's mood immediately turned bad. He had lived for so long, but he was actually taught a lesson by this brat Wang Ting. The two of them left the battleship and returned to the Qianyuani 63 type spaceship. The spaceship transformed into a beam of light and rushed into the wormhole in front of them. Boom! At the same time, the Federation of Orange battleship behind them let out a loud noise and instantly transformed into a huge fireball. It exploded in the void, and countless metal fragments turned into cosmic garbage and floated into the depths of the void. The area gradually returned to normal. Only the wormhole remained quietly in the void. The Federation of Orange. The Federation of Orange had 9 major galaxies, and each one had a universe-level powerhouse guarding it. At this moment, on the main planet of the Milky Way, a furious roar could be heard from a huge fortress. A majestic force circled above the fortress, as though a terrifying beast was enraged. Men, send 10 fleets led by star-level 9 fighters to kill this person. A cold voice resounded within the fortress. The Qianyuani 63 spaceship took off again. It shuttled through the wormhole and flew straight towards the Qian Empire. The so-called wormhole is a very strange phenomenon in the universe. It may be a narrow tunnel that connects two different spacetime. It may also be a spacetime tunnel that connects a black hole and a white hole. Therefore, it is also called the gray tunnel. In any case, through the wormhole, one can perform instantaneous space transference or time travel. In the spaceship's main control room, Yuan Gungun was happily showing off his knowledge. Time travel. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This was a mysterious insight that he had never encountered before. Time was unfathomable. It was countless times more mysterious than space. Seeing Wang Ting's interest, Yuan Gungun smiled and continued, when the universe was first born, it was chaos. Later, it evolved into the operation of heaven and earth. Time and space were at the top. The 9 basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness formed the material world. Everything is within it. Chaos. Wang Ting's heart moved as if he had grasped something. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness, he had it all. He even occupied one of time and space, space. You have the talent of space, which is already a unique gift. But if you want to have the talent of time, there is only one word to describe it: difficult. Extremely difficult. Almost impossible. Yuan Gungun said with a serious face and shook his head. Time is a level that only the gods can touch. Mortals can't touch it at all. Once, there were also prodigies in the universe who were born with the talent of time. But guess what happened to them? What happened? Wang Ting asked cooperatively. He had to admit that Yuan Gungun had piqued his interest. Prodigies who were born with the talent of time were heaven-defying. But from Yuan Gungun's tone, their ending didn't seem to be too good. They were eroded by time. Those who play with time will eventually be devoured by time, Yuan Gungun said after a moment of silence. Eroded by time? Wang Ting frowned, pondering the meaning of this sentence. Some people used the time innate ability too early, but their lifespan was insufficient, causing their bodies to age and die with regret. Some people learned from their predecessors' mistakes and were stable in the early stages, but later on, when their realms increased and they had a longer lifespan, they started to use the time innate ability. In the process of cultivation, they did indeed obtain many benefits, and they were almost invincible in battle. However, even those at the immortal rank were ultimately not enough in the face of time. There was once someone who was swallowed by the flow of time and completely disappeared from the material world, as if he had never appeared. Yuan Gungun explained to Wang Ting word by word, his words carrying a hint of warning. Time is like that, and so is space. Space is also mysterious and unfathomable. What we have grasped is only a part of its domain. There are too many domains that are unknown. Since ancient times, there have been many experts who have been devoured by space. Those prodigies with the time innate ability that I mentioned just now were once famous figures, but in the end they couldn't escape death. Therefore, don't rely too much on your innate ability. Cultivation is the foundation. Wang Ting nodded in agreement and sighed in his heart. His journey could be said to have been smooth sailing. He could rely on picking up attributes to increase his strength. Compared to those prodigies, he had almost no such worries. Now that he thought about it, it was really too satisfying. Cough, cough. Collecting his thoughts, Wang Ting asked a question. Does anyone have the chaos force? Winky face, what did you say? Yuan Gungun turned to look at him in shock, indicating that he didn't understand. Does anyone have the chaos force? Wang Ting repeated helplessly. He felt that it wasn't that Yuan Gungun didn't understand, but that he thought he had misheard. Why would you ask such a question? Yuan Gungun asked in surprise. Nothing, I'm just a little curious, Wang Ting said casually without changing his expression. Curiosity killed the cat. Yuan Gungun said meaningfully, the chaos force. Anyway, I've never heard of anyone having the chaos force. Even if there is, I'm afraid it's at a level that we can't touch. But you have to believe me, the chaos force is almost impossible to appear. It's even more impossible than the time talent. Don't let your imagination run wild. Why is it impossible? Wang Ting asked unwillingly. Hey, you're really stubborn with this question, aren't you? Fine, I'll tell you. Yuan Gungun was so angry that he laughed. He sat cross-legged in midair in front of Wang Teng and looked at Wang Teng. He held his chin and said, "Let's not talk about the innate ones. Anyway, I've never heard of anyone having the chaos force innately. As for the acquired ones, that's even more impossible. You know that the chaos force includes the elements that I just mentioned, right? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. The 9 elements, as well as space and time." Wang Ting nodded, but then he frowned. "But why aren't there the ice and poison elements? Don't they count?" "The ice and poison elements are at most mutated elements. They're not the most basic elements," Yuan Gungun said as he shook his head. "Continue," Wang Ting said. "To condense the chaos force, one must first have the 9 forces, as well as the time and space talents." Yuan Gungun said, "And to have so many forces and talents at the same time, the probability is 1 in a billion. Take the dark element for example. Other than the dark apparitions, ordinary creatures can't control it. Once they fall into darkness, they'll be doomed eternally. Not to mention, all the origin powers must be equal to each other, without the slightest difference. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait for your body to explode and die. Only then can you fuse them. The difficulty is no less than having all the origin powers and talents at the same time, or even more difficult." As he spoke, he couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't think anyone could do it. "I think you're thinking too much. You even dare to think about such unrealistic things. I'm really impressed." Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes at Wang Ting, then turned around and floated away. "Okay, I won't waste any more time with you. I'm going to forge the armor. You should go and cultivate too. Before the pursuers catch up, you should increase your strength a little." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared completely. He had already merged with the main body of the spaceship. It was very convenient for him to go wherever he wanted to go. "Is it impossible?" Wang Ting muttered to himself. Suddenly, his gaze caught a glimpse of a few attribute bubbles in the void in front of him. His eyes narrowed, and his spiritual force swept out in an instant, accurately trapping the attribute bubbles and bringing them back. Time *1, time *1, time *1, there were only 3 of them. They added up to a mere 3 attribute points, however, Wang Ting's eyes widened to the extreme. His heart trembled violently. This was the time attribute, it was the time that Yuan Gungun said was more mysterious than space. Time, Wang Ting had come into contact with this domain that was almost untouchable by mortals. Moreover, it was under such circumstances that he did not expect, it came as he wished, and there was no room for negotiation. Although the 3 points of time attribute were few, they had a special meaning. These 3 points of time attribute allowed him to have a trace of time talent. As the attribute points merged, Wang Ting's body was undergoing unpredictable changes. It was as if a mysterious force had descended upon him and was transforming him. At the same time, traces of understanding appeared in his mind, giving him a vague understanding of the power of time. Wang Ting could not help but reach out his hand and close his eyes to feel the passage of time. At this moment, it was as if he was in the midst of time and felt a long river of time shrouded in endless fog, rolling forward irreversibly. Countless streaks of light flashed in it, and it was faintly visible. It was dreamy and bizarre. However, this scene only appeared for a short moment, and everything disappeared soon after. Huff! Wang Ting opened his eyes, and a mysterious light flashed in his eyes for a fleeting moment. He let out a long breath. What did Yuan Gungun say just now? Wang Ting asked himself, and the corners of his mouth curled up crazily. At first, he also thought that it would be very difficult to integrate the chaos force. After all, the difficulty involved was not something that ordinary people could overcome. However, just as Yuan Gungun said that it was impossible, he obtained the time attribute that was said to be impossible for mortals. Was this not heaven's will? If even heaven was helping him, what else was impossible? Even if it was not heaven, it was the system that was helping him. Wang Ting had reason to believe that with the system's help, he would be able to integrate the chaos force sooner or later. Things that were impossible for others were still possible for someone like him who had a cheat. Wang Ting shook his head and sat down in the pilot's seat in the main control room. He kept his mental power distributed around the spacecraft so that he would not miss any time attribute bubbles that appeared. He even released the void mayfly, which flew even further away in search of time attribute bubbles. Hard work paid off. Finally, another attribute bubble appeared. Time *1, time *2, 2 attribute bubbles were picked up by him. One of them was still 2 points, so it added up to 3 points of the time attribute. At the same time, he also discovered a pattern. These time attribute bubbles seemed to appear in places where spacetime was distorted. The more intense the distortion, the more attribute bubbles would appear. A glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He carefully observed the distorted space. Sure enough, as he had guessed, he once again picked up 4 attribute bubbles in the next spacetime distortion. Time *2, time *3, time *1, time *2, this spacetime distortion had almost formed a small vortex, and Wang Ting had picked up as many as 8 points of time attribute. He couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. The 8 points of time attribute allowed him to have a deeper understanding of time. His own time talent was also increasing bit by bit. This kind of enhancement could be clearly felt. It was very strange. Just like when he first stepped into martial arts, he would pick up attribute bubbles every day. Although the number was not much compared to later on, it allowed him to feel his own improvement. It was very satisfying. Now, he was experiencing this feeling again. However, Wang Ting quickly recovered from this feeling. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He actually found the feeling of only needing a few attribute points to make him happy again. He didn't know if he should be happy or blame himself for not having enough willpower. Let's go to Yuan Gungun to take a look. It's about to start forging armor. Wang Ting got up and walked towards the spaceship's forging room. His psychic power was still tirelessly searching for time attribute bubbles outside. There was no doubt about this. In the spaceship's forging room, Yuan Gungun had already started forging. There were constant clanging sounds, but the forging room's soundproofing was excellent. The sound only came out when the door opened. Wang Ting had long been used to this kind of environment. He was a blacksmith master. What kind of scene had he not seen before? However, when he walked into the forging room, he had never seen this kind of scene before. Oh, Yuan Gungun was floating in the air with its arms crossed. Its round face was extremely serious. 2 huge purple hammers were working hard on a piece of black metal on the forging table. 2 big hammers, you and I, you. They were like 2 good friends, cooperating with each other very well. Yuan Gungun was like an evil parent who urged a child to complete his heavy homework. Wang Ting saw the scene and couldn't help but touch his chin. Using psychic power to control the forging tools to forge. This method seems good. If you want to do this, you have to at least raise your control of psychic power to proficient level. Yuan Gungun glanced at him and said. Proficient level? Is it difficult? Wang Ting asked. After spending some time together, he already knew that Yuan Gungun had psychic power, so he didn't find it strange. At this time, as he walked into the forging room, he felt a wave of heat hit him in the face. It was an artificial flame that appeared under the forging table. It was very convenient to condense a high-temperature flame through the flame-type runes. At the same time, he picked up the scattered attribute bubbles. As he expected, these attribute bubbles were all dropped by Yuan Gungun when he was forging. This was his purpose for coming here. Psychic power control *30 smithing *100 smithing *120 psychic power control *35 smithing *105 stellar level spirit *10. Yuan Gungun had been forging for a while, and the attribute bubbles in the forging room had accumulated quite a lot. Fortunately, Wang Ting came early and the attribute bubbles hadn't dissipated yet. Otherwise, it would be a big loss. Wang Ting calculated that he had a total of psychic power control *360 points, forging *460 points, stellar level spirit *40 points. All in all, the harvest was quite good. Especially the psychic power control. It was exactly what Yuan Gungun had said just now. This kind of control was in the inheritance left behind by Namgong Yu, but he hadn't started learning it yet. 360 points of psychic power control allowed him to directly reach the entry level, psychic power control, 360/1000, entry level. Breaking through the entry level required 1000 attribute points. Wang Ting was a little surprised. Normally, entry level only required 100 attribute points, but psychic power control had such a high requirement. It seemed that it was quite difficult. The 460 points of forging were added to Wang Ting's blacksmith attribute points. His blacksmith level didn't change, and he was still at the master level. However, Wang Ting instantly gained a lot of grandmaster level blacksmithing insights. This was even greater than the master level blacksmithing insights, and it greatly improved his blacksmith skills. Blacksmith, 2850/3000, Master. Wang Ting glanced at the subprofession column on the attribute panel and realized that his blacksmith attribute had almost reached the threshold of a breakthrough. He couldn't help but feel happy. After the master level was the same as Yuan Gungun's, the grandmaster level, there wasn't a single grandmaster blacksmith on Earth. In the universe, grandmaster blacksmiths were considered to have a relatively high status. In a sense, although they weren't as strong as universe-level powerhouses, their status was much higher than stellar-level powerhouses. This was because grandmaster blacksmiths were already the guests of honor of many universe-level powerhouses. Universe-level powerhouses also required grandmaster blacksmiths to customize armor and weapons, etc. This was what Yuan Gungun told Wang Ting when he bragged to him. Therefore, Wang Ting was more eager to become a grandmaster blacksmith. No matter what, status was very important in the universe. His strength hadn't reached the universe level yet, but if his subprofession reached the grandmaster level, his status would naturally rise. Yuan Gungun still didn't know his blacksmith level. When the time came, he could surprise him and see how he would feel. Wang Ting thought to himself maliciously. Then, he looked at the stellar-level spirit attribute. His spirit had just reached the stellar level. Now that it had increased by 40 points, it was considered a slight improvement. Is it very difficult? When Yuan Gungun heard Wang Ting's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're always so arrogant. Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate the control of spiritual force? Back then, it took me 3 years to become proficient. After saying that, Yuan Gungun added in his heart, that was close. I almost told him the real time. I, Yuan Gungun, am a genius. I can't let this kid look down on me. 3 years. That's so long. Wang Ting said in surprise. Yuan Gungun suddenly felt depressed and said angrily, get lost. You don't know anything at all. You'll know how difficult it is after you practice the control technique. 3 years for me is already considered a short time. If it's you, you'll need at least 30 years and still not be able to do it. Wang Ting chuckled and did not refute. He walked closer to watch the Yuan Gungun being forged. With his talent, foresight, and attainments, even if he did not rely on picking up attribute bubbles, he would still be able to learn a lot. Besides, a blacksmith grandmaster's on-site teaching and guidance was still very useful. Not everyone had the chance to encounter such a good thing. Only Wang Ting didn't take it seriously, and Yuan Gungun didn't have any intention of avoiding it either. If it was other grandmaster blacksmiths who were not direct disciples, they would not have had the chance to observe the process in person. By the way, don't you have the green jade glazed flame? Take it out and let me use it. It can speed up the forging process, Yuan Gungun said. At the mention of this, even Yuan Gungun could not help but feel a little jealous. That was a heavenly flame, and it was subdued by Wang Ting, this silly boy. What a waste of God's gift. Wang Ting did not know how Yuan Gungun was ridiculing him, but he did not hesitate to summon the green jade glazed flame. A green flame floated out. However, it was not the time to change the flame yet. Yuan Gungun did not say anything and continued to forge the black metal with the original artificial flame. The clanking sounds were endless. After about 3 minutes, Wang Ting suddenly flicked his finger, and the green jade glazed flame fell on the forging table. The black metal instantly turned red, and lines of forging patterns appeared on it. Yuan Gungun had just opened his mouth to ask Wang Ting to change the flame, but he did not expect him to have already done it. Moreover, the timing and control of the flame were just right. Even Yuan Gungun could not find the slightest problem, which really surprised him. However, Yuan Gungun was still a grandmaster blacksmith. It only took a moment for him to regain his senses and continue to forge with the two big hammers. With the addition of the green jade glazed flame, the forging speed was indeed much faster. Yuan Gungun immediately felt the benefits of the heavenly flame and became even more envious. At the same time, he asked the question that had been in his mind just now, "Have you dabbled in forging?" "I've learned a little," Wang Ting said modestly. "More than a little." Yuan Gungun glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. That precise and unmistakable switch just now, there was no delay in the connection. It was no different from him doing it himself. Could an ordinary blacksmith do that? Wang Ting smiled and sat down. He quietly observed and continued to pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by Yuan Gungun. Spiritual Force Control *80, Stellar Level Spirit *15, Forging *105, Forging *120. As this wave of attribute bubbles merged, Wang Ting's mind suddenly trembled. Countless insights merged into his memory, and his attainments as a blacksmith instantly sublimated and crossed a threshold. Grandmaster. At this moment, his attainments as a blacksmith had crossed the master level and reached the grandmaster level. Blacksmith, 60/10,000, Grandmaster. Yuan Gungun probably did not expect Wang Ting to complete the leap from the master level to the grandmaster level just by looking at him for a while. What a terrifying speed! Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yuan Gungun had completely completed the custom-made armor for Wang Ting, including the pair of tempest wings. Wang Ting also picked up a lot of attribute bubbles, and his attainments as a blacksmith had increased by another level. Blacksmith, 620/10,000, Grandmaster. Similarly, his spiritual force control had improved a lot, and he had smoothly advanced from the novice level to the proficient level. Spiritual force control, 350/5,000, Proficient. However, to break through the proficient level, he needed 5,000 attribute points, which was 5 times more than the novice level. No wonder Yuan Gungun took 3 years to reach the proficient level. If he really cultivated step by step, 3 years was not a long time. Those who were not talented would probably take even longer. In addition, Wang Ting also obtained 280 stellar level mental strength, which was not a small gain. Wang Ting was very satisfied. At this moment, he and Yuan Gungun were standing in the forging room, sizing up a set of armor in front of them. This set of armor stood directly on the ground, and it was entirely reddish-black, with some cloud-like flame patterns on the surface. The helmet was a full coverage type, and it could completely protect the wearer's head. However, the helmet looked a little hideous, like the head of a dire beast. The entire set of armor was originally very exquisite, like a work of art, but with this hideous helmet, Wang Ting did not know how to describe it for a moment. An elegant dire beast? What kind of elegant dire beast was that? Wang Ting did not even have the strength to complain. He suspected that this was Yuan Gungun's bad taste, or there was something wrong with his eyesight. "This thing, you designed it?" Wang Ting rubbed his eyebrows and asked helplessly. "Yes, it was designed by Yuan Gungun." "How is it? Does it look good?" Yuan Gungun was very proud. "I specially went to the best school in the Qian Empire to study design." Haha. Wang Ting laughed. Wang Ting was too lazy to pay attention to Yuan Gungun's boasting. He sized up the crimson-black armor and then fixed his gaze on the pair of metal wings on its back. As this pair of wings was very well hidden on the back of the armor and did not reveal anything, he could only see them when he turned to the back of the armor. This pair of wings was made up of extremely thin metal feathers stacked together in layers. After being completely hidden, it did not take up too much space. The metal feathers were greenish-purple in color, and on the surface of the greenish-purple, there were some purple veins. It was quite beautiful. "This is the wings of wind and thunder." Yuan Gungun's eyes flashed with light. He seemed to be very satisfied with this piece of forging. Wang Ting was also surprised. He gently brushed the greenish-purple wings with his hand and felt the sharpness of the feathers. He also felt the faint power of the wind and thunder runes emitted from them. He was very satisfied. This Raleigh really gave him a big surprise. This armor and the wings of wind and thunder have both reached the universe level. If you wear it, your speed can reach the universe level and you can even deal with stellar level attacks. Among stellar levels, you are almost invincible, Yuan Gungun explained. However, if you encounter those monsters among the stellar levels, then it's a different story. After all, some stellar levels can go head-to-head with the universe level. Such existences cannot be predicted with common sense. Universe level speed. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Speed was the way to go. Currently, he was only a stellar level. If he did not take into account his stellar level spiritual force, he would definitely not be able to reach the universe level speed. However, with the wings of wind and thunder, it was different. Moreover, he also had stellar level spiritual force. With the combination of the two, his speed was definitely comparable to a universe level 3 and below. Try it on. Yuan Gungun saw that he was eager to try it and could not help but laugh. Okay. Wang Ting did not refuse. This armor was originally designed for him. If he did not wear it now, when would he? First, it will recognize you as its master. Drip a drop of blood into the core of the armor. It will remember your gene core. In the future, only you can use it. Yuan Gungun said and pointed at the chest area of the armor. The chest area of the armor split open, revealing a dense array of runes. Wang Ting followed the instructions and dripped a drop of blood on them. The runes immediately lit up as if they were alive. The light followed the runes and instantly spread throughout the entire armor. Now, you only need a thought to put it on, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting had an idea when he heard this. Immediately, the battle armor turned into a red and black ray of light and rushed towards him. It covered his entire body like liquid and turned into the battle armor once again. The time to put on the armor was less than 3 seconds, the entire armor was put on his body. It fit perfectly. The metallic luster of the red and black metal flashed under the light of the blacksmith's lamp. He looked like a demon. This is? Wang Ting was surprised. It was not that he had not seen armor before. He had even worn it before. However, those armors were not worn like this. The armor he had obtained from the extraterrestrial trial takers was scattered and then put on one by one on his body. Finally, it became one. However, this armor covered his body like flowing water. It was really amazing. This is a unique function of the universe-level armor. The metal used can freely change its state. This is faster and more convenient than those low-level armors. Yuan Gungun laughed. What a treasure. Wang Ting stroked the armor on his body. He felt the cold sensation of the armor sticking to his body. He clenched his fist. It did not feel like it was covered with a layer of metal. It was so flexible that it was as if he was not wearing anything. When you're not using the wings of wind and thunder, you can retract them into the mezzanine on your back. That way, others won't be able to see that you have such an escape technique, Yuan Gungun said. Oh, that's a good design, Wang Ting thought. The wings on his back were retracted into the mezzanine on his back. This way, it was no different from ordinary armor. Does this armor have a name? Wang Ting asked. I named it Wild Gentleman. What do you think? Yuan Gungun became excited again. He looked at Wang Ting with excitement. He wanted to get approval from him. Wang Ting felt his vision go dark. His head was throbbing with pain. Wild Gentleman, what kind of name was that? He knew that he couldn't count on Yuan Gungun. This guy's design and naming were terrible. However, he didn't have the slightest self-awareness. He was very proud of himself. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Forget it. The name isn't important. Let's talk about it later, Wang Ting picked his ears and said pretentiously. F***K, what do you mean? Are you doubting my naming ability? Let me tell you, this battle armor will be called Wild Gentleman. I'm the blacksmith. I have the right to name it. The round man couldn't take it anymore. He glared at Wang Ting and shouted. I'm going to the training room to test the armor's power. Wang Ting quickly turned around and strode toward the training room. He couldn't wait to test the speed of the wings of wind and thunder. Yuan Gungun was not convinced. He muttered and followed behind him. Boom, at that moment, there was a loud noise. The spaceship shook violently. What's going on? Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. Damn it, our spaceship was attacked. Luckily, the defensive shield blocked it. Yuan Gunggun's face was ugly. He stretched out his hand and a light shadow appeared in front of him. The light shadow showed the situation outside the spaceship. 10 spaceships were quickly approaching them. Although they were still far away, they had already launched their attacks. Rays of light lit up. Terrifying light beams pierced through the void and directly hit the Xianxia 63 spaceship. Federation of Orange spaceship. Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun both saw the Federation of Orange logo on the spaceship. Both of their faces changed. They didn't expect the pursuers to arrive so quickly. Moreover, they had chased them into the wormhole. Just in time. Let me test the power of this armor. Wang Ting's eyes were filled with killing intent as he strode forward. You want to go outside? This is the wormhole. Even the universe-level warriors don't dare to go out. Do you want to die? Yuan Gungun immediately stopped him. You forgot that I have the innate ability of space. Wang Ting didn't stop walking. Yuan Gungun caught up and said with a serious face, in the wormhole, other than the power of space, there's also the power of time. If you encounter the turbulence of time, you're dead. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wang Ting didn't tell Yuan Gungun that he had just obtained the innate ability of time. He could avoid the turbulence of time. Therefore, he was very stable. Yuan Gungun wanted to say something, but the cabin door opened. Wang Ting, wearing the dark red armor, had already turned into a stream of light and rushed out. This bastard. Yuan Gungun was so angry that he stomped his feet. However, there was nothing he could do. After Wang Ting charged out of the ship, he immediately used stealth secret art. His body blended into the darkness, and he seemed to have completely disappeared in the void of the wormhole. The level of stealth secret art couldn't keep up with his power, but in such an environment, it could still barely hide his body. The martial artists on the ships couldn't come out of the ship due to the layers of protection, so they couldn't discover Wang Ting at all. The round ball kept staring at Wang Ting. However, very soon, it couldn't find any traces of Wang Ting anymore. It couldn't help but feel surprised. This kid has so many tricks up his sleeve. Yuan Gungun muttered. Seeing the Federation of Orange ships attack one after another, Yuan Gungun gritted its teeth and returned to the control room. The Xianxia 63 ship flew through the wormhole under Yuan Gungun's control, accurately dodging the attacks behind it. At this moment, Wang Ting opened his wings of wind and lightning, injecting his wind and lightning origin force into them. The runes on the surface of the wings of wind and lightning suddenly lit up and strands of cyan wind wound around each of the wings. Lightning foxes jumped on the wings, faintly emitting thunderous sounds. Rumble. The wings of wind and lightning flapped lightly, giving Wang Ting a universe-level speed. He almost instantly disappeared from the spot and quickly approached the 10 ships. Wang Ting opened his source substance eye and spirit sight at the same time and looked inside the 10 ships. The metal shell of the spaceship was unable to withstand his eye of origin substance. His vision pierced through it, and he used spirit vision to determine the other party's strength. Light orbs appeared in his vision one after another. Wang Ting immediately saw the power distribution of these ships. 9 of the ships had 3 star states, 10 planetary states, and 3 star states around level 6 and level 7 star states. The ship in the middle had 5 star states and 15 planetary states. Among the 5 star states, 3 were level 5 star states, 1 was level 7 star state, and the last one was level 9 star state. They were the most dazzling. So many star states. It seems they really think highly of me. Wang Ting sneered. He decided to leave the level 9 star state spaceships for last. He would start with the first 9 spaceships. With the concealment of the hidden shadow secret technique, no one discovered his tracks. He quietly came to the bottom of one of the spaceships. However, when he saw the seamless bottom of the spaceship, he only wanted to curse out loud. F***ck, do you have to make it so high-end? You don't even leave a hole for me. Wang Ting cursed and immediately contacted Yuan Gungun. He had no choice but to ask for its help. When Yuan Gungun received Wang Ting's message, he couldn't help but smile. I thought you were so awesome that you didn't need my help. Wang Ting. Wait, watch how I hack into their AI system and open the door for you. Yuan Gungun didn't waste time and began operating. It was an AI life form, and its level was too high. The opponent's AI system was relatively rigid and was mainly used to control the spaceship. It had limited other uses. Thus, it wasn't too hard for Yuan Gungun to break through their defenses and hack into their AI system. Soon, the door of the spaceship opened, and the Federation of Orange Fighters didn't notice at all. At this moment, Yuan Gungun sent a map into Wang Ting's mind. Yuan Gungun's voice could be heard. This is the internal layout of the spaceship below you. There are many places marked with eye-catching red dots. These are the surveillance of the spaceship. Thanks. Wang Ting was dazed and said in his mind. With this layout, it would be much easier for him. He would also be able to accurately avoid the surveillance and not be discovered by the star-level fighters in the main control room. Humph, I didn't expect you to be so fearless. You even dared to barge into a wormhole. Be careful not to die, Yuan Gungun snorted and said. Don't worry, I won't die, Wang Ting said confidently. Actually, you don't have to fight them head-on. You can directly destroy the energy core of the spaceship. The entire spaceship will be scrapped, and the fighters on the spaceship will naturally die in the wormhole, Yuan Gungun said. Good idea. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Originally, he planned to head to the location of the orbs and directly kill the Federation of Orange Fighters. However, after listening to Yuan Gungun, he realized that this was a much simpler and less laborious method. Thus, Wang Ting found the location of the energy core on the internal layout of the spaceship in his mind and quickly found the best route. He chose a direction, put away the wings of wind and lightning on his back, and quickly ran through the tunnel in front of him. Wang Ting suddenly realized that with the help of the artificial intelligence Yuan Gungun, things like infiltrating the enemy's spaceship, which was originally extremely difficult, had become extremely simple. He almost didn't encounter any obstacles and arrived at the location of the energy core of the spaceship. However, this spaceship still had one last line of defense. At this time, there was a sealed door in front of Wang Ting. It was made of an unknown black metal and looked very heavy. It's a star-level alloy. Just use your moon golden wheel to cut it open. Yuan Gungun's voice sounded nonchalant. Hearing this, Wang Ting knew that the sealed door wouldn't be able to stop the moon golden wheel. He immediately took out the moon golden wheel and used his spiritual force to cut forward. This heavy door, which was strong enough to withstand the powerful bombardment of a star-level fighter, was easily cut open and fell to the ground. Then, a huge device that looked like an oven appeared in front of Wang Ting. It was shaped like a sphere and was covered with densely packed runes, which were emitting a crimson glow. Around the sphere were pipes connected to the spaceship, and the runes spread out in all directions. By the way, do you have anything like a timed explosion on you? Yuan Gungun suddenly asked. No, why? Wang Ting asked. If you destroy this energy core, it will explode. You're so close, I'm afraid you'll be injured, Yuan Gungun said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Ting was speechless. Didn't I forget? Yuan Gungun said guiltily. I finally know how Senior Nangong died. He must have been killed by a random artificial life like you, Wang Ting said faintly. Yuan Gungun was speechless. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. He walked closer to the energy core and a source stone appeared in his hand. Then, he casually carved a few runes on it. A temporary explosive device was completed just like that. Wang Ting smiled slightly and placed the source stone on the energy core. Then, he directly used the moon golden wheel to blast open the bottom deck of the spaceship and instantly rushed out of the spaceship. Beep beep beep, a loud alarm suddenly sounded on the spaceship. An ear-piercing alarm sounded, and a red light flashed on the Orland Federation spaceship. What's going on? The 3 star states' faces changed as they asked loudly. Warning! Warning! Anomaly detected in the energy core. The ship's AI core kept sending out warnings. What? How can there be a problem with the energy core? Quick, send someone to check. The 3 star states immediately felt something was wrong. However, before they could finish, the entire ship exploded. Just like that, an Orient Federation spaceship turned into cosmic dust. What happened? The abnormality here immediately attracted the attention of the other 9 spaceships of the Orient Federation. The star-level warriors on these spaceships all looked towards the location where the spaceship exploded. On the main spaceship at the center, there was a man in his 30s with a cold expression. His face was covered in fine black scales, and he looked very similar to the prodigy of the Uros star system, Loggins. Clearly, they were of the same race. He stared coldly at the screen. The control rooms of the other 9 spaceships were all connected to this main spaceship, so they maintained a constant connection with each other. However, at this moment, the screen of one of the spaceships had already completely dimmed. The 6th ship exploded. The Star State Level 9 from the Black Scale race said coldly. What happened just then? A human-looking Star State behind him asked. Was it hit? Someone guessed. No, there's a problem with the energy core of the 6th ship. The Star State Level 9 said. The energy core is heavily protected, and it was carefully inspected before departure. How could there be a problem? The Star State frowned. The Level 9 Star State ordered, inform the other 8 ships and tell them to send people to protect the energy core of the ship in case someone invades. Yes. The other martial artists clearly understood what he meant. Since it wasn't a problem with the spaceship itself, then someone must have invaded the interior of the spaceship. Although everyone felt that it was inconceivable, they couldn't figure out how their opponent had managed to enter the spaceship without them noticing anything beforehand. Outside, Wang Ting glanced at the exploding spaceship. He used his spiritual power to collect all the attribute bubbles that had burst out. There were 10 planetary state and 3 star state attribute bubbles inside. He couldn't waste them. Earth Element Star Force * 3200, King Level Earth Element Talent * 380 Planetary State Mental Force * 300 Star Earth Technique, Star State, * 900, Metal Star Force * 3600, King Level Metal Element Talent * 410 Planetary State Mental Force * 360, Lightning Star Force * 1800, King Level Thunder Talent * 200 Emperor Mental Force * 300 Star Lightning Technique * 100, dozens of attribute bubbles swarmed into Wang Ting's body. Initially, he was just sweeping through these attribute bubbles, intending to take stock of them after he had dealt with all the Orient Federation spaceships. However, a few of the attribute bubbles caught his attention. There's actually a lightning martial artist. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He could clearly feel that his lightning force had reached the extreme. Now, all he needed was a conversion process. When all the lightning force was converted into star force, he would be able to advance to the planetary state. Now, even a planetary state lightning cultivation method had appeared. It could be said that everything was ready except for the crucial element. However, when he saw the star lightning technique, Wang Ting was speechless. This was probably a series of cultivation methods. No matter what, he had at least obtained a lightning-type cultivation method. It was really not easy. God knows how many brain cells he spent on these mutated cultivation methods. Other than this lightning element, the rest were all 5-element force martial artists. There was nothing special about them. However, with the addition of these force attribute values, his strength had increased by a large margin. Wang Ting smiled. His gaze landed on the next spaceship. He decided to do the same thing and make the spaceship explode. Wang Ting, you need to be careful. They're sending people to guard the energy core. At this moment, Yuan Gunggun's voice appeared in his mind. They're quite fast. Wang Ting's eyes focused, but this didn't disrupt his plan. Anyway, he was going to deal with these martial artists. Since they wanted to die first, he would spend some effort to deal with them personally. Then, Yuan Gungun sent the internal layout of the ship to Wang Ting. After Wang Ting found the location of the energy core, he used a source substance eye and spirit sight to confirm the opponent's power. At the energy core, 1 star state and 3 planetary states squatted outside as they scanned the surroundings. Sir, it's a wormhole space outside. No one should be able to enter our ship through the wormhole space, right? One of the planetary states asked. Stay alert. Humans can't do it. What if it's a robot? The star state glared at him and said coldly. That planetary state didn't dare to speak anymore and stayed vigilant. If there was really a problem with the energy core, they would all be finished. At this moment, Wang Ting appeared behind them. There was only a wall between them. His gaze passed through the wall and stared at the Federation of Orange Martial Artists. He was now somewhat thankful for the spaceship's design. Inside, there were passages that extended in all directions. Even if the two sides were separated by a wall, the warriors of the Orange Federation would not be able to discover him at all. However, he had the eye of source substance, so he could accurately lock onto their position. Wang Ting raised his hand, and the moon golden wheel silently appeared before him. Then, it suddenly jumped out and instantly cut through the metal wall of the tunnel, charging towards the Star State martial artist. Not good. The Star State martial artist was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. However, the moon golden wheel was extremely fast and sliced across his neck. Thus, an extremely strange scene occurred. The Star State martial artist's body had already charged out, but his head was still in the air before being thrown out. The Star State martial artist's head saw his body and was shocked. How is this possible? With just a thought, he fell into darkness. The other three planetary states were dumbfounded. Just when they were about to run, the moon golden wheel followed and crushed their bodies. They couldn't be more dead. Done. Wang Ting passed through the opening created by the moon golden wheel. He glanced at the corpses indifferently. Then, he picked up the attribute bubbles on the ground and took the space equipment of these martial warriors. Not long after, he left the ship. Rumble. Behind him, the spaceship exploded. Wang Ting didn't look back. Real men don't look back at explosions. He continued to the next ship. However, at this moment, the main spaceship was in an uproar. It exploded, another spaceship exploded. Everyone's face was very bad. That Star State Level 9's face was extremely dark. Two ships exploded in a row, but they didn't even notice anything amiss. They didn't even know how it exploded. An extremely oppressive atmosphere appeared on the remaining 8 spaceships. Everyone was worried that the next ship to explode would be theirs. Rumble. At this moment, another spaceship exploded, turning into dust in the void. Third ship. Tell all the martial artists on each ship to gather at the energy core. Only leave one martial artist to guard the control room. Quick. The Star State Level 9 quickly ordered. The martial artists on the remaining 7 spaceships began to move. All the martial artists rushed to the energy core. However, the explosions continued. Rumble. Fourth ship. Rumble. Fifth ship. Rumble. Sixth ship. Soon, only the main ship was left. The Federation of Orange fell into silence. Everyone was under huge pressure, especially those planetary states. Their faces were pale as they looked at the leading Star State Level 9. They wanted to retreat. If this continued, they would just die for nothing. Where were the enemies? They didn't even know who they were. How could they fight? On the other hand, when Roundface saw Wang Ting taking care of the 9 spaceships of the All-Ind Federation so cleanly, leaving the main spaceship empty, he was already dumbfounded. After a long while, he finally spat out a sentence. Shit. He cheated. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but be shocked. He originally thought that Wang Ting would be able to destroy 1 or 2 spaceships. After all, this was within the wormhole. Spacetime turbulence was everywhere. Even moving around was very difficult and dangerous, much less destroying the Federation of Orange's spaceship. This was almost impossible. However, Wang Ting completely exceeded his expectations. 9 spaceships, none of them escaped. All of them were destroyed. No one would believe it if he told them about it. Even a universe-level martial warrior couldn't do it easily, but Wang Ting did it. He didn't even seem to need much effort. Yuan Gungun took a deep breath. He felt that he really had to reevaluate Wang Ting's strength. This guy, even in the universe, was an extremely demonic existence. Within the wormhole, a thrilling chase had just begun, but it seemed to be nearing its end. The Federation of Orange originally sent out 10 spaceships aggressively, wanting to capture Wang Ting. In the end, they were directly turned upside down by Wang Ting. In the blink of an eye, Only one spaceship was left stubbornly chasing after the Xianxia 63 spaceship controlled by Yuan Gungun. Within the Federation of Orange's spaceship, the atmosphere was stifling. The black-scaled race's level 9 star state had a cold expression as he ordered loudly, "Attack! Attack! Attack! Destroy the spaceship in front of us!" Yes. Rumble, beams of origin force shot towards the Xianxia 63 spaceship. The Federation of Orange's spaceship couldn't stand the pressure anymore. After receiving the order, they began to attack crazily. In their opinion, the explosion of the 9 spaceships definitely had something to do with the fugitives on the Xianxia 63 spaceship. As long as they destroyed them, all the dangers would naturally be resolved. Open the shield to the maximum to prevent people from invading the spaceship. Scan for life forms at full power. The level 9 star state warrior gave out orders. In the face of a life and death crisis, even he didn't dare to be careless. His mind spun rapidly as he rapidly thought of a countermeasure. Under his control, the planetary state warriors below also began to work in an orderly manner. Although they were panicking, they had to listen to orders to have a chance of survival. At this moment, Yuan Gungun hacked into the Federation of Orange's spaceship mainframe while communicating with Wang Ting. "Wang Ting, you need to be careful. The captain of this spaceship is very smart. He has already started the life form scan. Can your stealth technique block it?" Life form scan. Wang's eyes flashed as he nodded to express his understanding. He wasn't sure if his hidden shadow secret technique could hide from the life force scan, but even if he was discovered, he could only face it head-on. "Is it done?" Wang Ting in his mind. "Wait a moment, 2 seconds, 1, 2. Okay, it's done." Roundy's voice fell, and the cabin door opened to a gap that allowed one person to pass through. Wang Ting quickly jumped into the spaceship, and the door closed tightly. Everything happened in a few seconds. Even if the mainframe of the spaceship wasn't hacked by Yuan Gungun, it would probably be hard to detect anything. Wang Ting didn't stop at all after entering the spaceship. He went straight for the energy core of the spaceship. After blowing up 9 spaceships, he found a similarity. These spaceships were all standard. The energy core was in the same location. It was too easy to find. Wang Ting sped through the metal tunnels of the spaceship, avoiding all the surveillance. He even used stealth technique and was like a ghost in the dark. Wang Ting, not good. That level 9 star state warrior is going to the energy core personally. Yuan Gungun's voice suddenly sounded. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed, but he didn't stop at all. He continued to charge forward. As long as the enemy wasn't dumb, they would definitely send the strongest person in the spaceship to guard the energy core. It was the same for the other spaceships he destroyed. However, the star state warriors on those spaceships couldn't stop him and were all killed. Now, it was up to this level 9 star state warrior to stop Wang Ting. The life force scanning on the spaceship was carried out again and again. Suddenly, a planetary state warrior found something and yelled, "Lord, my lord, a life form has appeared. Sir, we've detected a weak life energy." It entered through the cabin door, but it disappeared again. His voice sounded in the ears of that level 9 star state warrior. His eyes grew colder as he showed a hideous smile. "Scan again. Report immediately if you find traces of him." "Yes." The Federation of Orange warriors in the control room became excited. Since an intruder had been discovered, and with Lord Candace's protection, the energy core would definitely be protected. If that intruder were to encounter Lord Candace, he would definitely be killed. One must know that Lord Candace was a star level 9 warrior. He had been on the battlefield for a long time and had killed countless enemies. His strength was very strong, and he had even taken on 3 attacks from a universe-level warrior, Lord Star Guardian of Harlot Town. This wasn't something an ordinary level 9 star state warrior could do. The difference between the star state and the universe state was huge. Although it seemed like there was only one level of difference between the two, the gap between the two was like an insurmountable gap. Candace's battle record was already very dazzling. Just when the Federation of Orange warriors sent the news to Candace, Yuan Gungun also informed Wang Ting. "You've been discovered. They scanned a sliver of energy wave you leaked." "I was actually discovered. Seems like stealth technique isn't working." Wang Ting shook his head. What do we do next? Yuan Gungun asked. Don't panic. Let them search for a while. I'll be more careful. If they find traces of me again, I'll change my surname to theirs. Wang Ting said calmly. Yuan Gungun was speechless seeing how confident he was. Soon, Wang Ting came to the energy core. The Star State Level 9 martial artist, Candace, was already there. He was scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Threads of Star State mental force extended out and scanned through the steel walls. That's right, when he reached the Star State Level 9, his mental force also reached the Star State. Otherwise, how could he take 3 attacks from a Universe State warrior? He relied on the sharpness of his Star State mental force. However, Wang Ting's mental force attainment was stronger than his. While dodging the mental force scan, he was surprised. Interesting, this sheep is very fat. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Ting's lips. He covered the surface of his body with his spiritual power and activated the hidden shadow secret skill to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Then, he quietly approached the other party's location. He was like a big cat that was ready to pounce on its prey. Wang Ting and Candace were only separated by a wall. If the wall was removed, they would be less than a meter apart from each other. Wang Ting was waiting for an opportunity to kill with one strike. The opponent was a Star State Level 9. Different from the Star States he killed before, Star State Level 9 was the peak of the state. Wang Ting never underestimated any peak state of any state. Candace frowned and scanned with his mental force. However, such a scan was very taxing on him. He wasn't a divine spirit sorcerer after all, and his mental force control was very rough. Still haven't found the intruder? He asked. The warrior in the control room. Sir, that ripple disappeared completely after appearing once. We can't find him. An anxious voice came from the other side. An unknown intruder had broken into a sealed spaceship. Furthermore, the other party had a terrifying record of destroying 9 spaceships. No matter who it was, no one could be at ease. Amidst everyone's anxiety, Wang Ting continued to lie in wait. His body moved along with Candace on the other side of the wall. At some point, Candace seemed to have become impatient. As he paced back and forth, he turned around and showed Wang Ting his back. Now. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as the moon golden wheel turned into a bright golden light and shot out. Screech, the metal wall was cut open like tofu. The moon golden wheel went through like a beautiful golden poisonous python baring its fangs and pouncing towards Candace's back. Not good. Candace was someone who had been through hundreds of battles. He felt the danger coming from behind and his face changed drastically. He instantly reacted. Arg! He suddenly let out a wild roar as origin power surged from his entire body. He stomped on the ground, causing the solid metal at the bottom of the airship to cave in. Meanwhile, his body borrowed the enormous explosive force to move horizontally. Puff, the moon golden wheel's speed was extremely terrifying. It still sliced through Candace's body and severed one of his arms. Large amounts of blood spurted out. Wang Ting did not expect that the attack he had planned for so long would only cut off one of his opponent's arms. The effect was not ideal, and he could not help but frown. However, he didn't hesitate at all and once again controlled the moon golden wheel to pursue. Kill him while he's injured. The moon golden wheel cut through the air and pushed forward in the tunnel that was only 1.5 meters wide, almost sealing off the entire space. Candace endured the intense pain in his arm and retreated rapidly. At the same time, a battle axe appeared in his hand. Origin power surged violently and condensed into a sharp golden axe radiance on the blade. Kill him. Candace roared, his face ferocious. As the axe chopped out, the golden axe light with the power to split mountains collided with the moon gold wheel. Clang, a distant and clear metallic sound reverberated in the passageway, shaking everyone's ears to the point they almost lost their sense of hearing. The moon golden wheel was sent flying and landed on the wall. Due to the high-speed rotation, it left a series of crisscrossing marks on the steel wall. It was a shocking sight. Die. Candace's eyes were crimson red. The intense pain in his arm ignited his ferocious nature, and he charged at Wang Ting with the battle axe in one hand. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, the battle axe hacked down madly, and beams of axe radiance exploded with unparalleled power. However, Candace had his concerns. He was worried about destroying the ship, so he always avoided some important places. Wang Ting wore a crimson-black armor, and his appearance could not be seen. The wind and lightning wings on his back flapped lightly, and the wind and lightning intent surged, causing his speed to explosively increase as he retreated. His cultivation level was only at the planetary state after all. Even if he used multiple types of origin power at the same time, it would be very hard for him to fight against a level 9 star state. Clashing head-on with the opponent was purely idiotic. While retreating, Wang Ting used his spiritual power to control the moon Jinluan to rush towards Candace from the opposite direction. The moon golden wheel spun at high speed and was extremely sharp. It was like a terrifying meat grinder under the control of mental power. Candace had no choice but to turn around and block. Wang Ting didn't stay idle either. His battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out beams of sword light to harass Candace. Candace's face looked bad. It was already hard for him to block the moon golden wheel's attacks, and with Wang Ting's harassment, he was even more annoyed. Bastard! Coward! Fight me to the death if you dare! Candace couldn't stand the disturbance and couldn't help but roar. Wang Ting didn't say anything and hid far away, controlling the moon golden wheel to attack crazily, not giving him a chance to retreat. He wouldn't fight this guy head-on even if he was beaten to death. Wasn't it better to hide far away and attack? Sneakily, Candace was very strong, but every time he sent the moon golden wheel flying, Wang Ting would immediately control his mental power to make it fly back and continue attacking. As such, he didn't have a chance to attack Wang Ting at all. He couldn't use his power, and he was so frustrated that he wanted to spit blood. One had to admit that Wang Ting's way of fighting was very wretched. Very wretched. Wang Ting, the other star states are coming. Yuan Gunggun's voice sounded again. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Wang Ting's expression changed. He waved his hand at Candace, who was exhausted. Then, he turned around and rushed towards the energy core. After Candace was forced back by the moon golden wheel, the sealed door of the energy core had completely appeared in front of Wang Ting. He directly broke it open and placed the explosive source rock inside. How dare you? Seeing this scene, Candace's pupils shrank. He finally knew how those few spaceships exploded. It was actually such a simple method. 9 powerful military ships were easily destroyed, and now, even the last ship was about to be destroyed. Candace was burning with rage as he stared deadly at Wang Ting. He was completely enraged, and his axe exploded with a blinding golden light as he hacked the moon golden wheel apart. Then, he took the opportunity to charge towards Wang Ting. Due to Wang Ting being distracted, his control of the moon golden wheel wasn't as strong, and thus, it gave Candace an opportunity. Bye-bye. However, when Wang Ting saw him rushing towards him, he turned and ran. The moon golden wheel flew back at an even faster speed. It broke through the metal layer at the bottom of the spaceship, and Wang Ting dashed out of the spaceship. Rumble, the instant Wang Ting charged out of the ship, the energy core exploded violently. The terrifying energy swept the entire ship, turning it into a ball of fire. Candace couldn't get out in time and was swallowed by the explosion. It's finally over. A level 9 star state martial artist isn't so easy to kill indeed. Wang Ting looked at the ship that turned into a ball of fire and sighed. Why do I feel weird hearing this from you? Yuan Gungun was speechless. I'm very serious, Wang Ting said seriously. Okay, I can tell that you're very serious about bragging. Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting felt that this Yuan Gungun seemed to have some misunderstanding about him. Was he the kind of person who liked to brag? Rumble, the last spaceship of the Orient Federation had completely turned into fragments, disappearing into the deep void of the wormhole. All the martial artists on this ship died, including the star level 9 martial artist, Candace. After these martial artists died, attribute bubbles appeared one by one. The bodies of the martial artists had turned into dust along with the explosion of the ship. Hence, there was nothing left except for those attribute bubbles. Metal Star Force * 36,000, King Level Metal Attribute Talent * 1200, Star Level Mental Force * 800 Planetary Level Comprehension * 2400 Star Gold Secret Art, Star Level, asterisk 3300 star crippling axe asterisk 1400 star crippling profound asterisk 300. Earth element star force asterisk 12,000. King level earth element talent asterisk 650 planetary level mental force asterisk 2200 planetary level comprehension asterisk 2000 star earth secret art, star level, asterisk 2100, water star force asterisk 6800, king level water element talent asterisk 600 planetary level mental force asterisk 1800 planetary level comprehension asterisk 1600 star water secret art, star level, asterisk 1900 water profound asterisk 400. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting couldn't help but be overjoyed. Too many, the attribute values were really too many, there were a lot of martial artists on this ship. Hence, Wang Ting obtained a huge amount of attribute values. In addition to the uncounted attribute values of the previous 9 ships, this wave, he simply made a killing. Wang Ting couldn't wait to return to the Qianyuan 63 ship. Ignoring Yuan Gunggun's nagging, he directly locked himself in the cultivation room. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Roundy was given the cold shoulder. He rubbed Roundy's head and looked confused. However, it didn't intend to pry into Wang Ting's privacy. Since Wang Ting locked himself in the cultivation room, he naturally didn't want others to disturb him. Hence, it wouldn't casually enter. In the cultivation room, Wang Ting directly sat down and sunk his consciousness into the attribute panel. As he didn't count the attribute bubbles before, they all turned into his cultivation and comprehension. Hence, he could only determine how much he improved through the changes in the panel. First, it was the mental force and comprehension attributes. Comprehension, 550/50,000, stellar level, mental force, 3750/50,000, star level. In terms of attribute values, mental force had undoubtedly increased by a huge amount. It was more than 3,000 points, a few times higher than before. This was the mental force of a star level. It wasn't that easy to increase. The one who contributed the most was undoubtedly the star level 9 martial artist. Only his mental force reached the star level. Also, Wang Ting remembered that among the attributes he picked up just now, there were 800 points of stellar level spirit. This was undoubtedly a huge sum. Sure enough, as expected, that martial artist was a big fat sheep. However, what surprised Wang Ting the most was his enlightenment attribute. His enlightenment attribute had reached the star level 2, star level comprehension was already very high. Usually, when one's comprehension reached the star level, it meant that all star level cultivation methods and battle techniques wouldn't be difficult for him. Of course, it didn't mean that planetary level comprehension couldn't learn star level cultivation methods or battle techniques. It just needed more time. After all, even a very stupid person could succeed with hard work. However, for martial artists, every second mattered. Naturally, the faster the better. It would be best if he could finish it in 3 seconds. Next, it was the talent attribute changes. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but once he did, he realized that his origin talents had all risen to king rank. King level metal talent, 3250/10,000, king level wood talent, 2800/10,000, king level water talent, 3400/10,000, king level fire talent, 4100/10,000, king level earth talent, 3850/10,000, king level wine talent, 800/10,000, king level thunder talent, 650/10,000, king level ice talent, 150/10,000, king level dark talent, 1940/10,000. They were all king grade talents, especially the 5 elemental talents. Almost every one of them had increased by more than 3,000 points. Moreover, there were wind and thunder element martial artists among the Federation of Orange martial artists. Therefore, these 2 king level talents had also increased. Now, he was only missing the king level poison and light element talents. As he continued to look, Wang Ting's gaze suddenly stopped at the attribute values in the special talent column. King level sword technique talent, 800/10,000, king level saber technique talent, 1500/10,000, king level battle axe talent, 3200/10,000, Wang Ting, oh Wang Ting, asterisk degree asterisk, Wang Ting was stunned at first, then he was pleasantly surprised. Since when did his talent in mastering these 3 weapons reach the king tier? This was very shocking. Pleasant surprise. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. With these 3 talents increasing, it would be easier for him to learn sword and saber techniques in the future. It would have a stacking effect with his comprehension attribute. This was why some sword and saber geniuses could reach such a high level in sword and saber techniques. It was because of the influence of these talents. However, what made Wang Ting speechless was that the battle axe talent increased the most. He didn't want to be a brute, he shook his head and continued to look helplessly. His gaze fell on the force realm. Metal Star Force, 41500/70,000, Level 7 Planetary State, Wood Star Force, 38,000/50,000, Level 5 Planetary State, Water Star Force, 35600/50,000, Level 5 Planetary State, Fire Star Force, 12,000/60,000, Level 6 Planetary State, Earth Star Force, 8,000/60,000, Level 6 Planetary State, Dark Star Force, 6,000/30,000, Level 3 Planetary State. When Wang Ting saw his 5-element force realm, he was dazed and then rejoiced. It increased by so much, his 5-element force had all reached level 5 and above, especially his metal force, which had reached level 7 planetary state, unbelievable. However, when he thought about the stats provided by that level 9 star state martial artist, he understood. Just the metal star force he provided reached 36,000 points. With the stats from the other martial artists, it wasn't too much to raise it to level 7 planetary state. After all, they were all star state martial artists. The stats they dropped were much more than planetary state martial artists. Besides the 5 elements, Wang Ting's wind force and lightning force had increased a lot too. Both of them had reached the peak of the 13-star general stage. He just needed to convert them to star force to reach the planetary state. Wang Ting took a deep breath and calmed himself down from the joy of the huge increase in his realm. Then, he looked at the scripture column. Star Gold Technique, Star State 400 to 1000, Proficient, Star Wood Technique, Star State 760 to 1000, Proficient, Star Water Technique, Star State 680 to 1000, Proficient, Star Fire Technique, Star State 350 to 3000, Initial Mastery, Star Earth Technique, Star State 720 to 1000, Proficient, Star Thunder Technique, 100 to 300, Beginner. He could see that the 5-element cultivation methods had all changed from planetary state to star state cultivation methods. There was also the addition of Star Thunder Technique. This meant that he could also convert his lightning origin power into star origin power. Star state cultivation methods could allow his force to be used to meet the requirements of the star state. In terms of the purity of the force, it could meet the requirements of casting star state combat techniques. Star state combat techniques had to be cast with star state origin force purity. Otherwise, the power would be greatly reduced. Wang Ting now knew that star state origin force purity was different from planetary state origin force. Star state origin force was purer and denser. Thus, even though Wang Ting was only a planet-level martial warrior, his force was much purer and richer than a normal planet-level martial warrior. After all, he had absorbed the force attributes of many stellar-level martial warriors. However, what made Wang Ting puzzled was, why did these Federation of Orange warriors all cultivate this set of cultivation methods? Could it be that they did not have any other cultivation techniques? Wang Ting was a little suspicious. The 2 star state instructors from the Sacred Star Tower provided him with 2 other types of cultivation methods, not this set of cultivation methods. However, Wang Ting did not learn them. He decided to master this set of cultivation methods first. He felt that there was something fishy about this set of cultivation methods. Perhaps there was some star wind technique, starlight technique, dark star technique, and so on, which could be combined into a set and become some awesome cultivation method. Wang Ting felt that this was not impossible. It was very exciting just thinking about it. If he guessed it right, wouldn't it be very fun? Of course, it was also because he had the capital to dare to try. After all, he could gain proficiency by picking up attributes. It was not too difficult to change to a more profound cultivation method. Reading website, and after confirming the path of his scripture, Wang Ting shifted his attention to his battle techniques. He didn't get any combat techniques this time, however, he had no choice. After all, he killed those Federation of Orange fighters by destroying their ships. They didn't even have the chance to use their combat techniques. Naturally, the chances of them dropping combat techniques were very low. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't get anything. That level 9 Star State fighter at least provided him with a Star State combat technique attribute bubble, Star Crippling Axe. This star-destroying battle axe was the upgraded version of the planetary state battle technique mountain shattering battle axe that he obtained before. Wang Ting finally realized that the inheritances in this universe were all part of the same plan. They were connected one after another. However, it was still an axe-type combat technique. Wang Ting had always wanted to be an exceptional prodigy who excelled in both swords and blades. This, Star Destroyer battle axe, clearly did not match his style. What made him even more speechless was that the Star Destroyer battle axe actually dropped profound meanings as well. Star Crippling Profundity, it was an Earth-type axe technique profundity. When Wang Ting focused his attention on the Star Destroyer battle axe and the Star Destroyer profound meaning, a loud explosion occurred in his mind. A hidden memory inheritance burst out. It was an image of a stalwart figure wielding a huge battle axe. As he swung it, he seemed to be practicing a profound battle axe technique. Suddenly, that figure raised the axe up high. An extreme yellow light flashed on the axe blade. Then, the axe hacked down, and a terrifying yellow axe ray slashed towards a planet in the void. Rumble, a terrifying sound came out, and the planet immediately disintegrated in front of the terrifying power of the battle axe, turning into countless meteorites that drifted into the depths of the universe. The imposing figure disappeared into the depths of Wang Ting's mindscape, leaving only a shadow behind. Phew, after the image ended, Wang Ting let out a long sigh of relief. I didn't expect Mountain Crumbling Axe to be so powerful when used with profundity. His eyes flashed with light as he murmured. Wang Ting sensed what he had gained. He realized that the 300 points of his Star Destroyer profound meaning had increased his mastery of it by 10% to 20%. According to the power of the profundity, with his level 6 planetary state Earth mastery, he could easily kill planetary state opponents. It could even pose a threat to Star State martial artists. This was purely based on cultivation level. It didn't take mental force into consideration. This meant that he could use Star Crippling Profundity to kill enemies above his level. This was very amazing. Those who could kill enemies above their level were all very amazing. Wang Ting wasn't boasting. He was just stating a fact. Should I get a battle axe to play with? As he thought about it, Wang Ting felt guilty. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Other than Star Crippling Profundity, Wang Ting also got another Water Profundity. This Water Profundity also turned into Wang Ting's memory. Then, Wang Ting realized that his 1000 waves profundity actually improved. 1000 waves profundity, 10 of 1000, 30%. 1000 waves profundity went from 20% to 30%. Wang Ting was overjoyed. The first 30% profundity finally appeared. It was extremely difficult to learn profundity. Every 10% increase in profundity would double its power. If 20% of Star Crippling Profundity could kill level 1 Star State martial artists, then 30% of 1000 waves profundity could kill level 2 or even level 3 Star State martial artists. One could imagine how terrifying it was. After checking the profundities and battle techniques, Wang Ting glanced at the attributes below. There was nothing else after that. At most, he obtained some attribute bubbles for Universal Language, which increased his mastery of Universal Language to Great Mastery. Universe Language, 500/3000, Great Mastery. What was the use of Great Mastery of the language? He wasn't some language master. Wang Ting shook his head and retracted his consciousness from the attributes panel. He opened the door of the cultivation room and walked out. You're finally willing to come out. Yuan Gungun appeared in front of him almost instantly. That small round nose was almost touching his nose. What? Wang Ting was stunned. Nothing. I just wanted to inform you that we're about to leave the Milky Way galaxy. Yuan Gungun coughed and said. Leave the Milky Way galaxy. Wang Ting's heart moved. Then, he went to the main control room with Yuan Gungun. Yuan Gungun opened the panoramic simulation. A space-time distorted place appeared in front of him. It was like a deep whirlpool. Many attribute bubbles floated around the whirlpool. Pick them up, Wang Ting rejoiced and quickly used his mental force to pick up all the attribute bubbles. Time *4 time *2 space *10 space *5 time *3, it's indeed time and space attributes. Wang Ting smiled and glanced at the interface. Body of space, 26550/100000, level 1, time, 85/10,000. Needless to say, the body of space had reached level 1. Although Wang Ting didn't know what this level meant, he felt that it was very powerful. Other than the slightly useless attribute, everything else was okay. As for time, it was a talent. It was the same as the space talent before it evolved into the body of space. Previously, after Wang Ting's tireless efforts to pick up attribute bubbles, his time attribute had accumulated 85 points. It was a huge amount. Wang Ting's time talent had just been acquired not long ago. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Plus, the time attribute was very rare. Therefore, it was so slow. At this moment, the Xianxia 63 spaceship was rushing into the whirlpool. After a while, they finally returned to the void of the universe from the wormhole. However, their surroundings were extremely unfamiliar. Whether it was the distant constellations or the nearby planets, they were all unfamiliar. This place was already another star field. They had completely left their home and came to a completely unfamiliar world. As far as the eye could see, the void of the universe stretched as far as the eye could see, vast and boundless. However, it was also cold and lonely. Yuan Gun, turn off the panoramic simulation and continue to travel at light speed. Wang Ting's thoughts churned as he spoke. Okay. Yuan Gun was a little surprised. He originally thought that since it was Wang Ting's first time leaving the Milky Way, he would definitely be shocked and attracted by the vast star field outside. He didn't expect that he would recover from just a glance and not be reluctant to leave at all. I'm going back to cultivate. Wang Ting didn't stop. He turned around and walked towards the cultivation room. Yuan Gun looked at his back deeply. The universe is vast, but it is full of coldness and loneliness. Compared to it, mere life forms are too small and insignificant. I must become stronger, strong enough to transcend. Wang Ting's eyes were firm as he muttered to himself. The sudden increase in strength made Wang Ting feel proud. Look, I've even killed a star level 9 warrior before. Awesome, that was probably what he thought in his heart. But after seeing the vastness and coldness of the outerverse, his heart sank to the bottom of his heart. How could someone as weak as him be proud? That's why I should just go back and continue to cultivate. Back in the cultivation room, Wang Ting closed the door and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign. Yuan Gun was helpless. It was actually very curious about Wang Ting's cultivation process because it always felt that Wang Ting was too much of a freak and was different from normal people. But it also knew that it was best not to disturb someone's cultivation. It was a big taboo. Even an artificial intelligence like it was no exception. When Nangongyu was cultivating, Yuan Gun would not have appeared in his cultivation room without his permission. In the cultivation room, Wang Ting sat cross-legged and thought for a while before activating the 18 multitasking skill. At the same time, he cultivated the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, poison, and ice. This skill was known as the 18 multitasking skill. It was more than enough to cultivate these 11 types of origin forces. Of course, Wang Ting's main focus was still on the lightning origin force. His lightning origin force was about to transform into star origin force and enter the planetary state. Of course, he had to make it his top priority. At this moment, the 11 types of origin forces in Wang Ting's body were circulating at the same time. Some were like streams, flowing slowly, while others were like a flood, rushing forward. In the human body, there were limited meridians and acupoints. Some cultivation methods would inevitably overlap and require the use of meridians and acupoints. If one was circulating only one type of origin force, there would naturally be no possibility of conflict. But when all 11 types were circulating at the same time, the possibility of conflict would increase exponentially. If an ordinary martial artist did this, it would definitely cause a conflict, and it would be unavoidable. In the end, the martial artist would end up suffering chi deviation. Some geniuses who had 2 or 3 types of origin forces were considered freaks, But they did not dare to cultivate with 3 types of origin force at the same time. That was simply courting death. However, Wang Ting didn't play by the rules. Under the control of his one mind, 18 tasks, skill, every type of force actually accurately avoided the conflicting points, and then began to circulate in an orderly manner. If Yuan Gungun knew that this was how he cultivated, he would probably be so shocked that his mouth wouldn't close. This wasn't something a human could do. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On this day, the sound of rolling thunder suddenly resounded in the cultivation room. A powerful purple lightning origin power revolved around the cross-legged figure in the center of the cultivation room. Lightning flashed within the origin power, appearing rather bizarre. The rumbling thunder was faintly coming from within his body. This situation lasted for 10 minutes before it gradually subsided. At the same time, above the sea of nothingness in Wang Ting's body, a purple star slowly rose from the surface of the sea. Then, they converged with the dozens of stars in the sky above the surface of the sea. They were like children chasing each other, spinning around as if they didn't know what fatigue was. Lightning force, level 1 planetary state. Wang Ting could not hide the joy in his heart. It really wasn't easy. After so many hardships, a special type of force had finally advanced to the planetary state. This was a milestone in progress. At this moment, Wang Ting gazed at the sea of nothingness in his body. It could be said that this place was lively and spectacular. There were 5 to 6 stars of each of the 5 elements forces. Adding in the dark star and lightning star, there were dozens of stars. Wang Ting's achievements, not to mention the distant future, could already be said to be unprecedented at the moment. With so many 4 stars, if he were to smash them all, he could smash a stellar-level martial artist to death. In the cultivation room, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. A purple lightning flashed and disappeared in an instant. Yuan Gungun, how long until we reach the star field where the Qian Empire is located? Wang Ting asked in his mind. There's still about half of the journey. We've passed through 2 wormholes and have already left the Federation of Orange. Yuan Gungun was looking at the scenery outside in boredom in the main control room. When he suddenly heard Wang Ting's voice, he could not help but feel happy and quickly responded. Oh, then you continue to pilot the spacecraft. I'll continue to cultivate. Wang Ting said and then went silent. Yuan Gungun's face stiffened. Hey, come out and talk to me. It's very boring. Don't keep cultivating. A balance between work and rest is good for your body and mind. Yuan Gungun was probably bored out of his mind. Seeing that Wang Ting did not respond, he actually continued to nag and nag. However, Wang Ting completely ignored him and continued to cultivate. He controlled his force to cultivate while fiddling with the void mayfly's magical effects. These days on the spacecraft, he had not only been cultivating. Occasionally, he would also take out the void mayfly to study it as a way to relieve boredom and relax. There were some effects. As he played around, he accidentally merged the psychic shield and psychic illusion into the void mayfly's body. In other words, Yuan Gungun's method was actually successful, although the probability was slightly low. Then, there was an additional skill on his attribute panel, Void Mayfly's Fury, 10 out of 100, basic? What the hell was this Void Mayfly's Fury? No one could understand how speechless Wang Ting was when he saw the skill's name. He felt like the system was silently mocking him. However, Wang Ting could do nothing about it. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. What else could he do? Did he want to fight the system head-on? At this time, Wang Ting took a deep breath, got rid of all distracting thoughts, and began to cultivate Void Mayfly's Fury. In fact, he could have used blank attributes to add points, but in order not to waste them, he felt that it would be better to rely on himself. Moreover, his comprehension was very high. It would be a pity if he did not use it. Time continued to pass as he continued to cultivate. After another 8 or 9 days, Yuan Gungun's urgent and serious voice suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's mind. Wang Ting, the Federation of Orange's pursuers have caught up again. Motherf *Ker, we've already left the Federation of Orange, but they're still chasing us. Wang Ting frowned. He had no choice but to stop cultivating and go to the main control room. Look. Yuan Gungun did not waste any time. He pointed at a spot of light on the screen and said, they hid very well. There should be a very powerful concealment device on the spaceship, but it still couldn't escape my Yuan Gungun's eyes. I finally found them. I'll go take a look. Wang Ting thought for a moment and decided to go personally again. Okay, be careful. Yuan Gungun had seen Wang Ting destroy 10 spaceships last time. He knew that he could handle it, so he did not stop him. Wang Ting was bold and daring. He directly put on his armor and flew out of the Qianyuan 63 spaceship. Then, he used the hidden shadow secret technique to hide his body. Yuan Gungun sent the exact location of the pursuers to Wang Ting's intelligent wristwatch. Wang Ting looked at the wristwatch on his wrist. After confirming the location, the wings of wind and thunder on his back opened up. He gently flapped them, and with a slight rumble of thunder, the power of wind and thunder surged. His body disappeared from the spot. A star traveler could already rely on his own body to cross the void. With the help of the wings of wind and thunder, Wang Ting's speed was much faster. Flying a short distance in the void was definitely not a problem. About 10 minutes later, Wang Ting finally saw a huge dark yellow disc-shaped spaceship. It had the Federation of Orange imprinted on it. This spaceship was much bigger than the 10 spaceships that chased them before. It was like a war fortress as it traveled through the void. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and his face became serious. He did not act rashly. First, he found a nearby meteorite to land on. Then, as usual, he opened his Eye of Source Substance and Eye of Spirit Vision to look at the spaceship. He wanted to understand the enemy's strength first. The power of both eyes poured into his eyes. Instantly, the situation inside the spaceship could not be hidden from his eyes. One by one, balls of light that represented the fighters appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. Hiss! He could not help but take in a breath of cold air. Damn it, they thought too highly of him. In this spaceship, there were at least 200 Star Traveler level fighters and 50 Star Traveler level fighters. The number was terrifying. With so many people, even he would not be able to fight. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that there was a blazing ball of origin force inside the spaceship, universe level. The opponent was a true universe level fighter. It was not a spiritual imprint like Nangongyu, nor was it a remnant soul like Aguero. The opponent was a true universe level fighter. How the hell was he going to fight? Run! Run! He slipped away. Almost instantly, Wang Ting made a decision in his heart. Asking him to clash head-on with a universe-level martial artist was purely asking for death. In the universe, star-level and star-level fighters weren't considered much. Only the universe level could be considered a big shot. Why was that? Obviously, the most obvious difference was the difference in strength. The universe level was definitely much stronger than the star level. Hence, Wang Ting knew that he had come for nothing the moment he saw the universe-level powerhouse's light orbs. Not to mention sneaking into the ship to detonate the energy core. The moment he was discovered, the universe level would instantly rush over and kill him. Even if it did explode, it probably wouldn't be able to kill the universe-level warrior. His body was already strong enough to withstand the explosion of the ship. Of course, it depended on how big the ship was. If it was this ship, it obviously wouldn't be able to kill a universe level. Yuan Gungun, prepare to retreat. Speed up. I'll be back soon. Wang Ting immediately contacted Yuan Gungun, and his solemn voice entered Yuan Gungun's ears. What's going on? Yuan Gungun was shocked. This was the first time he saw Wang Ting's tone so solemn. Just what did he encounter? There's a universe-level warrior. Wang Ting simply replied and didn't say anything else. He seriously faced the danger in front of him. At this time, he was hiding behind the meteorite and had concealed his aura to the extreme. He wasn't afraid of the ship's detection, but he couldn't guarantee that he could hide from a universe level's detection. Universe level. On the Qianyuan 63 ship, Yuan Gungun's expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. They actually attracted a universe-level warrior. Was the Federation of Orange crazy? At the same time, in the Federation of Orange's ship. In the main control room, a dignified-looking gray-robed elder suddenly opened his eyes. A gleam flashed across his eyes. Lord Clot. A star level 9 fighter beside him hurriedly called out softly. Attack that meteorite. The universe-level warrior named Clot pointed at a meteorite on the screen in front of him. Yes. Even though the others didn't know what was going on, they immediately followed his order and aimed the runes on the ship at the marked meteorite. Rumble, a beam of light instantly shot out. On the other side, Wang Ting was preparing to retreat. Suddenly, his expression changed. Damn it, I've been discovered. He didn't hesitate and instantly used his space body. A burst of space energy gushed out with him as the center. His feet moved and the space rippled as his body disappeared from the space in front of him. Rumble, the next moment, the beam of light landed on the meteorite. The huge meteorite instantly turned into fine powder, completely turning into cosmic dust and dissipating without a trace. A few hundred meters away from the meteorite, the space fluctuated, and Wang Ting appeared. He glanced at the meteorite that had disappeared, and there was a lingering fear in his heart. He hurriedly unleashed the speed of his wings of wind and lightning to the maximum and dashed towards the Xianxia 63 airship without looking back. Continue attacking. On the Federation of Orange ship, Clot saw that Wang Ting didn't die and his eyes flashed with surprise. He pointed at Wang Ting's position again and said plainly. Rumble, the runes changed direction and aimed at Wang Ting, shooting out a beam. Wang Ting felt a chill down his spine. He had to use his space talent again to disappear from the spot and instantly teleport. The light beam missed, and he once again narrowly avoided this fatal crisis. Clot's face sunk when his 2 attacks didn't achieve anything. This little mouse really knows how to run. A level 9 star state was very observant, and he quickly said with a smile upon seeing Clot's impatient expression. This star state level 9 had long hair and a pair of fox ears. There was also a furry fox tail behind him. He looked very strange. There were many races in the universe, and there was no lack of subhuman race orcs. This star state level 9 fighter was from the fox race. Then we'll slowly play with him. Clot's face relaxed and showed a sliver of contempt as he said plainly. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. The star state level 9 fox said respectfully. Clot didn't say anything and left the pursuit to the fox race star state level 9 fighter. A few star states saw that the fox race fighter took the limelight, and a sliver of jealousy flashed in their eyes. The difference between a star state level 9 and a universe level was like heaven and earth. They were all fighting for a sliver of a chance to escape their current fate. And now, they were under Clot's universe level. Hence, they had to work hard to prove themselves, only then would they be able to get more attention and nurture. From there, they would be able to obtain more resources, and one day, they would be able to reach the universe level and become a powerful figure. Faster. 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 On the Xianxia 63 spaceship, Yuan Gungun locked onto Wang Ting's position. His face was extremely nervous as he kept mumbling. Behind Wang Ting, a huge Federation of Orange spaceship was chasing closely. Beams of light shot out from time to time, constantly bombarding Wang Ting. This scene was like a cat playing with a mouse, but in reality, this was just a facade that Wang Ting created for the other party. With his space talent, once he was prepared, he could easily dodge the other party's attacks. But he didn't do so. Instead, he dodged by a hair's breadth each time as though he was just lucky. The Federation of Orange's spaceship didn't think that Wang Ting could escape at all. Hence, they weren't worried at all and just followed behind him. Yuan Gungun, prepare to open the cabin door. 10 minutes later, Wang Ting finally got close to the Xianxia 63 spaceship. Okay. Round Face was shocked and immediately opened the cabin door of the airship. Xiao, Wang Ting increased his speed and dashed into the Xianxia 63 spaceship. But the stealth state of the spaceship also disappeared at this moment, revealing its true body. The Federation of Orange and the others immediately discovered its position. I've locked onto their spaceship. The Fox Race Star Level 9 fighter's eyes flashed as he smiled. Attack, shoot down their spaceship. Clot said plainly. Yes. The Fox Clan cultivator replied in a deep voice. Rumble, as soon as he said that, the spaceship launched an attack directly at the Xianxia 63 spaceship. The beam crossed the void and was about to land on the Xianxia 63 spaceship in less than 2 to 3 seconds. However, the Xianxia 63 spaceship disappeared on the spot and charged into the distance at an unbelievable speed. It turned out that after contacting Wang Ting, Yuan Gungun allowed the spaceship to complete the acceleration process. Once Wang Ting returned, the spaceship would immediately accelerate. This was one of the advantages of a universe-level ship. Only the strength of a universe-level spaceship could withstand the instantaneous acceleration without disintegrating on the spot. Universe-level ship. Within the Orient Federation spaceship, Klot's universal grade stood up abruptly, his face filled with ecstasy. The other star states noticed this too, and they were all in disbelief. The enemy actually had a universe-level ship. Didn't they say that they were natives who escaped from a backward planet? How could there be a universe-level ship only owned by a universe-level warrior? This was illogical. One had to know. Every single universe-level ship had a sky-high price. If they could get their hands on this ship, they would be rich. However, this had nothing to do with them. Looking at Lord Klot's expression, it was clear that he was determined to get this ship. No wonder even the 10 spaceships I sent couldn't do anything to them. Even Candace died at their hands. Klot said thoughtfully. He thought that the destruction of the 10 spaceships was due to this universe-level ship, but he didn't expect it to be Wang Ting, this star-state noob, who dealt with it alone. Chase. Chase. Don't attack anymore, I want this ship in good condition. Their energy must be very limited, chase until they run out. Klot's eyes flashed, greed appeared on his face, and he immediately ordered loudly. That was a universe-level spaceship. Even he only had one, and he had spent more than half of his fortune to buy it. Now that a universe-level ship was right in front of him, how could he not be excited? The other star states sighed regretfully, but they could only agree. Wang Ting returned to the ship and looked back with a serious expression, but he was dazed. They stopped attacking? Yuan Gungun seemed to have thought of something and sneered, it seems that they are very greedy. Wang Ting frowned, not understanding what Yuan Gungun meant. They must be waiting for our ship to run out of energy, then they can catch us without any effort and get a perfect universe-level ship, Yuan Gungun explained. I see. Wang Ting was enlightened. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is a robbery. Why do you think they are working so hard? It's for their own benefit. It's too difficult to improve one's strength in the universe, they can't let go of any resources, Yuan Gungun said emotionally. Wang Ting had just stepped into the universe, and it seemed that someone wanted to give him a cruel lesson. Since they want to chase us, then let them, Wang Ting sneered and asked, how long until we reach the Qian Empire's territory? Soon, about 2 more days to reach the Qian Empire. Yuan Gungun laughed and didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was self-evident. 2 more days? Wang Ting's eyes flashed, I hope they can endure these 2 days. Don't worry, they don't know that we are going to the Qian Empire, and if they want to get our ship, they won't do it so easily, Yuan Gungun said confidently. They won't attack, but we can't let them follow us, Wang Ting said. What do you want to do? Yuan Gungun asked. Attack them. Wang Ting said. Needless to say, Yuan Gungun immediately understood Wang Ting's intention, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. We'll mess with their mentality. In the next 2 days, the Federation of Orange spaceships didn't attack again. Instead, Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun would activate the runes on the spaceship from time to time to block the Federation of Orange spaceships. The weapons on their spaceships could cause a certain amount of damage to the universe-level spaceships, so if they were hit, it would be troublesome for the Federation of Orange. Therefore, they were depressed. They were the ones chasing after the spaceships, so why did it seem like the situation was reversed, and they had to carefully avoid the other party's attacks? Yuan Gungun, get out of the way, your aim is so bad, we can't hit them at all, let me do it. On the Qianyuani 63 spaceship, Wang Ting unceremoniously pushed Yuan Gungun away, and took control of the spaceship's weapons, aiming at the Federation of Orange spaceship behind them. TSK, your aim isn't any better, you haven't hit them even once in the past 2 days, Yuan Gungun said, unconvinced. That's because I let them. Now watch me, we're almost there, and I have to give them a little surprise. Wang Ting rubbed his hands, eager to give it a try. Yuan Gungun looked at the map, nodded and said, we're almost at the Qian Empire's territory, but they'll probably find out soon. That's why we have to hit them this time and create trouble for them, Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun finally understood Wang Ting's intention, and couldn't help but feel that this guy was more sinister than him. Wang Ting didn't argue with Yuan Gungun anymore, and he focused all his attention on aiming. At the bottom of the spaceship, Arun's cannon was slowly rotating, looking for the opponent's weak point. Wang Ting even released the void mayflies, and let them form a straight line, connecting the cannon to the opponent's spaceship. This way, he could accurately lock onto the target with his mental force. Of course, it took time for the attack to cross the void, and the opponent was always on guard, so they had time to calmly dodge. This was why Wang Ting and the others couldn't hit them even once before. Wang Ting understood this point, and he thought of a way. The power of space, only by using the power of space could he change the direction of the attack midway, and then he could catch the opponent off guard. Boom, as his thoughts raced, Wang Ting pressed the launch button. A beam of light shot out. Humph, you want to hit us with such an attack? On the Federation of Orange's spaceship, the Fox Race Star State sneered. He didn't even need to speak, and the ship's AI had already planned the dodging route, and it immediately moved to the side. However, at this moment, the beam of light actually changed direction in the void, and it shot straight at the Federation of Orange's spaceship. Boom, there was a huge explosion, and sparks flew everywhere, and the Federation of Orange's spaceship was heavily damaged. Beep beep beep. The left wing of the spaceship is damaged, the left wing of the spaceship is damaged. An ear-piercing alarm sounded in the Federation of Orange's spaceship, and the Fox Race Star State's face was ashen. Sigma, degree winky face. Behind him, Clot's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. 160-338-2581 on the Federation of Orange ship, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. An ear-piercing alarm sounded throughout the ship, causing everyone to panic. Everyone looked at Clot cautiously. They could all feel the anger he was suppressing. What are you waiting for? Immediately send someone to repair the ship. If there's a problem with the ship, I'll hold you responsible. Suddenly, a roar came out of Clot's mouth and completely covered the alarm of the ship. Everyone shuddered and immediately came back to their senses. They hurriedly arranged for the construction robots to repair the damaged parts of the ship. The star-level martial warrior from the Fox clan couldn't be bothered to find trouble with Wang Ting anymore. Under Clot's cold gaze, he felt extremely bitter, and a chill ran down his spine. He could only force himself to go and fix the damaged area. He knew that if he didn't repair the ship, Lord Clot wouldn't let him go. After the Fox clan star-level fighter left, Clot retracted his cold gaze and looked at the Xianxia 63 ship that took the opportunity to quickly leave. Lord, the Qian Empire is not far ahead. A fighter who was checking the star map suddenly reported. The universe was vast. When a ship was traveling, it would often be lost due to entering a foreign star field. Hence, every ship would have a navigator checking the star map. Of course, some ships just let their AI system determine the direction, which was the same. Qian Empire. Clot heard and was shocked. Why would they come here? Lord Clot, their target seems to be the Qian Empire. The navigator said. Damn it, why would they go to the Qian Empire? Clot was shocked and angry. How would a mere fighter from a backward planet know about the existence of the Qian Empire? Is it a coincidence? Or is this their goal from the beginning? No, this person has a universe-level ship. It's hard to guarantee that he doesn't know about the existence of the Qian Empire. Clot's mind spun rapidly as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, his gaze turned vicious. No, I can't let them enter the Qian Empire, or else I won't have a share of the spaceship. On the Xianxia 63 spaceship, Yuan Gungun's mouth was wide open. He looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. How did you do it? Take a guess. Wang Ting glanced at it and said indifferently. Guess my ass. Yuan Gungun snapped, hurry up and get down to business. How did you do it? The Federation of Orange's spaceship had clearly avoided it. How did you manage to deflect the beam attack? Wang Ting shook his head and stopped teasing it. He spat out 4 words, space shifting. What? Yuan Gungun was shocked. You can already teleport? Is there a problem? Wang Ting glanced at Yuan Gungun and felt that it was making a fuss over nothing. That's space shift. If you haven't been immersed in space for a long time, you won't be able to do it to this extent. Yuan Gungun took a deep breath and looked at Wang Ting as if he was looking at a monster. Wang Ting wasn't even 20 years old. How long had he been training? He was already able to do it to this extent. This talent, Yuan Gungun didn't know how to describe it. Calm down, calm down. Wang Ting waved his hand with a "this is just a piece of cake" look. Yuan Gungun suddenly felt that its expression was for the air. It was extremely depressed. This guy was not even on the same channel as it was. At the same time, it also felt a sense of defeat. Yuan Gungun was clearly the knowledgeable person. Why did it seem like a country bumpkin in front of Wang Ting? Moreover, it had seen so many geniuses. It thought that it would be enough to educate Wang Ting. In the end, it realized that those geniuses couldn't even be compared to Wang Ting. They were completely useless. Yuan Gungun sighed in its heart and hung its head dejectedly. It floated in front of Wang Ting like a ghost and almost became autistic. Ahem, are you hurt? Wang Ting couldn't help but feel a little guilty when he saw Yuan Gungun's expression. Had he gone overboard in showing off? Look at how this intelligent life form had become autistic. Wait a minute. Yuan Gungun looked up at him and sighed again. Don't, I'm just joking with you. I'm actually working very hard. You have no idea how hard I work. Wang Ting quickly comforted it. Okay. Okay. I know you're a monster. Don't try to fool me with these words. Yuan Gungun saw that he was still comforting it and was slightly touched. It pulled itself together and pretended to be nonchalant as it waved its hand. Then, it couldn't help but lecture him. Let me tell you, there are still many geniuses in the universe. There are many who have reached the universe level at your age. Although you're a monster, don't be complacent. You have to reach the universe level quickly to have the qualifications to compete with them. Yes, yes, yes. I know, I know. I'll try to reach the universe level as soon as possible. Wang Ting laughed and agreed. He didn't care at all about Yuan Gungun's nagging. He realized that although Yuan Gungun liked to preach, talk, and brag, it was for his own good. It could also give him important help on the road of training. An intelligent life form like this was the perfect support. Wang Ting still wanted to get along well with it. It's good that you know. Yuan Gungun glanced at Wang Ting and snorted. He said seriously, okay, let's not talk too much. We're about to enter the Qian Empire's territory. At this time, they probably discovered our goal. We have to be careful. Hong, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound could be heard. The ship suddenly shook violently. Protective shield damaged. 95% intact. An electronic alarm sounded. At the same time, a 3D hologram of the ship automatically appeared. The protective shield at the tail of the ship was slightly damaged. What's going on? Caught off guard, Wang Ting couldn't help but be alarmed. The ship is under attack. Yuan Gungun's expression changed. He immediately activated a panoramic simulation. With a flash of light, the surroundings changed into the void of the outside world. All that could be seen was a crimson-red light rapidly approaching from behind. Not good. It's that universe-level warrior. Yuan Gungun said in shock. The crimson-red light that was chasing after him was shockingly Klot's universe level. In order to prevent Wang Ting and the others from entering the Qian Empire's territory, he actually personally went out to intercept them. Hurry and accelerate. Wang Ting's expression was serious as he hurriedly said. The universe-level warrior's speed is too fast. Seems like we can only use our last resort. Seeing the universe-level warrior behind them getting closer and closer, Yuan Gungun was extremely anxious as he said in a low voice. Hong, at this time, the ship once again shook violently. Protective shield damaged. 87% intact. An electronic alarm sounded. Klot was getting closer and closer. He continuously attacked the Qian Yuan 63 ship. However, every attack was just right. He was able to ensure that the protective shield on the surface of the ship would be damaged without damaging the ship's body. Even if he accidentally damaged the ship's body, it wouldn't cause too much damage. It could be repaired completely. Obviously, he still didn't give up and wanted to obtain the complete Qian Yuan 63 ship. A universe-level ship was simply too attractive to him. Even a universe-level warrior like him wasn't willing to give it up so easily. At this time, on the Qianyuani 63 ship, Wang Ting steadied himself. His expression was slightly gloomy as he shouted at Yuan Gungun, "Don't hesitate anymore. Hurry and act according to our last resort." Okay. Yuan Gungun made a prompt decision. He knew that if they didn't act now, once the protective shield outside was breached, they would really become turtles in a jar. They wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. If it wasn't necessary, I definitely wouldn't use this plan. Forcefully increasing the speed of the ship to a level that the ship can't withstand will cause permanent damage to the ship. If we're not careful, the ship will be destroyed. Yuan Gungun explained while starting to operate the ship. He was an AI life form. He could directly connect to the ship's system and operate it at a faster speed. On the screen in front of him, lines and lines of crimson-red codes were flashing. They were almost connected into one. Even a star traveler like Wang Ting couldn't see them clearly. Hong. Protective shield damaged. 74% intact. Hong. Protective shield damaged. 69% intact. Hong. Protective shield damaged. 57% intact. Outside, Klot's attacks landed on the ship's protective shield from time to time, causing the shield to vibrate violently. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the shield. The alarm would always sound at the right time, reporting the damage to the protective shield. This made the atmosphere even more solemn and tense. Wang Ting was expressionless, but there was a hint of urgency in his voice as he asked, "Is it done?" The protective shield won't be able to hold on much longer. Almost. Almost. Yuan Gungun wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and kept replying. The ship's extreme acceleration program wasn't that easy to activate. After all, doing so was tantamount to putting the ship in a dead end. Therefore, it required a certain amount of time to confirm the program before it could be activated. Hong. Protective shield damaged. 36% intact. The alarm had turned completely red, and it was filled with urgency. "I know you can hear me." At this moment, a dignified voice suddenly resounded. Wang Ting fiercely turned his head and looked at the universe-level warrior, as though they were looking at each other across space. "I'll give you one chance. Give up resisting and hand over the universe-level ship. I can let bygones be bygones and have you pledge your loyalty to me. You only have one chance. Make your choice. Submit, or die." That voice was not only dignified, but at the end, it was filled with killing intent. Damn, this old bastard is dreaming. Yuan Gungun was furious and couldn't help but curse. Wang Ting was also furious. His eyes flashed, and he was ready to fight back. It wasn't his style to be bullied. A gentleman's revenge was never too late. Although he couldn't beat the opponent, who didn't know how to talk back. He would talk back first. "Old bastard." Wang Ting's voice resounded, passing through space and directly entering Klot's ears. This was a method that only warriors above the Star Traveler level could use. They imbued their voice with their origin power and could pass through space. "Listen well, I'll give you one chance too. Either you kneel down and call me Grandpa 300 times now, or I'll beat you until you call me Grandpa." Wang Ting's voice had a trace of despicable intent. It was shockingly powerful and pierced Klot's ears, making him furious. "Presumptuous bastard." Klot was furious. He was a universe-level warrior, yet the other party dared to tell him to kneel down and call him Grandpa. And call him 300 times. Who gave him the guts? Klot's angry voice was deafening. Wang Ting couldn't help but dig his ears. "Old bastard, you only have one chance. If you don't grab it, don't blame me for being impolite. Not only will I beat you until you call me Grandpa, but I'll also sell your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-grandchildren, in short, I'll sell your entire family as slaves. The men will mine and the women will sell their bodies. I'll make them pay for what you did to me today. Let me tell you, don't think you're amazing just because you're a universe level. My teacher is an undying level. Do you know how strong an undying level is? You probably don't know. After all, you're only a universe level. My teacher has who knows how many domain lords and sector lords under him. You, a universe level, don't even have the right to serve him tea. Any one of them can crush you like an ant. Wang Ting started to spout nonsense, using words to provoke the other party. Yuan Gungun listened from the side and his expression suddenly became weird. This guy was really mean, his mouth could really anger someone to death. Claude's chest was heaving up and down. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. His hair was standing on end. Junior, I'll kill you. An angry roar came out of his mouth and reverberated in the air, shaking it endlessly. He was so angry at Wang Ting that he almost lost his mind. What undying level? He didn't even think about it. Right now, he only wanted to kill Wang Ting. Damn, this old man won't have a brain hemorrhage from anger, right? Wang Ting said. Boom, Claude carried a monstrous amount of anger. He was like a huge fireball rushing over from afar. Yuan Gungun, are you done? He's about to catch up. Wang Ting shouted. Weren't you yelling happily before? Why are you in such a hurry now? Yuan Gungun raised his head and teased. Wang Ting's face turned black. What time was it now? This Yuan Gungun still had the time to tease him. Don't worry, it's done. Yuan Gungun laughed and stopped teasing him. Wang Ting took a closer look. He didn't know when, but the code on the screen had been fixed. Sit tight. We're accelerating. Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting was stunned and quickly grabbed the armrest of the seat beside him. The universe-level spaceship was extremely stable. Even when it was accelerating, the interior wouldn't feel anything. However, Yuan Gungun was telling him to sit tight. Wang Ting was suddenly looking forward to the acceleration. How fast would this speed be? Boom, suddenly, the spaceship shook violently. Then, Wang Ting's entire body was almost thrown out. In the outside world, Claude's crimson ball of light was about to catch up to the spaceship. His face was ferocious. He was already thinking about how to torture Wang Ting and the others after capturing them. However, at this moment, the spaceship in front of him suddenly disappeared from the spot and was moving away at a terrifying speed. Claude was stunned. It was as if he had eaten a butt full of dust. His expression was awkward and embarrassed. A wave of embarrassment from being teased rushed to his head, causing his entire face to flush red. Claude's face was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. His body became a beam of light as he unleashed his universe-level speed to the max. A universe-level speed was already comparable to a universe-level ship speed. However, due to the origin energy limit, they couldn't travel for long periods of time like a universe ship. Also, a universe-level warrior's body would get tired. The moment they met with an accident, they would easily fall into a dangerous situation. Hence, normal universe-level warriors rarely used their own bodies to travel through space. They would usually use a universe ship to travel. However, Claude didn't consider this at all. He only wanted to catch up to the ship in front of him and make that aboriginal who dared to humiliate him kneel down and beg for mercy. On the Xianxia 63 ship, Yuan Gungun and Wang Ting looked at the space where Claude's silhouette could no longer be seen. They let out a sigh of relief. We've shaken him off for now. Don't relax too much. It's hard to say if that universe-level warrior doesn't have any secret techniques to increase his speed. If he wants to keep us here at all costs, we'll be in trouble. Yuan Gungun analyzed. Also, our energy is limited. We don't know if it can last until we reach the Qian Empire's territory. Wang Ting nodded. He didn't relax at all and said, let's go full speed ahead. The rest will depend on our luck. The ship quickly fell into silence. The two were silent as they stared at the star map. On one hand, they were observing the distance to the universe level behind them. On the other hand, they were observing the distance to the Qian Empire's territory. Half an hour later, the ship suddenly shook and an alarm sounded. Warning! Ship load reached 150%. Warning! Ship load reached 150%. Warning! Ship load reached 150%. The important thing was repeated 3 times. The ship's alarm also sounded 3 times. This made Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun's expressions change greatly. Their hearts were in their mouths. They had no choice but to mention it. The ship's load had exceeded 100% and even reached 150%. This was already an overload state. The ship's hull couldn't withstand such speed. As expected, the moment the overload alarm sounded, another alarm sounded. Warning! Ship damage reached 3.5%. Warning! Ship damage reached 4.5%. Warning! Ship damage reached 6.5%. On the virtual 3D map of the spaceship, a small red area appeared on the left wing of the spaceship. Furthermore, this red area was still expanding and was extremely eye-catching. That was where the damage was. Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun had ugly expressions on their faces. Boom! At this time, the star map detected a powerful energy ripple swiftly approaching. It was the universe-level warrior Clot. When it rains, it pours. Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun were in a bad mood. They couldn't help but want to curse. Was there a need to be so ruthless? Seeing that the ship was about to fall apart, the universe-level warrior chased after them. How was he going to survive? Wang Ting's face turned dark. He took a deep breath and looked at the star map. His eyes suddenly glittered as he said solemnly, "Don't panic. We're almost at the Qian Empire. Continue to accelerate." "Ah, you're still accelerating? The ship can't hold on much longer." Yuan Gungun stared, somewhat unwilling. This ship was a relic of Nangongyu, he couldn't bear to destroy it. "Stop talking nonsense and listen to me," Wang Ting shouted. This Yuan Gungun was too unreliable. What time was it that he still cared about these worldly possessions? No wonder Nangongyu was cheated to death. Wang Ting didn't know that not everyone had the courage to give up on a universe-level ship just like that. Even a universe-level warrior like Clot, when faced with a universe-level ship, wouldn't he be greedy and want to take it for himself? However, Wang Ting didn't take it seriously. Even Yuan Gungun was led astray. Gritting his teeth, he didn't reject Wang Ting's orders and allowed the ship to continue accelerating. The ship's vibrations became more and more intense. Wang Ting could even hear the creaking sound of the ship being unable to withstand the pressure. It made his teeth ache. Warning! Ship damage reached 10%. Warning! Ship damage reached 15%. Warning! Ship damage reached 18%. Continue accelerating. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Mother of Kerr, it can't be that the ship is destroyed, right? It would be fun if he played himself to death, too thrilling, too exciting. Warning! Ship damage reached 23%. Warning! Ship damage reached 35%. Warning! Ship damage reached 38%. Every time the alarm sounded, Wang Ting's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He felt as if his heart was being tested every moment. If it was someone with a slightly weaker willpower, their mentality would probably have exploded. At the same time, Clot received a message from the ship's navigator, "Sir, they will enter the Qian Empire's territory in 3 minutes. Damn it. Clot's expression changed greatly. It was incomparably ugly. His eyes flashed rapidly, as if he was hesitating. However, after a few breaths, his expression became fierce and he finally made a decision. After chasing for so long, it was impossible for him to give up. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from his body, and a terrifying fire origin power surged out. It was as if the origin power itself was burning, forming a powerful thrust. Clot's figure was almost invisible as he instantly disappeared from where he stood. His speed suddenly increased explosively, the two sides were getting closer and closer. Wang Ting, that old thing is catching up again. Yuan Gungun saw Clot's speed increase explosively, and his eyes widened to the extreme in shock. Wang Ting's expression was solemn. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he quickly thought of a way to break through. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Old man, I'll let you experience the fury of an angry little mayfly." In an instant, the space between Wang Ting's eyebrows flashed, and tiny dots of light flew out, directly penetrating the ship's steel walls and rushing toward Clot behind. These tiny dots of light were scattered in the void of the universe and were very inconspicuous. Moreover, these void mayflies didn't emit any malice at all, so they wouldn't attract attention. Claude didn't notice anything unusual and continued to rush straight toward the Qianyuan 63 spaceship. At this moment, a void mayfly landed on Claude's head, and the secret spiritual technique imprinted in the void mayfly's body erupted. This void mayfly's imprint was the spiritual thorn, and a sharp thorn condensed from spiritual energy directly pierced into Claude's mind. Claude finally noticed the arrival of danger, and his expression changed greatly. However, at such a close distance, he didn't have time to prepare. Boom! The spiritual thorn pierced Claude's mind, and Claude immediately suffered a heavy blow. He couldn't help but hold his head and madly roar in pain. Claude was a universe-level warrior. His spirit had reached the star level, and Wang Ting's spirit was also at the star level, hence, the power of the spirit spike was something that even a warrior like Claude would be affected by. Of course, its power was still inferior to Wang Ting's. It hit. Wang Ting saw this scene and couldn't help but be overjoyed. What hit? What's going on? Why did that universe-level warrior suddenly scream? Yuan Gungun was shocked. Hee, I did as you said before and imprinted the spirit spike into the body of the void mayfly and gave the universe level a shot. Wang Ting laughed. Yuan Gungun, Sigma, AU, succeeded just like that? Yuan Gungun couldn't believe his ears. Why don't I hold it back and wait a bit? Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun, hold it back and wait a bit. He felt that Wang Ting was just messing with him. This guy was too evil, however, he had to admit that this move came at the right time. He had ruthlessly tricked that universe level. Wang Ting might be a little unreliable sometimes, but he would never screw up during crucial moments. This was already very good. Continue. You must stop that universe level. Yuan Gungun couldn't be bothered to be angry with Wang Ting and excitedly urged him. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. Naturally, he didn't need to say anything. Taking advantage of Claude's mental pain, he commanded the rest of the void mayflies to charge forward. Claude still didn't know what had attacked him. He could only endure the pain in his head and look around. At this moment, another void mayfly landed on his head. This void mayfly had been imprinted with a spirit spike. As the spirit spike exploded, Claude immediately fell into an illusion. A huge mental maze appeared, trapping Claude within. This was the projection of the mental labyrinth left behind by Nangongyu. Wang Ting directly turned it into an illusion and added some extra ingredients. Within the maze, numerous incomparably majestic figures appeared. All of them were completely naked as they surrounded Claude. The problem was that they were all males. This scene stung his eyes, and he wanted to mosaic it. Claude's face turned green. He knew that this was an illusion. But even so, if he couldn't break it, he would still be disgusted to the point of vomiting his dinner from last night. Which F***king bastard did this? It's too mean. He actually used such a strange trick to trick him. He was simply inhuman. My lord, come at this moment. Those robust figures surrounded him in unison. All of them had their fingers pinched together, and their figures were enchanting and extremely charming. Ugh. Claude's expression changed greatly. He couldn't help but retch. He was disgusted. Get lost. His eyes widened in anger, and he immediately mobilized his mind energy to attack in all directions. Break! The stellar-level mind energy attacked the illusion, forming circles of invisible ripples that swept across the surroundings. Those robust figures immediately turned into light spots and disappeared. However, these robust figures were like chives. After one was cut, another would pop up. Claude looked at the white bodies around him, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Outside, Yuan Gungun saw that Claude's body was frozen on the spot, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise, what kind of mental mystic art did you use on him again? Why isn't he moving? Mental illusion. Wang Ting smiled. You have quite a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Yuan Gungun was even more surprised. Taking advantage of this gap, they once again left Claude behind. Time passed bit by bit. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, all of a sudden, a pitch-black shadow appeared in front of him. It connected together and stretched across the void of the universe. It was as if a terrifying giant beast was entrenched there. It made one's heart palpitate. As the spaceship moved forward, they could see clearly that it was a terrifying space fleet. The number of spaceships was astonishing, and there were countless of them. These battleships relied on a planet to establish a space station in the void, as if forming a war fortress. "We're here. We're here. We're here." Yuan Gunggun's eyes lit up, and he pulled Wang Ting and shouted happily. "I see it." Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. This journey was really too difficult, and now they had finally arrived at their destination, the Qian Empire. "Don't even think about going there without my permission." Suddenly, an extremely cold voice rolled out from behind, reverberating in the void. Boom! Claude had caught up without them noticing, and he was holding a battle sword in his hand, condensing an extremely bright crimson blade ray, and was about to slash forward. At this point, he also knew that it was impossible to leave the spaceship intact, so he simply gave up on his original plan. Now, he only wanted to leave Wang Ting behind, dead or alive. Boom! Claude finally made his move, and the blade ray slashed forward, landing directly on the protective shield of the Qianyuani 63 spaceship. Amidst the violent tremors, the already heavily damaged protective shield collapsed, and the blade ray slashed on the body of the spaceship, leaving a pitch-black blade mark. Luckily, the spaceship was made of universe-grade metal, so it was able to withstand the attack of a universe-grade warrior. This blade mark was only on the surface, and it didn't damage the interior of the spaceship. However, the spaceship was still violently shaken by this powerful attack. Wang Ting and Yuan Gunggun's expressions changed. "This old man is desperate," Yuan Gunggun said angrily. "Yuan Gunggun, open the cabin door." Wang Ting's expression was cold, and he rushed out. "Where are you going?" Yuan Gunggun hurriedly shouted. "Open the door." Wang Ting didn't answer, and he disappeared after saying that. Yuan Gunggun stomped his feet in midair, and he had no choice but to open the cabin door. Wang Ting directly rushed out of the spaceship and into the void. "Little bastard, you're finally willing to come out," Claude said coldly. Wang Ting glared at him coldly. The moon golden wheel appeared in his hand and turned into a beam of golden light as he dashed over. Claude was extremely confident, the confidence of a universe-grade warrior. Seeing that a mere star traveler dared to attack him, he couldn't help but sneer. However, when the moon golden wheel was 30 meters away from him, Claude's expression changed, and his eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. The blade in his hand suddenly slashed forward. Clang, boom, the two collided, and the origin power roared, and the sound of metal vibrating reverberated. The moon golden wheel suffered a heavy blow and was sent flying. However, under Wang Ting's control, it once again flew back at high speed and attacked Claude. Spirit sorcerer. Claude's expression was ugly. He didn't expect Wang Ting to be a spirit sorcerer, and his spiritual state had probably reached the same level as his, the star level. A mere native of a backward planet had such potential. This kid couldn't be allowed to live. Claude's entire body exuded killing intent, and the origin power in his body erupted. He slashed at the moon golden wheel, knocking it away, and then immediately rushed at Wang Ting. Die! Wang Ting's wings of wind and thunder unfolded behind him, and he dodged the blade as he rushed in the direction of the Qian Empire's fleet. At the same time, an item appeared in his hand, and he raised it above his head and shouted, "I'm Wang Ting, here with the Empire's Baron token." His voice boomed, and a soft gasp of surprise came from the Qian Empire's fleet. "Huh!" Claude, who was chasing after him, heard Wang Ting's words. His face instantly changed, completely changed, and became extremely ugly. The Qian Empire's Baron's token. He never would have thought that this little bastard who escaped from this backward planet would have the Qian Empire's Baron's token. How is this possible? The Qian Empire's Baron's title was very hard to obtain, only those with exceptional contributions could obtain it, and even the lowest Baron's power had to be at least at the universe level. However, even if they were both at the universe level, a Qian Empire's Baron's position was much, much higher than a low-level universe civilization star system guardian like him. The other party only needed to say one sentence to make him unable to raise his head. The two couldn't be compared at all. How could this little bastard be related to such a person? Claude couldn't believe it, but he couldn't back down. But then he remembered that Wang Ting only had the token. If he killed him here, then how could the Qian Empire's Baron make things difficult for him? A universe level, a dead person had no value, And a universe level was still a universe level, they had a certain amount of status and identity, they weren't that easy to deal with. Clot's expression was fierce, the force in his body surged and gathered on his blade, forming a terrifying red blade aura. An extremely frightening intent realm spread out and permeated the void. The blade aura swept across, a sea of fire filled the sky, and within the sea of fire, a giant beast roared. This was a type of fire elemental blade technique profound, a blade technique profound belonging to a universe-level warrior. Rumble, the blade aura slashed out, and along with the sea of fire, it swept towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting's gaze froze, he didn't think that the other party would be so ruthless, daring to make a move even at this point. Those who could become universe-level warriors were indeed not kind people. However, he wasn't afraid, he still had many life-saving methods. If the other party wanted to kill him, it was simply a pipe dream. However, he didn't move, he still stood in place, because someone had already made a move. Hee hee. There was a light laugh. From the Qian Empire's fleet, a blade aura swept across space and flew past Wang Ting's head, colliding with Clot's blade aura. Rumble, a violent force explosion sounded, the sound shook the space, the force waves swept across the surrounding meteorites, completely shattering them. Wang Ting calmly rubbed his head, and shouted towards the Qian Empire's fleet, "Hey, be careful, you almost took my head off." A figure stepped out of the void. There was a sword hanging on his waist. He looked casual and carefree as he walked over. In just a few steps, he was already near Wang Ting. He sized up Wang Ting with interest. Wang Ting also looked at him. This was a young man with silver hair, and he looked about the same age as him, but Wang Ting knew that he was definitely older than him. When one's strength reached the planetary state and above, their lifespan would increase, and their aging would also slow down. They would even maintain their appearance at whatever age they advanced. Just like Wang Ting, becoming a planetary state martial artist at such a young age, his vitality was strong, and he would basically maintain his appearance until he reached the end of his lifespan, at which point his appearance would start to age. Of course, if he advanced to the star state or even the universe state, his lifespan would increase again, and his appearance would naturally be maintained. Other than being young, this silver-haired young man looked very handsome, just a little less handsome than him. However, he looked a little frivolous, casual, and stood in front of him, looking very much like a rich playboy. "What's your name again?" The silver-haired young man sized up Wang Ting and asked. Wang Ting felt that this guy was asking the obvious, he shouted so loudly just now, how could the other party not hear him? Wang Ting didn't believe him. "I'm Wang Nikolaus Bosnade Ting." He rolled his eyes and said. "You didn't say so long just now, did you?" The silver-haired young man squinted. "The situation was urgent just now, so I omitted it," Wang Ting said casually. "Tiki." The silver-haired young man didn't bother about Wang Ting's name, he didn't even hear Wang Ting's slight malice and said his name calmly. Then, he looked at the item in Wang Ting's hand, it was a square seal, this was the symbol of a baron in the Qian Empire, otherwise, the silver-haired young man wouldn't have appeared so easily. Wang Ting and Clot were fighting to the death over there, it had nothing to do with him, they were fighting, he was just watching, that was all. But the appearance of a baron's square seal was different, no matter what, it was the token of a baron in the Qian Empire, he couldn't just ignore it. And he was also very curious about the young man who came here with this token, not only because Wang Ting came here with the token, but also because of Wang Ting's strength. He could see that Wang Ting was very young, his strength was probably around the planetary state, but he was a star-level spiritual sense master. Inside the spaceship, Yuan Bengun saw this scene and his tensed heart finally fell back into his stomach. Wang Ting, this kid, was really bold, daring to rush out in this situation. But it was also thanks to his courage, otherwise, their losses might be even greater. In contrast to Wang Ting's rejoicing, Clot's mood was very bad, he was like a volcano that was about to erupt, the anger in his heart was about to erupt. But he didn't dare to, or rather, he was very afraid of the silver-haired young man, Tiki, therefore, Clot could only take a deep breath to calm himself down, and slowly said, "Your Excellency, I'm the Federation of Orange's Milky Way Guard, the person in front of you is a wanted criminal of the Federation of Orange, I wonder if you can hand him over to me." He was very tactful and didn't mention Tiki's sudden attack, instead, he asked very politely and humbly, giving Tiki enough face. They were both universe-level powerhouses, but he was able to humble himself. Logically speaking, Tiki should be very pleased. However, Dichi only smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm sorry, this person has the token of a baron in the Qian Empire, I can't hand it over to you." His tone was very polite, but the words he said were not at all polite. Clot was furious. This was too much, deep breath, he forced a smile and said, "You can take the token and hand this person over to me." "That won't do, he has the token, I have to take him back to the Empire." Tiki maintained his smile and said lightly. "You." Clot looked at his smiling face and wanted to punch him, but he knew he couldn't, and he might not be able to beat him. "If you want to fight with me, I don't mind moving around a bit." Clot said, "Oh, don't worry, I won't use the Qian Empire to pressure you." This sentence directly extinguished the anger in Clot's heart. Won't use the Qian Empire to pressure him? Who would believe that? This silver-haired young man in front of him was very bad. Wang Ting looked at Tiki with a strange expression. He didn't expect this guy to be so sarcastic, he was the only one who could make a threat sound so fresh. "Don't look at me like that. I'm a man of my word. I definitely won't use the Qian Empire to pressure you." Tiki saw everyone's expression and couldn't help but explain. Clot. How big was Clot's psychological trauma? He didn't have any luck now. He couldn't afford to offend the Qian Empire. This silver-haired youth said he wouldn't use the Qian Empire to pressure him. He didn't believe it, not at all. He heard a rumor. There was once a domain lord-level fighter who chased after an enemy, but the enemy escaped into the Qian Empire. Afterwards, the enemy offered a treasure to a domain lord-level fighter of the Qian Empire in exchange for protection. The Qian Empire fighter agreed, but that domain lord-level fighter was definitely not satisfied. So he stubbornly fought with the domain lord-level fighter of the Qian Empire. The result was obvious. That domain lord-level fighter was directly suppressed. It wasn't because of the difference in strength between the two sides. It was because the domain lord-level fighter of the Qian Empire was a lord. He used the Empire's army and 2 other domain lord-level fighters to help him. He used numbers to bully the enemy until he had no choice but to admit defeat. He even had to give up a lot of money as an apology. In the end, he was able to keep his life. This kind of thing wasn't rare in the universe, so in the universe, strength, identity, status, none of these could be missing. Otherwise, you could only obediently lower your head and not think about standing out. Clot didn't think that he would encounter such an awkward situation when he was chasing after a fighter from a backward planet. What could he do now? He could only swallow his anger and admit defeat. He glared fiercely at Wang Ting, as if he wanted to imprint Wang Ting's appearance in his heart. How much hatred did he have? Wang Ting wasn't afraid at all. He glared back, not bothering to hide the killing intent in his eyes. "Old thing, we're not done yet. Remember what I said?" Wang Ting said. Right now, he wasn't strong enough. He was only relying on the power of the Qian Empire to force the other party to lower their heads. It had nothing to do with his own strength. However, it wouldn't be long before Wang Ting believed that he would be able to kill the other party with his own strength. Humph. Clot's heart was boiling with rage, and his eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent. However, he didn't say anything else. With a cold snort, he turned and left. His spaceship had already arrived in front of him. The cabin door opened and he stepped into the spaceship. The spaceship turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the vast void of the universe. "Hee hee, you little punk, you've got guts, daring to talk back to a universe-level warrior." Tiki looked at Wang Ting with a strange expression. "In any case, it's already a life-and-death feud. What do I have to fear?" Wang Ting said calmly. "Aren't you afraid that he'll act out of desperation and rush over to kill you?" "I won't help you anymore," Tiki said coldly. "I still have ways to save my life. Even if you don't help, I still have ways to escape. At most, I'll just hide for a while," Wang Ting said as if he had nothing to lose. "Oh." Dichi's face was filled with curiosity. It wasn't that he didn't trust Wang Ting. He was just curious about where his confidence came from. However, he didn't ask too much. Everyone had their secrets. However, he was more and more interested in Wang Ting. He laughed and said, "Come with me." "Where's my spaceship?" Wang Ting asked. "Let your AI come over and park it at the docking port first," Tiki said. Wang Ting nodded and contacted Yuan Gungun, asking it to drive the spaceship over. Xianyuan Model E63. It's an antique. Tiki looked at the spaceship and said in surprise. Wang Ting was a little surprised that Tiki could actually identify the model of the spaceship. One had to know that this was a model from 1,000,000 years ago. Who would remember this for no reason? I'm a spaceship enthusiast. How about it? Are you interested in selling it to me? I can give you a fair price, Tiki suddenly said. Wang Ting was speechless. This guy was actually up to no good. Wang Ting, you can't agree to it. Yuan Gungun was anxious and quickly shouted in Wang Ting's mind. Don't worry. Do I look like the kind of person who only cares about money? Wang Ting rolled his eyes. You are. Yuan Gungun said with certainty. Wang Ting was speechless. He no longer cared about Yuan Gungun. In order to prove his innocence, he turned to Tiki and said righteously, this spaceship was left behind by an elder of mine. It's not for sale. I can pay more. Tiki was very direct. 30 billion Great Qian dollars. How about that? How much? Wang Ting almost suspected that he had misheard. 30 billion Great Qian dollars, how much was that? If not for Tiki beside him, he would have taken out his fingers and counted. The number was too large, and his brain couldn't process it. He remembered that the material used to build the Xianyuan Model E63 spaceship, the star sand iron, was worth 7.6 billion Great Qian dollars. It wouldn't be too much for the entire spaceship to be worth 30 billion, right? However, he was completely wrong. Yuan Gungun was no longer calm. It shouted, what? He's willing to pay 30 billion Great Qian dollars, 30 billion? Is that a lot? Wang Ting asked suspiciously. What do you know? This spaceship is worth 20 billion at most. I didn't expect that Tiki would be willing to pay 30 billion Great Qian dollars. Oh my god, we've met a fool. Yuan Gungun said with glowing eyes. No, you mean, we should sell it? Wang Ting asked uncertainly. Who was the one who said so confidently that they wouldn't sell it? Why did they change their mind now? Why were they so persistent? Yuan Gungun, then I'll sell it. Wang Ting deliberately provoked it. Ahem. Yuan Gungun coughed dryly, looking a little guilty. Otherwise, since you're so hesitant, forget it. I don't take things away from people. Tiki saw that Wang Ting was hesitant and thought that he still didn't intend to sell it. He shook his head and said regretfully. Yuan Gungun, Wang Ting, you can resist the temptation of 30 billion Great Qian dollars. Not bad. Tiki looked at Wang Ting again and praised him. After all, it was left behind by an elder of mine. How can I sell it for a little money? Wang Ting said seriously. I like that you have principles. If you sell it for 30 billion, I'll look down on you. Tiki patted Wang Ting's shoulder and asked, it should be your elder who asked you to bring the Empire's Baron token to the Qian Empire, right? That's right. Wang Ting nodded. May I know what your elder's name is? Tiki asked. Can I say it? Wang Ting asked in his mind. Tell him, Yuan Gungun said. Nangong Yu. Wang Ting told Tiki the name. It's actually him. I remember that he was sent to hunt down a fugitive 1,000,000 years ago and never came back. The wisp of soul flame that was stored in the Empire's Lord Tower has also been extinguished. It seems that he really died. Tiki said in surprise. You know. Wang Ting was surprised that Tiki knew Nangong Yu's identity so easily. After all, Nangong Yu had been dead for more than 1,000,000 years. Not many people would remember him. Could it be that Tiki was a history buff? It's nothing. There weren't many lords of the Empire who went missing for so many years. Of course, I remember. Tiki said. The two chatted as they entered the planet surrounded by the Qian Empire fleet. Wang Ting learned that this planet didn't have a name. It only had a codename. Defense Planet Number 4, Under Tiki's guidance, the Xianxia 63 spaceship stopped at a port on the planet. This planet was a military fortress. Spaceships couldn't fly around randomly. Without Tiki's guidance, a foreign spaceship would be hit by heavy weapons once it entered the planet's atmosphere. Even a universe-level spaceship would be shot down, even if it wasn't a military fortress. Some important life planets had related rules. Spaceships couldn't fly around randomly. Wang Ting remembered this in his heart. This was common sense. If he was attacked because of this when he entered a planet, it would be very unfortunate. The port of defense planet number 4 was huge. It was densely packed with spaceships and battleships of different sizes and styles. Some spaceships were only tens of meters long. These spaceships were usually owned by individuals. Some were thousands of meters long. They were large transport ships. Wang Ting stood at the port and looked up at the gray sky. This planet was considered a life planet. However, the environment was very harsh. Looking down from above, one could see that the entire planet was dark brown. There were very few green or blue areas. This meant that there were very few water sources and plants on this planet. The gravity of defense planet number 4 was more than 3 times that of Earth. Wang Ting got used to it and was able to move around freely. He was a planetary state after all. As long as the gravity wasn't too terrifying, it wouldn't affect him much. Tiki saw that Wang Ting was curious, so he explained casually, this planet's resources have been exhausted. Plus, it's at the border. As a war fortress, it was attacked by large-scale weapons. The ecology was destroyed, and most of the life forms died. That's why it became like this. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked out of the port. Wang Ting hurriedly followed him. You guys still have wars? Wang Ting caught something from his words and asked in surprise. How rare. Every empire has to fight for resources. Plus, there are dark apparitions. You know them, right? Tiki said as he walked. I know. Our planet was invaded by dark apparitions before. Wang Ting nodded and replied. Then you guys are quite miserable. Dichi was a little surprised and said sympathetically. It settled temporarily, Wang Ting replied. Oh? Dichi was even more surprised. Your planet can deal with the dark apparitions on its own? That means your planet's combat power isn't weak. I'm the strongest combat power now. Wang Ting said casually. Tiki stopped and looked back at Wang Ting. He asked, so you're the one who solved the dark apparition? Wang Ting didn't comment. Tiki didn't ask further. He brought Wang Ting out of the port and arrived at a war fortress made of steel. There were people walking around in a hurry. They were wearing the Qian Empire's uniform. When they saw Tiki, they stopped and saluted. They watched as Wang Ting and Tiki left. You have a high position here? Wang Ting asked curiously. There's a universe-level warrior guarding this war fortress at all times. Basically, they rotate every 3 years. I'm the leader here. Tiki smiled. While they were talking, a group of young people walked towards them. They seemed to be leaving the war fortress. These young people were wearing armor. They were dressed differently from the soldiers of the Qian Empire. Even their aura was different. They didn't look like soldiers. Instead, they looked like students. That's right, students. Wang Ting felt a sense of familiarity from them. Sir Tiki. When the group of young people walked closer, they stopped and saluted Tiki respectfully. At the same time, they looked at Wang Ting curiously. Who was this young man? He was able to make Sir Tiki accompany him personally. Tiki nodded at them. He looked at a girl and said helplessly, Olivia, I see you. Stop hiding. The girl walked out from the crowd and stuck out her tongue playfully at Tiki. Cousin. Cousin? Wang Ting looked back and forth between the girl and Tiki in surprise. These two didn't look like cousins at all. Also, they looked quite different in age. What are you guys going to do? Tiki asked. We heard that a stellar-level blood-breed dark apparition appeared nearby, so we want to go and kill 1 or 2 to complete the school's mission. Hee hee. Olivia laughed before the others could say anything. Stellar-level blood-breed dark apparition. Tiki frowned and scolded, this is ridiculous. You guys are just planet level and you dare to go and kill a stellar level blood breed dark apparition. You guys don't want to live anymore. Aya, we have so many people, and Clive is the leader. It's definitely not a problem to kill a level 1 stellar level dark apparition. As long as we can kill a stellar level dark apparition, our evaluation this semester will definitely be the best. Our families will be happy then. Olivia ran up and shook Tiki's arm. She was completely like a little girl. Hearing Olivia's words, a brown-haired youth standing at the front of the crowd puffed out his chest. A very reserved smile appeared on his face. When Wang Ting saw her expression, he couldn't help but find it funny. He had experienced too many things, and he carried the fate of Earth on his back. It was inevitable that his mental state would be affected. It had been a long time since he saw such a scene between young people. No, it's too dangerous. Tiki completely ignored Olivia's whining. He hardened his heart and shook his head. If something happens to you, Grandpa will skin me alive. Humph. Olivia heard this and snorted angrily. She flung Tiki's hand away and glared at him. You're just afraid that Grandpa will find trouble with you. You're not really worried about my safety. I've seen through you, Tiki. Don't give me that. It's useless. I said you can't go, so you can't go. Tiki ignored her and turned around to say to Wang Ting, let's go. Ignore them. They're just a few kids fooling around. It's embarrassing. Who hasn't been young before? Wang Ting shook his head and smiled. Wang Ting didn't know that his casual words made the young people around him frown. Olivia obviously didn't want to let Tiki and Wang Ting off just like that. She stood in front of them and asked, cousin, who is this guy? Don't you want to introduce him? Olivia, don't mess around, Wang Ting is my guest. Tiki said impatiently. Guest? The curiosity on Olivia's face deepened as she said, this guest of yours looks very young, but he speaks like an old man. Tiki had seen Wang Ting fight against a universe-level powerhouse and subconsciously regarded him as a strong powerhouse, not a young man. Therefore, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his words. However, Olivia and the group of young people didn't think so. Wang Ting looked about the same age as them, but he spoke like an elder, which made them feel disgusted. Hee hee. Wang Ting wasn't angry. Instead, he found it very amusing and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Clive saw Wang Ting laughing and couldn't help but frown. These people were basically the children of reputable families on Deqian's Emperor Star. They didn't care about ordinary universe-level powerhouses. They were respectful to Tiki because he was strong and also because he was also from a large family and had a higher status than them. However, Wang Ting, just by looking at his clothes, they knew that he wasn't a person of high status. Clothes were very particular in the universe. One could tell a person's status from their clothes. Wang Ting had already put away his armor and was still wearing the clothes of Earth Star. It was obvious that he was from a backward place. Even if he was Tiki's guest, Clive and the others were not afraid of offending him. Tiki was about to speak when Wang Ting said indifferently, I'm laughing at your childish behavior, but you're afraid of others saying it out loud. You. Clive was furious. The other young people also glared at Wang Ting. Olivia looked at Wang Ting and then at the Tiki, guessing Wang Ting's identity. Since he dared to act so fearlessly in front of these scions, his identity must not be simple, right? However, she was also quite angry at Wang Ting's arrogance. She hated it when others treated her like a child. Isn't that so? Wang Ting looked at them and said, if you're a mature person, why would you get angry over a joke? You guys just care too much about it. The group of youngsters was speechless. Also, you guys clearly know that it's dangerous, but you still intend to hunt a dark apparition that is one level stronger than you just to show off in front of a girl. Isn't this childish? Wang Ting said again. Although I did it when I was young, it was really dangerous. The more they heard, the darker their faces became. You keep talking about when you were young. How old are you exactly? Clive was unconvinced. Oh, let me think. I think I'm less than 20 years old. I can't remember clearly, Wang Ting said as he touched his chin. Clive, Olivia, Tiki, the others, what do you mean you can't remember clearly, less than 20 years old? How bad is your memory to be unable to remember clearly? You're less than 20 years old. You're obviously about the same age as them. Who gave you the face to pretend to be an elder? Olivia was speechless. Tiki was also speechless. He originally thought that Wang Ting was at least 40 or 50 years old. In the universe, compared to the long lifespan, 40 or 50 years old was considered very young. He did not expect this guy to be less than 20 years old. He was ridiculously young. Thinking about his strength, Tiki felt that Wang Ting's potential was greater than he expected. Don't mind these details. Age doesn't mean anything. Wang Ting waved his hand nonchalantly. F***ck off. Olivia was so angry at his shamelessness that her chest felt stuffy. She could not help but swear. Ahem, okay. Wang Ting, I'll bring you to your place first. Tiki hurriedly interrupted their argument. He felt his head hurt listening to Wang Ting and Olivia's nonsense. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. He left Olivia and the others behind and left with Tiki. Olivia and the others stood in place for a while and fell into an awkward silence. That guy, where did this weirdo come from? Someone broke the silence and asked. No one answered because no one knew Wang Ting. Olivia, are we still going to hunt Star State dark apparitions? Clive asked. No. My cousin gave the order. Do you think we can still go out? Olivia clenched her teeth and said fiercely. Clive and the others were helpless too. They had no choice. The entire defense planet No. 4 was now under Tiki's control. One word from him was more effective than anything else. The group of young people shook their heads and sighed before leaving. On the other side, Tiki brought Wang Ting to the living area behind the battle fortress and found an empty room for him. 5 days later, a directional teleportation formation connecting to Deqian's Emperor Star will be activated. Then, you will follow the others back to Deqian's Emperor Star. Just stay here for the next few days, Tiki said. Wang Ting nodded to show that he understood. The directional teleportation formation could not be activated casually. Every time it was activated, it would consume a large amount of resources. Therefore, it would only be activated after everyone had gathered. As a formation master, Wang Ting naturally did not need to explain too much about this. I live in the house next to yours. You can find me if you need anything or contact me directly with your intelligent wristwatch. As Tiki spoke, he raised his wrist and operated the intelligent wristwatch. Let's exchange contact information. Wang Ting wouldn't reject him. He immediately exchanged numbers with Di Qi on his intelligent wristwatch. He had snatched this wristwatch from an alien trial taker. It could be used in the universe. After all, this type of wristwatch was made by large companies in the universe and was basically universal. Although it was Wang Ting's first time in the universe, with the help of the artificial intelligence Yuan Gun, many things were prepared in advance and saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he would really be a country bumpkin who did not know anything and would be laughed at for no reason. You can walk around for the next few days. I will mark out some of the forbidden areas and send them to your wristwatch. Take a look yourself and don't go in by accident. Tiki finished and turned to leave. As the guardian of Defense Planet number 4, he had a lot of things to do. The reason he was able to accompany Wang Ting for so long was because of the token from the Empire's Baron. Of course, it was also because of Wang Ting's potential. Now that he was done, he naturally left in a hurry. Wang Ting watched him leave before walking into the temporary residence. He looked at the luxurious decorations and could not help but be impressed by Tiki's thoughtfulness. In the room, Wang Ting looked around and sat down on the bed. The residence was very luxurious and there was another world inside. The area was much bigger than it looked from the outside and the facilities inside were not complete. There were bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchens, training rooms, and so on. Wang Ting did not expect there to be such a place in the battle fortress. Could it be that the nobles of the empire filled their pockets and enjoyed themselves? He guessed maliciously. However, it had nothing to do with him. The empire had existed for so many years and it was normal for there to be such a phenomenon. It was impossible for it to collapse so quickly. Perhaps the development of the empire was more prosperous than he imagined. After all, he was just a country bumpkin who had just left Earth's star. What he did not know was that such residences were not common in the battle fortress. They were prepared for people of higher status. It was obvious that the tiki took good care of Wang Ting. Wang Ting, that tiki must have a high status in the empire. You can build a good relationship with him so that you can deal with Master Nangong's disciple when you arrive at the Emperor's Star of Deqian. Yuan Gungun saw that there was no one around and floated out of the Stone of Life. I know what to do. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he nodded. Also, don't fight with those little guys. I'm afraid their families are not simple. You haven't arrived at the Emperor's Star of Deqian yet, don't make enemies. Yuan Gungun advised. Wang Ting was speechless. Why didn't he realize that Yuan Gungun was so cautious and bullied the weak and feared the strong? It seemed to be afraid of everything in the Qian Empire. Yuan Gungun was still nagging and reminding Wang Ting of the things to take note of when he arrived at the Emperor's Star of Deqian. Wang Ting closed his eyes and focused on the attribute panel. He counted the attribute bubbles that were dropped when he fought with Clot. Fire Elemental Saber Technique Enlightenment, Flame Beast * 500, Fire Star Force * 6500, Wind Sword Technique Profundity, Wind Kill * 600, Wind Star Force * 3800. When Wang Ting saw these attribute bubbles, he couldn't help but feel happy. What a guy, 2 profound attributes, and one of them was even a wind profound. The wind element was rare to begin with, and profound meanings were even rarer. Wang Ting remembered that Tiki had once slashed at Clot. That slash was so powerful that even Clot's all-out attack had been shattered. What he used at that time should be the profound meaning of wind kill. Wang Ting realized that he had to re-evaluate Tiki's strength. A universe-level powerhouse with wind origin power was obviously a top-notch genius. Wind Sword Art Profound, Wind Kill, 300/500, 20%. The 600 points of the Wind Kill Profound attribute could be directly increased to 20%. The other 3,800 points of Wind Attribute Star Origin Power was also a considerable gain. Moreover, it was Star Origin Power, not just any ordinary origin power. This could save Wang Ting a lot of training time. As for Clot, it was obvious that he wasn't young anymore. Although he was also a powerful figure, he was still far from Tiki. Wang Ting didn't mind. After all, he had gotten a lot of benefits from Clot. Fire Sword Technique Enlightenment, Flame Beast, 200/500, 20%. The 500 points of the profound attribute could also be increased to 20%. This sword technique enlightenment called Flame Beast was quite powerful. Wang Ting gladly accepted it. Other than that, the fire star force that Clot dropped was quite impressive. There were a total of 6,500 points. This was all thanks to him attacking Wang Ting with all his might. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten so much. Every peck and every drink had a cause and effect. Wang Ting could be considered to have collected some interest first. After taking stock of his gains, Wang Ting began to train. This incident made him understand that his strength was nothing in the big stage of the universe. He couldn't relax at all. He had to seize the time to improve. Time passed slowly. Wang Ting had been training and didn't go out. During this time, the Tiki didn't appear again. However, they ordered people to deliver delicious food on time. These food were all fresh vegetables and fruits from other planets. It was enough to show that the Tiki was very thoughtful. Defense Planet Number 4's day was much shorter than Earthstar's day. It was only about 8 universe hours. At this time, the sky was completely dark. The planet was already gray during the day. When night fell, the night became even darker. However, there were many places in the battle fortress that were still brightly lit. It was as bright as day. You have a guest. Do you want to connect? A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's living quarters. Who would come looking for me in a place like this? Wang Ting frowned. Hee, it's that Olivia from before. Yuan Gungun had already seen the visitor through the surveillance camera at the door. He couldn't help but laugh weirdly. What's she doing here? Wang Ting asked suspiciously. Probably because you'll be cold at night and need someone to warm your bed. Yuan Gungun said with a perverted look on his face. Your ride is a bit dangerous. I'm getting off. Wang Ting said faintly. Sorry, the door is already welded shut. Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel that Yuan Gungun had been contaminated. Now that he knew who was visiting, he had the room's AI system open the door. Olivia walked in casually. She looked around and said in surprise, "My cousin is so nice to you. Even I don't have the right to stay in this room. You guys must be true love." Wang Ting? This damn girl, her personality is so F***ing bad. What are you doing here? Wang Ting took a deep breath in his mind and kept telling himself not to lower himself to her level. My cousin asked me to show you around, Olivia said. Now? Wang Ting was surprised. What now? The nightlife on Defense Planet number 4 has just begun. Olivia rolled her eyes. Look at you, you're so young. Why do you look like an old man? I look like an old man? Wang Ting pointed at his own nose. Little girl, you're looking down on me. Olivia didn't say anything. Her eyes and expression were filled with disdain for Wang Ting. F***ck, I'd like to see what kind of nightlife you guys have on this crappy planet. Lead the way. Wang Ting was furious. He jumped off the bed and walked out of the door. Olivia snickered. A sly look flashed in her eyes. She quickly followed behind and led the way. Let me tell you, Defense Planet number 4 is very lively at night. Many warriors who are here for missions gather here. Most of them go out for missions during the day and come back at night to rest and relax in the battle fortress. It's also recommended by the higher-ups, Olivia said as she led the way. The higher-ups encourage it. Why is that? Wang Ting asked in surprise. What's so strange about that? There are many dark apparitions hiding on this planet. If we have a night entertainment with great fanfare and light up the surroundings, the dark apparitions will have nowhere to hide, Olivia said. You can do that? Wang Ting was speechless. This method was really simple and direct. Just then, he followed Olivia out of the dormitory area. As expected, they saw bright lights in the distance. Noises could be heard from afar. It seemed very lively. Luckily, there was a soundproof formation in the dormitory area. Those who were resting inside would not be affected. Olivia led Wang Ting around the battle fortress. Along the way, they saw many martial artists. They were all doing their own things. It was very lively. After a while, Wang Ting came to an empty field that looked like a drill ground. Along the way, this was undoubtedly the most lively place. Many people were gathered around. The noise was so loud that it reached the night sky. Wang Ting looked around. There were more than 10 high platforms erected in the middle of the field. There were martial artists fighting on them. That's it? Wang Ting instantly lost interest. He thought that Olivia would bring him to play something interesting, such as some elegant games like whips and candles. After all, that was more suitable at night. He did not expect that she would just bring him to watch a battle. What was there to watch? Ignorant. Defense Planet number 4 has gathered most of the genius martial artists from the Empire schools. They are sparring here at night. You don't know how exciting it will be, Olivia said unhappily. Wang Ting didn't care about her mood. He used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings secretly and picked up the attribute bubbles that were scattered all over the place. Although he did not like them, he still had to pick up the attribute bubbles. Fire Star Force *600, Water Star Force *800, King Level Water Element Talent *150, Earth Attribute Star Force *500, King Level Earth Talent *100, Planet Level Spirit *120, Wind Star Force *700, King Level Wind Talent *150, Metal Star Force *1/100. One by one, the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body, causing his strength to increase imperceptibly. Wang Ting suddenly felt that he should be grateful to Olivia. If she had not brought him here, he would not have been able to pick up so many attribute bubbles for free. Although her personality was a bit bad, she was a good person. He couldn't help but reveal a motherly smile. Olivia suddenly felt that Wang Ting's smile was a little strange, and it was directed at her. She didn't know what he was thinking. Wang Ting did not notice Olivia's abnormality. He was still immersed in his harvest. This time, his 5 elemental origin powers had increased by quite a bit, but he hadn't reached the level of breaking through yet. However, the appearance of wind origin power gave Wang Ting a small surprise. He had just obtained the wind attribute star power from Tiki, but he didn't expect it to appear again. His wind origin power was still at the 13-star general level and had yet to advance to the planet level. If there was a chance, Wang Ting naturally hoped that it could advance as soon as possible. It was a pity that there were no wind techniques. Otherwise, he could try to advance. Other than the force attribute bubbles, Wang Ting also obtained quite a number of talent attributes, and they were all king level. Olivia was right. There were indeed quite a number of prodigious martial artists here. With the attribute bubbles as proof, Wang Ting believed her. There were also many comprehension and spirit attribute bubbles, but most of them were at the planet level. There were no stellar level spirit and comprehension. Wang Ting shook his head. He felt that he was too greedy. These were all planet level and stellar level martial artists. How could they have stellar level spirit and comprehension? Not everyone was a prodigy like him. However, he was no longer in a hurry to leave. The attribute bubbles that these martial artists dropped from sparring completely exceeded his own cultivation. Then what was the point of cultivating? Picking up attributes was the real deal. Thus, Olivia saw that Wang Ting, who looked disinterested just now, suddenly moved forward enthusiastically. Olivia was confused, but she still followed him immediately. Wang Ting walked toward the high platform where he had picked up the wind attribute bubble. The platform was surrounded by 3 layers of people. He could only squeeze through the crowd as he walked in. Hey, why are you squeezing? Who's squeezing me? My F*** cleavage is coming out. The one who shouted squeeze out was an extremely muscular extraterrestrial martial artist who looked very similar to a chimpanzee. This was the 8-man race, a very common race in the universe. It originally wanted to squeeze back, but after pushing Wang Ting, it realized that his body did not move at all. It only felt a surge of power gushing out of his body, pushing it back 1 step. The chimpanzee's expression suddenly changed. It sheepishly retracted its large black palm and looked at Wang Ting helplessly. Wang Ting glanced at it and did not even lift his eyes. He silently passed through the crowd and arrived at the bottom of the high platform. Olivia followed behind him with a thoughtful look in her eyes. At this moment, 2 martial artists were fighting fiercely on the high platform. One of them had green skin and was tall and thin like an ugly spring onion. He was very unappetizing and made people lose their appetite. The other was a human with a battle sword in his hand. He was handsome and had green force around him. Obviously, he was the wind element martial artist. It's Senior Xianxia, Olivia said with glowing eyes. Why, is this senior of yours very famous? Wang Ting asked. Of course, Senior Xianxia is ranked in the top 1,000 in our academy. He has reached stellar level before the age of 50. He's also a wind element martial artist. His wild wind sword technique has defeated countless opponents, Olivia said with admiration. Top 1,000. Since when can the top 1,000 be considered a genius? Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was a little puzzled and could not help but ask, which academy are you from? Of course, it's the highest academy of our Daqian Emperor Star, Daqian Academy. Olivia said proudly. Wang Ting nodded. He had heard Yuan Gungun mention this academy before. It was said to be the best academy in the Qian Empire. It was many times better than the Sacred Star Tower of the Federation of Orange. The instructors were at least universe-level powerhouses. Stellar-level powerhouses were not qualified. If it was Daqian Academy, it would be reasonable to be in the top 1,000. After all, most of the geniuses in the entire Qian Empire would probably choose to study in this academy. The competition was fierce and there were many geniuses. Wang Ting observed the battle above him carefully. He also picked up the attribute bubble secretly. At this moment, a few figures squeezed in from the side. It was Clive and the others he met during the day. Olivia, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I've been looking for you for a long time, Clive greeted. I've also just arrived, Olivia replied casually, still staring at the battle on the stage. Clive did not mind, or rather, he was used to it. However, when he saw Wang Ting beside Olivia, he could not help but frown. Clive's first impression of Wang Ting wasn't very good. In his opinion, Wang Ting was too good at pretending. The most hateful thing was that he was better at pretending than him. This was what he couldn't tolerate the most. As someone from a large family of the Emperor Star of the Qian Empire, he had never lost to others in terms of pretending. But when he met Wang Ting, he couldn't take it. Although it wasn't a big deal, he was unhappy about it the whole day. He didn't expect to meet Wang Ting again when he came out to play with Olivia at night, and it was with Olivia. This was even more unbearable. Olivia was extremely beautiful and talented. Clive and her were childhood playmates, so their relationship was naturally not ordinary. The two families also wanted to match the two of them. Now that he saw Olivia and Wang Ting walking together, any man would feel uncomfortable. Clive's big eyes turned, and a plan came to his mind. Olivia, why is he here? He first asked Olivia. My cousin told me to take him out for a walk, Olivia said without looking back. Although Wang Ting heard their conversation, his eyes were still on the battle on the stage and he ignored them. This Clive's strength was not bad. He had reached level 6 of the planetary state and was only 21 or 22 years old. He was considered a decent prodigy. However, to Wang Ting, this level of talent was too little. It wasn't enough for him to take advantage of. So even though he already felt that Clive's tone wasn't right, he still couldn't be bothered with them. However, just because he ignored them didn't mean that they were willing to let him go so easily. Wang Ting was a guest of Tiki. Clive didn't dare to do anything overboard, but he wouldn't offend the Tiki completely if he lost some face. Seeing that Wang Ting didn't look back at him, Clive couldn't help but feel angry, but he still suppressed it and walked to Wang Ting to test Wang Ting. We've met in the daytime. I'm Clive, and you? He asked first. Wang Ting. Wang Ting stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were fixed on the battle as he replied indifferently. The wind attribute fighter's usage of wind origin power had inspired him. No matter what, he was still a star-level genius. His strength couldn't be underestimated. When Clive saw his behavior, he couldn't help but curl his lips and continue to ask, "Where are you from, Brother Wang? He seems to have a close relationship with Tiki Lord?" Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. This fellow wanted to investigate his background. This thought flashed in his mind, and he looked at Clive with a faint smile. I'm from a remote planet. I have no background, so I'm not worth mentioning. Clive didn't believe at all that someone from a remote planet could be treated like this by the Tiki. Did they think he was a 3-year-old child? Brother Wang, you must be joking. Wang Ting shrugged. It's my fault that people don't believe me when I tell them the truth. Brother Wang is also interested in this battle? Do you want to go up and try? I can help you find a genius martial artist of equal strength to be your opponent. Clive said with a smile. Oh? Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he heard this. He guessed that Clive wanted to cause trouble from the beginning, and now he finally knew his purpose. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also a bit interested. Of course, he had to do it himself to feel good. Previously, he was still conflicted about how to find someone to fight. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. People might not pay attention to him if he asked casually. It would be awkward if there was an awkward silence. Now, someone would give him a pillow when he was sleepy. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Clive, you really are a good person. Wang Ting patted Clive's shoulder and said with a smile. Clive, who was suddenly given a good person card, was a bit dumbfounded. This guy was so fat. Why did he give him a good person card for no reason? What was wrong with his head? No matter what, he had achieved his goal. Thus, he smiled and said, Then Brother Wang, tell me your strength first so that I can arrange for a cultivator with similar strength to you. Anyone below level 3 star state is fine. You can arrange it as you see fit, Wang Ting said casually. Below level 3 star state. Clive was shocked. Wang Ting wasn't even 20 years old. If he could really beat someone below level 3 star state, then he would be among the top prodigies. He would be stronger than Yin Hai on the stage. Olivia heard this and couldn't help but look back at Wang Ting. She was a bit shocked and probing. She didn't know if Wang Ting was bragging or if he really had such power. I can't rule out the possibility that he's lying. But that's what I want. Clive's lips curved into a smile. Since he wanted to embarrass Wang Ting, the stronger the opponent, the better. Anyway, he was the one who said that anyone below level 3 star state was fine. If he was beaten too badly, then it had nothing to do with him. Don't mess around. If you get beaten up, my cousin will scold me again, Olivia said with a frown. Wang Ting felt depressed and said, Don't worry, even if I get beaten up, I won't let you take the blame. I will explain to your cousin. That's good. Olivia nodded with a I tried to persuade you, but you didn't listen expression. Too perfunctory. There was no sincerity at all. Wang Ting didn't have the energy to complain and turned his head, showing that he didn't want to talk to her. Clive saw this and started looking for Wang Ting's opponent. He knew quite a lot of people, including a few star states. They could satisfy Wang Ting's requirements. Not long after, he walked over with a brown-skinned young man who looked like a brown bear. The bear race was one of the billions of races in the universe. This is Senior Delay, a level 1 star state master. How is it, can you fight? Clive said to Wang Ting. Level 1 star state, barely. Wang Ting glanced at the bear race youth and nodded. Barely. Delay heard this and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He carefully sized up Wang Ting and found that his chi wasn't too strong. At most, he was a planetary state. The reason why he agreed to fight with Clive and Wang Ting, a stranger, was naturally because he received benefits. Otherwise, he might not care about a planetary state. But now, the other party actually despised him. This friend is quite arrogant. Delay couldn't help but sneer. Senior Delay, you might not know, but my friend is a guest of Lord Tiki. He's experienced and knowledgeable, so. Clive didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already obvious. Wang Ting was arrogant, you don't accept it? If you don't accept it, then beat him up. You'll know how strong he is after the fight. Delay didn't talk nonsense and said directly. Wang Ting ignored the two of them. His gaze was fixed on the battle on the stage. At this time, the fight on the stage was coming to an end. In the end, after a clash, Yin Hai unexpectedly pressed his long sword against his opponent's neck and defeated him. Yin Hai's opponent walked down the arena dejectedly, but Yin Hai remained in the arena. He scanned his surroundings and suddenly, his gaze landed on Wang Ting. You want to fight? Yin Hai looked at Wang Ting calmly and asked. Everyone was stunned. Their gazes landed on Wang Ting. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. Then, I'll be your opponent, Yin Hai said. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Clive and Olivia looked at Yin Hai in shock. They didn't expect him to take the initiative to fight. Also, the person he was challenging was Wang Ting. What was Yin Hai thinking? Delay was surprised too. He glanced at Yin Hai and then at Wang Ting. Yin Hai was much more famous than him. He was also a level 1 star state, but his power was much weaker than Yin Hai's. Yin Hai could be ranked in the top 1000 of Diqian Academy, but he couldn't. This was the difference. The reason why Yin Hai noticed Wang Ting was because he heard the conversation between Wang Ting and Clive. He was curious about Wang Ting's power. A planetary state martial artist claimed that he could beat a level 3 star state and below. What a boastful tone, if he dared to say that, he was either bragging or a prodigy among prodigies. If it was an ordinary martial artist, he wouldn't care and would at most take it as bragging. However, he couldn't see through Wang Ting. He looked like a planetary state, but for some reason, he felt that Wang Ting's power wasn't as simple as it seemed. And he was very confident. That confidence wasn't faked, but it came naturally from his eyes. Yin Hai had seen that confidence in many people. Those people were all outstanding figures in Diqian Academy. Hence, he planned to fight with Wang Ting. If Wang Ting was just bragging, then he wouldn't waste much time. One move was enough to settle it. If Wang Ting really had that kind of power, then perhaps he would meet a good opponent tonight. For prodigies like them, a good opponent was very hard to come by. He craved to fight. Who is this person? Senior Yin Hai actually took the initiative to challenge him. I don't know. I've never seen him before. I don't think he's from our academy. Could he be from another academy? Do you know him? Come out and introduce him. Clive and Olivia brought it. They should know each other. Discussions broke out around them. Everyone was curious about Wang Ting's identity. I'm sorry, I just promised someone to fight with him first. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He pointed to Delay next to him and said. Inhai immediately looked at Delay. Delay's face turned dark. This guy must have done it on purpose. Inhai challenged you to a duel. Why the hell did you drag me out? Do I, Delay, have to fight with you? If he had known that Inhai would challenge Wang Ting, he wouldn't have come no matter what. Now that he was sandwiched between the two of them, it was very awkward, especially Inhai's death gaze. Delay felt that if he had to compete with Inhai for this opponent, Inhai would definitely fight with him first. But it was a bit shameful for Delay to take the initiative to withdraw. With so many people watching, he couldn't open his mouth. Ha ha ha. At this time, Clive on the side laughed. Wang Ting, don't you want to find a good opponent? Since Senior Inhai challenged you to a duel, you should fight with Senior Inhai first. You can't miss this opportunity. Clive deserved to be a descendant of a big family. As soon as he spoke, he immediately eased Delay's awkward situation. Wang Ting glanced at him and didn't care. He nodded to Inhai and said, in that case, I'll fight with you first. Hey, you really want to go? Senior Inhai is very strong. Olivia quickly pulled him and whispered. It doesn't matter. Wang Ting's figure flashed. He broke free from Olivia's hand and appeared in the arena. Olivia couldn't help but stomp her feet. Come on. Wang Ting stood opposite Inhai. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out the other hand and waved at Inhai. Olivia. Did this guy not want to die fast enough? Clive was also a bit speechless. He had to admit that Wang Ting was much more shameless than him when it came to showing off. Inhai held the combat sword and couldn't help but frown. Although he didn't like Wang Ting's arrogance, he didn't talk nonsense. The force in his body directly burst out and formed a burst of cyan wind around him. Whoosh, with a slight wind sound, Inhai's figure disappeared and appeared in front of Wang Ting in the next moment. Wind origin power condensed on the blade and turned into a green sword radiance as it slashed out. The wind whistled and the sword intent burst out. Wang Ting squinted his eyes. He formed a fist with his right hand, condensed a fist print, and blasted it out. Boom, with a loud boom, it collided with the sword while coming from the opposite side. The profundity of force, Inhai's expression changed as he felt an extremely powerful force coming from the opposite side. The sword light shattered and even he had to retreat to avoid the attack. Profundity. You're really not simple. He stared at Wang Ting and said. Again. Wang Ting shouted softly. He stepped on the ground with his right leg, and force exploded under his feet. The entire arena was shaking, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. His figure turned into an arrow and charged at Inhai at an extremely fast speed. Wang Ting didn't use a weapon and continued to attack with his fists. One after another, the fist prints were released with terrifying power. Inhai's expression was solemn as he madly waved the combat sword in his hand and met the dense fist prints like a gust of wind. Boom, boom. Boom, even so, Inhai was still in a tough battle. He kept retreating as though he couldn't stop that terrifying fist print. Don't retreat. Why are you retreating? Take out your strongest power and fight me. Wang Ting roared. Inhai's eyebrows twitched. He had never met such a powerful opponent. He couldn't even parry it and could only defend. The people below were dumbfounded. Inhai couldn't even fight back. Was Wang Ting this strong? Clive and Olivia looked at each other in disbelief. They really didn't expect Wang Ting to have such power. Not only that, but Wang Ting's cultivation state was indeed at the planetary state. This meant that he used his planetary state to suppress Inhai, a level 1-star state martial artist. This was a bit terrifying. Not everyone could surpass their cultivation level to fight an enemy. Only those true geniuses could do so. Wang Ting's opponent was Inhai, who was also a prodigy. In this way, Wang Ting's talent was a bit terrifying. Inhai kept retreating until he was almost at the edge of the stage. He gritted his teeth and unleashed all the force in his body. He didn't hold back anymore. Profound intent, I know it too. Inhai roared. He had never felt so humiliated. He was actually suppressed by someone whose cultivation state was much lower than his. This was unacceptable for someone as prideful as him. Recommend the book app that I've been using recently. Source changing divine artifact app many books, complete books, update quickly. Profound intent, gale. The surging force formed a gale, and the sword ray condensed within. It crushed the fist print and attacked Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes focused as he retreated. At the same time, a blue battle sword appeared in his hand. Walala, water-type star origin power surged and suddenly turned into layers and layers of giant waves that rose from his back, as if they were overturning rivers and seas. Profound intent, 1,000-layered waves. 30% of the profound intent was unleashed. Wang Ting slashed with his sword. Boom. Boom, boom. The huge waves swept out and met Inhai's terrifying attack. The two sides exchanged blows. The sword ray collided in the center, and the force exploded, forming aftershocks that rolled out in all directions. The terrifying collision of origin power left the people below dumbstruck and aghast. PFFF. Suddenly, the outcome of the profound intent battle was decided. A figure flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. It's actually Senior Inhai. Senior Inhai actually lost. The audience couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the figure's face. Inhai forcefully stopped his body in midair. He looked at Wang Ting in disbelief and exclaimed, "You actually mastered 2 types of profound intent." "Just 2. Wang Ting took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Inhai was astounded. He had already experienced how troublesome and powerful Wang Ting was. He felt that it was extremely troublesome. When he saw Wang Ting disappearing on the spot, he hurriedly scanned his surroundings warily. Bang! However, at this moment, a muffled sound was heard. Inhai froze on the spot as though he was struck by lightning. The back of his head hurt, and his eyes almost popped out. Your head is hard." Wang Ting's voice came from behind him. When? Inhai's heart was in turmoil when he heard the voice. Inhai couldn't understand why Wang Ting's speed suddenly became so fast. When did Wang Ting appear behind him? Why didn't he notice him? As a wind element warrior, his speed was very fast, and he was very sensitive to the flow of air around him. However, Wang Ting appeared behind him silently, and before he could react, the back of his head was hit. Hence, he felt that it was extremely unbelievable. Inhai didn't know that Wang Ting was using the spatial ability. As his spatial body became stronger, his control over space also became stronger. For example, he used the spatial travel technique just now, but the spatial fluctuation was very weak, so Inhai couldn't detect it. The effect of a sneak attack was very powerful. Omega Senior Inhai was hit? The crowd below was in an uproar, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Inhai was one of the top 1,000 geniuses in Daqian Academy, but he didn't react at all after being hit on the back of his head. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were hallucinating. Then, everyone saw the weapon in Wang Ting's hand. It was a golden brick. It was commonly known as a brick. What kind of weird weapon was that? Everyone looked at the brick, which was golden in color and looked a little dazzling. They couldn't help but have 3 black question marks on their heads. Inhai didn't notice the strange expressions on everyone's faces. He endured the intense pain in his head and executed his movement skill. Wind origin power was added to his body, causing him to look like a man who had transformed into a wind. His speed increased explosively by nearly 2 times, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. A man with the wind element force was so smooth, Wang Ting smiled. Then, he disappeared on the spot. Inhai stopped at the other corner of the arena and looked at the spot where he was standing just now. An afterimage was slowly dissipating. Shock, Inhai was greatly alarmed in his heart, and he suddenly felt horrified, causing his scalp to go numb. Then, bang, before he could react, the muffled sound reverberated once again. Distant, pleasant, my foot. Inhai's head was buzzing, and his vision turned black. His body couldn't help but sway. The back of his head was hit twice, and he felt terrible. He endured the dizziness and wanted to leave again. He realized that the battle was gradually getting out of his control. As for admitting defeat, it wasn't a word that would appear in his dictionary easily. Thus, a strange scene appeared in the arena. Yin Hai seemed to have turned into a gust of wind and slithered around like a snake. Wang Ting was like a ghost that clung onto his body. He followed him like a shadow and couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard he tried. Bang bang bang, dull sounds kept ringing. 3 consecutive heavy hits, 4 consecutive heavy hits, 5 consecutive heavy hits, hence, Yin Hai was completely stunned. Why did it turn out like this? This kind of experience of being beaten like a dog by someone weaker than him, he really had never experienced it before. It was inexplicably sad. In the end, Yin Hai couldn't give up. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't take so many heavy hits him. At that moment, his head was the chant, he was. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Senior Yin Hai, lost? Seems like it. Seems like he didn't lose very decently. Be more confident, please remove the word seems, it's very undignified. Who can tell me, where did that guy on the stage come from? He attacked so viciously. It's officially confirmed that he's a ruthless person. Then, an uproar broke out all around. At the same time, in the crowd, Olivia looked at the senior Yin Hai she once admired and didn't know what expression to make. Her mouth spasmed. Clive felt a dull pain in his head. He realized that he seemed to have seriously underestimated Wang Ting's strength. This guy really had the power of a level 3 star state. Even Yin Hai was no match for him. If he sent someone else to fight with Wang Ting, they would only lose. As for Dale, Clive glanced at him and had an answer in his heart. Delay subconsciously touched his big head, and there was a look of lingering fear on his face. What kind of coward was he? Dale didn't care about Clive's gaze and said to him, "My stomach suddenly hurts, I'll be leaving first." She didn't wait for his response and left in a hurry. Clive, he's leaving just like that? Olivia was speechless. What else can I do? Clive said dejectedly. I think you should stop looking for trouble with him. This guy isn't easy to bully. Olivia glanced at him. She already saw through Clive's trick, but she tried to persuade him. Wang Ting didn't listen, so there was nothing she could do. Now, reality proved that Wang Ting wasn't an idiot. He really had power and was evil enough. Look at how he beat up Senior Yin Hai. Hearing Olivia's words, Clive shook his head and said, I don't have any other suitable helpers. Those below level 3 star state are meaningless. He probably won't fight those above level 3 star state. This guy is very cautious. He actually set a limit for me from the start. You've also bumped into a tough nut. Olivia saw his gloomy look and snickered. These people from big families put everything out in the open. Olivia knew what Clive thought of her and why he targeted Wang Ting. Clive had done this many times before. Olivia wouldn't stop it because this was also a way of competition. If they didn't compete, how would they know who was the truly outstanding person? Humph. Clive sneered and didn't say anything else. He went to the side to sulk. In the arena, under everyone's gaze, Wang Ting kept his brick calmly and praised, You're right. As expected of the prodigy of the Qian Empire. Such outstanding talent. The words came out. Everyone, outstanding talent? They didn't know if the prodigies of the Qian Empire were outstanding talents, but they were certain that Senior Yin Hai didn't want to be so outstanding. This guy seemed to be a little two-faced. Beating someone up like this and still saying he was outstanding? Where was his face? After Wang Ting finished lamenting, he glanced at the attribute bubbles that had fallen around the arena. He hurriedly picked them up. He had spent a lot of effort to gather them. He couldn't waste them. Planetary State Comprehension *800, Planetary State Mental Force *650, Wind Attribute Star Force *3000, Wind Arcana *300, Wind Arcana *150. Wang Ting felt the attribute bubbles fuse into his body, and his eyes lit up. Planetary State Mental Force and Comprehension could be converted to Star State. They were 65 and 80 respectively. Wang Ting's wind element force was 3,000 points. After the 3,800 points he got from Di Qi, his wind element force increased again. Once again, he saved a lot of hard work. The remaining 2 attribute bubbles were the real deal. One was the esoteric attribute, and the other was the cultivation technique attribute. The 2 attribute bubbles fused into Wang Ting's mind and gave birth to a realization. Gale esoteric, in Wang Ting's mind, an image appeared. In an endless wilderness, a figure was traveling alone. Endless wind gathered around his body and raged against the world, washing away that figure. That figure walked in the wilderness for a long time, and the wind around him grew stronger and stronger. Until one day, he pulled out his sword and slashed towards the sky. That endless gale turned into a terrifying sword light, as though it was going to tear apart the world and the wilderness. This sword was called Gale. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange green sword light, like a gale blowing past, it disappeared in a flash. The Gale esoteric was different from the Gale esoteric that he obtained previously. The Gale esoteric was a pure wind esoteric, while the Gale esoteric was a wind esoteric that was infused with killing intent. If one were to talk about which esoteric was stronger, it would definitely be the Gale esoteric, but this didn't mean that the Gale esoteric wasn't strong. Esoteric was still an esoteric, otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have relied on the Gale esoteric to squeeze into the top 1,000 of the Deqian College. Wang Ting felt that he didn't have the right to dislike it. After all, it was a free esoteric, what else could he dislike? Finally, there was the wind attribute bubble. Gale esoteric, as the attribute bubble was digested, a human figure appeared in Wang Ting's mind. He sat cross-legged and his body evolved the cultivation technique's route. Wang Ting gradually comprehended the planet-class cultivation technique, Gale esoteric. Finally, he obtained a wind esoteric cultivation technique. Wang Ting was so touched that he almost cried. It wasn't easy, it wasn't in vain for him to endure the pain of his conscience and do such a thing to an innocent person like Xianxia who didn't have any enmity with him. He couldn't bear it. Wang Ting silently repented in his heart. He thought that if there was a chance in the future, he would make it up to Xianxia. Really, please believe in me. I will definitely make it up to you. Wang Ting looked at the fainted Xianxia and said in his heart. Then, he didn't linger and walked down the stage. Where's that big brown bear? At first, Wang Ting wanted to find someone to take more wool from. Suddenly, he realized that the sheep seemed to have disappeared. He has a stomachache, so he left first. Clive showed an awkward and reserved smile. Oh, Wang Ting gave him a meaningful look. He felt that things weren't so simple. The awkward smile on Clive's face deepened, and the trace of modesty disappeared. He was furious. Mother ***, it's not like I'm the one who's trying to escape. Why am I embarrassed? Wang Ting didn't harp on this matter. He decided to go to the other arenas to pick up some attribute bubbles. He had collected enough attribute bubbles here, so it was time to change to another arena. Olivia caught up with him, curiously sizing him up, and asked, "How strong are you exactly?" Clive couldn't help but perk up his ears. "Why? Are you looking for someone to set me up?" Wang Ting laughed. Olivia didn't expect him to be so direct. She was stunned for a moment and curled her lips. I don't have a grudge with you. Why would I set you up? Then why did you ask so clearly? Wang Ting looked at her with a faint smile. Can't I be curious? Olivia rolled her eyes. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say anything else. After a while, Olivia couldn't help but ask, "Why did you use a brick as a weapon? Is it because your heart is twisted? Do you want to use this method to take revenge on society?" ***CK. Wang Ting almost cursed. "You're the one with a twisted heart, your whole family is twisted." Wang Ting took a deep breath to calm himself down. He glared at Olivia. "If you don't say it, I'll take it as you admitting it." Olivia wasn't afraid at all and said with a smile. Wang Ting felt that this woman was a little annoying. Hey, why are you so boring? Can you say something? What's your relationship with my cousin? How did you meet? Until Wang Ting finished watching the competition, Olivia's mouth didn't stop moving. She kept buzzing beside him like 500 ducks quacking at the same time. Wang Ting picked up attribute bubbles the whole night and had a great harvest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to endure Olivia's nagging. When he returned to his residence, he checked his harvest. It was mainly the growth of his various force attributes. He felt that if he picked up another attribute bubble tomorrow night, a few of his force attributes would be able to increase by a small realm. Smiling, Wang Ting sat down cross-legged and decided to start cultivating the wild wind arts. As soon as he got this wind cultivation method, he couldn't wait to cultivate it and reach the planetary state as soon as possible. Wang Ting, wait. At this moment, Yuan Gunggun's voice suddenly sounded. What's the matter? Wang Ting stopped and asked. Do you still remember virtual reality? Yuan Gungun appeared in front of him and said. Virtual reality? Wang Ting's mind shook. Of course I remember. Back then, he had gained a lot from virtual reality. He could pick up attribute bubbles inside. Wang Ting naturally wouldn't forget about it. However, the virtual reality on Earth was just an empty shell. It didn't connect to the universe's network. Therefore, other than some basic facilities and some existing star beasts, there was nothing else. Even so, Wang Ting still gained a lot from it. One could imagine the benefits of virtual reality. If he could connect to the universe's network, what would it be like? Wang Ting was suddenly looking forward to it. Actually, virtual reality is also known as the virtual universe in the universe. It's almost like a real universe inside, Yuan Gungun said. Oh, by the way, I've been using a reading app recently. Source changing divine artifact app, many book sources, complete books, and fast updates. Virtual universe. Wang Ting said in surprise. That's some big talk. Hee, you'll know once you go in. Yuan Gungun laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Wang Ting was very curious about this virtual universe. He immediately urged Yuan Gungun. Don't be anxious. I just said that the virtual universe is almost like a real universe. Therefore, everything inside is no different from the outside world. Everyone who enters will need an identity. If you want to open an account in the virtual universe, you'll need an identity in the real world. Therefore, Yuan Gungun explained. Therefore my ass. Wang Ting's face darkened. After talking for so long, he still couldn't enter. He just needed a real universe identity. Wait a few days until we reach Deqian's Emperor Star. Then you'll be able to get an identity. However, I'm trying to see if you can sneak in. Yuan Gungun laughed. Sneak in? Wang Ting was very surprised. It's an illegal account. That way, there won't be so many restrictions. Yuan Gungun said, but you'll have to wait. I'm still trying. Alright, I'll wait a little longer. Wang Ting sighed. He could only suppress his impatience and wait. The next day, Wang Ting was cultivating in his residence when Yin Hai came looking for him. He was not convinced, his head had been beaten into a pulp. This was quite embarrassing. Therefore, he wanted to regain his dignity from Wang Ting. Therefore, he wanted to continue challenging Wang Ting. He carefully analyzed the battle last night and felt that he only lost to Wang Ting's ghostly movements. Now that he was prepared, he wouldn't be as helpless as last night. Wang Ting's level was lower than his. He didn't believe that he was so much weaker than Wang Ting. This was the final stubbornness of a genius warrior. Wang Ting naturally wouldn't reject him. He agreed politely. Since he had come looking for him, how could he reject him? Absolutely not. Otherwise, he would definitely be angry. Besides, it was just fleecing. No problem. At most, he would go easy on him tonight. Then, Yin Hai was defeated once again. His reputation as a prodigy became even more widespread. On the third day, Yin Hai came looking for him again. Once again, his prodigy became a prodigy. These few days, Wang Ting's life was very fulfilling. During the day, he cultivated in his residence. At night, he would go out to pick up attribute bubbles. At the same time, he would spar with Yin Hai and improve his relationship with this genius warrior. In these 3 days, under his tireless efforts, he had raised the level of all 5 elements by a small level. Among them, the metal element had reached the 8th level. The fire and earth elements had reached the 7th level. The remaining wood and water elements had reached the 6th level. The simultaneous increase in the level of all 5 elements allowed Wang Ting's strength to increase by a level. Therefore, Yin Hai had even less of a chance. Unfortunately, he didn't know this and continued to challenge Wang Ting tirelessly. Wang Ting couldn't help but admire his perseverance. It was just that he felt that Yin Hai's brain wasn't working well. He knew that he couldn't win, yet he still came to challenge. Was he addicted to looking for abuse? Wang Ting didn't know if Yin Hai was addicted to being abused, but he was addicted to it. It was such a good thing to have a genius who was willing to be tortured by him for free. However, on the fourth night, Wang Ting rejected Yin Hai's excessive request. He decided not to go out that night. This was because he was going to do something very exciting tonight. Yuan Gungun had found a way to enter the virtual universe. Wang Ting wouldn't be so curious if it was a conventional way of entering. What they were going to do now was, stowaway. This was the name Yuan Gungun gave to this operation. It sounded quite fitting. Are you ready? At this moment, in the room, Yuan Gungun asked Wang Ting with a serious expression and a little excitement. Wang Ting was already prepared. However, when he saw Yuan Gungun's expression, he suddenly had a feeling that it wasn't very reliable. He became nervous again and asked again, "Is there really no problem? You don't believe me?" Yuan Gungun was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stood up and stared at Wang Ting. "No, I'm just confirming." Wang Ting's eyes were drifting as he touched his nose. "I said there's no problem, so there's no problem. I'm an artificial intelligence. I've been planning this plan since I started following Master Namgong. After so many years of research, I finally found a loophole in the virtual universe. Fortunately, you don't have a household registration, so you can carry out my stowaway plan. If you had already registered and had your soul marked, you wouldn't be able to carry out this plan," Yuan Gungun said patiently. "I was wondering why you were so anxious. So you were afraid that I wouldn't be able to carry out your plan after I got to Deqian's Emperor Star," Wang Ting said angrily. Yuan Gungun glanced at him guiltily and said, "I'm doing this for your own good. You don't understand the importance of the virtual universe. If you can sneak in successfully, you'll have a secret identity. Then, with your official identity, it'll be very convenient for you to do anything. Don't you think so?" Wang Ting rubbed his chin. "Sounds good." Yuan Gungun was overjoyed. "But..." Wang Ting suddenly glared at it. "But what?" Yuan Gungun's heart skipped a beat. He was a little anxious. "What's the success rate? You should at least tell me." Wang Ting probed. "About 60 to 70%. Yuan Gungun's eyes drifted upwards. "How much?" Wang Ting's voice suddenly doubled. 60%. Yuan Gungun said. "How much?" Wang Ting put his hands to his ears and pretended that he didn't hear clearly. 55%. Yuan Gungun was so guilty that he didn't dare to look Wang Ting in the eye. "What? How much? I didn't hear you." Wang Ting's voice was almost 3 times louder than before. 50%, no less. Definitely 50%. Yuan Gungun flew into a rage out of humiliation. He jumped up and stared at Wang Ting without showing any signs of weakness. Wang Ting sighed. "You're really unreliable. I'm afraid you don't even have a 40% chance. You're shameless enough to let me try? How am I unreliable? I'm an artificial life. Who are you to say that I'm unreliable?" Yuan Gungun said angrily. "Because you're Yuan Gungun." Wang Ting chuckled coldly. Yuan Gungun glared at Wang Ting for a long time before he lowered his head and said in a soft voice, "I've prepared for so long. Just give it a try. I beg you, please take pity on me." In the end, he clasped his hands together and teared up. He was actually trying to act cute. It's shameful to act cute. To think that you've lived for millions of years. Wang Ting looked at him from the corner of his eyes. His face was full of disdain and contempt. "I'm just a child who's a few million years old," Yuan Gungun said coyly. "Can you go away?" Wang Ting vomited and asked seriously, "Tell me the truth. How confident are you?" "Ahem, 30%. Yuan Gungun coughed and said embarrassedly. "You're really something." Wang Ting rolled his eyes at him. Although he knew it was low, he didn't expect it to be only 30%. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on this. He and Yuan Gungun were bound together. Although Yuan Gungun's smuggling plan wasn't very good, it was still beneficial to Wang Ting. Taking a little risk wasn't out of the question. What will happen if I'm discovered? Wang Ting asked. My body and soul will be destroyed, Yuan Gungun said solemnly. Wang Ting gritted his teeth and said, I really want to kill you right now. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Actually, I want you to split a part of your spirit and enter it. This way, even if you're discovered, your life won't be in danger. At most, you'll just be injured, Yuan Gungun said hurriedly. Split my spirit? Wang Ting asked suspiciously. Is that possible? Of course it's possible, Yuan Gungun explained. Some powerful people will do this. This way, when their spirit body enters the virtual universe, their spirit body will still be in charge of their body, so there won't be any accidents. Is that so? Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. Now you can rest assured, Yuan Gungun said. But if my spirit body is discovered to have snuck into the virtual universe, won't I be marked and unable to enter it in the future? Wang Ting still had some misgivings. It was best to ask before entering the virtual universe. He didn't want to be tricked by Yuan Gungun without even knowing. Don't worry. If you're discovered, I'll destroy your spirit body immediately. I won't give the virtual universe a chance to mark you, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting nodded and pondered for a while. He felt like he was walking on a tightrope. If he wasn't careful, he would fall and shatter into pieces. However, it was a little tempting. In the end, he agreed. Can I use a doppelganger technique? Wang Ting asked. I almost forgot that you have a doppelganger technique. Your doppelganger technique is very mysterious. Who knows, you might be able to pass it off as a genuine one. This method is better than directly splitting your spirit body. At least there's a trace of concealment. Yuan Gungun's eyes lit up. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. He immediately used the doppelganger technique. A doppelganger formed from his spirit body and origin power appeared before Yuan Gungun. Luckily, his spirit was strong enough to reach the star level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach the minimum requirement to enter the virtual universe by splitting his spirit body. Therefore, many people could only use their main spirit body to enter the virtual universe. Not everyone could use the method of splitting their spirit body to enter. Ha ha ha, it's about to begin. Yuan Gungun was extremely excited. He extended his finger and pointed at the doppelganger's forehead. Wang Ting immediately felt the doppelganger's spirit body sink into darkness through their spiritual connection. He couldn't see anything. It was as if he had lost all his senses. If he hadn't been prepared, this extreme darkness would have made him panic. He didn't know how long this lasted. Wang Ting didn't even feel anything. Suddenly, light appeared in front of him. As the light and shadow intertwined, Wang Ting found himself in a sci-fi city. Metal buildings that were hundreds or even thousands of meters tall rose from the ground. The buildings were of different shapes. Some were the most common shapes, square and nothing out of the ordinary. However, some buildings were extremely strange and violated the most basic principles of architecture. It was almost impossible for them to exist in the real world. The ground was clean and tidy, without a speck of dust. It was so clean that it reflected the faces of the pedestrians. There were many pedestrians on the streets. Different races could be seen. They had strange appearances and different heights. Some were as tall as a normal human, while others were as tall as 5 or 6 meters. There were also some that were only half the height of an adult. If one did not lower their heads, they would not be noticed. In the center of the streets was a wide square. In this kind of environment, Wang Ting's figure appeared abruptly in the plaza. The people around him were not surprised. They glanced at Wang Ting and did not pay any attention to him after seeing that there was nothing special about him. This is the virtual universe? Wang Ting looked around curiously. His eyes were filled with amazement. Sure enough, this place was very different from the virtual reality he had entered before. The city he had entered in the virtual reality was empty, and there was almost no one in sight. However, here, there was a sea of people, and it was extraordinarily lively. It was filled with the smell of fireworks. It was like a real world. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Isn't it magical? Yuan Gunggun's voice sounded directly in Wang Ting's mind. He sounded very proud. I didn't expect you to succeed. Wang Ting looked around and communicated with Yuan Gungun in his mind. He realized that there was a small figure following the people around him. They all had different appearances. Some were small animals, some were little people with wings, and some were plants with human faces. These plants with human faces could even open their mouths and speak. It was very magical. Of course, I'm an intelligent life form. Yuan Gunggun's nose was almost in the air. He saw Wang Ting's gaze and introduced, those are intelligent fairies. They can assist their masters in the virtual universe. However, they are also divided into different levels. You probably won't find many intelligent life forms like me. Wang Ting saw that Yuan Gungun was bragging and could not help but roll his eyes. Yuan Gungun was too narcissistic. Where are we now? He asked. We entered the virtual universe from the Qian Empire's territory through the star network. Therefore, we are on the Deqian continent, Yuan Gungun said. The Deqian continent. Wang Ting blinked. Yes, the Deqian continent, a vast continent. The Deqian Empire is a high-tier universe civilization. Its territory is vast and boundless, with thousands of solar systems and countless planets. There are countless races entering the virtual universe at every moment, so the Deqian Empire's territory in the virtual universe is huge. Even though it's called a continent, it's actually bigger than several planets combined, Round-Face explained. Unbelievable! Wang Ting exclaimed. Now, let me introduce you to the functions of the virtual universe. Here, as long as you have money, you can enjoy anything. Martial arts, learning, trading, finance. The Yuan Gungun explained, the universe is too vast. The distance between people is very far. It is very difficult for friends to meet each other. However, in the virtual universe, the distance is shortened by a lot. You can communicate with your friends or meet them directly through teleportation. It is very convenient. You can also get to know like-minded warriors, exchange martial arts, and increase your network. In addition, you can also conduct financial transactions in the virtual universe. Here, your identity is tied to your bank card. Therefore, you can directly conduct financial transactions across countless star fields to buy what you want. Other than that, you can also engage in various forms of entertainment, such as beautiful women, delicious food, games. Wait, beautiful women are considered entertainment? Wang Ting asked in surprise. Men, you know. There are so many races in the universe, and the beautiful women of each race have their own style. Don't you want to experience it? Yuan Gungun revealed a wretched look and winked at Wang Ting. Wang Ting expressed that he was a gentleman. Women and whatnot were just beautiful skeletons. Yuan Gungun laughed meaningfully, then continued, in short, there is everything here. Food, drinks, and entertainment. Many people are immersed in it. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed, and they treat it as if it were the real world. No way, this is a virtual world after all. There are people who are immersed in it for 100 years? Wang Ting found it hard to believe. This was not a few months or a few years, but 100 years. Would there really be people who would take things so hard? You will know when you try. Yuan Gungun laughed. I said before that the virtual universe is no different from the real world. It is not impossible for people to treat it as if it were the real world. It's not necessarily a good thing to be too real. Wang Ting could not help but sigh. He could not help but think of some shut-in men and women on Earth Star. They would stay at home for years, and some would even stay there for 10 or 20 years, immersed in the game world. Now that he thought about it, it was very similar to the virtual universe. Moreover, the virtual universe was much more realistic than the games on Earth Star. If he let those shut-in men and women experience it, they would not be willing to come out. They might even stay at home until they die. To them, this was simply the ultimate shut-in paradise. Wang Ting had some strange thoughts in his mind. However, the truly strong have strong wills. Naturally, they would not be immersed in the virtual universe. They treat it as a platform for communication, providing convenience for themselves. Moreover, if they are too poor, they would not have the opportunity to immerse themselves in it for 100 years. After all, everything in the virtual world costs money. Yuan Gungun made a gesture of rubbing his fingers. This is really, very realistic. Wang Ting did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course. Why else would it be so easy to enter the virtual universe? Yuan Gungun's tone changed and he said, of course, the virtual universe has many benefits. At least it allows people to compete in martial arts, fight with star beasts, and so on. Although it does not increase one's level, it can be used to increase one's combat experience, and you will not die. Wang Ting nodded and said, I've tried this before. It is somewhat useful. Yuan Gungun said disdainfully, the one you used before was only an incomplete version. It cannot be compared to the one you have now. You will know when you experience it yourself. Then let's give it a try. Wang Ting walked out of the square with an excited expression. Let's go directly out of the city. Wait, I think you should make some money for yourself first. Yuan Gungun quickly stopped him and said, look at yourself. This is? Wang Ting looked down and could not help but be slightly stunned. He asked, how did my clothes change? He realized that he was not wearing the clothes he wore in the real world. Instead, he was wearing a very simple and plain gray training attire. He did not even have a single weapon. He looked very much like a pauper. Everyone who enters the virtual universe has this configuration. If you want better clothes, you need to spend money to buy them. Yuan Gungun secretly laughed. Damn, what a scam. Wang Ting could not help but curse. The virtual universe is a money grubber. They want to make money from anything. They are as shameless as those unscrupulous game companies. How can making money be considered shameless? Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting found himself speechless. He immediately recognized the cruel reality. He took a deep breath and humbly asked for advice. Where should I go to get money? Do you see the shops on the street? If you want to sell something, you can just go to the shops to make the transaction. Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting's eyes swept around. Sure enough, he saw many shops scattered around the square. If he listened carefully, he could even hear faint shouts coming from the crowd. Spread the word, the app one have been using recently. Source Changer app Android and Apple phones are supported. Buying purple electric mouse fur. Fair price, honest business, take a look, take a look. Our shop sells all kinds of runes and weapons. Don't miss this opportunity. Buying all kinds of ores, star cores, star bones, all kinds of rare treasures. Prices will be negotiated. Interested parties, please come to the Wanbao Pavilion. Why does it feel like a wet market? Wang Ting muttered with a strange expression as he walked towards the shop. Hee, after all, the competition is fierce. Yuan Gungun laughed. Wang Ting's target was the Wanbao Pavilion. He still had many star bones and star cores on him. He should be able to sell them for some money. Sigh, the days of poverty were too hard. Wanbao Pavilion was a chain company that had branches all over the universe. They had branches in many countries in the universe, and they had a shocking background. The management of such a large company was all about integrity, so there was no need to worry about being bullied. When Wang Ting walked towards Wanbao Pavilion, Yuan Gungun gave him an introduction. After a while, Wang Ting found the location of Wanbao Pavilion's shop. This was a very large silver-white metal building. It was very recognizable. Wang Ting walked in and realized that Wanbao Pavilion was very similar to a shopping mall on Earth. It was divided into different areas and displayed all kinds of items, including battle uniforms, weapons, elixirs, ores, and so on. There were even spiritual pets, robots, and so on. However, there were not many of them, and most of them were just for viewing. The real list of items was projected in the air, and it was very vivid and clear. Wang Ting sized up his surroundings curiously. He felt a little dazzled. There were too many things, and he couldn't even see them all. What do you think? This place is not bad, right? Yuan Gungun asked with a smile. Not bad. Wang Ting nodded calmly. At this moment, a shop attendant noticed Wang Ting and immediately greeted him warmly. Dear guest, how can I help you? I need to sell something. Wang Ting stated his purpose. What do you need to sell? The attendant didn't find it strange. Wang Ting's clothes were the initial clothes of the virtual universe. Most people who wore such clothes came to the shop to sell things in exchange for virtual currency. Some ores, star cores, and star bones. Wang Ting said. Please follow me. The attendant's eyes lit up. He gestured for them to enter and led the way. Soon, the two of them arrived at a guest room. Our manager will personally receive you. Please come in. The waiter led the guests inside and then left directly. A short middle-aged man who looked like a gnome came out to welcome them. I'm the manager of Wanbao Pavilion. I heard that you want to sell ores, star cores, and star bones? Yes. Wang Ting nodded. While speaking, the middle-aged man had already invited Wang Ting to sit at a table in the living room and served him tea. Wang Ting picked up the teacup and took a sip. At the same time, he secretly sized up the other party. He realized that this man was actually a star-level martial artist. His power was around level 6 or 7. He couldn't be underestimated. The virtual universe was very real, and everything was no different from reality. This was why Wang Ting could sense it. Why don't you take out the item? I'll set the price, the middle-aged man said with a smile. The miraculous nature of the virtual universe was on full display. These items originally belonged to the real world, so it was impossible for them to appear in the virtual universe. However, with a single thought from Wang Ting, pieces of ores, star cores, and star bones appeared on the table in front of him. They were no different from real objects. This was the benefit of trading in the virtual universe. Whether it was the person or the item, it was all virtual. There was no such thing as cheating. With the virtual universe as a witness, it could ensure that all transactions were carried out according to the spirit of the contract. Wang Ting had collected quite a lot of things on Earth Star. At this moment, ores, star cores, and star bones were all piled up on the table like a small mountain. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be dazed. However, he was knowledgeable and quickly regained his composure. He carefully observed the ores, star cores, and other items in front of him and reported the price one by one. At this moment, Yuan Gungun was also listening at the side. It was very clear about the price of these items, so Wang Ting wasn't afraid that the other party would trick him. Finally, the middle-aged man put down the last star bone in his hand and looked up at Wang Ting. I can give you a total of 8,000 Great Qian dollars for these items. Only 8,000? Wang Ting frowned and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. 8,000 felt like a small amount. Come on, the star cores and star bones you took out aren't even king grade. The ores aren't anything precious either. It's already not bad to sell them for 8,000. Also, don't forget that this is Great Qian dollars. It's very valuable, Yuan Gungun said snappily. Oh, you're right. Wang Ting smiled embarrassedly and asked, is this price okay? You bid 8,500 Great Qian dollars, Yuan Gungun said directly. Wang Ting shook his head and said to the middle-aged man, 8,500 Great Qian dollars. If it's not enough, I'll shop at other shops. I'm not in a hurry. It seems like you know the market well. You're keeping your profits very low. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, if that's the case, I won't say much. 8,500 it is. We'll earn less and treat it as establishing a friendly relationship with you. In fact, if it weren't for the variety of items you have here, I wouldn't agree to this price no matter what. We'll have more opportunities to work together in the future. Wang Ting smiled. Then, the two signed the contract and the middle-aged man transferred the virtual coins to Wang Ting's account. Wang Ting was an unregistered customer and originally didn't have an account. However, he received Nangongyu's inheritance. As a baron of the empire, Nangongyu had an anonymous card in the Universe Bank when he was alive. Although Nangongyu was dead, he made a will before he died and left the card, so it wasn't cancelled. Later, the card was in the hands of Yuan Gungun. Now, it could be used by Wang Ting. When the middle-aged man learned that Wang Ting had an anonymous card in the Universe Bank during the transfer, he immediately became more enthusiastic and even faintly complimented him. The Universe Bank was a giant existence in the universe. It had a mysterious and powerful background and had stood in the universe for countless years without falling. It was the largest bank in the entire universe. The source artifact was really good and worth installing. After all, it could cache books and read them offline. They had branches all over the universe's countries and universe's powers. It was a bank that everyone trusted. It wasn't easy to get an anonymous card from the Universe Bank. Only people with a certain status were qualified to have one. Wang Ting was able to enjoy such convenience because he received benefits from Nangongyu. Otherwise, the position of Baron in the Qian Empire wouldn't be so popular. You can send the item to the nearest Wanbao Pavilion in the real world. After the transaction, the middle-aged man sent Wang Ting to the door. Manager Barker, you can stop here. Wang Ting helplessly stopped him. During the conversation just now, Wang Ting already knew that this man was called Barker and was from the goblin race. There were goblins in the universe. They were good at business and were also outstanding inventors and engineers. They were active in many large companies and construction sites. Although this middle-aged man was originally quite enthusiastic, he wasn't this lackey. The sudden change made Wang Ting a little uncomfortable. I look forward to your next visit. Barker smiled and waved at Wang Ting as he watched him leave. After leaving the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Ting was still lamenting about the change in Manager Barker. Yuan Gungun laughed. In the universe, bank cards are mentally bound, but an anonymous bank card doesn't. It can be transferred as long as the person who opened the card allows it. Therefore, an anonymous bank card is considered an extremely high-end bank card. Ordinary people can't have it. Manager Barker's attitude was different because of this. He clearly thinks of you as some kind of bigwig. Although a stellar level is a big deal and can be a small manager in some powerful companies, it's nothing compared to a bigwig like you who has an anonymous bank card in the universe. Saying this, Yuan Gungun couldn't help but laugh. Now you know how important Master Nangong's inheritance is. You're really realistic everywhere. Wang Ting shook his head and said with a firm gaze, but you're right. Nangongyu's inheritance is indeed useful to me. I must get this Baron title. It's good that you know, Yuan Gungun said. Where are we going now? Wang Ting asked. To buy battle uniforms and weapons, Yuan Gungun said. Wanbao Pavilion also has battle uniforms and weapons. Why don't we just buy them there? Wang Ting asked in confusion. Are you stupid? The things in Wanbao Pavilion are extremely expensive. Of course, we have to buy them from a specialty store. Yuan Gungun said. Specialty stores are cheaper? Wang Ting didn't know there was such a thing. Fortunately, he had Yuan Gungun. Otherwise, he would have wasted a lot of money. It wasn't easy to make money now. He had accumulated so many good things on Earth, but he only sold them for 8,500 great Qian dollars. Thinking about it, he felt a little sad about his poverty. Therefore, it was better to be frugal. It wouldn't be too late to resume his extravagant lifestyle when he made money in the future. Specialty stores have a lot of standard items, so the price is more favorable. Of course, if you want better things, you'll have to pay a higher price, Yuan Gungun explained. Not long after, the two went to the battle uniform store and weapon store respectively and bought a battle uniform and a battle sword. He had spent a total of 5,500 Great Qian coins, although it was only a few thousand yuan. The value of the Great Qian currency was extremely high. Therefore, the items bought were not bad. The battle robe was a planetary state level 3 while the sword was a planetary state level 5. They were all items used by planetary state warriors. In the universe, items such as battle uniforms and weapons were all categorized according to the level of the warrior, which was convenient and easy to remember. Clothes make the man. After Wang Ting changed into a black combat suit and carried a combat sword on his back, he immediately looked brand new. He was no longer a blank slate, the way the passers-by looked at him changed as well. He had the aura of a rich man. It was like a handsome man wearing 50 yuan clothes walking on the street, and a handsome man wearing Armani and a Vacheron Constantine watch walking on the street. Other people's eyes must be completely different. After fiddling with his equipment, Wang Ting arrived at the city's teleportation point. As for why he came here, of course, it was because he wanted to rely on this teleportation point to head to the wilderness and experience the joy of fighting in the virtual wilderness. The wilderness of the virtual universe was completely different from the human residential area. The wilderness wasn't within the Great Qian continent and could only be reached through the teleportation point. The teleportation point required a small amount of money. In fact, this was the reason why Yuan Gungun wanted him to earn money first. Buying the battle uniform and sword was secondary. Without these things, Wang Ting could still hunt the star beasts in the wilderness. However, without money, he couldn't use the teleportation point. The teleportation point was a huge square. There were quite a few teleportation runes here that could teleport martial artists to various places. There were a lot of people in the square, and all of them were martial artists with weapons. It was very lively. Team up to hunt king-level fire fox beast. Strength requirement is between level 3 and level 5 of the planetary state. Team up to hunt king-level iron armored rhino beast. Fire element martial artists have priority. Strength requirement is between level 6 and level 8 of the planetary state. As Wang Ting walked over, he noticed an extremely interesting phenomenon. There were temporary awnings set up around the square, and groups of cultivators were gathered together, shouting out requests to form teams. They're inviting people to form a team to hunt star beasts. Yuan Gungun saw Wang Ting's gaze and explained, most of the star beasts in the wilderness are in groups, and some of them are extremely difficult to deal with. They can't be dealt with alone, so many people choose to form a team to hunt them together. Aren't they afraid of being attacked by others? Wang Ting asked. This is the virtual universe. Even if you die, your body won't die. Plus, isn't this a form of training? Being scammed in the virtual universe is better than being scammed in the real world, Yuan Gungun said. That makes sense. Wang Ting touched his chin. Then, he walked in one direction. Team up to hunt king-level star beast Black Wind Eagle. Earth element martial artists have priority. Level 6 to level 7 of the planetary state martial artists have priority. As he got closer, the shouting became clearer. The martial artist team in front of him was inviting martial artists to hunt a king-level star beast called Black Wind Eagle. They were Wang Ting's target. Friend, do you want to form a team with us to hunt Black Wind Eagle? A simple-looking bear martial warrior's eyes lit up when he saw Wang Ting walking over. He went forward to welcome him. Black Wind Eagle is a wind element star beast? Wang Ting asked. This was his real goal. Although he got quite a bit of wind element from Yinhai, he was still quite far from breaking through to the planetary state. Therefore, Wang Ting wanted to obtain more wind element star power through hunting wind element star beasts and increase the speed of his wind element's advancement. Plus, he didn't know where to find wind element star beasts. He could find a team to familiarize himself with. Yes, yes. The Bear Clan cultivator hurriedly nodded. I'm an earth element martial artist. My actual power is level 7 of the planetary state. Wang Ting released his earth element star power and said plainly. Great, you meet our requirements completely. The bear warrior was overjoyed. Come with me to sign the contract. I'll introduce you to the other 2 partners. Wang Ting followed him and walked forward. He sized up the other members of the team. Including this Bear Clan martial artist, there were a total of 3 people. As for the other 2, one was a Wolf Clan martial artist and the other was a Dog Clan martial artist. All 3 of them were tall and majestic. Just by standing there, they gave off a very oppressive force. This lineup was very good and very strong. Suddenly, Wang Ting's face became strange. He glanced back and forth between the wolf and dog race martial artists and couldn't tell them apart. Speaking of which, the wolf race and dog race were quite similar. They both had furry ears, but their general appearance was that of a human. If they didn't tell him, he probably wouldn't be able to tell who was from the wolf race and who was from the dog race. I'm Xiong Dali. At this moment, the bear warrior introduced himself and was about to introduce the other 2. But before he could speak, the wolf warrior said coldly, I'm Bra Kai, a metal element wolf race martial artist. Let's spread the news. The source-changing god artifact is really good. It's worth installing. It even supports Android and Apple phones. I'm Houston, a water element martial artist. Please take care of me. The dog warrior revealed a silly smile and extended his hand to Wang Ting in a very friendly manner. Hello. Wang Ting was dazed for a moment and shook his hand. He felt that something was off. Speaking of which, both of them are quite handsome, but Breaky is cold and handsome, while Houston is silly and handsome. He had a premonition that hunting star beasts with this Xiong, silly, dog, silly, wolf, and cold teen would be very exciting. I'm Wang Ting, a human martial artist. Wang Ting also introduced himself. The few of them knew each other. Wang Ting, quickly sign the contract and we can set off, Xiong Dali shouted impatiently. Wang Ting walked over and picked up the contract that Xiong Dali had prepared. He didn't find any loopholes. It was a very simple contract. It mainly explained that they would hunt star beasts together and the rewards would be distributed according to the number of kills. This contract was binding. After signing it, it would be notarized by the virtual universe. He didn't have to worry about Xiong Dali and the rest playing tricks. Seems like I've found a reliable team, Wang Ting muttered in his heart. After signing the contract, Xiong Dali and the rest hurriedly put away the sunshade. They carried their luggage and called Wang Ting to set off for the teleportation point. Black Wind Plains. This was a vast and boundless grassland. It got its name because it was attacked by the strong winds from the Black Wind mountain range all year round. There were countless star beasts living on the grassland, and the Black Wind Eagle was one of them. Wang Ting and his 3 temporary teammates arrived at a human gathering point in the Black Wind Plains through the teleportation array. This teleportation cost them 10 great Qian dollars, and the 4 of them split it evenly. Each person only cost 5 great Qian dollars. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel that the teleportation array was actually so cheap. It was simply a convenient service. At this moment, the 4 of them were on a heavy-duty motorcycle, leaving the gathering point and heading somewhere in the Black Wind Plains. They rented the motorcycle, and the gathering point had related business. After all, not everyone could carry such a motorcycle around. Firstly, the motorcycle itself wasn't cheap. Secondly, to carry it around, one had to have a spatial equipment with a huge space. Both of these required a lot of money. Xiong Dali and the others didn't look like rich people. Wang Ting didn't have any spare money and naturally couldn't afford these things. Hence, he could only follow the crowd. It had to be mentioned that the virtual currency used in the virtual universe was actually the same as the currency in the real world. The virtual Great Qian dollars and the real Great Qian dollars were interchangeable, and the two could be exchanged. The motorcycle sped through the endless plains. The height of the surrounding grass was almost the height of an adult. It was extremely lush, and it would be difficult for ordinary vehicles to move quickly in such an environment. Only a heavy-duty motorcycle met the requirements. Its wheels were half the height of a person, and the entire motorcycle was much taller than an ordinary person. In such an environment, the surrounding grass couldn't stop the motorcycle's wheels at all and was crushed directly. Wang Ting and the others sat in the motorcycle to rest. Houston held a map in his hand and seriously identified the direction, while Brockeye drove the motorcycle in front. Wang Ting looked at Houston's stunned expression and raised his eyebrows. He seriously doubted if this guy could find the destination. He glanced at Xiong Dali and realized that he was already sound asleep and snoring thunderously. Perhaps noticing Wang Ting's gaze, Brockeye glanced at him from the rearview mirror and said, "He has always been like this. We take turns to guard the surroundings for danger." Wang Ting nodded and asked, "How strong is the Black Wind Condor?" "Among the group of Black Wind Condors that we found, the strongest Black Wind Condor King is a level 7 King. The rest are between level 1 and level 5 King. There are about 27 or 28 of them in total," Ba La Kai said coldly. "Wang Ting, is this your first time hunting star beasts in the wild?" Houston, who was looking at the map, suddenly raised his head and asked with a mocking expression. He wasn't really mocking Wang Ting, but he was born this way. His face looked quite handsome, but his eyes and the slight curve of his mouth formed a despicable expression, as if he was mocking others all the time. Wang Ting had already seen through his nature. This guy was a dog, most likely a husky of the dog race. At this time, he nodded and was a little surprised. This guy who looked a little silly could actually tell that it was his first time in the wild. He didn't seem to show it, did he? First-timers usually find someone to team up with, and they always talk less and watch more. They just follow the team. Houston seemed to have seen through his doubts and smiled slightly proudly. I see. Wang Ting suddenly understood. Of course, the first time will be unfamiliar. Don't worry, I will cover you. Houston patted his chest and said. You should take care of yourself first. You are always a burden, Ba La Kai said coldly. How am I a burden? My contribution in the team is no less than yours. Houston stared at him unhappily. Haha, if you are more reliable, our harvest will at least double, Ba La Kai said. Houston's mouth moved, but he was speechless. Wang Ting glanced at him with a strange gaze. As expected, he didn't see wrongly. This fellow was just a little silly. Ahem, don't worry, I will definitely cover you. Houston coughed dryly and said solemnly. Wang Ting gave him a look that could only be understood but not explained. The few of them drove for more than 2 hours on the Black Wind Plain and finally arrived at the place where Xianxia and the others had found the Black Wind condors. This place was the outer area of the Black Wind mountain range, and there were a few bare mountains standing there. When they got closer, they could already see the figures of a few Black Wind condors in the sky. After seeing the Black Wind condors, they stopped their motorcycles and looked for cover to hide their motorcycles. Then, Wang Ting and the others got ready to move. They crouched in the bushes that were as tall as a person, and hid their figures very well. Then, each of them used a concealment technique to restrain their auras. Those Black Wind condors were not ordinary star beasts. They were all powerful beings that had reached the king tier. If an ordinary warrior approached their territory, they would probably be torn to pieces. Star beasts always had a strong sense of territory. Everyone, be careful. When we get close to the Black Wind condor's nest, we will take care of the Black Wind condor. King first. Xianxia said in a low voice, Wang Ting, you're an earth element martial warrior. Protect us when the battle starts. The earth element counters the wind element. Stabilize our bodies first. Don't let us get blown away by the strong wind released by the Black Wind Eagle. Xianxia and Brakai cooperated very well. At this moment, the three of them were leading the charge, while Wang Ting was behind them. Xianxia looked back at him as he spoke, only to realize that Wang Ting had disappeared without them noticing. They couldn't help but be shocked. Okay. At this moment, Wang Ting's voice came from the grass on their left, responding to Xianxia's previous arrangement. The three of them turned around in shock, but they still couldn't find Wang Ting's figure. They couldn't help but look at each other and saw a trace of disbelief in each other's eyes. This guy. They couldn't help but start to think about Wang Ting's strength. This temporary team member didn't seem to be ordinary. Perhaps he just has a high-level concealment secret technique, Xianxia said with uncertainty. Probably. Brakai and Harston were a little hesitant, but they really couldn't believe that Wang Ting was a master. After all, he only displayed level 7 planetary state power, which was a little weaker than them. The three of them were all level 8 planetary state martial artists with plenty of experience, while Wang Ting looked like a newbie. However, after knowing that Wang Ting's concealment technique was profound, the three of them felt much more at ease. At least this temporary team member wouldn't make them retreat easily. Soon, the four of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. They looked up and saw that on the bare mountain wall, there were some protruding stone walls with huge nests built on them. At the foot of the mountain, Xianxia and the rest hid themselves in the bushes. They looked through the bushes at the Black Wind condor's nest on the mountain wall. They were counting the number of Black Wind condors. 28, all in the nest. Seems like we'll have to wait, Xianxia said helplessly after counting the numbers. There were only 4 of them. It was obviously unrealistic to fight 28 Emperor-level star beasts at the same time. If Zhen Mei went up, they would probably all die. Let's wait and see. The Black Wind condors will go out to hunt for food at a certain time every day. Only the Black Wind condor king is guarding the nest, Brakai said. Therefore, they could only wait patiently. Around noon, the Black Wind condor's screeches could be heard in the sky. Then, a gust of wind blew. Huge figures flew out of the nest, spreading their wings and flying into the distance. They're gone. Xianxia and the rest were shocked. They're finally gone. Let's wait for 10 minutes, then we'll make our move. Blockeye and Harston were also eager to try. They stared excitedly at the huge nest at the top of the mountain wall. They could vaguely see a huge black shadow entrenched in the nest. It seemed to be taking a nap. Wang Ting's eyes fell on the black shadow. He couldn't help but activate his spirit vision. A glaring green light burst out. Damn, this is obviously a level 1 Emperor level Black-Winged Condor. These 3 guys said it's level 7 Emperor level. Wang Ting almost cursed. But he didn't. He was suspicious. He hid in the dark and carefully observed the expressions of the 3. An Emperor level was equivalent to a human stellar level warrior. If he was only a stellar level warrior, he would definitely be tricked to death by an Emperor level star beast. Could it be that these 3 fellows harbored ill intentions and wanted to scheme against him? But judging from their expressions, they didn't seem to know the true strength of the Black-Winged Condor King. Are these 3 guys reliable? Wang Ting was speechless. Fortunately, he could still deal with Emperor-level star beasts. Otherwise, his first jungling operation in the virtual universe would be a failure. Attack! At this moment, Xianxia shouted. Whoosh! 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 The 3 of them charged out almost at the same time, turning into streaks of light that shot into the sky, heading straight for the Black-Winged Condor King. Wang Ting was still considering whether or not he should remind them. In the end, they were already rushing to their deaths. Bah, they were already attacking. Thus, he stopped talking and followed them a little later. He still remembered his duty and used his Earth Origin power to stabilize the 3 of them. Kill! Xianxia roared as a huge warhammer appeared in his hand. Fire Origin power condensed on it, and suddenly, flames surged into the sky, turning into a huge shadow of a flaming warhammer. It smashed towards the Black-Winged Condor King's nest. Breaky and Harston also moved at the same time. Blockeye held a battle saber in his hand. Golden saber light condensed and turned into a 100-meter-long saber light. Harston, on the other hand, was a little out of Wang Ting's expectations. He held a longbow in his hand, and the water origin power condensed into sharp arrows on the longbow. In an instant, he shot out 7 to 8 arrows, all of which were aimed at the Black-Winged Condor King. The sudden attack seemed to cover the sky and earth. The Black-Winged Condor King suddenly spread its wings and let out a furious screech. It was as if it could pierce through gold and crack stone. The penetrating power was extremely strong. Boom! 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 The 3 of their attacks instantly landed on the Black-Winged Condor King's body, producing a violent roar. The Black-Winged Condor King's nest was ignited by the flames and instantly burned. We hit it. Xianxia and the other 2 didn't expect it to go so smoothly. They were all delighted. Screech, however, at this moment, another screech came from the flames. Boom! A violent wind rose from the ground, and the flames in front seemed to form a tornado that rose into the sky. Within the flames, the Black-Winged Condor King's figure was faintly discernible. Not good, retreat. Xianxia and the other 2 immediately realized that something was wrong. Their expressions changed drastically as they roared and retreated rapidly. The Black-Winged Condor King suddenly flapped its wings, and an even more violent gale blew out. The flames turned into pillars of fire under this gale and rushed towards Xianxia and the other 2. Damn it, how did this Black-Winged Condor King become so strong? Xianxia shouted in disbelief. However, they didn't panic. As the 3 of them retreated, Houston knocked his bow and shot an arrow. A powerful water-type origin power met the flames in front of him. Boom, the 2 collided. The flames were only the aftermath of Xianxia's attack, and were immediately drowned by Houston's water-type attack. Screech, however, the Black-Winged Condor King had already rushed out of the nest. Its black wings seemed to be made of metal, reflecting a cold light. Its red eyes stared fixedly at Xianxia and the other 2, filled with hatred, as if it wanted to tear them to pieces. Green light surrounded the Black-Winged Condor King's body, forming sharp green wind blades that cut through the air and rushed towards Xianxia and the other 2. Instantly, the sky was filled with dense wind blades, and there was almost no place to hide. The three of them were aghast as they used their techniques to block this terrifying wind blade attack. Boom, boom. Boom, origin powers collided, creating a loud boom and creating circles of ripples in the sky. The sky was the Black Wind Condor King's domain. The three of them were like live targets in the sky, unable to fight back under its wind blade attack. They could only deal with it tiredly. This Black Wind Condor King is an emperor tier. Xianxia finally realized something and shouted in disbelief. He didn't expect this Black Wind Condor King to advance to emperor tier in such a short time. This didn't make sense. He couldn't help but sigh at the realism of the virtual universe. The star beasts in the virtual universe didn't appear out of thin air. Instead, they multiplied, grew, and became stronger just like real star beasts. What do? We can't beat it at all, Beulah Kai said with a serious expression. Retreat. Xianxia made a prompt decision to give up this hunting operation. The Emperor tier Black Wind Condor King wasn't something they could deal with. Retreating was a last resort, but staying alive was more important. If they died in the virtual universe, although their bodies wouldn't die, their minds would be affected to a certain extent. They would have to rest for a period of time and wait for their minds to recover before they could enter the virtual universe again. This was an unbearable loss for them. The three of them wanted to escape, but the Black Wind Condor King wasn't appeased. It wouldn't let them go. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a green light condensed in its mouth. Xianxia and the other two felt the terrifying fluctuation of origin power and were extremely shocked. Split up and escape. Let's save as many as we can. Xianxia shouted. The three of them didn't hesitate and prepared to split up and escape. However, at this moment, a terrifying fist came from the side and landed directly on the Black Wind Condor King's head. Thus, the Black Wind Condor King, who was preparing to attack, exploded on the spot. Xianxia and the other two. What happened? Xianxia, Brakai, and Houston were confused as they looked at Wang Ting, who was slowly revealing himself. He was still in his punching posture and calmly retracted his fist as the three of them looked at him as if they had just seen a ghost. Sorry, I wanted to beat it half to death before letting you guys finish it off. I didn't expect this Black Wind Condor King's head to be so weak that it exploded with one punch. Wang Ting looked at them and said embarrassedly. The three of them were speechless. Was there something wrong with their understanding? They could understand every single word Wang Ting said, but when they were put together, they didn't seem to understand the meaning behind it. Was he saying that the Black Wind Condor King was too weak, or was he hinting that they were too weak, or both? Xianxia and the other two felt an inexplicable blow to their souls. It was as if their fragile little hearts had been shot by an arrow. Wang Ting suddenly felt the lethargy from the three of them and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You guys. What's wrong?" Nothing, it's just that the wind today is very noisy." Xianxia scratched his head and looked at the sky as he sighed. "It is a little noisy." Brakai and Houston nodded in agreement. Wang Ting suspected that the three of them were scared silly by the Black Wind Condor King. He ignored the three of them and looked at the attribute bubbles dropped by the Black Wind Condor King after its death. Wind Star Force * 5600, King Level Wine Talent * 800, Gale Profound * 120, Blank Attribute * 13,000. As a few attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Ting's eyes immediately lit up. Comfortable indeed, it was possible to pick up attribute bubbles in the virtual universe. These star beasts in the virtual universe were like fat lambs, and it was so fun to play with them. A total of 5,600 points of wind star force merged into Wang Ting's body. The gale technique that he had just obtained started automatically and sped up the normal wind force in his body. This was the benefit of picking up attributes. The force obtained from picking up attributes was very pure, and under its influence, the normal wind force would be diluted, so the conversion speed would be much faster. Next was the 800 points of King Level Wind Talent. Wang Ting's wind talent had already reached King Level, but he didn't mind increasing his talent a little bit. These 800 points of King Level Wind Wine Talent could increase his talent by another level. Gale Profound, 120 points of Gale. Profound, Gale, it was the same profound meaning he had obtained from Yinhai. Even though Yinhai had used it on the sword Dao, the two were still connected. In an instant, many insights about the Gale esoteric force appeared in Wang Ting's mind. As he digested these profound meanings, he realized that his Gale profound meaning had improved significantly. Profound meaning was an extremely important attribute for Wang Ting. At his level, he basically used profound meanings in battle. Therefore, the stronger his profound meaning was, the stronger his combat strength would be. The last blank attribute was 13,000 points. Wang Ting was satisfied with his harvest. The Black-Winged Condor King alone had dropped so many attribute bubbles. There were still 27 more Black-Winged Condors. Although they weren't as strong as the Black-Winged Condor King, they were still king-level star beasts. However, he also noticed a problem. The number of attribute bubbles dropped by star beasts in the virtual universe seemed to be less than in the real world. Wang Ting didn't dwell on it. It was good enough that he could pick up some attribute bubbles. As for how many he could pick up, it wasn't up to him to decide. The other Black-Winged Condors should be back soon. Should we set up another ambush? Wang Ting turned around and asked Xianxia and the others. They came back to their senses and nodded. Oh, right. Let's set up an ambush. They dragged the Black-Winged Condor King's corpse into the bushes and hid it, dispelling the smell of blood in the surroundings. The virtual universe was too realistic. Everything was no different from the real world. They had no choice but to cover it up carefully like they did in the real world. Xianxia and the others were veterans. They quickly finished dealing with the matter and hid it again. However, after hiding, the three of them were stunned again. That's not right. With your strength, you can completely deal with the rest of the Black-Winged Condors. Why are you hiding? Xianxia looked at Wang Ting and wondered. Don't you think it's easier this way? Just like that Black-Winged Condor King. When he's angry, we can just punch him from the dark and be done with it. If we fight him head-on, it'll take a lot of effort. It's very troublesome, Wang Ting said. You're so right. Xianxia said dazedly. Of course. I'm a very reasonable person, Wang Ting said. I seem to have learned something. Houston's eyes lit up. He seemed a little excited. By the way, that Black-Winged Condor Wang Ting's strength has probably reached level 1 star state, but you blew its head open with one punch. Your strength is more than level 7 star state. Beulah Kai looked meaningfully at Wang Ting and suddenly said. Xianxia and Houston immediately reacted. Their faces were filled with vigilance. Why did Wang Ting hide his strength and sneak into their team for? Was he up to no good? But that wasn't right. He was stronger than them, and they were dragging him down. What was the point of fighting each other? Make a guess. Wang Ting glanced at the three of them and smiled. Xianxia and the other two immediately felt Wang Ting's bad taste. Guess my ass, it was such a serious question. Couldn't he answer it more seriously? The three of them were speechless, but their worries dissipated a lot. Screech, screech, screech. At this moment, there were whistling sounds from afar. Between the howling winds, more than 20 Black-Winged Condors in the sky were rapidly approaching. They're back. Xianxia and the other two immediately trembled and gripped their weapons tightly. Previously, they were beaten so badly by the Black-Winged Condor King. They didn't say anything on the surface, but they were quite sullen in their hearts. Now, they naturally wanted to regain some face. Wang Ting squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the sky. More than 20 Black-Winged Condors returned to their nest, each with their own prey. Some of the Black-Winged Condors were injured. It seemed that the hunting process wasn't that smooth. Great, 7 or 8 Black-Winged Condors are injured, Houston said softly. Xianxia subconsciously glanced at Wang Ting. Seeing him nod, Xianxia shouted, "Let's go." The few of them instantly rushed out, and a terrifying force attack blasted towards the Black-Winged Condors. Xianxia and the other two put in extra effort. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they fought with more than 20 Black-Winged Condors. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have dared to be so reckless when facing more than 20 king-tier Black-Winged Condors. However, now that they had Wang Ting as a strong ally, they were much more confident. Wang Ting didn't really interfere. He just watched from the side, but even so, it made Xianxia and the others much easier. After more than 10 minutes, all 27 black winged condors were killed. They turned into corpses that fell to the ground. As tools, Xiongdali and the other two were very good. Wang Ting was very satisfied with their performance. He leisurely picked up the attribute bubbles on the side. There were a total of 27 king-tier black-winged condors. The attribute bubbles that dropped almost filled the surroundings. They floated in the air and were very impactful. Wind attribute star force * 2500, king tier wind talent * 200, gale esoteric * 100, blank attribute * 7000, wind stellar force * 2200, king tier wine talent * 180, blank attribute * 6000, wind stellar force * 2800. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting couldn't help but grin crazily. Too good, huge profit. This huge wave of attribute bubbles was a huge profit, Wang Ting counted. There were a total of 54,000 wind stellar force points, 4,800 king tier wind talent points, 1,800 gale esoteric points, and 125,000 blank attribute points. At the same time, in the real world, Wang Ting's body suddenly shook. The 54,000 points of wind stellar force was too terrifying. It had far exceeded the requirement to advance to the planetary level. Boom, a huge amount of wind stellar force surged into his body and circulated in his limbs and bones. It was like an endless torrent, rolling endlessly. Wang Ting's expression changed. He quickly used the Gale Esoteric Art. However, he immediately realized that the Gale Esoteric Art's level wasn't enough to meet the current speed of the wind stellar force. Wang Ting knew that this was because the wind stellar force was too huge. He didn't dare to hesitate and added the blank attribute that he had just obtained to the Gale Esoteric Art. Gale Esoteric Art, 10,000/10,000, max. After spending close to 30,000 blank attribute points, Wang Ting raised the Gale Esoteric Art to the max level. The Gale Esoteric Art's speed immediately soared. The wind stellar force was rolling in Wang Ting's body. Walala, green starlight gathered above the pitch-black sea of void, forming a bridge-like green starlight river that connected to the sea of void. The advancement had begun. This was a qualitative leap. Boom boom boom, the sea of void shook violently. The surface of the sea rolled, and huge waves surged into the sky. They bombarded the bridge above, blocking the descent of the wind stellar force. This was a necessary process. It wasn't easy for the origin force to reach the sea of void. However, Wang Ting was an anomaly. With 54,000 points of star force, coupled with his previous accumulation, it was more than 60,000 points. It had long surpassed the requirement for advancement. This was a terrifying accumulation. The waves formed by the sea of void couldn't stop the descent of the wind stellar force at all. Boom, countless wind elemental star origin powers rushed into the void ocean, stirring up huge waves with a terrifying momentum. The endless wind stellar force finally sank to the bottom of the sea, undergoing baptism and tempering, completing the final transformation. Wang Ting was already very familiar with such a situation. Hence, he was very calm. He had already done everything he could. He only needed to wait patiently for the origin force to condense into stars and advance to the planetary state. After an unknown period of time, a powerful origin force undulation spread out from the sea of void, and a green light rose up. 3 green lotuses bloomed on the surface of the sea, and then 3 green stars slowly rose from the lotuses. A total of 3 green stars, he had just broken through, and 3 wind stellar force had appeared at once. This was simply unimaginable. The insides of the 3 green stars seemed to be formed from green crystals. They were magnificent, and there were even small whirlwinds revolving around them. It was very strange. Suddenly, the core of the green star spun, forming a black hole. A powerful suction force appeared out of nowhere. Boom, Wang Ting's mindscape vibrated. The suction force wanted to pull out a wisp of spiritual power from the spiritual ball in his mindscape, which had already turned into a star. However, Wang Ting's mental force had already reached the star state. His state was a whole level higher than his origin force state. How could the wind stellar force, which had just reached the planetary state, shake the star state mental force body? Without mental force entering, Wang Ting felt that the green star was still lacking something. He immediately controlled the star and split it into 3 strands of mental force. That suction force immediately sucked the 3 strands of mental force into the 3 wind stellar force stars. The mental force fell into the black hole at the core of the wind stellar force star. It spun crazily and merged into the core of the star. The 3 wind stellar force stars shook at the same time. The 3 wisps of mental energy fused into the 3 wind-type stars and became one with them. Although there was only 1 strand per star, it was a strand of the star-state mental force. It wasn't inferior to the mental force that merged into the 5 elemental origin force stars. With the birth of the wind stellar force star, the Sea of Nothingness regained its calmness. The wind star emitted a faint green halo as it floated above the Sea of Nothingness. It gathered with the other origin stars as they rotated and chased each other. They were like 3 newborn babies playing crazily under the lead of a group of naughty children. At the same time, a strange wave was emitted from the wind stellar force star and merged into Wang Ting's limbs and bones. Life force. As this strange wave containing life force spread throughout his body, Wang Ting's body underwent a transformation. His blood, muscles, bones, organs, all underwent a transformation under the baptism of life force. Even his cells were transforming, making his body more complete. Wang Ting had experienced this transformation not once or twice but 5, 6, or 7 times. The perfection of his body even surpassed that of a star-state martial artist. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't even dare to think about a person undergoing 7 transformations at the planetary state stage. From this point of view, Wang Ting couldn't be called an ordinary person. He was simply a super monster. At this moment, as the breakthrough was completed, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. A green light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, a strong wave flashed across his body. Yuan Gungun was on the side and immediately felt the change in Wang Ting. He widened his eyes in shock. What? Wang Ting was in a good mood. He was simply too lucky to have such a great harvest on his first visit to the virtual universe. That was the wind force? You broke through? Yuan Gungun asked in disbelief. Wang Ting couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw its expression. What kind of monster is this? What kind of monster is this? Yuan Gungun couldn't help but mutter to himself. Wang Ting's reaction made him certain that Wang Ting's wind force had indeed broken through to the planetary state. He only entered the virtual universe once and broke through. Did this guy use hacks? Wang Ting ignored Yuan Gungun's shock and continued to count his gains this time. Other than the force attribute, his king-level wind talent had increased by 4,800 points. This was a huge increase. King-level wind talent, 6 for 100/10,000. Wang Ting felt that his perception of the wind force had become more sensitive and more intimate. It was as though his entire body was an amalgamation of the wind force. He was like the son of the wind, able to control the wind force in the world at will. This feeling was incomparably awesome. Then, there was the 1,800 points of Wind Arcane. Wind Arcane, 300 of 3,000, 40%, with the addition of the 300 points he got from Yin Hai, Wang Ting's Wind Arcane had reached the 4th stage. It was the highest arcane he had learned so far. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He felt that his Wind Arcane had become extremely powerful. With one slash, he could probably kill a level 3 star-level fighter. Other than that, he also gained quite a lot of blank attributes this time. He had more than 130,000 blank attributes. However, he had used up nearly 30,000 blank attributes to increase the level of Wind Arcane. Now, he had about 110,000 left. With the previous accumulation, Wang Ting had more than 200,000 blank attributes. Wang Ting's consciousness entered the virtual universe again and took control of the avatar's consciousness. Xianxia and the other 2 were cleaning up the Black Wind Condor's body. The 3 of them worked together to rent a storage ring that could store some materials from the Black Wind Condor's body for sale. The 3 of them were very excited. This group of Black Wind Condors was enough for them to earn quite a sum of money. Wang Ting, come and take a look. There's a star bone in this Black Wind Condor King's body. It can be sold for a high price. We're rich. Xianxia was cleaning up the Black Wind Condor King's corpse when he suddenly shouted excitedly. Star bones from the virtual universe can be sold for money? Wang Ting was surprised. Of course. These things can be used in the virtual universe. Otherwise, where would our weapons come from? Xiongdali explained. However, virtual items are much cheaper than real items. They can only be sold for 1/10 of the price of real items. Wang Ting nodded. He had a new understanding of the prices in the virtual universe. In general, the existence of the virtual universe could provide a way for warriors to survive. However, it wouldn't make them dependent on it. This was because the prices in the virtual universe were too low. It wasn't enough for them to get rich from the virtual universe. Hence, they could only work hard to earn money in the real world. Only then could they truly survive in the virtual universe. Clang clang, at this moment, a loud and sonorous cry suddenly sounded from the mountain range behind them. What's that sound? Everyone's expression changed. Who? The sound traveled very far. Before it had completely dissipated, a strong gust of wind blew in the sky. Xiongdali and the other two were blown backward. Wang Ting wasn't any better. If he hadn't used his spiritual force and time to cling to the mountain wall in front of him, he would have been blown away. He turned around and saw Xiongdali and the other two struggling to hold on. He couldn't help but frown. He split 3 more spiritual force and pulled them back. What's going on? Where did such a strong wind come from? The 3 of them were still in shock. Stop talking nonsense. There's a cave in front. Let's hide in it first. Wang Ting shouted softly. He saw a huge cave behind the black-winged condor king's nest. His expression changed. He pulled Xiongdali and the other two and rushed into the cave against the strong wind. The sudden gust of wind caught Wang Ting and the rest off guard. Fortunately, Wang Ting was reliable. He used his mental force without hesitation and pulled them back. They landed in the cave behind the black-winged condor king's nest and looked at the gust of wind outside. They could not help but have lingering fears. In just a dozen breaths, the wind outside grew stronger and stronger. It became a piercingly cold gust of wind. The gust of wind naturally formed wind blades that scratched the mountain wall, leaving deep marks. Xiongdali and the rest were shocked and took a few steps back. That was close. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Xiongdali's forehead. He did not feel good. Just now, a few wind blades brushed past them and almost cut off Xiongdali's nose. This gust of wind was extremely terrifying. Even though they were planet-level martial artists, they did not dare to be careless in the face of this gust of wind. Such a strong gust of wind. Block Eye took a deep breath and said in a low voice. I've never heard of such a gust of wind in the Black Wind mountain range. Even the black wind that blows in the mountain range all year round is not this terrifying. Xiongdali wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and nodded solemnly. What do we do now? Houston asked. The 3 of them looked at Wang Ting in unison. He was the most powerful person here. If he hadn't saved them just now, the 3 of them would have been sliced into pieces by the strong gale outside. They would have been forced to leave the virtual universe after some time. Let's wait. Wang Ting said plainly. Then, he sat cross-legged in the cave and frowned as he looked at the sky through the cave entrance. What kind of star beast did that cry just now come from? Did it cause this gust of wind? A trace of doubt appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Xiongdali and the rest saw that Wang Ting was so calm and could not help but calm down. They looked at each other and sat cross-legged around him, quietly waiting for the gust of wind to disappear. However, things were often unexpected. Not only did the gust of wind outside not disappear, but it became even more violent. Listening carefully, there was an ear-piercing sound of wind whistling all around. Clang clang, the same cry as before rang out again, and this time, the sound was even closer, as if it was echoing in their ears. This voice was extremely penetrating, piercing into their ears. Xiongdali and the other two immediately covered their ears, revealing a pained expression. Wang Ting's expression changed drastically. He immediately sealed his ears with origin power to prevent his eardrums from being pierced. The cries of star beasts were extremely terrifying, especially some powerful star beasts. Their cries were even a type of sound wave attack. If one wasn't careful, one would be hit by it. It was impossible to guard against it. Wang Ting got up and walked to the edge of the cave. He looked up. Wang Ting frowned as the astral winds around him immediately attacked him. He used his own wind origin power, but he didn't go head-on against the astral winds. Instead, he gently pushed the astral winds away. As a result, the astral winds scattered in all directions, completely avoiding Wang Ting. This was his understanding of wind origin power. Wind was flowing and didn't have a fixed direction. Sometimes, one didn't need to go head-on against it. One only needed to take advantage of the situation to achieve the desired effect. However, this was also related to his innate talent. His king-level innate talent had just increased by a lot, so his affinity with wind origin power was very strong. Behind him, Xianxia and the other two only saw a faint green glow emerge from Wang Ting's body. The astral winds seemed to automatically avoid him. All of them widened their eyes, and their faces were filled with shock. Why was Wang Ting so awesome? Even though they were all human, they didn't even dare to approach the cave entrance, but Wang Ting was standing there as if nothing had happened. It was unbelievable. Clang clang, a loud and clear cry rang out. This time, Wang Ting felt that the sound was right above them. His eyes narrowed as he focused his gaze. As the astral winds whistled, a huge green bird flew over their heads, and a terrifying whirlwind wrapped around its body. It flapped its wings that seemed to cover the sky, and the astral winds between heaven and earth formed into a hurricane that swept past them. What a huge bird! Wang Ting exclaimed. At this moment, Xianxia and the other two also noticed the huge green bird. They were still in shock when they suddenly heard Wang Ting's exclamation. Their faces couldn't help but be stunned. What a huge bird! He felt that something wasn't right. Suddenly, Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He felt that after the huge green bird appeared, the surrounding wind origin power didn't seem to listen to his command. All of it automatically rushed towards the huge green bird. Wang Ting looked at the green bird in the sky with a serious expression. He was shocked. He couldn't help but circulate the 5 elements origin power in his body to resist the violent astral winds. As the wind origin power was snatched away by the green bird, he couldn't use the wind origin power to affect the surrounding astral winds. However, he was unwilling to give up. He tried to mobilize the wind origin power between heaven and earth to snatch food from the green bird's mouth. Although this was only the virtual universe and he didn't have to be so serious, what if it happened in reality? Would he have to wait for death? Instead of falling into such a predicament when he encountered such a situation, he might as well try something while they were still in the virtual universe. When Wang Ting mobilized his wind origin power to the extreme, he finally captured the wind origin power between heaven and earth again and was able to use it for himself. However, he didn't know that this action was seen as a provocation by the green bird in the sky that was about to fly away. It lowered its head and its gaze landed directly on Wang Ting. To it was easy to sense the movement of the wind origin power in the surrounding space. Wang Ting suddenly felt a wave of malice attacking him. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. When his gaze met the green bird's extremely sharp eyes, a glaring green light directly pierced his eyes. Damn it! Wang Ting's expression changed drastically. His spiritual force gushed out in an instant and blocked the attack of the green light. Even so, he still took a step back and blood seeped out from the corner of his eyes. Clang, the green bird let out a shrill cry. The wind origin power between heaven and earth seemed to be mobilized, forming a violent gale that rushed toward the cave where Wang Ting and the others were in. Boom, everyone was shocked. In just an instant, Xianxia and the others were cut into pieces by the gale. They died on the spot and were forced out of the virtual universe. As for Wang Ting, he had already released all the force in his body when the green bird attacked him. He didn't even hold back his spiritual power. It formed a sturdy layer of defense and blocked the gale around him. Unfortunately, the difference between the enemy and himself was too great. Wang Ting only lasted for 3 seconds before he was drowned by the gale around him. What followed was an intense pain that engulfed his entire body. Then, endless darkness also drowned him. F***ck. In reality, Wang Ting suddenly opened his eyes. He panted heavily and couldn't help but curse. Huff, huff, Wang Ting took a few deep breaths before he recovered from the excruciating pain of being cut into pieces. This was the first time he experienced such a real death, and it was in such an inhumane way. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. Hee, it felt good, right? At this moment, Yuan Gungun appeared in front of him and chuckled. It really felt too good. Wang Ting couldn't help but roll his eyes at Yuan Gungun. This guy was too unscrupulous. He was simply gloating over his misfortune. Ha ha ha. Yuan Gungun saw Wang Ting's sullen expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Ting was speechless and felt a little depressed. He then changed the topic. What kind of star beast is that? It's so powerful. He had never seen that green bird before and didn't know what it was. He couldn't even tell how strong it was. That's a wind god bird. Yuan Gungun stopped smiling and said, it's an extremely powerful wind-type star beast that can traverse the void of the universe. It has the power of a saint when it matures. Wind god bird. Saint. Wang Ting took a deep breath. Among the star beasts, the king level was equivalent to a planet-level martial artist. The emperor level was further divided into 3 levels: low-level emperor, middle-level emperor, and upper-level emperor. They corresponded to the star level, domain lord level, and sector lord level martial artists respectively. The Black Wind Condor King was a low-level emperor level 1 star beast, which was equivalent to a star level 1 martial artist. A saint-level star beast was above the sector lord level. It was at least equivalent to an immortal-level star beast. He really didn't expect that green bird to be an immortal-level star beast. It was unimaginable, no wonder it was so strong. You're lucky that you didn't meet such a being in the real world, Yuan Gungun joked. If I met it in the real world, I wouldn't even have time to hide. I wouldn't seek my own death. Wang Ting knew what Yuan Gungun was referring to. He shook his head and laughed. But Xiong Dali and the other 2 were miserable. They died and were forced out of the virtual universe. They're unlucky to have a teammate like you. Yuan Gungun laughed. Hey, at least I helped them kill so many Black Wind Condors. If it wasn't for me, they would have died when they faced the Black Wind Condor King, Wang Ting said, unconvinced. Was he courting death? He was trying to determine if he had any hope of survival when facing such a powerful existence. Although the answer was no, he had at least tried. If he died without even trying, what was the difference between him and a salted fish? Moreover, if he hadn't courted death. Bah, if he hadn't had such a fearless spirit, if he hadn't risked his life in the end, how could he have gained anything? When Wang Ting recalled the attribute bubbles that the wind god's bird had dropped during its last attack, a smile appeared on his face. He was a professional at picking up attributes, therefore, even at the moment of death, he seized the opportunity to pick up those attribute bubbles. Wind Star Force * 28,000, Saint Level Wind Element Talent * 10, Wind Domain * 50, Wang Ting's eyes flashed with excitement. Although there were only 3 attribute bubbles, when he saw the contents of the 3 attribute bubbles, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. Firstly, the 28,000 points of Wind Star Force allowed his power, which had just broken through to level 3 planetary state, to level 4 planetary state, Wind Star Force, 600/40,000, level 4 planetary state. To be honest, the increase in wind force was a little too fast. It even caught Wang Ting off guard. However, this wasn't what made him the happiest. What really made him happy were the next 2 attribute bubbles. Saint Level Wind Element Talent. As these attribute bubbles fused into Wang Ting's body, he immediately felt an unbelievable change in his talent. His wind element talent was growing rapidly, directly crossing the gap and reaching an extremely high level. After King level was Emperor level, and after Emperor level was Saint level. Now, Wang Ting's wind element talent had directly reached Saint level from King level. The leap was so huge that even he felt it was unreal. Saint level wind element talent, 10/50,000. Wang Ting immediately felt that his sense of the wind force in the world had become extremely sensitive. His affinity with it had reached an unimaginable level. He was like a saint in the wind. As long as he stood there, countless wind force would continuously surge towards him. Wang Ting finally experienced the talent of the wind god bird. Although there was still a gap between him and the wind god bird, this gap was no longer insurmountable. He and the wind god bird should both be above saint level talent. The 2 could be said to be on the same level. If Wang Ting were to face the wind god bird again now, the situation where he couldn't control the wind force like before would definitely not happen. If he and the wind god bird were in the same world at the same time, and there were no other wind creatures other than them, then the wind force in this world would be at least 30 to 70%. The wind god bird would take 70%, and Wang Ting would take 30%. Wang Ting was immersed in the joy of the saint-level wind element talent for a second, then he immediately withdrew it. There were too many people in this place, and it wasn't suitable for him to display this talent. However, Yuan Gungun, who was beside Wang Ting, had already noticed this terrifying change. He was immediately flabbergasted. You, he said you 3 times, but he couldn't say anything else. Why are you so agitated? Wang Ting asked. Yuan Gungun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He asked, what happened just now? All of the wind origin power surged toward you, as if they were worshipping their king. Really? Why didn't I feel it? Wang Ting pretended to be ignorant. Yuan Gungun was almost hysterical. He moved closer to Wang Ting and stared straight into his eyes. Don't try to fool me. I've only seen this kind of situation on immortal rank experts. It's a scene that can only be produced by a saint-level talent. He was so shocked that he almost couldn't believe what he just saw. If he wasn't so close, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. Saint-level talent. Everyone who had a saint-level talent had the possibility of advancing to immortal rank, or even higher. Wang Ting actually had a saint-level talent, but why didn't he show it before? Was he hiding it all this time, or did he just obtain some kind of opportunity that he didn't know about, and allowed his saint-level talent to reach saint-level? The second situation was almost impossible. No one had ever obtained such an opportunity in the virtual universe, but everything was too coincidental. The wind god bird with a saint-level talent had just appeared, and Wang Ting also had a saint-level talent. How could he not make the connection? Oh, so I have a saint-level talent? No wonder I always thought that I was a genius. Sure enough, my saint-level talent is very high. Wang Ting began to talk nonsense. It was as if he had this saint-level talent from the beginning, but he didn't know how high it was. Yuan Gungun. Yuan Gungun didn't believe Wang Ting's words at all. It had been with Wang Ting for a long time, so it knew Wang Ting's character. This guy didn't speak much truth at all. He was as slippery as a catfish. Even its closest companion had to be deceived. Yuan Gungun naturally wanted to help Wang Ting, so it wanted to know more about him so that it could help Wang Ting come up with strategies. However, Wang Ting didn't appreciate it at all and kept hiding things from it. But then again, they hadn't known each other for long, so it was reasonable for Wang Ting to be on guard. Yuan Gungun was a little helpless. On one hand, it didn't want Wang Ting to hide things from it. On the other hand, it hoped that Wang Ting could continue to be as slippery as he was now. At the very least, he wouldn't walk down the same path as Nangong Yu and be cheated to death. Looking at Wang Ting's innocent expression, Yuan Gungun rolled its eyes and said, "Forget it. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask anymore. Just don't waste your talent." Ha ha ha, don't look at me like that. Isn't it a good thing that my talent is good? You just need to know that my talent is super high. Wang Ting laughed and said shamelessly. Super high? Who gave you face? Yuan Gungun was speechless. However, it couldn't help but admit that Wang Ting's talent was really heaven-defying. Multi-elemental force, space talent, saint-rank talent. If any one of them had all of these, they would be geniuses among geniuses. Now that all of them were concentrated on Wang Ting, if it wasn't heaven-defying, then what was? Wang Ting didn't say anything else. His gaze fell on the last attribute bubble. Wind domain 50 points, wind domain. This was a domain attribute. Among the 3 attribute bubbles, the value of the wind domain was probably comparable to a saint-rank wind talent. This was because domain was a profound realm that only domain lords could comprehend. The domain lord level, as the name implied, was able to control a domain for one's own use. The minimum requirement to reach the domain lord level was to comprehend at least one type of domain. Otherwise, it would be a pseudo-domain lord level, which was only half a level stronger than the universe level. This half a level, some terrifying geniuses could even surpass it and kill a pseudo-domain lord with their universe level strength. However, if one could truly comprehend a domain, then it would be completely different. A domain lord level warrior with a domain was extremely powerful, completely able to crush a universe level. Within their domain, they were the rulers, able to take the lives of others as they wished. The battles between domain lords were almost always based on the collision of domains. Whoever had the stronger domain would have the absolute advantage. Now, Wangting was still a planetary state, but he learned a domain. Wind domain, this was incredible. Now that he had comprehended a domain, it meant that when he advanced to the domain lord level, his domain would definitely be many times stronger than domain lords of the same level. It was even to the extent that even if he didn't advance to the domain lord level, with the strength of his domain, he might be able to surpass realms and fight domain lords. Hence, Wang Ting was so excited. Wang Ting was suddenly very grateful to the wind god bird. If he hadn't met the wind god bird, how could he have gotten such a powerful attribute bubble? To the saint-level wind god bird, a domain was just a small technique that it could casually use. Perhaps in its eyes, Wang Ting was just an ant that dared to provoke it. For it to use a bit of the wind god bird's domain, that was already a lot of respect for Wang Ting. However, to Wang Ting, this wind god domain was simply too important. In the Star Traveler, universe level, this wind god domain could be his trump card, hence, meeting the wind god bird could be considered a form of luck. After all, according to what Yuan Gungun said, existences like the wind god bird weren't that common, whether it was in the virtual universe or in reality. Of course, this was also inseparable from Wang Ting's courting death. If he wasn't unconvinced and insisted on competing with the wind god bird, which was seen as a provocation, the wind god bird probably wouldn't even look at him and would just fly away. Then, he wouldn't have been able to get these attribute bubbles. In conclusion, life was about courting death. At this moment, the wind god domain attribute bubbles fused into Wang Ting's mind and turned into images. In those images, a huge green bird was flying in the sky, its body surrounded by endless wind. This wind had a gentle wind, a fierce wind. There was also a gentle wind, a chilling wind. Even though the forms were different, they were all wind. These winds gathered in an area, forming a domain that only had wind. This was the wind god domain. In this domain, the green bird could freely control the wind between heaven and earth, turning it into its own sword and blade. The wind was its weapon, and it could kill any enemy. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding, and he quickly mastered the wind god domain. However, the range of the wind god domain was still very limited, and this was related to the strength of his understanding. Wind god domain, 5 meters. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel. The 50 points of wind god domain only allowed his wind god domain to cover a radius of 5 meters, with him as the center. Although it didn't seem like much, within this radius of 5 meters, it was almost impossible for enemies to get close to him. The joy in Wang Ting's eyes gradually faded. After taking stock of his gains, he got up and looked at the sky. He realized that it was still night. The night on defense planet number 4 was much longer than the day, so it was normal that it was still night. Wang Ting was about to return to his bed to continue his training when suddenly, there was a loud roar. Boom, the house shook violently. However, the house was very sturdy, and this sudden tremor didn't cause any cracks or damage to the house. What's going on? Wang Ting's face turned serious. At the same time, he was speechless. Why did it feel like everything was rushing to him? He had just had a close encounter with a powerful star beast like the wind god bird in the virtual universe, and he was afraid that he would encounter something else in the real world. I'll go take a look, Yuan Gungun said and disappeared. He was an artificial intelligence life, so he could sneak into all kinds of surveillance equipment to obtain information immediately. In just a few breaths, Yuan Gungun appeared in front of Wang Ting again. He said with a slightly serious face, "It's a dark apparition. A dark apparition has sneaked into this battle fortress." Dark apparition? Wang Ting's face changed slightly. Why would they sneak in for no reason? Could it be? He and Yuan Gungun looked at each other, as if they both thought of something. They're going to attack this battle fortress. At this moment, an ear-piercing alarm sounded, and it instantly spread throughout the entire battle fortress, echoing in the silent night sky. Beep. 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 Dark apparition invasion. Dark apparition invasion. Dark Apparition Invasion. All martial artists, please enter level 1 alert state and prepare to fight the enemy. I repeat, Dark Apparition Invasion. All martial artists, please enter level 1 alert state and prepare to fight the enemy. Rumble. 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 As soon as the alarm went off, powerful figures shot up into the sky from the various buildings. Terrifying force waves spread in all directions. The battle erupted instantly. Wang Ting walked out of the room and looked at the sky. He activated Spiritual Eye and immediately saw a few balls of extremely dense black force light. They were like little black suns hanging in the sky, emitting waves of evil and chaotic intent. The human martial artists turned into bright lights and clashed with them, creating a series of rumbling sounds. Dark apparitions indeed. There are more than 10 demon monarchs and 5 or 6 demon kings. Wang Ting's expression turned serious. He had already seen through the dark apparition's strength. Demon monarchs were equivalent to human planet-level martial artists, and demon kings were equivalent to stellar levels. Rumble. At this moment, another loud rumble resounded in the sky, shaking the void as a terrifying origin power shockwave swept out in all directions. Wang Ting immediately turned his head and looked over. He saw 2 balls of even denser light colliding in the sky. One was green, while the other was black like ink. This is Demon Emperor. When Wang Ting saw the gigantic black ball of light, his pupils shrunk. Clearly, there was a powerful dark apparition in the black ball of light that surpassed the Demon King level. Above the Demon King level was the Demon Emperor level. The Demon Emperor was equivalent to a universe-level fighter. The other green ball of light must be the Guardian of Defense Planet number 4, Tiki. He was a universe-level fighter with wind force. Rumble. The ball of light that Tiki turned into clashed with the Demon Emperor level dark apparition. The force was released like crazy, and it turned into a terrifying attack that blasted toward the opponent. The 2 parties were locked in a fierce battle. Wang Ting did not plan to stand by and watch. He touched his chin, and his eyes flashed. Since he wanted to enter the Qian Empire to obtain the title of Baron, wasn't this the best opportunity to gain reputation and goodwill? Wang Ting flew into the sky and scanned the surroundings. The battle fort was enveloped by a defensive circle, but at this moment, there were already cracks in 3 spots of the defensive circle. Countless dark apparitions were rushing out from the darkness and attacking the cracks in the defensive circle. They wanted to break into the battle fort. Just as Wang Ting had guessed, these dark apparitions wanted to take over this battle fortress. Wang Ting immediately chose a fissure with the worst situation. There were a lot of dark apparitions there, and the warriors from the Qian Empire were almost unable to resist them. They were forced to retreat as the powerful dark apparitions roared and charged at the fissure. Thus, Wang Ting made his move. He held the battle sword in his hand, and a blazing sword ray swept out. Dozens of demon general-level dark apparitions were beheaded and died instantly. As for the dark apparitions below the demon general level, they were harvested in batches as if they were free. To the warriors in this fortress, the dark apparitions below the demon king level were all cannon fodder. However, there were too many of them, and it was quite troublesome for them to swarm up like a swarm of bees. Especially when facing dark apparitions of the same level, many warriors didn't even have time to pay attention to the dark apparitions below them. If they were careless and were knocked down, they would be injured by the dark apparitions. As the dark force invaded their bodies, they would be in an extremely bad situation. The dark force had always been something that humans were extremely afraid of. Wang Ting. As Wang Ting joined the battle, a surprised voice came from the side. Wang Ting took the time to take a look and realized that it was Olivia and her friends. The few of them were fighting against the dark apparitions together. You guys are here too. Wang Ting casually exterminated a few more demon general-level dark apparitions and said calmly. What's so strange about us being here? You, on the other hand, surprised me that you didn't hide, Clive said from the side. Wang Ting ignored him and asked Olivia, what's wrong with these dark apparitions? Do you guys often get attacked by dark apparitions here? Not often. It's rare for dark apparitions to attack a battle fortress. I'm afraid they are after something big this time, Olivia said with a serious expression. As they spoke, a roar came from the sky. Suddenly, a light orb fell not far away from them. A human stellar-level martial artist died. Olivia and the others saw it clearly, and their expressions changed. A stellar-level martial artist died so quickly. The dark apparitions were unexpectedly strong. Speaking of which, how did the dark apparitions sneak in? Why are your patrols so lax? Wang Ting glanced over and spoke again. Olivia and the others were speechless when they saw that he was so calm and even had the mood to complain. This guy is really heartless. Our patrols and inspections are very strict, but for some reason, they still managed to find a loophole this time, Olivia said with a frown. In the end, it's because you guys didn't do your job well enough. Wang Ting continued to complain. Olivia and the others originally wanted to retort, but their expressions suddenly changed as they cried out in alarm. Be careful. TSK, you dare to let your guard down in front of us? You must be tired of living. At the same time, a cold and malicious laughter sounded behind Wang Ting. Screech, a pitch-black claw directly slashed open Wang Ting's body. Olivia and the others' expressions changed drastically. Their eyes palpitated as they watched the person they were talking to die. One could imagine the shock they felt. Something's not right. But soon, they discovered a problem. Wang Ting's body that was slashed open didn't bleed. Instead, it started to distort and then slowly dissipated. A Demon King-level dark apparition suddenly appeared behind Wang Ting. It was the one that attacked Wang Ting just now. However, at this moment, when it saw Wang Ting's body dissipating, it couldn't help but be stunned. Where are you looking at? Wang Ting's calm voice sounded behind the Demon King-level dark apparition. When? The Demon King-level dark apparition's expression changed drastically, and it dashed forward. Boom! A terrifying fist force exploded and landed directly on the Demon King-level dark apparition's back. It couldn't help but cry out in pain and then flew out like a broken sack. Wang Ting twisted his wrist and said, Giant demon dark apparition, huh? Its skin is indeed tough. My hand hurts a little. Olivia and the others stared at him blankly. They didn't know what to say for a moment. Wang Ting glanced at them. His other hand swept out with his sword, killing all the dark apparitions that surrounded them. Why are you in a daze? Do you want to die? Olivia and the others immediately reacted. They suppressed the shock in their hearts and attacked the dark apparitions around them. Roar, the Demon King-level dark apparition from the giant demon race didn't die. It let out an angry roar, and its body suddenly expanded to a height of 5 to 6 meters. It was like a small giant with black patterns all over its body. It charged towards Wang Ting with a rumble. You want to compete with me in size? Wang Ting's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Magnetic heart, Wang Ting stored a lot of metal in his space fragment. At this moment, the metal gathered on the surface of his body, causing his body to expand suddenly. In an instant, he transformed into a metal giant that was close to 10 meters tall. The magnetic heart was formed by the fusion of the heavy rock heart, the magnetic sand body, and the sand manipulation talent. The magnetic sand body was a physique-type talent that could gather metal. Therefore, the magnetic heart formed by the fusion of the 3 talents also had the ability to gather metal. The 5 to 6 meter tall giant demon race dark apparition had just charged in front of Wang Ting when it suddenly felt depressed. The 10-meter tall metal giant swung its giant fist and smashed it down. Terrifying force gathered on its fist, and it was like a falling meteorite. Roar, the giant demon race dark apparition let out an angry roar to show that it wasn't afraid. Then, it also swung its fist to meet the metal giant's fist. Profound meaning of force, the giant demon race dark apparition also had the profound meaning of force. At this moment, it felt the same profound meaning power from Wang Ting's fist. Therefore, it didn't hesitate to use the profound meaning of force to meet Wang Ting's fist head-on. Boom, the 2 fists, one above and one below, collided. Profound meaning of force at 30%. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt the huge force coming from the fist and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The giant demon race dark apparition sneered. It stepped on the ground and followed closely behind, swinging its fist to continue attacking. You forced me to do this. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and added the blank attribute to the profound meaning of force. Wang Ting's force profound meaning, which was originally at 20%, surged instantly. He used up 17,000 blank attributes, allowing his force profound meaning to reach 40%, profound meaning of force, 1000/3000, 40%, boom, Wang Ting didn't hesitate to meet the giant demon race dark apparition's fist. Boom, the two fists collided, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground beneath the giant demon race dark apparition. Then, the ground collapsed, and the giant demon race dark apparition's body instantly became shorter. How is this possible? The giant demon race dark apparition's expression changed drastically. It didn't expect Wang Ting's strength to suddenly become so terrifying. It raised its head and suddenly saw Wang Ting's metal face reveal a trace of a cold, steely smile. Boom, boom. Boom, Wang Ting swung his fists again. His fists were as fast as lightning, and they bombarded the dark apparition like cannonballs. Every punch contained the profound meaning of force. The giant demon race dark apparition also activated the profound meaning of force to the extreme, desperately blocking the attacks. However, its expression gradually turned ugly, and it quickly fell into a passive state. It couldn't block Wang Ting's attacks at all. Wang Ting's fists broke through its defense and landed directly on its huge body. Roar, the giant demon race dark apparition's body was extremely tough. Its muscles were knotted together as if they were made of steel. However, after being hit by Wang Ting's heavy punches, terrifying cracks appeared on its body. Blood seeped out from the cracks, and it was soon drenched in blood. It let out a furious roar, full of unwillingness. There was even a trace of panic in its heart. The strength of this human cultivator was beyond its expectations. Die. Wang Ting said calmly. His tone was cold. The giant demon race dark apparition's heart trembled. It had already thought of retreating. At this moment, it had no intention to fight and retreated as if it was fleeing. Boom, Wang Ting's figure flashed. His speed was so fast that it scared the giant demon race dark apparition out of its wits. Wang Ting caught up with it in an instant. Then, he punched out. The power of 40% of the profound meaning of force was completely unleashed, forming a fist that blasted out. The giant demon race dark apparition screamed in agony, and its body exploded on the spot. Not far away, Olivia, Clive, and the others were dumbfounded. So violent, Olivia, Clive, and the others couldn't help but gulp. Their scalps were numb. The troll dark apparition was known for its powerful body, yet it was blasted to death by Wang Ting. This guy was too scary, he was a super violent maniac. If they remembered correctly, Wang Ting was only a planetary state, right? Yet, he could kill a king dark apparition. His talent was too absurd. Clive suddenly rejoiced that he didn't continue to fight with Wang Ting. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. 40% power essence is indeed strong. Wang Ting looked at his fist and suddenly grinned. Clive saw his white teeth and immediately shivered. Too frightening, it was better not to mess with him in the future. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the giant demon dark apparition after it died. Dark Star Force * 11500 King Tier Darkness Talent * 350 Planetary State Mental Force * 300 Profundity of Force * 500 Magic Change * 100. The Dark Star Force surged into the Dark Star in Wang Ting's body, increasing Wang Ting's dark force by a small margin. Dark Star Force 17500/30,000, Level 3 Planetary State. The King Stage Dark Talent became a part of Wang Ting's Dark Talent. It increased his Dark Talent a little. King Level Dark Talent 2290/1000030 points of Planetary State Mental Force could be converted into 30 points of Star State Mental Force. It was better than nothing compared to the upper limit of 50,000 points of Star State Mental Force. Then, it was the 500 points of Power Essence. This troll dark apparition also grasped Power Essence, which surprised him. However, it was unlucky to encounter him. Wang Ting raised his Power Essence to 40% and crushed the troll dark apparition's Level 3 Power Essence. The 500 points of ultimacy left behind by the giant demon dark apparition became a stepping stone for Wang Ting's ultimacy of force. Profundity of Force, 1500/3000, 40%, Wang Ting's understanding of the ultimacy of force appeared in his mind. Very quickly, he digested all of them and turned them into his own understanding. Finally, it was the 100 points of magic change. This attribute appeared again after leaving Earth Star. Wang Ting didn't know what expression to make. However, he still had to accept it. Who knew if it would be useful? Magic change, 150/300, proficient, rumble. Just as Wang Ting killed a Devil King level dark apparition and caused the human martial warriors around him to get excited, a loud explosion came from a corner of the defense array in the distance. Roar, roar, the dark apparition's roars came one after another. Everyone abruptly turned their heads to look, and all of them were aghast. The defense formation was broken, a huge hole appeared in the corner of the defensive formation. Countless dark apparitions rushed in like ants. There were so many of them that it made one's scalp go numb. Quick! Stop them! Don't let them enter the formation. The Qian Empire's stellar-level martial artists glared at the dark apparitions and roared. The martial artists rushed to the hole and stopped the dark apparitions. Kill! The martial artists' eyes were red, and their battle cries shook the sky. Everyone knew what would happen if the dark apparitions completely entered the fortress. They had no other choice but to defend. Back off! Back off! Finally, the heavy weapons in the fortress launched an attack. Light balls formed by force landed at the hole. They wanted to cover a large area and wipe out the dark apparitions. Rumble, rumble, the force attack exploded among the dark apparitions. The low-level dark apparitions couldn't withstand the attack at all. They were all blasted into pieces. Black blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs piled up on the ground. Defend! Defend! The martial artists roared and rushed to kill the heavily injured dark apparitions again. The low-level dark apparitions had no intelligence at all. After being killed, they were fearless and rushed forward again. Go, let's go help. Olivia's face looked bad. She called Clive and the others to rush over. Wang Ting was even faster. He instantly passed by Olivia and the others and arrived above the hole. He pointed his sword at the sky, and the sound of waves could be heard. Move aside! Wang Ting yelled coldly. The martial artists below saw the huge waves rising behind Wang Ting and quickly retreated. Wang Ting swung his sword. Profound meaning, thousand-layered waves, rumble, the force turned into layers and layers of waves. A large number of dark apparitions were swept in and killed on the spot. Olivia and the others saw this scene as soon as they arrived. They didn't know what to say. This ferocious attack was inexplicably Wang Ting's style. The few of them rushed to the other dark apparitions and joined the battle. They weren't weak at all. They had reached the planetary state and were undoubtedly killing machines among the low-level dark apparitions. They crazily killed a large number of dark apparitions. However, the dark apparitions naturally wouldn't allow this to happen. A few Demon King dark apparitions immediately charged over and fought with Olivia and the others. Rumble! Rumble! Rumble, a huge battle broke out. Both sides fought back and forth, and it was very lively. Wang Ting didn't stay idle either. He went around killing dark apparitions, and the dark star force in his body kept increasing. This feeling was really great. Outside the defense formation, some powerful dark apparitions were attacking the formation in an attempt to completely destroy it and invade the fortress. Under their attacks, the formation kept shaking, and the situation was getting worse. Runemaster, where is the Runemaster? Hurry up and repair the formation. Martial artists, protect our Runemaster. Angry roars spread throughout the entire fortress. The Runemaster had already been dispatched. They rushed to the damaged part of the formation and started to repair it. Many martial artists surrounded the Runemaster to protect its safety. Wang Ting looked over and saw that the Runemaster was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. However, they couldn't repair the formation. On the other hand, the dark apparition's speed of destruction was increasing exponentially. If this continues, the formation will be broken sooner or later. Wang Ting frowned. Wang Ting, go and help them stabilize the formation first. Yuan Gonggun's voice sounded in his mind. This was also Wang Ting's idea. He didn't hesitate and landed at the most damaged part of the formation. When the surrounding martial artists saw someone suddenly land, they were all nervous and on guard. They almost attacked Wang Ting. I'm on the same side. Wang Ting said. Who are you? The surrounding martial artists were the guards of the fortress. They didn't recognize Wang Ting and were still looking at him cautiously. It was common for dark apparitions to disguise themselves as humans in a war. The reason why they were able to break into the battle fort so easily was probably because some dark apparition was good at disguising as a human and sneaked into the battle fort without being discovered. Therefore, these guards were very cautious. A guard who seemed to be the leader stared coldly at Wang Ting and said in a deep voice, "Please show me your identity." I don't have an identity." Wang Ting shrugged. With a clatter, all the guards raised the weapons in their hands and aimed at Wang Ting. They were ready to open fire. Most of them were holding runes in their hands. The runes on the runes started to gather energy and were ready to fire at any time. Wait. At this moment, an anxious voice sounded from the side. Everyone turned to look. Hai. Wang Ting recognized the person who spoke and was a little surprised. After all, he had been tortured by him for so many days. It would be embarrassing if he didn't remember him. He was also one of the martial artists who helped protect the runemaster. He was originally fighting against the dark apparitions outside. When he saw that the guards were about to attack Wang Ting, he quickly stopped them. He knew that Wang Ting was personally brought here by Tiki. It was impossible for him to have anything to do with the dark apparitions. You know him? The guard leader asked. Hai walked forward and whispered a few words into his ear. The vigilance on the leader's face immediately dissipated. He waved his hand, and the surrounding guards immediately dispersed. They covered the area with firepower and continued to help the martial artists on the periphery fend off the dark apparitions. You're actually Sir Tiki's guest, he said in surprise. But what are you doing here? I'm a runemaster, Wang Ting said directly. You're a runemaster. Not only was the guard leader surprised, but Hai was also shocked. Is there a problem? As Wang Ting spoke, he had already walked toward the pile of runemasters who were repairing the array. The guard leader was overjoyed. His attitude changed 180 degrees as he begged Wang Ting, no problem. If you're really a runemaster, please help to repair the array immediately. Please. Runemaster. Even in this battle fortress, there were only 12 runemasters. They were scattered all over the array. It would be good if there were 2 or 3 runemasters at each damaged area. They were really short on manpower. As this area was the most damaged, 4 runemasters were assigned to it. However, it was still not enough. If Wang Ting was really a runemaster, with his help, the pressure on the other runemasters would definitely be reduced. Wang Ting didn't say much. He walked directly to the pile of runemasters. He glanced around and realized that there were already attribute bubbles scattered all over the ground. He didn't think too much about it. He scanned with his spiritual force and picked up a wave. Runes knowledge *100, runes knowledge *50, planetary state mental force *60, runes knowledge *80, planetary state mental force *120, emperor mental force *150. Wang Ting couldn't help but be overjoyed. What a pleasant surprise, what a pleasant surprise, as expected, doing good things would be rewarded. It hadn't even started yet, and there was already a small harvest. After counting, he had a total of 1,150 runes knowledge, 850 planetary state mental force, and 1,200 emperor mental force. Mental force was secondary. The main thing was that the runes knowledge had played a huge role. As these attribute bubbles merged into his mind, pieces of runes knowledge appeared and were digested and absorbed by him. Wang Ting was originally a runemaster, but now he suddenly advanced to Grandmaster. It was quite shocking. He didn't have the slightest bit of preparation, and just like that, he broke through. Then, he became a genuine master stage big shot. Grandmasters were definitely people that masters needed to rely on. They were definitely big shots. Runemaster, 310/10,000, Grandmaster. When Wang Ting saw the changes on the attribute panel, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he couldn't suppress it no matter what. Now that he wanted to repair this defensive formation, he was even more confident. Thus, Wang Ting strode in front of a formation master. From the other party's attainments, it wasn't difficult to tell that this person was a master. Wang Ting saw that he was frowning and thinking hard. He seemed to be in a great predicament and kept grabbing his white hair. The problem was that he didn't have much hair left. There were only a few pitiful weeds left on both sides, but he still didn't let them go. Wang Ting felt sorry for him. Runemaster also uses up a lot of hair. He couldn't help but touch his thick black hair and sighed inexplicably. Cough, sir, shouldn't you hurry up and do it? When the leader of the guards saw him, he couldn't help but glance at the formation master. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he seemed to know what he was thinking. He coughed dryly and asked in a low voice. Wang Ting glanced at him and knew that he was anxious. He immediately patted the runemaster's shoulder and said, brother, please make way. The bald runemaster was startled by the disturbance and couldn't help but be stunned. He turned his head and was about to lose his temper. Don't disturb me. Where did this brat come from? Hurry up and drag him away. After saying that, he didn't look at Wang Ting and continued to bury his head in deep thought. His current situation was nothing more than the formation being too damaged. Many of the runes were incomplete. He wanted to take a shortcut and repair it quickly, but he was afraid that the formation would be unstable and be destroyed again after a short period of use. However, if he repaired it step by step, it would take too long and he couldn't afford to wait. Brat. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. After so many years, this was the first time someone dared to call him that. Spiritual force gushed out from between his eyebrows and condensed into an invisible hand. It grabbed the bald runemaster's collar and lifted him into the air. Who is it? What are you doing? Which bastard dares to tease me? Hurry up and put me down. The bald runemaster was shocked. He kept kicking his feet in the air and even used his force, but he couldn't break free from the giant hand formed by spiritual force. Wang Ting was now a star-state spiritual force master, and this bald runemaster was at most a planetary state. If he broke free, wouldn't it be a joke? When the leader of the guards saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Wang Ting in shock and wanted to laugh at the same time. At this moment, the bald runemaster looked like a puppy that had been grabbed by the back of its neck. It was super fierce, however, he was still a runemaster. It didn't seem good to be hung in the air like this. Just as he was about to persuade Wang Ting, he realized that Wang Ting had already squatted down where the bald runemaster used to be. A green flame appeared in his hand out of nowhere and wiped the damaged runes. The damaged area was uneven, but under the high temperature of the green flame, the damaged area became smooth and smooth. However, the remaining runes were also wiped away. Wang Ting's other hand glowed with a lustrous light. He moved like dragons and snakes on the repaired area, and runes quickly formed one after another. In just 5 short breaths, the damaged runes were completely repaired. It was almost as if they had never been damaged. The leader of the guards opened his eyes wide. The bald runemaster also stopped. He stared blankly at the repaired runes and Wang Ting, who had already turned around and walked to the next damaged area. He didn't even realize that the invisible hand on his back had disappeared. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! The bald runemaster touched his butt and screamed. The bald runemaster ignored the pain in his butt and scrambled over to where Wang Ting had repaired the array. He stared with wide eyes at the repaired array and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The bald runemaster couldn't believe his eyes. He kept repeating the word this, but couldn't say anything else. Perfect repair, this was simply a perfect repair, it was almost exactly the same as before the array was damaged. There was no difference at all. More importantly, how long had it been since he repaired the array? That speed almost blinded him. It had only been 5 or 6 breaths, even he couldn't repair the array so quickly and so accurately, and the other party was just a young man. Where did this evildoer come from? Wait, there was also that green flame. Master Fan, are you alright? At this moment, the leader of the guards came over and asked. I'm very good. The bald rune master Fan Taining came back to his senses with a quiver. He grabbed the collar of the leader of the guard army and asked anxiously, who was that? Where did you find this rune master? No, he might be a grandmaster? Grandmaster. The leader of the guards didn't mind Fan Taining's rudeness. He was shocked when he heard what he said. Wang Ting was a rune's grandmaster? That was impossible. Tell me, who was that? Fan Taining anxiously asked. He's a guest of Lord Tiki. His name is Wan Ting. He claims to be a rune master. I don't know his exact identity either, the leader of the guards said. Fan Taining threw him aside and chased after Wan Ting. At this moment, Wan Ting threw the other tall and thin runemaster aside and took his place to repair the array. The tall and thin runemaster was about to get angry, but he was pulled back by Fan Taining. Fan Taining gestured for him to be quiet. Shoo! Watch first. The tall and thin runemaster was suspicious when he saw Fan Taining's actions. However, he suppressed his anger and looked at Wan Ting. He couldn't help but be stunned. His face was full of shock. This. Shoo! Fan Taining immediately interrupted him. This time, the tall and thin runemaster didn't need to say anything. He immediately covered his mouth and continued to watch without blinking. However, Wan Ting had already finished repairing this array quickly. He walked to the next one. The two of them moved closer to take a look, and both of them sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with disbelief. The array was too perfect. Old Fan, who is this? The tall and thin runemaster. I don't know, but his rune skills are definitely better than yours and mine. Fan Taining shook his head and chased after Wan Ting. Let's go and see. The tall and thin runemaster nodded. He followed Fan Taining and chased after Wan Ting. Not long after, the other runemaster also tagged along. The team behind Wan Ting grew larger. As a result, an extremely hilarious scene appeared in this place where the formation was damaged. A group of rune masters who were not young were running around behind a young man, but they were afraid of disturbing him, so they were all very careful and tiptoed as if they were thieves. About 10 minutes later, Wan Ting finished repairing the array. The hole in the array was instantly repaired. The dark apparitions outside were immediately blocked outside. The warriors from the Qian Empire were very excited. They pounced on the remaining dark apparitions in the array and started killing them. Without the support of the dark apparitions outside, these dark apparitions were defeated in a short while. The crowd cheered. Master. Fan Taining walked in front of Wan Ting. The other runemasters and runemasters followed behind him. They looked at Wan Ting eagerly. Let's talk after we defeat the dark apparitions. The other arrays haven't been repaired yet. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and help. Wan Ting then charged towards another array crack. They only achieved a partial victory. There were still many places in the fortress that were invaded by the dark apparitions. It wasn't time to relax yet. Fan Taining and the others were shocked. They quickly followed Wan Ting and rushed to the next array crack. These rune masters were at least at the planet level, and they could fly. Although they weren't as fast as Wan Ting, they wouldn't be too far behind since the distance was so short. You guys go help at the other crack. Leave this one to me, Wan Ting said. Okay. Fan Taining and the others were a little disappointed. They really wanted to follow behind Wan Ting and observe his repair process. Wan Ting's attainment was much higher than theirs. Watching him repair the array would be a great help to them. However, they also knew that the situation was urgent. Now wasn't the time to observe and learn. Hence, they could only nod and rush to the other array crack. The others don't know Master Wan Ting. I'll introduce him to avoid any misunderstandings. Fan Taining suddenly drifted and turned to chase after Wan Ting. F*CK, Fan Taining, you're despicable. The other runemasters were furious. They hated themselves for not thinking of this and letting Fan Taining take advantage of them. However, Fan Taining's arrival did save Wan Ting a lot of trouble. At least, he didn't have to use extreme means to deal with those bad-tempered runemasters. It saved him a lot of time. As Wan Ting repaired the array cracks one by one, the battle fortress's array defense shield became stronger and stronger. The dark apparition couldn't find a way to break through. The battle fortress's defensive array was very strong to begin with. It could withstand the attack of a universe-level being. This time, if the dark apparition didn't break through from the inside, such a tragic situation wouldn't have happened. This was because the dark apparition couldn't break through at all. In the sky, Tiki, who was fighting with the Demon Emperor dark apparition, saw the sudden reversal of the situation and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, you guys won't have a chance. Humph. The Demon Emperor dark apparition on the opposite side was wrapped in a cloud of black fog. Only a pair of scarlet, evil eyes could be seen. It snorted coldly and looked down. Its gaze quickly locked onto Wanting, who was shuttling between the array cracks. Its cold voice was heard. Trash, kill that human. Don't let him repair the array. The Demon King dark apparitions that were hunting human warriors in the distance immediately rushed toward Wanting's direction. There were as many as 3 of them. Tiki's eyes flashed. Initially, he was still a little worried. However, when he thought of Wanting's strength, he couldn't help but feel relieved. The dark apparition Demon Emperor noticed Tiki's expression. His face under the black fog couldn't help but frown. You seem to have a lot of confidence in him? Cut the crap, Demon Emperor. Today, I'll kill you here as a blood sacrifice for my dead human race. Tiki shouted angrily. The green light around his body surged. And the battle sword in his hand emitted a terrifying sword intent. Whoosh, the whistling sound of the wind was suddenly heard, and Tiki's body was immediately surrounded by a whirlwind. Subsequently, the whirlwind continued to expand, emitting a series of sword chimes. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the whirlwind was filled with countless green sword gleams. As the whirlwind continued to expand, it quickly covered a radius of hundreds of meters, completely forming an area filled with green sword intent. Domain. You've actually comprehended a domain. The Demon Emperor's expression changed drastically for the first time, and he frantically retreated. Trying to escape? It's too late. Tiki's voice was heard. Then, the green domain completely enveloped the Demon Emperor. Even if you've comprehended a domain, don't even think about keeping me here. The Demon Emperor snorted coldly. The black fog around his body expanded and instantly spread out to contend with Tiki's green domain. Black light flashed within the black fog and collided with the sword gleams in the green domain, creating a series of rumbling sounds. Domain. Tiki has actually comprehended a domain. Wanting looked up and was surprised to see the battle in the sky. Tiki wasn't simple at all. Tiki was extremely talented to be able to comprehend a domain at the universe state that only a domain lord could comprehend at the universe state. However, he was only a planetary state, and yet, he had already obtained a domain. This was a little more impressive than Tiki. Wanting had already stopped repairing the formation and slowly rose into the air. Wanting noticed when the Demon Emperor looked at him. At the same time, he also saw the 3 Demon King dark apparitions charging at him under the Demon Emperor's command. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Master Wanting, let the other star states stop them for you. Fantaining was very worried and wanted to stop Wanting. In his opinion, Wanting was an extremely talented runemaster or even a grandmaster. How could he be at the front line? Moreover, runemasters were all proficient in formations and weren't very strong in combat. They couldn't fight the dark apparitions head-on. It's okay. It's just 3 demon kings. I can still kill them. Wanting's figure rose higher and higher, and his voice could be heard faintly. Fantaining and the other runemasters were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Why did they feel that this Master Wanting was boasting? Shameless boasting. Arrogant. How dare you talk nonsense at the planetary state? The 3 Demon King dark apparitions naturally heard Wanting's words. They were all furious and used their dark force to attack Wanting. Wanting didn't say anything. His eyes emitted a cold killing intent, and he sneered. Planetary state. Xiao, there was an undetectable sound of something breaking through the air. A golden light flew out of Wanting's body. Its speed was unbelievably fast, and it charged directly at the 3 Demon King dark apparitions. At this moment, the 3 Demon King dark apparitions were already close. When they saw the sudden appearance of the golden light, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Not good. The 3 Devil King level dark apparitions gave up on Wanting. They immediately attacked the golden light with their own attacks. Boom, 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 there was a loud roar, and the dense black light drowned the golden light. The 3 Demon King dark apparitions couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Xiao, however, at this moment, the golden light appeared again. It seemed to have pierced through space and swept out from the void. The 3 Demon King Dark Apparitions were aghast. Screech, the golden light streaked across, and the 2 Demon King level Dark Apparitions were killed on the spot. Black blood sprayed into the air, while the other Demon King level Dark Apparition narrowly dodged the golden light. It widened its eyes in horror and fled into the distance without thinking. Where do you think you're going? A huge figure suddenly blocked in front of it, and its shadow loomed over it. The surviving Demon King Dark Apparition slowly raised its head and saw a metal giant that was more than 10 meters tall appear in front of it. It was looking at it with a hideous smile. End of chapter 897. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.